Chapter 421, Forest. By what the girl originally thought of, Ming should have blasted all the weird trees in the forest all along the way and used the fastest way to walk out of the forest. This was why his current actions were causing confusion in her heart. Each and every step Ming took was made with extreme caution. Most of the time, he would walk in the spots where the trees were not dense. By doing so, their speed became significantly slower. The girl did not dare speak, but she was starting to become dubious of Ming's power in her heart. Nonetheless, the red-haired Min had left a very deep impression within her. That was why, even though she was skeptical, she still believed that her patriarch's choice was right. After they had walked for a full day in the forest, several long arcs charged past in the sky, and they came with an astonishing momentum. Wherever they went, the layers of clouds would look as if they were ripped apart. There were 5 people in those long arcs. For among those 5 people were teenagers, and the one other person was right in front, leading them. He was an incredibly handsome middle-aged man. His expression was as cold as ice, and his whole entire being exuded power. When they passed over the strange forest, that person cast a look downwards, as if he saw Ming and the 2 youths. Once he swept his gaze over them, he chose to ignore them, rushing past the area with the 4 teenagers behind him. When the girl saw all of this, she became agitated. She cast Ming a glance, and after a long moment of hesitation, still chose to remain silent. The boy, however, felt completely different from the girl. To him, this was great. They could avoid as much trouble as possible this way, and when he saw the 5 people flying in the sky, he thought that they were a little too flashy. In the danger-filled world of Nine, flying in such a flashy manner was not a good thing. When the 3 of them spent their first night in the forest, 9 moons appeared in the sky for them. Ming's pupils shrank the moment he saw the 9 moons shining above him. The 9 moons shone with a gentle light that scattered on the ground, causing the earth to shine in a glittery light, which also made the sky look much gentler. The layers of clouds seemed to have scattered themselves during the night. Rest. Ming came to a halt at a place where there were not many strange trees in the area. He spoke in a calm voice, and once he said his piece, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, then averted his gaze from the moons in the sky and closed his eyes to meditate. The girl felt that she was being forced into stopping and could do nothing about it. She felt that they should keep moving and head to Shaman City as quickly as possible. In fact, it was to her belief that they should be flying, not walking in the forest. If they continued walking like this, then it was completely unknown just how long they would need to take to cross those 300 leagues. Lon, do you want a drink? Just as the girl was feeling as if she was being forced against her own will, the boy moved to her side and brought out a water skin for her. The girl took the water skin, and after she took a sip, she asked softly, "Ahu, if we continue walking like this, how long do you think it'll take for us to reach Shaman City?" "I think it doesn't matter how long it'll take for us. As long as we can ensure our own safety, it'll be okay." The boy called Ahu scratched his head and answered with a smile. "Safe. That's the only thing you think about all the time. You're always like this in the tribe. This is called being cowardly, get it? Besides, I don't think it's safe for us to walk on the ground. It's only safe if we travel in the sky. We'd be able to leave this weird forest sooner then." The girl glared at him, displeased. Clearly, she was venting all her frustrations during the day on the boy. The boy mumbled a few words under his breath and did not dare speak more. It was clear that he was afraid of the girl. After some time, he brought out some food from his bosom and placed them before the girl. "Eat. That's the only thing you know how to do." The girl nagged him a little more, and when she saw his expression, she rolled her eyes, then ignored him. Ming might have seemed calm as he sat there, but in truth, he remained vigilant. He had spread out some of his divine sense in the area during the day and found that the weird forest completely covered an area of 100 leagues. In fact, he had a faint feeling that as he walked through this place, there were countless pair of eyes watching them. However, compared to the number of invisible gazes on him, Ming noticed that there were even more such gazes within the dark clouds in the sky. In fact, when Ming swept his divine sense through the area, he had felt slight a twinge of surprise in him, which was why he did not choose to fly, especially when he saw the 5 people flying past in midair during the day. He had immediately sensed all those invisible gazes locking onto the 5 people with greed, and it made Ming completely give up on the idea of flying in the sky. Even if the path he took in the mountain forest did not reveal anything, this particular trail was only chosen after he had spread out his divine sense and found that it was the road with the least amount of gazes focused on him. Only by doing so did he feel marginally safer. However, the boy and girl clearly did not know about this. Ming had seen the girl's disgruntlement at being forced to walk on the ground in her thoughts, but did not find the need to explain anything. As he remained seated, Ming opened his eyes to a slit and looked at the 9 moons in the sky once again. A glint appeared in his eyes. 9 moons. I wonder what would happen if I cast the Fire Berserker's art here and executed the burning of blood. Ming did not act recklessly. That thought only flashed by in his head before it disappeared without a trace. The night went by without a single word exchanged between them. When morning arrived, Ming stood up and continued moving forward with the boy and girl. The path they took that day was even more incomprehensible to the girl, because there were several times where they looked as if they were just going round in circles. The only thing that was similar was that there were fewer trees in the area they traveled through. In fact, there were even certain places where there were absolutely none of those strange trees around. If she had nothing to compare, perhaps the girl would have endured it, but when dusk almost arrived on the second day, they heard a violent bang from the distance. When they heard that bang coming towards them, Ming stopped and turned around to look. His gaze pierced through the forest, and he saw a half-naked man walking 1,000 feet away from him with a savage laugh. There was a gigantic battle axe in his right hand, and wherever he went, the trees would be shattered, leaving behind a large amount of green liquid. There were 2 boys following behind that man, and their faces were lit in excitement. They followed closely behind, stepping on that green liquid and passing through the area quickly. There was a girl sitting on the man's shoulders. The girl also looked to be about 15 to 16 years of age. She swung her legs about, looking incredibly smug. When Ming and the 2 youths looked towards them, both parties could still see each other even though the trees were blocking them, and there were 1,000 feet between them. The girl sitting on the man's shoulders chuckled and asked them, "Hey, you there, which tribe are you from?" "We came from Tranquil Field Tribe." "Where did you come from?" Lon stared at the girl sitting on the man's shoulders with non-malicious envy. The presence spreading out from the man made it clear that he was a medial battle shaman. When she saw the strange trees shattering under the man's axe and the group of people moving forward with a speed much faster than theirs, her displeasure towards Ming grew stronger. "We're from White Bull Tribe." "I'm Lon," the girl immediately said. Ming frowned, and the boy went forward to tug at Lan's sleeves. "The patriarch told us not to get into too much contact with the other tribes before we complete our journey and become soul catchers." Ahu whispered to her. "White Bull Tribe? I never heard of it before. It must be a small tribe. The path you take is rather remote. Could it be that you're afraid of these trees? How about this? I'll allow you to walk behind us." The girl sitting on the man's shoulders smiled, and her tone contained a slightly arrogant quality to it. Once she finished speaking, without waiting for Lan's reply, the girl swiftly left with the man and the 2 boys behind him as the man continued opening the path. One of the 2 boys turned back to cast a glance at Ming and the 2 youths when they were far into the distance, and there was slight disdain on his face. "Let's go." Ming remained as calm as ever. He averted his gaze, then turned around to continue walking down the path his divine sense had perceived. During that instant, he could strongly sense those invisible gazes in the forest instantly focusing on the man. His existence was like a ball of fire in the dark, attracting all manner of darkness towards it. But why do we still have to walk through this place? They already opened the path there. Why can't we take that path? Lon could no longer hold her frustration in after having endured for 2 days. And everyone is flying in the sky, and they're traveling really quickly. Even if we don't fly in the sky, we can charge through the forest. We can get out of this stupid forest faster that way and arrive at Shaman City earlier too. If we're earlier, we can also attract other people's attention. This will be good for White Bull Tribe. The girl rambled off, and when she spoke, Ming acted as if he did not hear her. He did not even turn his head back, and there was not a hint of change in his expression as he continued walking forward. There was a torn look on the boy's face as he looked at Ming walking in the distance, then at Lon. Lon, the patriarch chose him to protect us. I think the senior definitely has his own reasons for his choice. Shut up. The girl was originally annoyed that Ming ignored her and was directing all her anger at the boy. He mumbled a few sounds under his breath again and simply let the girl vent her frustrations as he continued trying to console her. Eventually, in the midst of all her disgruntlement, she chased after Ming with the boy. For days passed by in the blink of an eye. During those 4 days, the girl saw several people flying in the sky once more, and she had already become skeptical of Su Ming's power. However, she did not notice that several big trees in the path they took the day previously had faces protruding out of their tree barks, and all of them looked as if they were suffering. However, it was difficult for her to see those faces at first glance as they were all the same color as the tree bark. She would simply think that those were the lines on the tree bark itself. If she had looked closely, she would have found that those faces belonged to a man, a girl, and 2 boys. Chapter 4:22. Old Acquaintance. I don't understand why the patriarch chose him. He's just as cowardly as Ahu. We've already been walking for 10 days in the forest. Another 5 days passed by, and Su Ming brought the girl and boy out of the forest. All along the way, they did not run into any sort of danger whatsoever. On the final few days, Su Ming increased his speed by quite a large margin, which caused the girl's resentment to disappear slightly, but it was still very strong. There's no danger here, and we wasted 10 days. Those people who overtook us must have already arrived in Shaman City, but we only managed to travel such a small distance. The girl was extremely livid, and Su Ming's unfazed attitude towards everything had especially made her feel as if she could not vent her frustrations, making her feel really horrible for having to keep her anger in. Because of that, the boy turned into her punching bag and had to be scolded by her all the time during those few days, but there was never a hint of displeasure on the boy's face. Every single time, he would try to console and comfort her. Even after they walked out of the forest and there was an endless plain before the girl, she still did not know that there was a large number of trees in the forest behind her that contained numerous corpses. Those corpses were all impaled by an endless amount of tree branches, and there was liquid flowing out of their bodies, nourishing the trees. Those corpses were all drying up one by one, and as time passed by, they would become part of the trees. Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at the strange forest with a calm expression. Most of the time, he did notice the corpses that were absorbed into the forest using some unknown method. As expected of the world of Nine, it's already so dangerous even though it's just the shaman's territory. But the shamans have already occupied this place for many years, and they should know about the dangers within their territory like the back of their hand. If that's the case, why are the people who come in here acting so recklessly? This was something that Su Ming did not understand. It was explainable as to why White Bull Tribe did not understand the dangers in the place. After all, White Bull Tribe was practically cut off from the world, and they were located in a remote region. It was difficult for them to know the details of this place, but there was in no way the other tribes were the same as White Bull Tribe. As Su Ming was engrossed in his thoughts, his expression suddenly changed, albeit only slightly, and his gaze fell on the forest. Rustling sounds came from within the place, and it was followed soon after by a middle-aged man walking out, exhausted. Behind him was a boy. His face was pale, and his right arm was withered up. Su Ming had seen the middle-aged man once before. He was the aloof person who had charged through the sky with 4 teenagers behind 10 days ago. Not only did Su Ming recognize the middle-aged man, even Ahu and Lon Lon had managed to recognize him with just one glance. Ahu's pupils shrank, and as for Lon Lon, she was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man also saw Su Ming and the other 2 youths behind him. There was surprise on his face. Clearly, he had also recognized Su Ming. He could remember somewhat that he had seen these 3 people in that strange forest 10 days ago. At that time, he had been calm, and he did not bother himself too much with those not connected to him. He only noticed these 3 people because they were walking in the forest and not charging through. That strange action made him give them a second glance, but that was all. However, when he saw Su Ming, the middle-aged man was shocked in his heart, and a hint of amazement could be seen faintly in his eyes. He found that there was not a hint of injury or patheticalness on Su Ming, but that was not all. The stranger was clearly the same as he was and was tasked to protect these children, but no sign of injury or patheticalness could be found on the boy and girl as well. This caused the middle-aged man to not be able to help but be surprised. He knew too well of the strangeness and terrors of forest by then, and it could be said that he had escaped death narrowly. In fact, he even had to use enchanted vessels and divine abilities that could protect his life before he managed to bring one person out, albeit with much difficulty. Yet even so, the boy he managed to bring out already had his right arm rendered useless. It was because he knew of the changes and the terrors of the forest that he was shocked by the trio's current appearance. He immediately recalled Su Ming walking leisurely through the forest 10 days ago. If he did not run into Su Ming right at that moment, he would not have thought too much into it. But once he did, he immediately recalled his discovery when he was escaping from danger a few days ago. He had found that the faster he moved in the forest, the more dangerous it was. But if he moved at a relaxed pace, the level of threat would reduce by a large half. Besides his divine abilities, a large part of the reason as to why he managed to escape from the forest with his protege was this. When he remembered just how the man had been walking this way since 10 days ago, the middle-aged man found himself in shock, but at the same time, he also became wary of Su Ming. He absolutely did not believe that he was merely lucky. This sort of thing had absolutely no connection with any luck whatsoever. I am Nangonghen. I'm afraid I've embarrassed myself before you with my current sorry state compared to me 10 days ago. Nangonghen smiled wryly and wrapped his fist in his hand towards Su Ming before he bowed. His attitude towards Su Ming was extremely polite. There's no embarrassment whatsoever. I am Mo Su. Su Ming returned the greeting with a wrapped fist and replied without even batting an eyelid. Fellow tribesman Nangong, I remember seeing you fly in the sky a few days ago. Why did you walk out of the forest now? Brother Su, why are you asking what you already know? The forest suddenly changed and caught me off guard. I was surprised when I saw you walking in the forest a few days ago. By the looks of it now, it seems that you have already foreseen this coming. Nangonghen shook his head and laughed bitterly. I only thought that this forest was slightly strange. I only got out by pure luck. If I exchanged places with you, it might have been difficult for me to walk out alive, Su Ming stated calmly. Brother Mo, there's no need for you to be humble. Nangonghen shook his head, but he already had quite a good opinion about Su Ming. He cast a glance at Lon Lon and Ahu beside him before asking, Brother Mo, which tribe are you protecting? Just a remote little tribe. You wouldn't have heard about us before, Brother Nangong. Su Ming smiled faintly and avoided the topic. We came from White Bull tribe. But when the girl saw this middle-aged man, excitement appeared on her face, and she quickly spoke. Su Ming frowned, and Nangonghen was also taken aback slightly, but he soon smiled and ignored the girl. He had merely asked out of mere politeness and did not expect that Mo Su would answer. The girl budding and already allowed him to somewhat tell that there were some problems between this Mo Su and White Bull tribe. Nangonghen hesitated for a moment before he cast a glance at Su Ming, then wrapped his fist in his palm and spoke politely. Brother Mo, both of our destinations should be Shaman City. There's still quite some distance before we can reach it. Why don't we team up? We'll be able to take care of each other this way. Su Ming did not answer immediately. Instead, he cast the girl a cold glare first, and there was a warning look in his eyes, along with a freezing glint. The girl also knew that she had acted rather recklessly just now. When she saw Su Ming giving her that aloof glare, she immediately lowered her head. As for the boy, he was looking at Su Ming earnestly. Do this one more time, and you will no longer receive my protection. I made a promise with your patriarch that I would only need to have a single person complete the journey. Su Ming's voice echoed in the girl's head, and this method of sending his voice directly into her head without being heard by anyone made the girl's heart tremble. Once he was done dealing with the girl, uncertainty appeared on Su Ming's face. After some time, as Nangonghen continued waiting, he nodded his head. Delight immediately appeared on Nangonghen's face, and he let out a bark of laughter. Brother Mo, in all honesty, with you by my side, I feel slightly more confident, or else, I don't know whether there will be any more sudden changes in the forest. This forest is truly strange. The wooden slip provided by the god of Shaman's temple never mentioned anything about the terrors of this forest, and I remember that I never ran into any sort of danger when I first came here with my companions and walked through this forest. Brother Nangong, could you let me see the wooden slip? I don't understand the changes in this place either. Su Ming asked unhurriedly. He had only agreed to travel with these two because he was not familiar with this place, and he was also wary of this so-called sudden change in this forest. Nangonghen cast a glance at the boy and girl beside Su Ming. Then, as if he had understood something, he smiled and brought out a wooden slip from his bosom, handing it to Su Ming. Once Su Ming took it, he scanned it with his divine sense. There was a complete map on the slip, and the map covered an area of 1,000,000 lis. Right at the center of the map was a city. The shaman's territory was mapped out clearly. This was precisely what Su Ming needed. Once he engraved that map in his head, he handed the wooden slip back to Nangonghen, but right at that moment. Brother Mo, this is a gift for you. I have another map with me, Nan Gonghen said with a smile. If that is the case, thank you. Su Ming smiled and saluted Nan Gonghen with a wrapped fist as a form of thanks. The two of them flew up at the same time and charged towards the sky in the distance. Su Ming did not find any of those gazes focusing on him in this area, so he decided it would be good for them to be able to not walk. As for the three youths, they were all carried into the air by Su Ming and Nan Gonghen's divine abilities and flew behind them. As the five people charged forward, Su Ming spread his divine sense out in the area and observed his surroundings carefully. Nan Gonghen swiped his right hand across the center of his brows, and immediately, a pair of violet eyes appeared at that spot. Those eyes blinked 7 times in succession. Then multiple spirits flowed out of Nan Gonghen's body, turning into a vortex as they swam about in the area, and that vortex covered an area several tens of thousands of feet wide. Clearly, Nan Gonghen was a spirit medium. The three youths behind Su Ming and Nan Gonghen were all quiet. The boy who lost his right arm looked extremely determined, but he would occasionally frown and pain would appear between his brows. Ahu was looking at Su Ming's back while lost in his thoughts. As for Lan Lan, while she had been uncertain as to why the powerful Nan Gonghen in her mind would be so courteous to Su Ming, she still believed that luck was a big reason as to why Su Ming had been able to bring them out of the forest. Since Su Ming and Nan Gonghen had to bring 3 youths with them, the group could not travel too quickly in the sky. They traveled for a few days, and on this day, as they were still flying in the sky, a gigantic ship broke through the clouds in the sky and charged forth from another direction. There were 8 people on that ship. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, some of them were looking into the distance from the railings, and some of them were talking to each other. At one of the corners of the ship was a girl. She looked incredibly average and not a hint of extraordinariness could be seen on her person. The only thing that stood out about her was the distinct tranquility in her eyes. She was dressed in white and was frowning at that moment, absorbed in her own thoughts. She swept her gaze casually through the area, and when she saw Su Ming, her eyes widened, but her eyes soon filled with uncertainty, and a torn look appeared on her face. He might be in the land of the shamans, but there's no chance for him to come here. Su Ming, where are you? The woman thought silently in her heart, sighing. Chapter 4:23, Treasure Gambling Event. The ship traveled incredibly quickly, breaking through the clouds. It stirred up a large amount of ripples that reached Su Ming and Nan Gonghen's east, and as if the sky was the ocean to it, the ship charged past. The ship was incredibly luxurious and shone with a multitude of colors. The ripples spreading out from within made Lan Lan and Ahu widen their eyes. They looked envious, though it was without resentment. As for the boy with the withered right arm, he simply lifted his head to cast that ship a glance. His expression remained aloof, and not many changes in his expression could be found. That is the Sky Deck ship from Divine Cyclone Tribe. Among the great tribes in the land of shamans, that ship is very famous. It is said that when it travels at full speed, it can compete with a ladder shaman who has arrived at the peak. Its defensive powers are also incredibly strong. That's why it's the best method of transport when going to dangerous places. Nan Gonghen looked at the ship leaving into the distance, then smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming seemed rather preoccupied by his thoughts. When he scanned the ship previously with his divine sense, he had felt a power repelling him, which was why he did not force his divine sense inside to explore. However, when he swept his gaze past the few people standing on the ship, there was a girl in white who gave him a feeling that they had met before. Brother Imo, are you interested in the Sky Deck ship? Nan Gonghen saw Su Ming looking at the direction where Divine Cyclone Tribe left and asked with a smile. Even if a small shaman like me is interested in the Sky Deck ship, I can only be envious of the people who own it. Su Ming shook his head. Brother Imo, you don't have to belittle yourself. If you truly want to obtain that Sky Deck ship from Divine Cyclone Tribe, there is a way. A glint appeared in Nan Gonghen's eyes, and he spoke in a hushed tone as he continued traveling with Su Ming. Oh, Brother Nan Gong, please enlighten me. Su Ming looked towards Nan Gonghen. From what I understand, every single time the world of Nine opens up, Divine Cyclone Tribe comes here not just to help their tribe members obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers, but for the treasure gambling event as well. Brother Imo, don't tell me that you didn't come here for the event. Nan Gonghen smiled and cast a glance at Su Ming. What does this have to do with the Sky Deck ship? Su Ming asked calmly without even batting an eyelid. Perhaps you don't know about this, Brother Imo, But as long as you have enough luck during the treasure gambling event and manage to find an herb that Divine Cyclone Tribe needs, then they will definitely go to you in attempts to try and exchange for it. At that time, you can just ask for the Sky Deck ship. Nan Gonghen let out a boisterous laugh. About that, Su Ming let out a wry laugh and shook his head. He did not continue speaking. His current look could convey a lot of meanings, and it all depended on how the person who saw it interpreted it. Brother Mo, are you worried about your own luck? Indeed, this is truly hard to predict. I once met a medial shaman who managed to find a 9 abyss flower. It might have been just a remaining segment of its leaf, and it was not complete, but it was still bought by a person from a big tribe at an exorbitant price. Not only is this item useful to berserkers, it's also very useful to the latter shamans. As Nan Gonghen spoke, his expression was filled with envy. 9 abyss flower. A sharp look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. That's right. Why don't I have that sort of luck? That crystal didn't even look flashy, and no matter what, it didn't look as if it contained the 9 abyss flower. It's luck. All of it boils down to luck. Nan Gonghen smiled wryly. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he suddenly asked, but the person who found that 9 abyss flower must have had a tragic end, right? That's true. But he ended up in that state because he was too greedy and made several mistakes. He should have immediately left, but if he didn't want to leave, it was fine too, as long as he rented the spirit of 9 from the god of Shaman's temple from the city with half of the items he got in exchange for his 9 abyss flower. With the protection of the spirit of 9, as long as he didn't go further than 1 million leagues from the city, he would basically be safe. After all, the world of 9 is very mysterious. Over the years, only 1 shaman is allowed to be on garrison duty here. If 2 shamans appeared, then within a few days, drastic changes would immediately appear in the area, and it might even affect the entire shaman city. I heard that this matter has been pretty accurate so far. That's why the god of Shaman's temple will never allow a second shaman coming to this place. They can only come here in turn to be garrisons, though their true goal in coming here is to search for treasure. Unless we act like the time we did that year when we just developed this place. We could bring all the shamans and ladder shamans here and forcefully suppress the changes in the area. But this is the time of war. It's just not possible for us to do that. As for berserkers, even if they do manage to come here, they will at most be at the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. All those who are in the middle stage and beyond cannot avoid being found out by the god of Shaman's temple when they are relocated. Nan Gonghen seemed to have in-depth knowledge about this and told Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming was as calm as ever. Once he nodded his head, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Nan Gonghen. Nan Gonghen was momentarily stunned. There was something slightly off on Su Ming's face, and it made Nan Gonghen puzzled. Brother Nan Gong, the forest was originally supposed to be clear of threats, but there was a change recently. Could that be the change you were talking about? Su Ming asked. Nan Gong's expression changed drastically, and there was a variety of expressions on his face. After some time, he started laughing bitterly. It doesn't matter whether it is or isn't. This isn't something we can control. But if that's the case, then we will have to be even more careful. Oh well, once we are in Shaman City, I'll immediately rent a spirit of 9. Then I'll have a higher chance of protecting my own life. Once I enter the treasure gambling event and let the boy behind me obtain his cultivation method as a spirit medium, then I'll immediately leave the place. Brother Mo, we might have just got to know each other, but we managed to hit it off right from the start. Here's a piece of advice. Don't be stingy with your money. Go and rent a spirit of 9 as well. After all, while the spirit of 9 cannot leave the world of 9, it can bring out a battle power so great that it is equivalent to a ladder shaman's. They are also the locals here. They've signed an eternal treaty with the god of Shaman's temple many years ago. Nan Gonghen's words were filled with sincerity as he told Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and nodded. They continued flying in the air, and several days passed by. Most of the clouds had dispersed on this day, and they could somewhat see the sky. The end could not be seen no matter where they looked, and there was not a single human soul besides theirs that could be spotted. As the 5 people continued moving forward, Su Ming suddenly came to a halt. Then with a grave look on his face, he spread out his divine sense once he stopped and started checking the area closely. Nan Gonghen also came to a stop. He quickly spread out the wandering souls around him and had them search in a wider area. But he did not find any sort of thread in the area, and he could not help but look at Su Ming with a puzzled look in his eyes. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at the empty space before him. When his divine sense had covered that area just now, some of it disappeared, as if it was devoured by some mysterious creature. It was precisely because of this that he suddenly came to a stop. He sent his divine sense to that area where it had disappeared earlier, and once he scanned through it carefully, that feeling of his divine sense disappearing happened once again. This time, more of his divine sense was devoured. But strangely, when Nan Gonghen's wandering souls went through that area, they did not find anything out of ordinary. Su Ming watched those wandering souls circle it, and they did not show any signs of being devoured. Su Ming's pupils shrank, and he frowned. He retracted his divine sense, no longer letting it cover that strange space. "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" Nan Gonghen was slightly bewildered as he looked at Su Ming. "There's something wrong over there." Su Ming no longer had that slightly humble tone in his voice which he used when he spoke to Nan Gonghen earlier. He went straight to the point this time. When he heard Su Ming's words, Nan Gonghen became even more cautious. A dark light shone in his eyes, and immediately, the wandering souls around the area let out piercing screams. Then all of them surged towards the space Su Ming was looking at. No matter how he looked at that space, it looked the same as the sky around the area. There was not a hint of abnormality that could be seen. Even if Nan Gonghen had sent a large amount of wandering souls over to that place, and they were circling around it, nothing different happened. "There's nothing there." A puzzled look appeared on Nan Gonghen's face. If Su Ming's actions in the forest had not left a deep impression on him, and he had seen that Su Ming and his two protégés were completely unharmed, he would definitely think that Su Ming was deliberately putting on an air of mysteriousness. Among the three youths behind the two of them, the boy with the withered right arm remained as aloof as ever as he was absorbed by his thoughts. Ahu was very nervous as he stared at the area. He completely believed in Su Ming's words, and there was not a hint of doubt within him. However, Lon Lon frowned and grumbled in her heart. "Humph, he's just pretending to be mysterious. There's nothing there, or else it's impossible that Sir Nan Gong wouldn't have noticed anything." "Brother Amo." Nan Gonghen sent his wandering souls circling several times in that area once again, and once he was certain that there was nothing different over there, he looked towards Su Ming. "Brother Nan Gong, if you want to go there, I won't stop you. But I suggest that you don't. I'm steering clear of that place." As Su Ming spoke, he turned around and waved his arm, immediately bringing the still grumbling Lon Lon and nervous Ahu to fly in another direction. By the looks of it, he truly intended to skirt around that place. Nan Gonghen hesitated for a moment, and as he stared at that obviously normal space, he suddenly lifted his right hand, flipped his palm over, and a ray of black light shot out from his sleeve. That ray of black light sparkled before him and turned into a black python 100 feet in size. The python hissed, and a cold glare appeared in its eyes. It looked at Nan Gonghen, and with one point, it let out a hiss and flew towards the empty space Su Ming had avoided. In an instant, Nan Gonghen's pupils shrank as he stared at the black python, and at the same time shock appeared in his eyes. The boy with the withered right arm behind him widened his eyes as well, and for the first time, his expression changed. Right before their eyes, once that black python entered the area, it suddenly let out a piercing cry, and a large part of its body disappeared into thin air. It was as if there was an invisible mouth that devoured most of the black python's body in one bite. Nan Gonghen felt his skin crawl. He already knew that if he had went in there rashly, then it would be difficult for him to escape from that sudden danger. At that moment, as his heart beat in lingering fear, he cast his gaze at Su Ming, who was flying in another direction. Wariness appeared in his eyes, and he quickly flew towards him. Lon Lon also saw this. Her eyes popped out, and she looked at Su Ming's back with a dumbfounded expression. At that instant, she suddenly felt that they did not come out of the forest safely due to pure luck. Ahu's eyes were shining, and his gaze as he looked at Su Ming was filled with respect. Chapter 424, Shaman City. "Brother Mo, the depth of your cultivation and your keen perception has really impressed me. Wherever we go to next, as long as you give the word, I will definitely follow you." Once Nan Gonghen caught up, there was a slight awkward look on his face as he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. The boy with the withered right arm behind him no longer looked at Su Ming with an aloof gaze. There was instead a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "I was just lucky. Brother Nan Gong, if you look closely, you will also be able to discover some clues." Su Ming shook his head and spoke calmly. "Brother Mo, you don't have to be humble. I'll be honest with you. I couldn't tell that the place was that dangerous. Nan Gonghen laughed wryly and bowed once more towards Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and no longer spoke. He continued charging forward with Nan Gonghen, with the 3 youths behind them. With Su Ming's divine sense and Nan Gonghen's wandering souls swimming about in the area, while they might have run into some dangers on the way, they managed to avoid all of them. Even if they had to take certain longer paths, they did not run into any life and death crises. As time passed by and they got closer to Shaman City, Nan Gonghen grew to respect Su Ming even more, and he deeply believed that he had made the right choice when he first invited him to travel with him. Nan Gonghen was really curious as to how Su Ming managed to deduce the dangers. There were one time during their journey that while he had followed along with Su Ming's suggestion to change their path, he turned around and saw with his own eyes several long arcs charging through the place they avoided. Without any obvious reason, those people suddenly let out piercing, shrill cries, and their bodies exploded into bits and pieces. Nan Gonghen was then struck dumb, and thoroughly convinced by what he saw. He trusted Su Ming's judgments and decisions wholeheartedly, following his instructions right down to a T without any hint of hesitation. Ahu was already practically holding Su Ming in position akin to that of a god in his mind. The zealous look in his eyes was clear to everyone watching. As for Lon Lon, the things she went through on the way made her skin crawl, even though she was a bold girl. She felt cold chills crawling down her spine, and her gaze as she looked at Su Ming became very different. The boy following behind Nan Gonghen was the same. He could remain aloof to everyone, and he treated Nan Gonghen in the same aloof manner. But when he looked at Su Ming, that aloof gaze disappeared, and it was no longer replaced with curiosity, but with respect. Somewhere along the way, Su Ming became the leader of the team. When he suggested changing their course, every single one of them would obey without question. Eventually, he did not even need to speak. He just needed to move, and Nan Gonghen, along with the others, would immediately follow. White Bull Tribe is really lucky to have been able to find someone like Brother Mo as a guardian for their tribe members who have been sent for the trial. Nan Gonghen would occasionally cast his gaze at Lon Lon and Ahu all along the way and sighed deeply in his heart. He knew that the others might perhaps have a way to reach Shaman City, but with Nan Gonghen's power, if he did not have Su Ming guiding the way, it would be difficult for him to protect the boy behind him, and his own life would be in danger as well. However, the boy and girl from White Bull Tribe were completely unscathed all along their journey, and all of this was because of Mo Su. 1 month later, in the midst of that frightening but safe journey, Su Ming and Co. arrived at the center of the Shaman tribe's territory, Shaman City. Once they were 100 li away from Shaman City, they were no longer allowed to travel in the sky. Su Ming and Nan Gonghen descended from midair and landed on the ground. Shaman City was not very big, but it was built to look incredibly majestic. It was cubic in shape, and there were gigantic walls of 100 feet surrounding it. The city was entirely crimson, as if it was dyed in blood. The crimson city walls occasionally shone with a red glare, forming a mighty pressure that would make people's hearts tremble. There was only one gate to Shaman City, and all people used that gate to enter and exit. From 100 leagues, several unique buildings could be seen shooting off the ground within the city, and their distinct characteristics stood out. It was especially so for the stone pillar that shot high into the sky at the center of the city. It gave off an ancient feeling, and at the same time, there was a gigantic head placed at the top of it. That head was 1,000 feet in size, and due to some unknown method of preservation, only a small part of it had decayed. That head's appearance could still be clearly seen. Its inside was empty, and it was lopped on the stone pillar, turning it into the most eye-catching building and road mark within Shaman City. It was a gigantic head that was filled with drooping branches. It had the appearance of a human, but had the skin of a dried-up tree bark. The head was entirely brown, and its facial features could be seen clearly. Anyone who saw it at first glance would think it was a human head, but if they looked closely, they would find it was clearly a giant block of wood. There were numerous branches drooping down like tentacles from that gigantic head. The longest of them all was nearly 1,000 feet long, and the breadth of each branch was different, along with all their lengths. They were all supported in the air by the stone pillar. If anyone looked from the distance, they would find that the stone pillar looked like a huge long spear that had lifted the head high in the sky. We're finally in Shaman City. Brother Mo, I cannot express just how grateful I am for all that you've done during the trip. Nan Gonghen looked at Shaman City and let out a huge sigh of relief. He wrapped his fist in his palm to Su Ming with gratitude radiating off his face. Brother Nangong, you don't have to do this. I also wanted to come to Shaman City. We could take care of each other if we traveled together. Besides, you want to enter the treasure gambling event as well. I've heard quite a lot about it when I was previously in the land of the shamans, but I didn't manage to enter it due to certain reasons in the past. Now that I'm here, I'd like to experience it no matter what. I will need your help in introducing me to the place, Su Ming said with a smile. After experiencing all the things on the road, Nangong Hen had become even more intent on becoming friends with Su Ming. Once he heard Su Ming's words, he immediately spoke. That's easy. I've entered the treasure gambling event a few times before. Since you're here, Brother Imo, you should indeed experience it. Perhaps if you're lucky, you will be able to find a priceless treasure. But Brother Imo, before we go, we should rent a spirit of 9 Nangong Hen fell silent for a moment, then extended his invitation to Su Ming. How about this? If you don't mind, why don't we stay in the same inn in Shaman City? If that's the case, we will be able to communicate with each other easier. Su Ming thought about it for a moment before he nodded with a smile and expressed his gratitude. Nangong Hen let out a boisterous laugh and walked forward briskly towards Shaman City with Su Ming, bringing with them the 3 youths behind them. Before long, the group arrived right outside the city. There were already quite a number of people waiting to enter at that moment, and there was already a very long queue in line. Most of the people in the queue were teenagers, and there would be one medial shaman standing in between some of the teenagers acting as their protector. It did not matter whether it were those teenagers or the medial shamans. Most of them had injuries on their person. There were even some of them who looked pale, as if they were injured terribly. The queue waiting to get into the city was very long, but the examination right in front was incredibly strict. There were a dozen-something medial shaman dressed in uniform standing right outside the city gate. Usually, once they finished each of the examinations, they would receive some money before they allowed the people into the city. There were quite a number of impatient-looking people waiting in the long queue to enter the city, but once they looked at the medial shamans in uniform, they would force down their irritation. However, there would occasionally be someone who arrived and did not need to queue up due to their unique identities. They could walk straight to the gates and enter the city after a simple examination. All of these people belonged to big tribes or had close relations to the god of Shaman's temple. There are so many people here. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow before we can go into the city. When Lon Lon saw the long line once she arrived outside the city gate, she sighed. However, she also noticed that most of the teenagers that were like her, waiting in line, looked defeated. Clearly, they had gone through a lot of hardships on their way here. There were even some of them who had grief on their faces, and it was plain as day that their companions had died on the way. When Lon Lon remembered just how her journey to this place had been more frights than true danger, she could not help but look at Su Ming. Su Ming swept his gaze past the crowd with a calm look. He did not mind waiting till tomorrow. That matter was not a problem to him. We don't need to wait, we can just go in. Once they arrived near Shaman City, Nangong Hen felt his spirits lift up. When he heard Lon Lan's words, the idea of letting Su Ming know the vast amounts of connections he had popped up in his head. After all, to people with their current level of cultivation, making friends was not because they could get along well, it was also because they could mutually benefit each other. Su Ming's nonchalant attitude during the entire trip was incredibly valuable in Nangong Hen's books. That was why it was necessary for him to befriend Su Ming. However, he felt that he still had yet to show his own value to Su Ming. As he spoke, he brought the group straight to the city. Su Ming's lips curled up into a light smile. He could somewhat tell what Nangong Hen was thinking. Judging by how confident the other looked, he definitely had a way, and if Su Ming did not have to wait, he would naturally choose not to wait in line until tomorrow. He followed behind Nangong Hen, and Lon Lon, along with the 2 boys, followed suit. The act of those 5 people not lining up and going straight to the city gate immediately caught a large amount of attention from the crowd. When they looked over, a large number of the medial shamans who were protecting the children immediately appeared shocked when they saw Nangong Hen. Some of them even wrapped their fists in their palms from the distance and greeted him with a smile. So it's you, Brother Nangong? Which tribe are you protecting this time? Brother Nangong, it's been a long while. How are you? Haha. Brother Nangong, once we get into the city, you and I have to drink till we're drunk. With a smile on his face, Nangong Hen continued walking forward while wrapping his fist in his palm to return his greetings to these people. He was not at all disoriented because there were too many people greeting him. Everything was done methodically, and it was obvious that he was already used to this. When Nan Gonghen arrived right outside the city, the medial shamans who were dressed in uniforms and were examining the people smiled. They did not examine Su Ming and the others at all, but simply moved out of the way, and when they did so, Su Ming was shocked by the connections Nan Gonghen had. There was always a smile on Nan Gonghen's face. Once he greeted the medial shamans guarding the place, he brought Su Ming and the others through the city gate. As they walked through the city gate's tunnel, Su Ming remarked with a smile, "Brother Nan Gong, the amount of people you know is really impressive. Though the reason why the guards from the god of Shaman's temple let us in without an examination isn't because you were close to them. Am I right? Brother Mo, it seems like I've made a fool of myself before you. I like making friends, and since my father also has a large number of friends, I've grown up in the god of Shaman's temple since I was young. That's why. Please excuse me for making a fool of myself," Nan Gonghen said with a smile. Su Ming smiled. He was just about to speak when his smile suddenly froze and his pupils shrank. He saw a woman walking towards him from inside the city through the tunnel. Chapter 4:25. I understand him. It was an incredibly cold and beautiful woman with violet hair. The woman looked to be around 26 or 27 years of age. She was tall and dressed in purple robes. There was a white whip tied to her waist, causing her waist to curve in beautifully before the lines curved out in an exaggerated fashion to show off her posterior and her long legs. Her long hair danced in the wind as she moved. It would not be an exaggeration to compare her to ice due to the chilling look in her eyes and the aloof look on her petite face. The woman's beautiful face especially gave her a unique, cold beauty when paired with her indifference. Su Ming laughed wryly in his heart, though no one could see any hint of it since he had his mask on his face. He knew this woman, or more accurately speaking, he'd seen this woman when she was naked before. That woman was the one from the god of Shaman's temple, which progenitor Hong Luo had met when he was in control of Su Ming's body, and because the woman did not have enough aura of Yin, he did not cast the art of the dragon subject, Yin Simmerg, on her. Hong Luo, why did you say you were Su Ming? Su Ming laughed even more wryly in his heart and felt a massive headache in his head. When he saw this woman, a feeling as if he was falsely accused formed in his heart, and he could say nothing about it. When he had woken up, he had seen everything that happened when Hong Luo controlled his body. He even had a feeling that he was Hong Luo himself. With that feeling around, he could remember clearly that this woman had looked at him with eyes burning with hatred. If she learns that I am me. Huh? Su Ming forced down the torn feeling in his heart and looked at the woman walking over with a calm look on his face. Nan Gonghen was originally smiling by the side, but when he saw the woman, his smile froze as well. And just like Su Ming's, it was then replaced with a wry one. Nan Gonghen let out a fake cough and asked that cold woman, "Sis, are you going out? So you're not dead yet?" The woman who was as cold as ice remarked coolly when she was 10 feet away from Nan Gonghen and Su Ming. If anyone ignored that chill in her voice, they would find that it was actually very pleasant to the ears. Nan Gonghen fake coughed again, choking for a moment due to the woman's words. Then, as he laughed wryly, he shook his head. "Sis, how could you say that to your elder brother? Oh well, let me introduce to you, this is..." "Not interested," the woman said coldly, and without even casting a glance at Su Ming, she walked past through them. Nan Gonghen quickly made way for her. Su Ming sighed and moved out of the way as well. The woman walked through and out of the city gate. Who was that? Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but still asked. He had to know of her identity so that he could think of ways to avoid her in the future. "That's my little sister, Nan Gongshan." "Huh. She's been becoming more and more indifferent because of the cultivation method she's practicing. I know it's not a big matter, but 1 year ago, when she was in isolation, something happened, causing her aura of Yin to become even thicker, and now she has become like this," Nan Gonghen said with a wry laugh. He walked through the tunnel with Su Ming and entered Shaman City. Sounds of a bustle entered their ears, and they could see that the city itself was very lively. There were a large number of shamans inside, and when they stood there, they had a feeling as if they had forgotten that they were in the world of Nine Yin. When Su Ming heard Nan Gonghen speaking about the accident a year ago, he felt a little guilty, and he sighed in his heart. He did not expect that Nan Gonghen, whom he met on the way here, would be this woman's big brother. "I didn't expect that she would be here. Brother Amo, I hope you don't mind my sister's cold attitude." Speaking of that accident, did you hear about that unrivaled shaman who suddenly appeared 1 year ago in our land?" Nan Gonghen shook his head, and once he explained his sister's attitude to Su Ming, he started chatting casually with him. Su Ming laughed even more wryly in his heart. He cast a look at Nan Gonghen, and when he saw that Nan Gonghen was just talking about him casually and not pointing fingers at him, Su Ming shook his head. I have been in isolation for many years. I've heard others mentioning the incident a year ago, but I don't know much about it. Nan Gonghen sighed, then led Su Ming and the other 3 youths through the streets of Shaman City. It was very lively on both sides of the street. There were all sorts of shops there, and most of them sold some of the shaman's necessities. Besides these, there were also shops selling unique items that could only be found in the world of Nine. Compared to the perils outside, this place was an incredibly relaxing place, and it looked peaceful here. Speaking of a year ago, a shaman so powerful he was unrivaled appeared in our land. That person's level of cultivation was so high that he had actually surpassed an shaman. When Nan Gonghen said those words, respect and yearning appeared on his face. He actually possesses power that surpasses an shaman. I wonder how he did it. When he appeared, in a few days, he challenged multiple powerful shamans, and every single time those who fought against him lost, he would use a special method and absorb half of their power. Most of the people believe that he is evil, but I don't think so. A hint of excitement appeared in Nan Gonghen's voice, making it clear that he was not at all calm when he spoke of this person. Su Ming blinked and did not say anything. I know that he thinks that these so-called powerful shamans aren't worthy of having any power born out of cultivation, which is why he didn't take their lives, but took away a large part of their power. This is him telling those losers without saying a single word that if they can surpass him someday, they can go find him and retrieve that power he took. I know it. I understand him. I get him. This is a great sentiment showed by that person. This is the true quality of a powerful warrior. All those who lose must give up their power, and this is also a way to motivate them. I always believed that he's a shaman, or else why would he show such compassion to those so-called powerful shamans? He's doing this to urge them on in their training. He's personally motivating them to improve. Nan Gonghen said agitatedly. Su Ming was stunned. Brother Imo, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not the only one who feels this way. There are quite a few of those who lost who have similar feelings. I asked them before. Respect appeared in Nan Gonghen's eyes. I respect this unparalleled shaman from the bottom of my heart. He actually went out his way to motivate even those ferocious beasts. Just how great must he be to be able to do even this? During those few days, there were plenty of ferocious beasts who had great luck and ran into him, and their minds were all stimulated. Perhaps one of them will turn into a sacred beast. Su Ming was rendered completely speechless. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his nose, but ended up touching his mask instead. His lips under the mask were curled up into a wry smile. Lon Lon and Ahu's eyes were shining brilliantly when they heard Nan Gonghen's voice. Their hearts were filled with excitement, and they looked thrilled. Even the aloof boy with the withered right arm was filled with respect and zeal. Then, just how strong is he? Lon Lon could not help but ask. How strong? Heh. With just one flick of his hand, Sir Zhongzhe from Autumn Sea Tribe was sealed in the sky and could not move. All the tribe members of Autumn Sea Tribe were immobilized when he pressed down on the ground. They were all sealed and could not move an inch, and could only watch as he descended and went to their sacred lady's side, hugged her, and flew away with her. This is a great love story. I'm really envious of it. Nan Gonghen let out a long sigh. Su Ming could not help but let out a few dry coughs. The story sounded off when he heard it from other people's mouths, because he knew that the truth was in no way what Nan Gonghen had just said. When Lon Lon heard his words, her eyes shone, and when Ahu saw how Lon Lon reacted, he made a decision in his heart. The sacred lady of Autumn Sea Tribe returned a few days later with the blood dragon he gave her. Now, besides the sacred mackerel pike, Autumn Sea Tribe has another sacred beast. Honestly, my little sister isn't too bad either. Why didn't he choose her? Nan Gonghen shook his head. When he looked at Su Ming, he felt that there was something strange about Su Ming's current demeanor. Brother Imo, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just really moved by this person's actions. Su Ming sighed. Honestly, my little sister also met that person, but they just weren't fated to be. It's also because of that encounter that my sister started harboring unrequited feelings for him and became bitter. That's why she's even more indifferent now. Nan Gonghen brought Su Ming and the others across several streets and sighed as he walked. Where is he now? What is his name? Ahu could not help but ask. He went missing. I suspect that he felt that there was no longer anyone left in the land of the shamans for him to motivate. That's why he chose to leave. His name is Su Ming, the red-haired Su Ming. When Nan Gonghen said that name, excitement and idolization appeared on his face once again. Su Ming froze for a moment and could only laugh wryly in his heart. That was the only thing he could do, to laugh wryly. He was originally prepared for this, but when he heard about it with his own ears, that feeling was still a little different from what he had expected. Su Ming let out a fake cough and was just about to change the topic when Ahu suddenly sprang a question behind him. Red hair? His hair is red. That's right. It doesn't matter whether it's from other people's accounts or from what I saw. We all know that he has long red hair, purple lips, and the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. Those are his greatest characteristics. If you ever have a chance to run into this person, you must bow down to worship him, because his greatness is not something that people can understand. But I do. I know what he's doing. I can comprehend his deeds. I understand him. Nan Gonghen said softly. Red hair, pale face, purple lips, the mark of a peach blossom. Lan Lan mumbled. She had a vague feeling that she had seen a person with such a description before, and when she lifted her head and saw Su Ming turning over to look at her, her expression drastically changed. She just remembered. A year ago, a person with such an appearance appeared above their tribe, and a year later, this person was standing before her with a mask over his face. Since she was behind Nan Gonghen, he could not see her change of expression, and Su Ming's gaze at the moment caused Lan Lan's heart to tremble. She quickly lowered her head, and her heart was filled with anxiety, along with shock. Ahu's face was stark white, but when he saw Su Ming's face, his expression immediately turned normal, as if nothing had happened. He held Lan Lan's hand, but his back was already covered in cold sweat. Su Ming cast a flat look at Lan Lan and Ahu before he averted his gaze and looked towards Nan Gonghen. You saw him before? Chapter 426, The Rise of Cold. Huh, I only managed to see his back. As Nan Gonghen spoke, he shook his head regretfully. At that moment, the group had already arrived at a rather remote area in Shaman City. Right before them was a normal-looking inn. We're here. Brother Amo, this is where I stay every time I come here. It's very quiet here. Please go rest for a while. Once morning arrives, we'll go rent a Spirit of 9 Nan Gonghen walked into the inn, and immediately, after having a brief exchange with the innkeeper, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. With the regret of having only seen the red-haired Su Ming's back still lingering on his face, he brought the boy with the withered right arm and headed to their rooms. Come with me, Su Ming said flatly to the children, then turned around to walk towards his own room once he received instructions from the innkeeper. Lan Lan's face was pale. She became hesitant, even though she was usually bold. However, the usually timid Ahu grabbed Lan Lan's hand and gave her a nod with a determined look on his face. Then, pulling her along, he followed behind Su Ming. For the first time, Lan Lan let Ahu pull her, and nibbling on her bottom lip, she slowly followed Su Ming into his room. There were only a few people staying in the inn. Most of the rooms were empty, and every single one of these rooms had its own seal. Once a person stepped inside, that seal would be activated. When the door to the room fell shut, Su Ming stood by the window and looked at the quiet street outside, as well as the fog-covered sky. It was almost noon outside. He could hear muffled noises filled with excitement coming from the distance, but when they fell into his ears, those sounds were so weak that they felt as if they had traveled through several layers of something before they fell into his ears. This was not a bad place to stay. He could avoid being bothered and could obtain some form of peace. He spread out his divine sense and had it surround the room without making a sound, causing no one to be able to find out what was going on in the room as long as they did not send out a wave of power that would cause ripples in the air surpassing the amount caused by Su Ming's divine sense. Su Ming also sent his divine sense to Nan Gonghen's room as he spread it out. Under his divine sense and his scrutiny, he saw that once Nan Gonghen returned to his room, he first had a melancholic look on his face as if he was deeply moved by something. Then he sat down cross-legged to meditate. When he showed no other actions after a long while, Su Ming left a trail of his divine sense to continue observing Nan Gonghen, then turned around to look at Lan Lan and Ahu. The two teenagers had already waited for a long time, but they did not dare have even a hint of impatience within them. Lan Lan's face turned even paler, and Ahu clutched Lan Lan's hand even tighter. When she met Su Ming's gaze, Lan Lan shuddered. Say, Senior, Ahu's current manner of conduct was completely different from how he showed himself to others usually. With a resolute look on his face, he pulled Lon Lon down and knelt on the ground with her. "Senior, please cast a spell on us to wipe away our memories just now to avoid us revealing anything subconsciously. If we did, not only will it bring trouble to you, we will also bring disaster on ourselves." Su Ming did not speak. After sweeping his gaze across the two youths, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. This was an accident. However, Su Ming was already prepared for this accident to happen when he agreed to White Bull Tribe's patriarch's request. After all, Hong Luo's actions were too flashy, and it was difficult for people to not remember his looks and traits. However, he did not expect that this would happen so quickly. Just one Nangong hen, and his appearance when he was his red-haired self was completely revealed. But fortunately for him, Nangong hen had been talking about it casually when they were in the city, and judging by his looks, he did not seem to have grown any suspicions towards him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he looked at the two youths once again. "Knowing about this will bring more harm than good to you. Not only will it possibly make you lose your life, you might also bring about total annihilation to your tribe." Su Ming did not lie. Once the two children revealed any hints, then White Bull Tribe would be in danger. "Senior." Ahu's face turned pale. Lon Lon, too, was in the same condition. Su Ming lifted his right hand swiftly, and with a flick of his wrist, the boy and girl immediately fell to the side unconscious. Su Ming was still as calm as ever. If he did not have the immortal's nascent soul and learned a method to wipe out other people's memories from the legacy Hong Luo left him, he would not have agreed to escort anyone in the world of Nine. He was already prepared for this a long time ago. He just did not expect that he would be using it so early. 2 hours later, Lon Lon and Ahu walked out of Su Ming's room with dazed looks in their eyes. After returning to their rooms, they only started recovering gradually after the time taken for the burning of an incense stick. Not a hint of the red-haired Su Ming was left in their memories. Teenagers would never be able to keep still. Once Lon Lon regained her senses, she could not contain her desire to go out and take a look around Shaman City, especially now that noon had just passed by and it was still bright outside. So she went with Ahu and invited the boy with the withered right arm to go with them. Once the three of them obtained permission from Su Ming and Nangong hen, they left the inn. Time trickled by. When it was almost evening, while sitting with his legs crossed, Su Ming opened his eyes and looked towards the door. After a moment, knocking fell into his ears, and it was soon followed by Nangong hen's cheerful voice. "Brother Mo, dusk in the world of Nine is incredibly beautiful, and it's even more so when the 9 moons show up. Why don't we drink and admire the sky together?" A large part of the reason why Nangong hen could have so many friends was because he spoke with a cheery tone and because he was the type of person who would take the initiative and invite people to drink with him. When Su Ming heard Nangong hen's words, he smiled and went to the door. Once he pushed it open, he saw Nangong hen carrying 2 pots of wine standing outside his room. Since Su Ming had covered the entire inn within his divine sense, all of Nangong hen's actions, and even everything that happened in the inn could be detected him. Nangong hen did not bring out those 2 pots of wine himself. He had instead asked the innkeeper for them, and these pots of wine had just been brought out from the underground wine cellar. Su Ming had also scanned the innkeeper and the wine with his divine sense and detected no problems. Besides, Nangong hen had also drank 1 pot when he was in his room, and it seemed like because he thought that wine when drank without any company was tasteless, he came to Su Ming. Su Ming knew about all of this and took over a pot of wine with a smile, then took a big swig from it. Nangong hen's eyes shone brilliantly, and as he laughed heartily, they walked towards the top level of the inn. The top level of the inn was a balcony loft. There were several tables placed there, and the balcony did not have a lot of things acting as shelter, causing the air to enter the space from all directions and circulate freely there. They sat at a table by the edge and looked towards the fire-red shade in the sky. It was very comfortable. "I like the world of Nine a lot, and I come here almost every single time it's opened," Nangong hen said with a deep sigh while drinking and looking at the sky in the distance. Su Ming's gaze fell on the fire-red shade in the sky, and he remarked in a calm tone, "This is indeed a good place. It's difficult to imagine that it was an ancient ruin. Haha, look at the peace we have here and think about the dangers outside. Think about the area 1 million leagues away where not even our ancestors have managed to explore, and here we are, drinking and looking at the moon appearing. This is just so friggin' comfortable." Nan Gong Hen laughed boisterously and drank a huge mouthful. Brother Imo, do you know what my dream is? I want to go past those 1,000,000 lease and go to a place no one has ever gone to before, and I want to drink over there while looking at the dusk and watching the moon appearing. Nan Gong Hen looked at the faint shadow of the moon that was gradually appearing in the red sky and spoke with a smile. Over there, I wouldn't have to be bothered by any wars. I could ignore my father's dreams for me. I wouldn't have to think about anything, just my own dreams, and over there, I would wait for a person. Nan Gong Hen let out a light sigh. Oh. Su Ming took a sip of his wine and looked towards Nan Gong Hen. Brother Imo, you must have wondered why I always come here. It's not just because I like this place. I really like it, by the way, but I come here every time because I made a promise with someone, and that's the more important reason. Nan Gong Hen remained silent for a moment before he spoke with an agonized voice. I will wait for her here. She went past those 1,000,000 lease, and we made a promise that I'll wait for her here. But it's been so many years, and she still isn't back. Promise. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the pot of wine in his hand. He brought it up and took a big swig from it. His gaze fell on the sky in the distance, and in the midst of that red, the first moon gradually appeared. If you truly can't forget her, then why don't you go and look for her in that area? Right at that moment, an aloof voice traveled forth from the loft. Su Ming's divine sense focused together. He had only managed to notice this person appearing one breath before that voice spoke. Several breaths later, an aloof woman walked up the stairs. That person was naturally Nan Gong Hen's little sister, who also happened to be the one person Su Ming kind of did not want to see at the moment. The woman did not even look at him. Once she walked over, she sat by the side and took the pot of wine from Nan Gong Hen's hands. Immediately, white, chilling air spread out from within, and it was obvious that the wine inside the pot had chilled over instantly. She brought it up and took a big mouthful from it. Nan Gong Hen lifted his head and looked at the woman, only speaking after a long while. I definitely will. Su Ming watched the siblings by the side and was just about to search for an excuse to leave when his expression suddenly changed. A freezing glint immediately appeared in his eyes, and he got up to look at a distant spot in the city. Brother Nan Gong, I have something I have to deal with. Please excuse me. As Su Ming spoke, the freezing look in his eyes became even colder, and with one move, he turned into a long arc and flew off the balcony. Nan Gong Hen was momentarily stunned. When he lifted his head to look, the cold woman by his side turned her gaze on Su Ming's departing back for the first time, and her pupils suddenly shrank. At that moment, in a bustling street located in a downtown area to the north of Shaman City was a shop, and Lon Lon was standing in that shop seething in rage. Ahu looked a little frightened by her side, and as for the boy with the withered right arm, his face was pale and his expression bitter. Right before them stood an extravagantly dressed boy with scorn on his face. There was a married woman standing by his side, and she held herself in a beautiful manner. No signs of time or age could be seen on her face. Her eyes were calm. There were 3 expressionless men standing behind the boy and woman. The ripples spreading off the 3 men showed that they were all medial shamans. Qidong was the one who first took a fancy to this herb, and he even paid for it. How could you be so unreasonable and snatch it away? Lon Lon demanded furiously. Qidong, I didn't expect I would run into you here. Judging by your right arm, you must be thinking about using this herb to heal it. Don't you worry, I'll have someone buy all of these herbs in the city. If you come and beg me, I can give you some of it. If you kowtow to me, then I will give you a shrub, but right now, I'm feeling horrible. Chase them out, the rich boy said with a smile, and his final sentence was spoken to the medial shamans behind him. Bayer, don't go causing trouble to other people intentionally. That's impolite. Since he bought this herb first, then we'll give it to them after we break their legs and throw them out. The woman spoke with a bland voice, then turned around and no longer bothered with them, looking at the other things in the shop, as if this sort of thing would not catch much of her attention. Since she gave the order, there would naturally be someone who would carry it out. Chapter 427, A Misunderstanding? That's not enough. Once the boy called Bayer heard the woman's words, a hint of cruelty appeared on his lips. Then he looked at the boy with the withered right arm with a smug look on his face. The right arm of the boy who came with Lon Lon and the others was now withered up so badly that it looked to be only skin and bones. His face turned even paler. How could you do this? We've never bothered you before, and we already paid for this herb. You're the ones who are trying to snatch it from us. Your power is great. How could you bully us children? Don't you feel ashamed? Lanlan's face was red from anger. She was terrified, but among the three of them, Qi was keeping silent like a block of wood, and Ahu was being as timid and cowardly as ever. While Lan was terrified, she was still screaming in rage. When she saw Qi pale face, she gritted her teeth. Our guardian is Mo Su, and his guardian is Hen. If you dare hurt us, the both of them will never forgive you. When she saw that one of the expressionless medial shamans started walking towards them, Lan shouted loudly and protected Qi and Ahu as they retreated. Her face was already stark pale, but she continued keeping up a brave front. Hen. The woman who had already turned around to look at the other items frowned slightly when she heard Hen's name. Since it's Hen, I'll just take one leg off each of you. As for that little girl, she has a quick mouth. Cut her tongue off. Understood, ma'am. The medial shaman who was walking towards Lan and the other two bows was a thin, middle-aged man. At that moment, he turned towards the woman and bowed to her while voicing his obedience to her respectfully. Then he turned around and walked towards Lan and the others without any sort of expression. Under the pressure coming from him as a medial shaman, Lan shuddered. Ahu's eyes were filled with terror, and Qi lowered his head bitterly. It was impossible for the three of them to leave the place. The pressure was like the might of heaven to the three of them. Qi, First Mistress, this has nothing to do with the both of them. We only came together to Shaman City because we were heading down the same path. My matter doesn't concern them. If you truly wanted to deal punishment, you can break my legs and my remaining arm. I will take their place. The boy with the withered right arm lifted his head at the moment, and with a bitter expression on his face, he took a few steps forward. The boy's words did not catch the woman's attention. As if she did not hear them, she picked up a black wooden hair stick in the shop and looked at it with her head lowered. The boy by her side cast Qi a glance with a cold sneer on his face. The smugness and disdain on his face was as clear as day. The middle-aged medial shaman who was walking towards Lan and the other two boys did not stop for even a moment. As he got closer, the cold chill spreading from his body made despair appear in the three teenagers' eyes. Qi eyes turned red. With a roar, as he moved back, he used his body and knocked Lan and Ahu towards the door to the shop. Run, Ahu. Take Lan and run. Lan hesitated. Ahu grabbed her hand by her side and immediately rushed towards the gate in his anxiety. However, right at the instant he and Lan managed to reach the door, a gust of wind shot out from nowhere and blew against them from before them. It immediately caused Lan and Ahu to shudder before their bodies were forced back against their will, as if they had knocked into a wall. As they moved back, they coughed out a mouthful of blood. Our guardian is Mo Su. He won't forgive you. Lan wiped away her blood and glared at the medial shaman fiercely. Ahu sucked in a deep breath by her side. His face might be pale and his chest hurt, but he stood before Lan with an unwavering determination on his face, just like a mountain. Qi laughed brokenly, and when he looked at Lan and Ahu, there was a deep, apologetic look on his face. He regretted his actions immensely. He should not have come out. It would have been fine if he alone was harmed, but getting others involved was not his intention. The middle-aged medial smiled coldly and did not have the responsibility a person of his status should feel as a high-ranked shaman. His attacks against the three defenseless children were incredibly brutal. Mo Su, I've never heard of any powerful medial shamans who goes by that name before. I'd like to see just how this person won't forgive me. The middle-aged medial shaman took one step forward and leapt past Qi. With a swing of his arm, he flung Ahu aside, and Ahu was instantly sent tumbling to the side, causing the middle-aged medial shaman to arrive at the pale-faced and despair-filled Lan. With a cold sneer, the middle-aged medial shaman lifted his right hand swiftly and moved to point towards Lan's right leg. The moment his finger touched her leg, it would immediately shatter to pieces, and she would forever be rendered lame. By the side, Ahu let out a piercing howl as if he had gone mad and was about to charge forward. As for Qi, his heart was pain, but he did not hesitate. He, too, charged forward. But the two children were not even fledgling shamans. It was impossible for them to overtake that middle-aged medial shaman, and even if they did manage to pounce on him, they could do nothing against him. The middle-aged medial shaman's right hand was as quick as lightning, and with a speed that seemed as if there was nothing that could hope to match up to it. He went straight for the despairing Lan's right leg. However, it looked as if there was nothing that could match up to his right hand. It was not as if there was truly no one who could stop it. Right at the instant, there was only 3 inches between the middle-aged medial shaman's right index finger and Lan Lan's right leg. A voice that could chill one right down to the soul traveled forth from the sky outside the shop. "Don't you dare!" The voice echoed in the air, sounding as if it was still coming from the distance. But if anyone listened carefully, they would feel as if that voice was right by their ear. The moment the middle-aged medial shaman heard that voice, his index finger was suddenly held by a right hand that suddenly appeared beside him. It was a cold hand attached to a black sleeve. As the hand appeared, a masked man dressed in black appeared beside the middle-aged medial shaman as well. "Didn't you want to see how exactly I would not forgive you? I'll show you." Naturally, that masked man was Ming. It only took the span of a breath from the moment he spoke to the moment he appeared. Right when he grabbed the middle-aged medial shaman's right index finger, that man's expression immediately changed drastically. However, right when his expression changed, Ming crushed his finger with his right hand. A sharp crack rang in the air. The medial shaman let out a groan, and his face instantly turned pale. His right index finger had been crushed to bits. His heart trembled, and by instinct, he wanted to retreat. But before he even took 2 steps back, he saw blood pouring out from the cracks of Ming's fingers. Right before him, Ming's eyes under the mask shone with a profound light, and he lifted his right hand to swing it at the medial shaman before him. With that one swing, the gust of wind that this person used to deal with Lan Lan and Ahu appeared out of nowhere with an intensity far greater than before, turning into a whirlwind that swept this person inside. Green light shone at the center of Ming's brows, and the small virescent sword charged out with a sharp whistle, piercing through that whirlwind. And as blood scattered into the air, green light flickered. The whirlwind disappeared, and what was left on the spot was the middle-aged medial shaman with his eyes wide open in disbelief. There was a bloodied wound at the center of his brows that pierced through his entire skull. He fell to the side, convulsing a few times before he breathed his last and died. All of this, right from the moment Ming appeared to the moment the middle-aged medial shaman died, only lasted for the span of a few breaths. It happened so fast that it was unbelievable, so quick that no one could react to it. The woman who was inspecting the black wooden hair stick turned around swiftly. With an electrifying gaze, she looked at Ming, and a stern look appeared on her face. The boy beside her turned pale in the blink of an eye. To him, that span of time that only lasted for a few breaths was only an instant. Yet it was as if the world had turned upside down after that instant. It made his head go off in a bang, and he stood there with his mind in a blank state. The 2 medial shamans beside the woman were originally expressionless, but both their faces instantly changed at that moment. Their gazes were immediately filled with shock as they stared at Ming. They knew it themselves that they could not kill a fellow shaman at the same level so quickly and clearly. It was as if the middle-aged medial shaman was so weak that he could not withstand one blow before this person. When Lan Lan saw Ming, she was also taken aback. This was the first time she saw Ming attack, and with just one attack, he had managed to make this person who had made her sink into despair die instantly. That sort of power and that sort of murderous aura made all the doubts she had towards Ming disappear without a trace. At the same time, right after she saw him, she was like a child who had met her parent after she was bullied, and immediately felt hurt and reliant on him. "Senior." Lan Lan's eyes turned red, and she sounded almost in tears. "Senior." Ahu's face was filled with excitement as he stood by the side, and he bowed deeply towards Ming with a fist wrapped in his palm. Even Shidong came to Ming's side with excited haste. That aloof boy seemed to not know how to convey his emotions, so he could only kneel down towards Ming and kowtow several times. The woman's face was stern as she stared at Ming. After some time, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on her countenance. "Sir, how may I address you? This might perhaps be a misunderstanding. I am a member of Eastern Goosefoot tribe. We've always liked getting to know the powerful shamans from other tribes. Do you have anyone that you may be familiar with in our tribe?" The woman might no longer be young, but her beauty still remained. When she smiled, she gave off a feeling as if she was charm personified, and with that beauty of hers, she did not look as if she was deliberately doing it. She instead gave others a feeling that this was natural for her. This was completely different from Madame G's charm. They gave off 2 different kinds of appeal. The reason for this is because my son likes this herb and got into a conflict with this boy. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. You have already punished my guard. This is a misunderstanding. Could you let it slide?" The woman asked gently, twirling her hair with a finger. "It's not like that. They were being bullies. We already paid for that herb, but they wanted to break our legs. Lon Lon immediately said by the side. Enough. Su Ming's gaze was calm when he interrupted Lon Lan's words. Lon Lon immediately fell silent obediently and no longer spoke. I don't care who is right or wrong. You hurt my people, and you want to call it off by saying it's a misunderstanding? That's not enough. Su Ming declared coldly. This was the Ninth Summit's principle, and it was also Su Ming's own principle. Chapter 428, 100 Million Soul Devouring Heaven. Once the woman heard Su Ming's cold words, a murderous glare appeared in her eyes. She already told him her tribe and had even humbled herself because she did not want to offend this person who could marginally be considered to a powerhouse even among the powerful shamans. After all, there were not many of those from Eastern Goosefoot in Shaman City. In fact, to her, what she did today could not be considered going too far. She was already being merciful to that Qi-Dong boy, and as for that boy and girl, she was only asking for one of their legs to be broken. She was not trying to take their lives. This man had already killed one of her people, and she even tolerated it, but judging by his words, he was being completely unreasonable. That was going too far. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant? The woman demanded coldly. But right when she finished speaking, Su Ming shook his head and moved towards them. Kill him. Murderous intent shone in the woman's eyes. To her, since Su Ming did not appreciate her goodwill, then she would have his head stay in this place. When I attack you, you are not allowed to strike back. When Su Ming walked over, the two medial shamans closed in on him quickly. One of them was a battle shaman, and the other a spirit medium. At that moment, the spirit medium bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a large amount of vengeful spirits. With piercing howls, they pounced on Su Ming. At the same time, the battle shaman took a huge step forward with an incredibly stern countenance, stirring up a violent gust of wind. Golden light shone on his body, and he looked as if he was dressed in golden armor. With an incredibly mighty bearing, he threw a punch at Su Ming. That one punch instantly caused sounds as if the wind was broken through. There was also a suction force spreading out from the punch, causing the space around them to distort. Clearly, the battle shaman's punch was not any ordinary fist. However, right when his fist was about to land on Su Ming looked as if he did not intend to dodge and was simply going to let that punch hit him. But right at that instant, he moved slightly, and the battle shaman's fist landed on empty air. At the same time, Su Ming appeared to the battle shaman's right. If you strike back, I will strike back heavily, Su Ming stated calmly. He formed multiple seals with his right hand, and during the instant his nascent soul's power spread from his body. The seals had already changed several times. He pressed his hand on the battle shaman's ribs, and the man shuddered. His face instantly turned pale, and at the same time, Su Ming retracted his nascent soul's power. The berserker's power that was used to refine the body erupted on his right hand. He clenched his fist and struck. The battle shaman coughed out fresh blood and moved to the side with a groan, unable to stop Su Ming at all. As he moved back, a black bruise appeared on his ribs, and a strange round mark showed up there. The mark looked as if it could absorb the man's flesh and blood, causing the man to rapidly wither away as he retreated. Once that black round mark started absorbing his flesh and blood, a large amount of his flesh started rotting away. The appearance of that mark might have made it seem like it was an easy thing to do, but in truth, it was what Su Ming had obtained when researching the curse while he was in isolation. Attacking with his nascent soul's power was to cut off the circulation path that was almost like those passages for qi circulation in his opponent's body, and that punch filled with the berserker power was to temporarily stop the recovery of his opponent's flesh and blood, and it was followed by Su Ming sending out the curse's power through his hand. Just by doing these things, he could cause the person to not have any sort of cultivation circulation. When the blood and flesh started to be unable to recover on their own, they would begin absorbing everything else in the body to aid in their recovery with an explosive force. Waves of black mist spread out from that round mark, causing the man to scream in pain. With a shocked look filled with terror, he tried to stop that mark under his ribs from rotting away, but it was difficult to do. He could only scream in pain and convey a terror that would strike fear in other people's hearts. If you intend to injure me heavily, I will strike back fatally. Su Ming no longer bothered himself with the man and walked towards the medial spirit medium. The vengeful spirits that had spread out from the spirit medium were circling Su Ming, but right at the instant they were about to pounce on him, a bell chime came from within Su Ming's body. The bell chime rang mightily, and the instant it rang out, those vengeful spirits instantly let out screams of pain and swiftly retreated in desperation. It was as if there was an existence within Su Ming's body that terrified them. However, before they could retreat too far away, they immediately started letting out shrill screams, and as if there was a great suction force from Su Ming's body, they were sucked towards him. In the span of a breath, they were dragged into Su Ming's pores, disappearing without a trace. Su Ming remained as calm as ever, and not a hint of change in expression could be seen on his face. It was as if he knew a long time ago that this would happen. This was the power of the bell he obtained after the sixth head had awakened on Han Mountain Bell. He would need to absorb enough souls to awaken the seventh head. After Hong Luo passed away, and Su Ming subsequently regained his senses, he checked Han Mountain Bell as well. The three heads Hong Luo shocked awake earlier had fallen asleep once again after his death, but Su Ming could feel that even though the three heads went back to sleep, they had become much easier to awaken compared to before. Absorb 100 million vengeful spirits to attain the power of Han Mountain Bell's sixth head, 100 million soul, devouring heaven. When the spirit medium saw Su Ming forcefully absorbing those vengeful spirits into his body, and even felt the connection between him and them breaking in an instant, his face turned pale. He lifted his right hand abruptly and slapped his own forehead. Immediately, veins popped up there. This scene made the spirit medium look incredibly hideous. He did not look like a person, but was more like a malicious spirit. He let out a piercing howl, and a large amount of black mist seeped out from all over his body. If you strike a fatal blow, then I will have your family die with you. Su Ming's words were spoken slowly, and when he said them, he had already appeared before the spirit medium. The spirit medium shuddered. Su Ming's words and swift decisiveness when he killed previously rose in his mind instantly. Those words were spoken calmly, but the meaning behind them had a domineering presence so mighty it seemed to be able to shoot straight into the sky and blow apart everything. That presence was so overbearing that no one could go against it, could not even resist it, or else they would only die. One of Spirit Medium's companion's corpse was still on the ground, while his second companion was still wailing in pain, most of his body already decayed. As that black mist completely surrounded that spirit medium and veins popped out on his face, he lifted his right hand and swiftly chopped down on his right leg. Immediately, a thud came from his right leg, and it was cut off. Blood poured out of his wound, but it was instantly sealed off by the black mist. His face was bloodless as he held a hand on the wall beside him, then turned to look at Su Ming respectfully. Su Ming's eyes remained on the spirit medium for a moment before he turned away and looked at the woman, whose eyes were now filled with terror. I am the daughter of Eastern Goosefoot's tribe leader. Our tribe is only slightly smaller than a big tribe, and this time, my tribe uncle is among those who are coming to Shaman City, and he is a ladder shaman. If you dare hurt us, Eastern Goosefoot tribe will never let you off. You're dead meat. The woman let out a piercing screech. The moment Su Ming looked towards her and she said those words, a strong light flashed in her right hand and turned into a light screen, protecting her along with the boy whose face was now filled with terror and who was trembling in fear. At the same time that screen of light appeared, an explosive power spread out from it swiftly. The face of the spirit medium who had cut off his own right leg changed. Black mist surrounded him, and he swiftly flew off, charging out of the shop. Almost the instant he left, the shop where Su Ming was let out a violent boom. The sound spread through most of Shaman City, causing most of the people to take notice of it. The shop was ripped apart under that boom, and its parts fell down layer by layer, shattering and exploding into numerous pieces that scattered through the area, causing the street to look as if a pit had appeared in it, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. Dust flew into the air, and within the dust, the onlookers could faintly see that the woman and boy were protected by a screen of light, and they were completely unscathed. Su Ming stood before them, looking as calm as ever, and nothing much had changed on him. As for the three children, they were surrounded by a ray of dark light, uninjured as the shop crumbled around them. The woman glared at Su Ming with hatred from behind the screen of light. The gracefulness she possessed was long gone. That hateful look made her seem rather similar to Madame G. As the boom echoed in the air, two long arcs charged over from the sky in the distance, closing in the span of a breath and descending beside Su Ming before turning into a man and a woman. The man was naturally Nangong Hen, and the woman was Nangong Shan, who donned a cold demeanor right after she appeared. She stared at Su Ming's back, immersed in her own thoughts. Nan Gonghen swept his gaze past his surroundings with a dark face. When he saw the medial shaman who had the center of his brows pierced through, his gaze paused on him for a moment. But when he saw the man who had completely rotted away but was not dead and was lying there wailing weakly, his pupils shrank. Brother Mo, this is... Nan Gonghen hesitated for a moment. He had naturally seen the hatred-filled woman behind that screen of light. Nan Gonghen, this has nothing to do with you. This is a personal grudge between Eastern Goosefoot tribe and him. Once the woman saw Nan Gonghen, she immediately spoke. She was the daughter of a tribe leader and was very knowledgeable of the world since she was young. At that moment, she immediately deduced that if Nan Gonghen joined in, then the situation would turn incredibly undesirable for her. Mo, if you dare to, then don't leave Shaman City immediately. Right now, I've already activated my screen of light, and my tribe uncle will instantly rush here. I'd like to see whether you will still be as arrogant before a ladder shaman. Even if you want to mitigate the situation, it's already impossible, she said, her voice laced with malice. Nan Gonghen's face turned dark, and he turned around to cast a look at the boy with the withered right arm. When he promised this boy to help him through his journey to become a spirit medium, he already knew about his ties to Eastern Goosefoot tribe, but he was not bothered by it. He was certain that Eastern Goosefoot tribe knew of his status in the god of Shaman's temple, and it was not a problem for him. However, the change in the current situation had Mo Su dragged into play. This gave Nan Gonghen a massive headache. He could already tell what had transpired with just one glance. If he pulled himself out of this matter, then it would be impossible for him to continue being friends with Su Ming. Chapter 429, The Might of One Blow. This is a misunderstanding. Nan Gonghen laughed wryly, but the moment he said those words, and before he could even finish his sentence, the woman behind the screen of light immediately barked coldly. Nan Gonghen, he killed 3 of my guards. Nan Gonghen's words died in his mouth. He was just racking his brain and thinking of what to say when Su Ming smiled. Brother Nan Gong, don't get involved in this. Help me take care of the 2 children. Once I'm finished with this, let's continue drinking. As Su Ming spoke, he looked towards the woman behind the screen of light. As for that ladder shaman from your tribe, I'd like to see just how much stronger he would be if compared to me. Su Ming was not lying or exaggerating. He had his nascent soul clone, had that poison corpse in the Berserker soul realm, and had the legacy of the Wind Berserker. He truly wanted to know just how wide was the distance between him and a ladder shaman. As for the problem of him exposing his identity, well, Su Ming's power was incredibly mixed at the moment. He had with him the power of immortals, berserkers, and the shaman's curse. Unless there was an end shaman around, it would be difficult for anyone to figure out his identity. After all, Hong Luo's path to life had wiped away Su Ming's presence, and if even Di Tian found it hard to detect him, it would be much more so for other people. Su Ming's words made Nan Gonghen immediately swallow the words he had thought of to mediate the situation. He looked towards Su Ming with internal shock and began estimating Su Ming's power once again. Judging by his look, it seemed like he really intended to fight against a ladder shaman. If this came out of any other medial shaman, Nan Gonghen would absolutely not believe them. However, the surprises Su Ming had given him were aplenty. The strange perception he showed all their way here that allowed him to detect danger could be said to be incomprehensible. There was also the matter about the 2 corpses he saw just now. The first one had clearly died with just 1 strike. The strange one was the second corpse. Judging by its look, it seemed like the curse. This left Nan Gonghen in shock, and at the same time, he found himself unable to speak. He nodded instead to Su Ming. When the woman heard that Su Ming wanted to fight against a ladder shaman, she looked as if she had just heard a great joke. Derision appeared on her face. You boast without shame and act with extreme conceitedness. You're just a puny medial shaman, and you dare say such words? When my tribe uncle comes here, let's see whether you will still dare say such words. The boy beside her let out a huge sigh of relief. With the protection of the light screen, he had become much less afraid. At that moment, he was looking at Su Ming coldly, with hate burning in his eyes. This incident happened in an incredibly busy street in Shaman City. As things continued unfolding between them, they had already attracted a large amount of attention. The onlookers did not feel any sort of pressure towards these sort of exciting incidents, and most of them were watching around them with the intention to be entertained. If anyone swept through the place broadly, they would find that there were several hundreds of people watching. There were even some shamans who were rushing over when they heard their companions sending news to them. Isn't that Madame Zhao from Eastern Goosefoot Tribe? She was the most beautiful woman in Eastern Goosefoot Tribe in the past. Eastern Goosefoot Tribe might not be a big tribe, but it's already considered one of the bigger tribes. There might be no end shamans in the tribe, but I heard that they have 4 ladder shamans. Who is that masked person? How did he offend Eastern Goosefoot Tribe? Interesting. Madame Zhao was actually forced to bring out the light screen of protection. I remember that only the core members of these larger tribes have a protective spell with them. Once that screen of light is activated, the tribe members from all around the area will immediately notice it. Su Ming placed his hands behind his back and stood there, looking at the sky without a single word. The 3 children now looked rather alarmed, but when they saw Su Ming's relaxed demeanor, they slowly calmed down and their eyes became filled with anticipation, but there was still a hint of anxiety in them. Time passed by slowly, and half the burning of an incense stick later, the woman behind the screen of light grew anxious. By right, once the screen of light was activated, her tribe uncle from her tribe should arrive quickly, but he was not here, even now. Su Ming's relaxed and calm demeanor at the moment also gave her some pressure. The time for half the burning of an incense stick has passed by, but your ladder shaman still isn't here. Su Ming averted his gaze from the sky and looked at the woman behind the screen of light, speaking in a languid manner. If that's the case, then I won't wait anymore. As Su Ming spoke, he walked towards the screen of light. The boy beside the woman immediately became nervous, but the woman only smiled coldly. She did not believe that Su Ming could break this screen of light in a short period of time. Su Ming walked leisurely towards the screen of light and tapped at it lightly with his right hand. Immediately, a great rebound shot up and bounced his right hand several inches back. When the woman saw this, she let out a sigh of relief in her heart and said with a cold sneer, "You won't be able to break this screen of light." Su Ming gave the woman a calm look, then turned around, walking in the air towards the distance with his back facing the screen of light. "Why are you leaving? Could it be that you no longer dare to wait? Even if my tribe uncle is late, what can you do to us? The protection by this screen of light is not something you can break. Didn't you say you're going to break our legs? Didn't you say you'll be waiting for my tribe uncle to arrive? Why are you afraid now?" The woman immediately mocked him. She was worried that Su Ming would escape, and her words were filled with provocative intent. She was not the only one acting this way. The shamans who were watching around them also laughed. Clearly, they were mocking Su Ming's departure even though he had been so tough earlier. However, most of the people agreed to Su Ming's actions. After all, that latter shaman would arrive at any moment, and if he continued waiting, then he would be bringing his own death on his head. If it was anyone else, they might have run away much earlier. Su Ming ignored the woman. Once he was 100-something feet away, he came to an abrupt halt, and as he lifted his right hand, he turned around swiftly. Immediately, a black spiked club appeared in his right hand. That spiked club was entirely black, and when it appeared, a primal, wild feeling shot out from it. Once Su Ming held that club, he turned around. He then raised that spiked club and dropped it toward the screen of light 100-something feet away beneath him. The instant that spiked club was released, its size instantly changed, turning to become 100-something feet long. The breadth of that club was equally shocking, causing the area to instantly burst into an uproar, and during that moment, the club let out a hum in the sky, bringing with it a sharp howl as it broke through the air. It was as if the club contained an unimaginable weight, and it drew the line of a black fan as it traveled downwards. The woman widened her eyes, and at the instant shock appeared on her face. It was as if a huge mountain fell down on the screen of light, covering the moon in the sky and forming a long shadow on the ground. A boom that shook the sky and earth erupted from the screen of light at that instant, and it was so loud that it was deafening. The instant that boom drowned out the uproars from the onlookers, the screen of light shone with a powerful light. As it flashed violently, the top of the screen of light was pierced through by 9 teeth, while the booming sound continued echoing in the air. The entire screen of light let out a cracking sound that screamed that it was no longer able to endure the hit. It shattered, and with a bang, it exploded with the force that drowned the area. Right then, with the screen's mighty power still lingering around, that shocking spiked club fell on the ground with a boom, causing the ground to shake a few times. The houses and streets in the area also trembled, and dust flew into the air. As the ground trembled, a circle of fine cracks appeared. Those cracks spread through the area with rumbling sounds, and they covered around 1,000 feet, causing the floor to be in a state where anyone would suck in a sharp breath once they saw it out of terror. There was not a hint of damage on the gigantic spiked club. As it exuded the primal and wild presence, there was also a cold air around it. At the same time, all the people who witnessed this scene sucked in a sharp breath. They were all shocked to the core, stunned by the sight. Returning to the ground, Ming picked up the club once again, slowly. The spiked club quickly shrank and eventually disappeared from Ming's hand. The woman's face was stark white. She staggered back a few steps, stared at the ground, then at Ming. Her face was filled with shock, and she was staring at him, aghast. The boy beside her fell to the ground, shivering, so terrified that he was on the verge of a breakdown. "I can't break it," Ming asked flatly. After a short period of silence, a powerful commotion immediately broke out around them. The scene just now was deeply embedded into the minds of those who witnessed what happened, and it would not disappear. The might of that one blow from the spiked club and the power of that imposing presence was enough to make everyone be unable to even think about resisting when they came face to face with it. Who is he? Just what is that enchanted vessel? Just one blow, and he managed to forcefully break that screen of light. What incredible power! He used the strength of the enchanted vessel. I think the spiked club's weight alone has already reached a terrifying extent. That's why he only needed to use that strength alone, and it's already enough to make that screen of light shatter. But no matter what, a normal medial shaman would not have any power to try and strike back when they go against this person. As the onlookers continued talking, despair appeared in the woman's eyes for the first time. She was beginning to feel faint hints of regret for treating the three youths that way earlier. Nan Gonghen sucked in a sharp breath. When he saw Ming putting away that black spiked club, Ming's power in his estimations increased once again. He knew that even if he could dodge that blow, he would have to pay a heavy price for it. He was originally rather wary of Ming to begin with, and that wariness grew deeper at this moment. But at the same time, his desire to befriend him grew more fervent. A glint appeared in Nan Gongshan's eyes. When she looked at Ming, uncertainty appeared in her eyes. As for Lon Lon and Ahu, once they recovered from their shock, they immediately started cheering. They were still children, after all, and it was easy for them to begin idolizing powerful warriors, especially those on their side. In their eyes at that moment, Ming's strength made them so excited that it seemed like they were the ones who just delivered that blow. As the woman sank into despair, the screen of light exploded, and as her body started trembling, a cold harumph suddenly came from the sky in the distance. 5 long arcs charged towards the commotion from the sky. The person in the lead was an old man with a head full of silver hair. His was steely, and the 4 people following behind him all possessed extraordinary power. The 5 of them had clearly ignored the rule that forbade flying within 100 lis of Shaman City, and were closing in rapidly. In her despair, the woman looked as if she had just found hope. She stood up swiftly and called out agitatedly, "Tribuncle." A grave look appeared on Ming's face under the mask, but his eyes were overflowing with fighting spirit. He sucked in a deep breath and began circulating his power. Rings of dust started spreading under his feet, and he lifted his head to look over. Chapter 430, First Fight Against a Ladder Shaman. The silver-haired old man charged towards the ground with a steely face, arriving to stand before the woman in an instant. At the same time, the 4 people behind him descended around them. "Tribuncle, this person." When the woman saw the old man arriving, she finally let out a huge sigh of relief in her heart. But just as she was about to speak, "Quiet." The silver-haired old man let out a cold snort. His voice was like a clap of thunder, making the woman immediately jolt and lower her head, not daring to speak anymore. The boy by her side also trembled and lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Take them both away. Causing trouble right the moment you arrive in Shaman City, humph." The silver-haired old man did not even spare Ming a glance and started speaking to his followers by his side in a low voice. "Senior, that person can't leave just yet," Ming said unhurriedly from where he stood nearby. When his voice was heard, the old man finally cast his gaze at Ming. His face was cold, and once he gave him a once-over, he averted his gaze and looked at Nan Gonghen, who was smiling wryly at the side. "Nan Gong laddie, is this person related to the god of Shaman's temple?" "That's—" Nan Gonghen hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "Senior Taimu, Brother Imo might not have any sort of connection to the god of Shaman's temple, but he is my friend, I." Right when Nan Gonghen said those words, The silver-haired old man swiftly waved his arms, and immediately, a violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, turning into an illusionary wave before him that charged straight forward. The wave came too suddenly, and a barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The instant the illusionary wave came crashing towards him, he took a step forward, then to his left, to his right, to the back, and continued moving until he took 8 continuous steps, looking as if he was walking in circles. Immediately, a whirlwind stirred up around him, charging forward to crash into that wave. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. The whirlwind beyond Su Ming lasted for several breaths before it instantly dissipated away. At the same time that whirlwind scattered away, he took 4 steps backwards. With each step he took, the ground would tremble, and a footprint would be deeply imprinted on the floor. When he took his 4th step, fine cracks instantly started spreading on the ground underneath his feet. In fact, as the cracks spread on the ground, an illusionary wave of water also covered the entire area. When that illusionary wave came crashing towards them, Nan Gonghen's expression changed drastically, and he staggered several dozens of feet backward before he managed to stop. As for Nan Gongshan, since she was originally not too close to begin with, by just activating the cold qi in her entire body, she managed to not even move. Then don't get involved. At that moment, the silver-haired old man's voice traveled towards them hoarsely. As for you, tell me the name of your tribe. The silver-haired old man brought his arm down and looked at Su Ming with a ghastly expression. As a great shaman, he had gone through far too many things, and his intelligence was definitely not something that the woman could compare to. Even then, he was suppressing his anger, wanting to be absolutely certain of this person's origins before he decided to what extent he wanted to injure him. As long as Su Ming was not related to the god of Shaman's temple, as long as he was not from some big tribe, as long as he did not belong to a tribe who was on friendly terms with Eastern Goosefoot tribe, then he could kill this person without any worry. He wanted an answer from the person's mouth itself. If he did not want to answer, it was fine. He could still kill him, and he would still be in the right. Even if he truly had some sort of background, the people around him could be his witness. Tai Mu had indeed asked, but he refused to answer. Then no matter what his background was, it was no longer related to Tai Mu. I come from a small tribe. I believe you wouldn't know about it, Senior Tai Mu. Su Ming smiled. He learned of the old man's name from Nan Gonghen just now, and at that moment, he saluted the old man with a bow and rapped his fist with a calm face. You came from a small tribe and are unrelated to the god of Shaman's temple. Then, what sort of stupid courage made you kill my tribe members? A chilling glare appeared in Tai Mu's eyes. Kill him right here. Right when Tai Mu spoke, the 4 men behind him immediately turned into 4 long arcs and charged towards Su Ming with killing intent shining in their eyes. Su Ming stood in his spot, and right when the 4 people closed in on him, a light crease appeared between his brows. He took a step forward with his right foot, and the instant he landed, he shot forth with an extreme speed. In a flash, he charged through the 4 incoming long arcs, and as he lifted his right hand, green light shone, and the small virescent sword was instantly enlarged. As Su Ming got closer, he swung the sword downwards, and it immediately stirred up a sharp whistle as it cut down towards Tai Mu. Tai Mu let out a cold harumph, then lifted his right hand and furled it into a fist, hurling it straight at the sword cutting down towards him. The instant he punched forward, the illusionary, bellowing waves behind him moved along with his fist. The seawater turned into raging waves that circled his right hand, causing the old man's fist to be completely invisible from the distance. All the onlookers could see were the waves rolling furiously. Bang! The wave crashed into Su Ming's virescent light sword. At the same time, a great power shot into Su Ming's body from the sword. Su Ming groaned, and Han Mountain Bell manifested as an illusion outside his body. With a flash, he appeared on the other side of the old man. Then with a red glare on 2 of his fingers of his right hand, he pointed towards the old man with an extreme speed. The old man frowned, then closed his eyes instantly before reopening them swiftly. As he opened and closed his eyes, he let out a low roar. That roar was like a clap of thunder, and once it fell from the old man's mouth, it turned into a wave of sound that bellowed in the sky, causing a large amount of ripples to appear in the air around them. In fact, as the air trembled, tiny, faint cracks appeared in space. Su Ming bore the brunt of the wave of sound. Sharp stabs of pain traveled up those 2 fingers of his. He immediately retreated and activated his full speed to move back 80 feet away before he managed to stand still. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his lips. At the same time, the 4 long arcs charged towards him from behind. When they were just about to close in on him, Taimu suddenly shouted at them. "The 4 of you, go back. You're not his opponent." The 4 long arcs froze for a moment, then immediately shot up into the sky. Then in midair, they rushed towards Taimu to arrive behind him, reappearing as people from those arcs. The 4 of them were frowning and looking at Su Ming with hostility. As expected of a ladder shaman. As a ladder battle shaman, your physical strength has surpassed that of a mortal and become that which belongs to saints, Senior Taimu. I am a person without talents, so I would like to ask for your help to teach me again. Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips, and his eyes overflowed with battle intent. Overconfident fool. Within 5 breaths, I'll take your life. Taimu lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. With that one step, the ground immediately started trembling violently. A strong rebound shot out from underneath Su Ming, and he jumped into the sky. But the instant Su Ming jumped up, Taimu used the power of that step and leaped into the air. He clenched his fist and hurled it straight towards where Su Ming was. The illusionary waves behind him manifested as he struck, rolling about fiercely, then turned into a gigantic greenback shark. When that shark opened its mouth wide and charged towards Su Ming, the first breath passed by. It was followed soon after by Taimu retracting his fist swiftly, then hurling it out once again. The second fist caused the sky and earth to rumble, and the wave spread out through the area abruptly, covering almost half of the sky. At the same time, the wave was stirred up, charging towards Su Ming. It turned into a black octopus with many tentacles that rushed towards Su Ming among the waves. This was the second breath. When the third breath arrived, Taimu struck the 3rd time in midair. With that one fist, the illusionary wave enveloping half of the sky stirred up once again, turning into a gigantic dark turtle that swung its tail towards Su Ming with a force that caused a loud boom to ring out in the air, the sound that only appeared when there was a shock wave in the air. Once Taimu delivered those 3 punches, he watched Su Ming from midair, and his gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. He had the confidence that this somewhat powerful medial shaman could not last through the first 3 styles of his 4-beast fist. The shamans watching underneath on the ground were all shocked to the core, and all of them gained a deeper understanding towards the might of ladder shamans. All of them were stunned silent. Su Ming looked at the waves roaring in the sky and the 3 ferocious sea creatures charging towards him, and the seawater surrounding him also let Su Ming know that it was impossible for him to dodge it. At that instant, a brilliant flash appeared in his eyes. A ladder battle shaman. Su Ming immediately lifted his arms, and they started leaving behind afterimages as he started forming seals with his hands. After they were changed several times, a black light suddenly shone around his body. Han Mountain Bell manifested in the form of an illusion, and the instant it covered his entire body, a shocking roar shot out from it. As that roar rang out and the 3 ferocious sea creatures closed in, a thing that made all of the people underneath dumb with shock happened right before their eyes. That thing was a ferocious beast, a gigantic, ferocious beast with 9 heads, 6 of which had their eyes open while lifting up towards the sky. The ferocious creature manifested from Han Mountain Bell, and the moment it appeared, the power of the world surged towards it from all around, causing the creature's body to instantly gain physical form. As it roared, the 6 heads crashed into the 3 sea creatures. Taimu's expression changed for the first time. Su Ming's strength surprised him greatly, and at that moment, without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand once again and delivered the 4th punch. That punch immediately made all the seawater around Su Ming stir up and surge even higher into the sky, causing the area around him to be void of seawater. At the same time, the water that rose into the sky above Su Ming gathered together to form a gigantic fist. That fist was entirely azure blue and was made of seawater. It looked to be several hundreds of feet in size, and at that moment, it fell down, straight towards the 9-headed beast. Booming sounds instantly reverberated in the air and spread through the entire shaman city, catching all the shamans' attention. In fact, the berserkers and immortals who had come alone to Shaman City also immediately looked over with changes in their expressions. As the booming sounds lingered in the air at the spot where Su Ming and Taimu were fighting, the illusionary seawater disappeared. The 3 sea creatures were torn apart, The gigantic fist in the sky also shattered inch by inch and dissipated into nothingness. Tai Mu's face was dark as he stood in midair. He looked at Su Ming right across him, who was revealed after the nine-headed beast also shattered and disappeared. You are quite good, but if you want to fight against me, you are still overestimating yourself. Tai Mu let out a cold harumph. He took a step towards Su Ming, and the killing intent in his eyes shone brilliantly. Am I now? Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and grinned. Chapter 431, 7 Art Divine Ability. When Tai Mu saw Su Ming's grin, he frowned. He was not the only reacting this way. All the people underneath were puzzled when they saw Su Ming's grin and heard his words. Su Ming might have performed extraordinarily while going off against a ladder battle shaman, but that was all. He was simply extraordinary. The possibility of the two of them fighting on equal ground was simply not in existence. Even if Su Ming had looked as if he had used all his strength and made Tai Mu to be in a slight disadvantage, but besides his face being slightly darker, Tai Mu was completely unscathed. On the other hand, the blood at the corner of Su Ming's mouth looked quite terrifying. By almost everyone's estimations, Tai Mu only needed to attack one more time, and Su Ming would absolutely not be able to stand up to it. His only outcome would be death. He's just a medial shaman. How could he go and challenge a ladder shaman? I already said it just now. This person is definitely going to die. His courage is praiseworthy, but he's not smart enough. This sort of challenge is no different than seeking death. That's a ladder shaman. An old monster who can become a ladder shaman is an absolute powerhouse among the shamans. There's no way a medial shaman will be able to win against him. As those pairs of gazes looked over, Nangong Hen felt torn, but resolution appeared in his eyes. He had already formed his plan. He will use this battle to have Senior Tai Mu quell his anger first, then no matter what, he would do everything he could to try and save Imo Su. On his father's behalf, that Tai Mu should be willing to spare Imo Su. As for Nangong Shan, she was frowning. Her aloof gaze still remained on Su Ming. The uncertainty in her eyes became stronger. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath in the sky, and with a move, a layer of black fog immediately seeped out from his chest, rapidly spreading out around him. But in an instant, it gathered together once more and turned into a tall person who was entirely black. That person did not have any hair and was entirely black from head to toe. The moonlight was reflecting off of him slightly, as if his skin was made of scales. His eyes, which were revealed for all to see, were cold. That was Su Ming's nascent soul clone, the puppet that was formed with Ji Yunhai's corpse. Once that clone appeared, green light flashed at the center of Su Ming's brows. The small virescent sword flew up and began circling round the clone's head, letting off rays of freezing light and sword whistles. The instant the clone appeared, cries of surprise immediately rang from the crowd underneath. Quite a few of them had already recognized what Su Ming's clone was. A soul catcher's puppet. That person's a soul catcher. He's a soul catcher? And here I was wondering why his gaze seemed a little strange to me when I saw his eyes just now. So he's a soul catcher. Why didn't he use any of the soul catcher's spells just now, even though he's a soul catcher? But that puppet is a soul catcher's puppet. All right. I won't be wrong about this. Tai Mu's brows crinkled slightly. Su Ming's methods had surprised him. From his experiences, this person definitely did not come from a small tribe. He could tell just by looking at the puppet itself that it was an incredibly extraordinary item, and that was if he ignored that flying sword that was very similar to those belonging to immortals, and that bell, which was clearly a valuable treasure. In fact, he even had a vague feeling that the puppet was somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen it before, and more importantly, he could sense that the puppet was a threat to him. This threat might be faint and indistinct, but it was enough to make him be on guard. Senior Tai Mu, I am an untalented person. I would like to challenge you again. Su Ming declared slowly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even stronger. No wonder you are not afraid of me. So you had this supporting you. But do you really think that with just one puppet you can fight against me? To me, you are still overestimating yourself. Tai Mu's lips curled up in a cold sneer, and he took a step forward. He had already made a decision. He would end this quickly, or else his reputation would be ruined for taking such a long time to kill a medial shaman while so many people in Shaman City were watching. As he took that one step, blue light shone on Tai Mu's face, especially in his pupils. There were even wave-like ripples in his eyes, and with a flash, he charged towards Su Ming. An incredibly imposing presence spread out from his body. The The pressure coming from it immediately caused banging sounds to ring in the air around him. Su Ming immediately retreated, and as he lifted his right hand, black light shone in it. The spiked club immediately manifested. At the same time, his nascent soul clone charged forward. As he charged forward, Su Ming's clone lifted his right hand, formed a seal with his hand, and seized at the ground. A circular area of several thousands of feet lurched. It was soon followed by a large amount of white mist that shot out from the ground. It charged into the sky in a moment, and it turned into an azure dragon of 1,000 feet long. Earthen Aura Dragon Vein. This was Hong Luo's unique divine ability, and he had only used it when he was fighting against Ditian. Most of the people had not even heard of it before. If Hong Luo was the one casting it, he could gather up the earthen aura from a circular area of 10,000 lis, and perhaps even wider, and in fact, he could even summon the true deity of dragon veins. However, the clone's power was still not comparable to Hong Luo's. He was still just a nascent soul, yet Su Ming had already obtained Hong Luo's legacy through the path of life. He learned most of Hong Luo's divine abilities and arts. After a year of mulling over these things, he could also cast some of them, but the power of these arts was much weaker. However, Hong Luo's enemy was Ditian, and Su Ming's current opponent was the latter shaman, Tai Mu, who was much weaker than Ditian, and in fact, could not even hope to compare. At that moment, as the earthen aura azure dragon appeared, Tai Mu's expression changed. He moved forward even quicker, and the moment he got closer, without a word, Su Ming's clone grabbed that earthen aura azure dragon and yanked it up. When the earthen aura azure dragon appeared, sounds of a violent commotion broke out among the crowd underneath. Su Ming's divine ability was something they had never seen before, and when they saw the clone actually being capable to absorb the aura of the earth, the shock in their hearts became even stronger. The instant the earthen aura azure dragon crashed into Tai Mu lifted his right hand and hurled his fist forward. "Four oceans ode, first ode, Eastern Ocean," he growled, and when he hurled his punch outwards, an ocean manifested before him once again. The azure blue ocean raged madly and charged towards the earthen aura azure dragon. The seawater looked to be almost the same as Tai Mu's previous divine ability, but if anyone looked closer, they would immediately notice that this seawater seemed as if it was real. It was as if it was truly there and not just an illusion. In fact, the humidity and distinctive smell of the sea even came crashing into Su Ming's face. The instant the ocean crashed into the earthen aura azure dragon, rumbling sounds reverberated through the entire sky. Second ode, Southern Ocean. Tai Mu spread out his left hand and pushed it in the direction of the south. Instantly, a red ocean manifested to his south. The water made it seem as if it was an ocean of blood. As it roared, the waves came tumbling and crashing down on the clone and Su Ming himself. The clone ignored it, and instead started forming seals rapidly, then pushed to his side swiftly. The world changes constantly, but will eventually end up the same in the end. The white mountains and black waters may seem different, but are all the same. Transformation to Divinity. 1. 7 types of divine abilities were contained in those 3 sentences, and this was the strongest divine ability Hong Luo had among all his arts during the early stages of his cultivation. He had obtained this from an immortal ruin, and he had no idea of its origins. However, even if it was Hong Luo, he had only come to scrape the surface of these 7 divine abilities. He did not explore them, but had instead placed the vital points of these divine abilities on the communication with earth and aura to turn the aura of the earth to blood for the execution of 10 lives of subjects. Hong Luo believed that earth possessed life. If earth and aura was the earth's breath, then it must surely possess blood as well, just like humans. Its blood was not the rivers, not the sea, but was hidden deep under the ground. Only earth and aura would contain some of the blood of earth. He borrowed earth and aura to bring out this blood, and only then could he execute the art of purge the heavens. And because earth contained life, that was why by borrowing and fusing with it, he could cast the origin divine ability of the immortals, 10 lives of subjects. It could be said that Hong Luo walked down the traditional path of the immortals. As for the 7 arts, he had only explored them slightly. However, on Su Ming's side, with his clone's current level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to cast Purge the Heavens. Hence, he focused his attention on the 7 arts Hong Luo had somewhat ignored, because some of those arts could be used by nascent soul cultivators. 9 transformations. At that moment, as Su Ming's clone formed those seals and pushed to both sides while saying those words. Immediately, the clone shuddered, and he swiftly clenched his right hand before punching at Tai Mu through the air, even though he was still far in the distance. The punch seemed like it contained no strength, but at that moment, Su Ming's clone, no matter whether it was his expression or his actions, looked exactly the same as Tai Mu when he executed the first ode of the Four Oceans. Transformation could be understood as a deeper level of imitation, an imitation of an opponent's divine abilities and arts with the user's own power. After Su Ming's clone hurled out that fist, an azure sea immediately appeared before him. Besides being a little smaller, that ocean was no different from the one summoned by Tai Mu's spell. Shock appeared on Tai Mu's face, but what made him even more surprised was the actions the clone did next. Imitation was just a part of the 9 transformations art. The true transformation came from after the imitation. This divine ability would start changing as if it was evolving, and the first, the second, and up to the 9th transformation would happen. Each transformation would cause this art's power increase to exponentially, but the power of cultivation for it would also increase. First transformation. Su Ming's clone spoke swiftly, and as his voice reverberated in the air, his body charged into the ocean he had summoned. Once he blended with the ocean, it started looking as if it was boiling. At the same time, wisps of white smoke appeared, and the ocean started expanding swiftly. Raging waves soared in the sky, and a large amount of bubbles continuously popped and reappeared. As those bubbles broke, red liquid spread out from within them, looking as if it wanted to dye the seawater red. Third ode, Western Sea. Killing intent flashed in Tai Mu's eyes. He was shocked by Su Ming's strength, but he was still confident that he could use his power to subdue this person. However, Su Ming's strength was something he had never expected, because he never thought that a medial shaman would be able to fight against him to this point through his varied methods. In fact, he could already imagine that if he let this person escape, then it would definitely not be a good thing for his tribe. If he was already so powerful now, then if he had a chance to become a ladder shaman, the enmity they had formed today would cause Eastern Goosefoot tribe to have to pay a terrible price in the future. *****. Translator's notes. 1. A Juban Shih Lei Tong Yu. Beat Ba Sanctities Man. See Xinhua Ru Sun equals A. The world changes constantly, but will eventually end up the same in the end. B. The white mountains and black waters may seem different, but are all the same. C. Transformation to divinity. There are 7 arts contained in these 3 phrases, and Su Ming must understand the phrases to be able to cast the arts. The 2 phrases are actually formed of 4 Chinese idioms. Transformation to divinity is not. Jiu Bian Shihua, Jiu Bian Shihua, means that things are constantly changing. If I translated it word by word, it would be 9 transformations, 10 transmutations. Lei Tong Yu, Lei Tong Elv, means that everything is the same, and if I translated it word by word, it would be all of the same sound. Bai Shan He Sui, Bai Shan He Shui, means the eastern north part of China, literally, white mountains, black waters. Qianren Man, Qianren Yi Mian, means that everything is the same, and literally means 1,000 people, but the same faces. The first phrase is broken down into 3 parts, which also happen to be the names of 3 of the arts. Zhuban 9 transformations. Shuhua 10 transfigurations. Leitong Yilir 1 voice. Since Su Ming had to understand the phrase, I thought it would be more logical if I used the meaning of the sentence in the phrases he had to understand, and then the 7 arts would be broken down and translated in another manner. So in my mind, I understood it as Hong Luo doing this. Here, you have 7 arts. Insert names of arts here. By the way, if you want to use them, understand these phrases, insert phrases here. So that's how we have 2 different versions, even though they are the same words in the Chinese version. Chapter 432. To go forward, retreat. Tai Mu was already feeling rather regretful in his heart, and his anger towards the trouble the woman caused burned hotly. However, this was not the time for him to think about it. He had to use the chance before this person announced his background and tried to kill him or injure him badly. He turned around, and his right leg swept forth like a violent gust of wind. Immediately, a rolling yellow ocean manifested to his west, rolling about and sweeping up a large amount of illusionary yellow sand that raged in the sky. 4th Ode, Northern Sea. Tai Mu growled, and as his body spun around, he swept his left leg to the north. Soon after, a black sea manifested to the north, and it came crashing towards with roaring waves. Su Ming retreated, and as he did so, he lifted the spiked club in his hands and swung it around. As his clone fought against Tai Mu, the spiked club in Su Ming's hand had already been swung around 4 times, and each circle was bigger than the last. After those 4 circles, the spiked club had become incredibly long, and it was so heavy that it was the maximum weight that Su Ming's physical body could bear. Su Ming's goal in this battle was to test his combat capabilities, not to risk his life in this. That was why after swinging that club 4 times, he no longer added to the spiked club's weight. Even if he had wondered many times in his heart just how much weight he could add to the spiked club he had taken from the glacier. The 4 circles caused deafening sounds in the sky. Each hum caused the crowd underneath to feel fear in their hearts after they heard it. The instant Tai Mu's 4 ocean ode crashed into the earthen aura azure dragon, and the ocean formed from the first transformation from the 9 transformation art belonging to Su Ming's clone. Su Ming's spiked club drew a big arc, forming the shape of a gigantic fan in the sky, and covered the light from the 9 moons in an instant, then crashed down on the illusionary oceans and Tai Mu. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The illusionary oceans immediately shattered, and they were destroyed due to 2 sources of power. One of them came internally from the clone, and the other crashed into it externally, due to Su Ming's spiked club landing on it from the sky. As the oceans crumbled, the sea the clone had made was also blown away, blending into the ocean around it, dyeing the air a faint shade of red. At the same time, the clone quickly retreated, and in the span of a few breaths, he returned to Su Ming's side. However, the instant the clone warped backwards, a furious roar came from the disappearing illusionary ocean before him. Looking disheveled, Tai Mu closed in on the clone in an instant. His eyes were bloodshot, and he spread his right hand wide open, seizing the clone just as quickly as he was moving. He grabbed the clone's throat, and right when Tai Mu wanted to savagely crush what he thought was a puppet, suddenly, a loud hum echoed in the air around Su Ming's clone, and he swiftly turned into a large layer of black fog that was spreading through the area quickly. That black fog was formed of multiple black beetles. In fact, the part Tai Mu's right hand had seized was made up of black beetles. He did not even catch the real body of the clone. The clone's real body was staring at Tai Mu coldly as he retreated swiftly. As those black beetles spread out while Tai Mu was taken aback by the sight, the clone's appearance was clearly shown before him. Once Tai Mu saw that dried-up body and those gray eyes, his expression changed drastically for the first time. His pupils even shrank, and disbelief along with shock rose on his face. Ji Yunhai. You're Ji Yunhai. Tai Mu's expression changed drastically. He had recognized the owner of those gray eyes. It was Ji Yunhai, the man who he had been briefly acquainted with in the past. It was especially easy to remember him when he saw the black beetles pouncing on him from all around with a howl. Those beetles made Tai Mu absolutely certain that this person was Ji Yunhai. However, once he was certain that the person before him was Ji Yunhai, a deep wave of dread rose instantly within his heart. He came to an abrupt stop and looked towards Su Ming. At that moment, once Su Ming brought that club down, sharp pain shot up his right hand, and most of his body was completely numb. As he quickly retreated, his face turned slightly pale. The spiked club rapidly shrank, and once Su Ming put it away, his clone returned to his side with a warp. Tai Mu stared at Su Ming, while a huge storm raged in his heart. He simply could not imagine how such a powerful ladder shaman, like Ji Yunhai, could be turned into a puppet by someone else. This sort of thing made Tai Mu instantly feel terror towards Su Ming. He sucked in a sharp breath, and with a jolt of his body, the pouncing black beetles were immediately bounced several dozens of feet away, but they rushed towards him again without fear of death. There's no mistaking this. These are Ji Yunhai's origin shaman bugs. How could he be turned into someone else's puppet? Tai Mu stared at Ji Yunhai, who was standing beside Su Ming, and his face gradually turned pale. He has valuable treasures, has Ji Yunhai acting as his puppet, is a soul catcher, and his divine abilities are also strange and unpredictable. Just who is this person? As Tai Mu was feeling shocked to the core, an intense commotion had broken out among the crowd underneath. Even Nan Gonghen was in a state of disbelief. Ji Yunhai. Senior Tai Mu said that the puppet is Ji Yunhai. He's talking about that Ji Yunhai, the best soul catcher under all-in shamans, the one who had disappeared for many years. This person actually managed to turn Ji Yunhai into his puppet. If he didn't refine it on his own, It would be impossible for that person to control him. He might be in a disadvantage in this battle, but he's already incredibly strong to be able to battle against a ladder shaman up to this point. Nan Gonghen remained stunned for a long time before he eventually started laughing wryly. His estimation of Su Ming's power had changed multiple times, and he had originally thought it would not change anymore. But by the looks of it, he had still underestimated Su Ming by a long mile. Tai Mu waved his arm in the sky, and once he shoved all the black beetles around him away, he forcefully shifted his eyes from Ji Yunhai's body and looked towards Su Ming. I'll ask you one more time. Which tribe do you belong to? Tai Mu voiced his question word by word. It's just a small tribe. You wouldn't have heard it before, Senior Tai Mu. Su Ming's answer remained the same, and his expression was calm. His power circulated in his body, and his fighting spirit continued burning in his eyes. What an ungrateful brat. Even if you have Ji Yunhai as your puppet, but I was only using a portion of my power just now. I gave you a chance. If you're not going to tell me the truth, then I will capture you today and have the adults in your tribe come and get you. Tai Mu's thoughts had already changed, and he was beginning to be unwilling to kill Su Ming. He already had a plan in his head. If this person really had some background behind him, then someone would surely come to help him shortly. If no one came, then it would mean that this person truly did not have any sort of background behind him. If that was the case, it would still not be too late for Tai Mu to kill him. If that is the case, then I will have to ask to learn from you once again. Su Ming smiled faintly. With a freezing glint in his eyes, he waved his right hand, and immediately, black smoke appeared and thickened beside him. When it gathered together and shrank, his poison corpse formed. The appearance of that poison corpse and the presence he exuded clearly showed that his original status was that of a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. There was no light in the poison corpse's eyes, but the imposing presence, the dark shade that covered all of its body, and the distortions that appeared in the air because of the poison that was clearly spreading from him not only caught the crowd around the area completely off guard, it also stunned Tai Mu momentarily. Right after, his expression immediately changed. As his expression changed, Tai Mu also began laughing wryly in his heart. Just what is this person's background? Not only does he have Ji Yunhai, he also has a puppet made from a berserker in the berserker soul realm, and this puppet is clearly filled with poison. And the boy has way too many skills at his disposal. By the looks of it, he still has a lot he hasn't revealed. Damn it, just how in the world did I run into this monster? He isn't a medial shaman. He's just plain going too far. Tai Mu could not stop laughing wryly in his heart. If it was just Ji Yunhai's puppet, he still had the confidence of fighting against him at full power. But if this person threw in that clearly extraordinary poison corpse into the mix, even if he could win this battle, there would be grave consequences for him. If they were outside, it would have been fine, but they had just entered the world of Nine, and Eastern Goosefoot tribe had yet to execute their plan. He could not get hurt. He was right. Su Ming did indeed still have some skills he had not revealed. He had still yet to use his 3 wind separation slashes, and that was if he did not mention all his other attacks. Through this battle, as Su Ming's puppets appeared one after another, he found the difference between him and a ladder shaman. If he attacked alone, he would not be able to hold his own in the fight. If his clone appeared, he could still somewhat put up a fight, but if he also brought out his poison corpse, then he could fight against an initial stage ladder shaman, and he would not necessarily lose to that shaman. This was the first time Su Ming felt himself becoming stronger in the land of the shamans. This sort of feeling made him experience a myriad of emotions. Some of my attacks are external forces. I wonder when will I be able to use my own true power to fight against a ladder shaman without using a clone or a puppet. Tai Mu hesitated for a moment and let out a long sigh. He cast a complicated look at Su Ming, then without another word, he turned around and charged towards the ground, landing beside the woman who was now struck dumb by Su Ming's attacks. Then he lifted his hand and slapped her across the face. The woman coughed out blood and fell to the side. Her cheek became swollen, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. While she was observing Mo Su and the old man's battle, she had already known that she had caused trouble. Sir, you killed several of my tribe members, and I've now punished her as well. Let us now put this matter behind us. If you still want to continue fighting, then I will fight you to the end. Tai Mu turned his head around and looked at Su Ming coldly. Senior, your level of cultivation runs deep, and I am not your match. Even if I used all my strength, I am still in a disadvantage. I wouldn't dare continue. Su Ming smiled wryly and wrapped his fist in his palm towards the old man with a respectful expression. When Tai Mu saw Su Ming's attitude and heard his words, his expression warmed up slightly. This person might have attacked and fought against him, but he still remained rather polite. He always addressed Tai Mu as his senior, and he was even helping him retain his dignity before these people. His tact made Tai Mu be unable to feel too angry towards him. In fact, he even had the feeling that there was a high possibility that his own people were the ones who provoked him first. Subconsciously, he dispelled the thought of hunting down Su Ming after he was done with his task. Tai Mu even grew slightly fond of him. In addition to his wariness towards Su Ming's varied methods and his suspicions towards his status, that slight fondness grew in Tai Mu's heart, and he cast a deep look at Su Ming. Well, you young folks do need to be impulsive in certain things. Since my tribe was the one who was unreasonable in this matter, I can understand why you attacked. You don't need to be humble about this either. This battle ended in a tie. Tai Mu's expression became much warmer. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and had his tribe members bring the boy and woman to leave through the air. When they left, there was a yellow spot at the cloth between the boy's legs, and there was the stench of urine coming from there. The boy, who was not even a fledgling shaman, he would never forget the battle this day. Once the people from Eastern Goosefoot tribe left, the people around the area looked towards Su Ming. Their eyes were filled with non-malicious envy and respect. No matter what, Su Ming's strength were deeply etched into all their hearts. Before long, the entire shaman city would know about the battle between Mo Su and Tai Mu. Chapter 433, Skeleton of an Evil Spirit. The one who was the most excited was Lan Lan. She looked at Su Ming with eyes shining with elation. At that moment, Su Ming was the most powerful protector in the world. Ahu was even more elated. The zealousness and reverence on his face was the same that all powerful warriors would have when they were still teenagers towards powerful warriors they looked up to. At that moment, Su Ming was the person Ahu wanted to imitate in his heart. Even Qidong was the same. He had seen Su Ming and watched his battle with the latter shaman. The shock and excitement in his heart made him be unable to regain his senses even after a long time. One of these days, I will be as strong as he is. I will make Eastern Goosefoot tribe pay several times back for what they did to me. Qidong gritted her teeth and clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. Under the people's scrutiny, Su Ming put away his poison corpse and clone in midair, put away all the black beetles and everything else, then with one single move, landed on the ground. Brother Mo, you hid yourself too deeply. I only know now that you have such great battle prowess with you. And here I was wondering how I should be helping you just now. Nan Gonghen gave a wry laugh and walked forward to wrap his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head and said, I was just lucky. Senior Tai Mu did not use his full power, or else I would have been unable to last as well. Brother Mo, you don't have to be so humble. Oh well, you've always been like this. But this battle will make your name ring through all of the shaman city. It's a good thing as well. After all, the world of Nine Een is cut off from the outside world, and everything is decided through your own level of cultivation and your power. Only powerful warriors will be able to gain firm ground and gain other people's respect here. As Nan Gonghen spoke, a squad of guards from the god of Shaman's temple came from the distance. All of these people possessed extraordinary power, and all of them were medial shamans. Once these people arrived, they immediately dispersed the crowd. However, no one came forth to interrogate Su Ming. Instead, as they walked past him, they would wrap their fists in their palms towards him as a form of greeting, and their expressions were all full of politeness and respect. In truth, they had arrived a long time ago, but it was impossible for them to get involved and try to stop a latter shaman's attack. They could only hang around at a spot far away and wait for Su Ming to be killed before they could come and clear up the battlefield. However, the things that happened after left all these people shocked to the core. When they saw the people from Eastern Goosefoot tribe leave, respect towards Su Ming filled their hearts. No matter where they were, powerful warriors would always be respected. As these people went away, Su Ming and Nan Gonghen returned to their quiet inn. On the way, Su Ming swept his gaze past Nan Gongshan, and he found that the woman had a constant frown on her face, as if she was uncertain about something. Once he mulled over it for a while, he understood what was bothering her. Nan Gongshan's emotions must be incredibly mixed. She knew that Hong Luo was so powerful that it was impossible for her to take revenge on him. She could only feel bitter about it. Perhaps she had seen some form of familiarity on Su Ming and became suspicious of him. But even though Su Ming had shown extraordinary power and could even hold his own against Tai Mu, in her eyes, if he was truly that person, then the battle would have definitely not unfolded this way. That was why her suspicions towards Su Ming had turned into uncertainty, though in truth, she no longer suspected him of anything. After giving it some thought, Su Ming had already guessed most of what she was thinking. This additional benefit which he obtained through this battle actually helped him get rid of a lot of trouble. On that night, the three teenagers went to sleep late due to their excitement. To them, the incident that happened that day was something they would never be able to forget in their lives. Nan Gonghen's attitude towards Su Ming became distinctly much friendlier. When the next morning arrived, he went to invite Su Ming to the god of Shaman's temple branch to rent the protection of the spirit of Nine. The treasure gambling event should be held a month later. Most of the people from the tribes should already be here by then. As for those who are not here by then, well, the chances are they won't be able to come here anymore. We might still have one more month, but I think you haven't rented a spirit of Nine before. We might need to spend quite a fortune, but we have a month's time to get familiar with it, and it will be a great help to us in the future. As they moved towards the god of Shaman's temple branch located in this place, Nan Gonghen explained with a smile, "The treasure gambling event will last for several days. When it's over, the crowd will disperse, and we will bring the teenagers from our tribes to go activate their paths of cultivation. At that time, we will have to split up. Brother Imo, you can take a look around Shaman City during this month. After all, this is the world of Nine. There are plenty of items here that are not available outside, and because of the hype of the treasure gambling event, you'll also be able to see a lot of rare items being sold here." As Nan Gonghen continued speaking to Su Ming, he greeted his friends he met on the way with a smile. Once again, Nan Gonghen demonstrated just how wide his connections were. Su Ming saw at least several dozens of people showing close ties to him on their way to the temple, and once most of these people greeted Nan Gonghen, they would size up Su Ming, and he could see the reverence hidden in their gazes. "Brother Imo, you became famous through that one battle. The deal about you not losing to a ladder shaman with just the power of a medial shaman has already spread through the city. It's clear from the people's gazes around us," Nan Gonghen said with a smile. Su Ming was just about to give a comment about that when Nan Gonghen quickly added a sentence. "Brother Imo, you don't have to be humble anymore." Su Ming gave him a faint smile and did not continue speaking. They did not walk for long before they arrived at a spot near the center of Shaman City, outside a gigantic palace. The palace was filled with a dignified air. There was a long staircase of 10,000 feet to reach it, and there were a large number of guards from the god of Shaman's temple around the area. All the shamans who came to this place were mostly silent, and all of them did not linger around for a long time as they came in and out. There were distortions in the air behind the palace. There seemed to be a vortex spinning around without a sound over there, and it gave others a feeling that there was another world contained within. Further down was a gigantic stone pillar standing erect and towering above the ground. There were numerous seals shining with an unknown color on the stone pillar, and right at the top of it was the gigantic head Su Ming had seen outside the city, the head that looked like it belonged to a person but was dried up like a block of wood. When Su Ming got closer to the area, he could feel a great pressure that enveloped the sky and earth. Obviously, even if this was not the core of Shaman City, it was an important spot. Before I came here, I spent a lot of time and effort to prepare my offerings. I should be able to move the spirits of Nine in the 5th layer. As Nan Gonghen led Su Ming onto the stairs, he mumbled under his breath. Once Su Ming heard it, a glint appeared in his eyes, but he did not ask in detail. Both of them walked up the stairs, and once they were right before the palace's door, Su Ming's pupils shrank. He saw a gigantic, oval-shaped vortex before the door floating 7 inches off the ground. The moment Su Ming saw it, he was immediately reminded of the gate to the void. Could it be that this is also a gate to the void? Once Su Ming gave it a few closer looks, he averted his gaze from the vortex and looked towards the hall behind it. The door was open and it was empty inside. There was only a skeleton placed in the center. Its feet were chained down, and it was sitting down with its legs crossed. The skeleton looked to be of the same size as an average human being. However, at its skull, or perhaps more precisely at its forehead, was a vertical slit. By the looks of it, there was an eye there when this person was alive. There were 8 gigantic circular grass meadows around the skeleton. At that moment, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged on the grass meadows. One of them was a man dressed in a purple robe, some golden threads sparkling on it. and his long, red hair tied in a ponytail. There were wrinkles covering his hands, and they looked rather dried up and withered. However, he had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and it gave him a rather strange air. The other person was an old man. He looked really ordinary, dressed in a sackcloth, his face covered in wrinkles. He looked really miserable, while his eyes were closed as if he was deeply immersed in his own thoughts. There was not a hint of presence from within the palace, as if the world inside the palace and the world outside were two different dimensions. Those outside could see it, but they were separated from it. We can't enter that place. Perhaps you can, Brother Imo. Only ladder shamans can go in there and gain enlightenment before the skeleton. Do you see the old senior by the skeleton? He's the ladder shaman Chun Huan from Wise Winter Tribe. The other senior in the purple robe is the temple elder of God of Shaman's Temple. He only has one word to his name, Mu, Nengonghen explained. Su Ming stared at the skeleton chained down in the palace and asked calmly, "What is that skeleton?" Nengonghen hesitated for a moment before he whispered his answer to Su Ming. "I only know it's an evil spirit of 9 that was killed when this place was developed in the past. I heard that the Shaman tribe suffered huge losses when they killed this person in the past. All right, Brother Imo, we'll have to temporarily part ways here. You'll reach 9 Hall once you walk through the vortex. I'll be choosing from the spirits of 9 in the 5th layer. Normal treasures such as shaman crystals will only allow you to choose your spirit of 9 from the 1st layer. You'll only know the details once you get in there. Brother Imo, act within your abilities. Choose according to how long you'll stay in the world of 9. Once I come out, I'll wait for you outside." Nengonghen wrapped his fist in his palm as a farewell to Su Ming, then turned around and moved into the vortex and disappeared. Su Ming scrutinized the vortex for a moment, and right when he was about to move in, suddenly, a light shone from within the vortex. A person appeared from inside, and at the same time, a gentle power spread out and pushed Su Ming back a few steps. The person in the vortex rapidly gained physical form and walked out. That was a tall but thin young man. He had an indifferent look on his face, was dressed in black, and there were multiple small braids decorating his hair. The instant Su Ming saw this person, a glint appeared in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a faint smile under the mask. Once that person walked out, he instinctively looked at Su Ming, then immediately looked away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused in his footsteps, turned his head back, took a few closer looks at Su Ming, then turned around and left the area with a calm look. Su Ming no longer hesitated and lifted his foot to step into the vortex. As the vortex shone, he disappeared in it and was gone without a trace. After Su Ming entered the vortex, the young man who walked out from it previously turned his head back from the stairs, and uncertainty appeared on his face. "Have I met that person before?" The young man lifted his right hand and pressed it against the center of his brows. He stood there for a moment, then opened his eyes slowly, revealing the puzzlement within. Chapter 434, Spirit of Een. When Nengonghen stepped into the vortex, he turned his head back to cast a look behind him. He might have accepted the fact that Imo Su's battle prowess was equivalent to that of a ladder shaman, and deep down in his heart believed that his own ability would not compare to Imo Su. But he still felt that if he made his offerings and rented a spirit of 9, then his power would surpass Imo Su's by a large margin. After all, he had come to the world of 9 many times in the past, and since the calamity of Eastern Wastelands was about to arrive, this would perhaps be his last chance. That was why it could be said that he had spent an endless amount of energy to prepare the offerings for the spirits of 9 in the 5th layer based on his understanding towards the spirits of 9 before he came to this world. He had full confidence that even if it would be difficult for him to rent the spirits of 9 from the 5th layer, he could still rent those in the 4th layer. That was why after he entered the 1st layer, he didn't stop for even a moment. He walked through 3 doors in succession and went straight to the spirits of 9 in the 4th layer. Imo Su might be strong, but once I rent a spirit of 9 from the 4th or 5th layer, then I might be able to fight on equal ground with him, and perhaps surpass him. Nengonghen was filled with confidence, and looked pleased with what he would gain soon through his preparations. Moving aside from Nengonghen, once Su Ming disappeared into the vortex outside the palace and reappeared, he swept his gaze around his surroundings, and he was shocked by what he saw. This was a dimension filled with fog. It was difficult to see its end with the naked eye. It was extremely quiet in the area, and besides the gigantic mountain before him, it was empty ground everywhere else around him. The mountain shot into the clouds. It looked incredibly lofty, and there was also a wave of mighty pressure that descended on him at the same time. But that was not all. If that was the case, it would not have shocked Su Ming. The one thing that made his breath still for a moment was the multiple statues located on the gigantic mountain. Each of these statues were the height of an average human being. They were decked in simple armor, and their faces were covered by a helmet. Their hair was braided, making them look rough, but at the same time, they exuded a strong, imposing presence. That was the presence that belonged to powerful warriors. They all held different weapons in their hands. Some of them had long spears, some scimitars, some battle axes, and there were many other different types of weapons as well. Some of them held large shields in their hands. There were several hundreds of statues in the mountain, and they stood quiet and still in different locations. Besides Su Ming, there were several dozens of other shamans there. Those shamans were very quiet and did not bother each other. Some of them were pacing around the area as if they were choosing their statues. Some of them stood beside a statue with their right hands pressed on top of it, as if they were sensing something. Su Ming's arrival did not catch any of their attention. After a moment, a faint glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he looked upwards. There was another towering mountain above this mountain. This second mountain floated in the sky and shone with a dark light. It also looked rather indistinct. However, he could see faintly that there were many such statues on the second mountain as well. When he looked even higher, Su Ming saw the third mountain, the fourth, the fifth, until his sight was blocked by emptiness and he could no longer see what was higher clearly. The height of this place was difficult to describe with words. The sky seemed like it would reach so high it would never end, causing the distance between each of the mountains to be far apart from each other. Nan Gonghen once mentioned that there are 9 layers to this place, and the higher you go, the stronger the spirits of 9 Een will be. Then by the looks of it, the 9 layers he mentioned are these mountains. Then if that's the case, there should be 9 mountains. With his head lifted, Su Ming observed these mountains for some time before he averted his gaze and walked towards the mountain before him. There was a staircase winding up the mountain right up to the top. There were even some paths branching off along the way. Each of these paths would lead to those statues, and if someone walked up the main staircase and passed all these branching paths, then that person would be able to walk past all of the statues in the mountain. There were 2 statues right at the bottom of the mountain stairs. These 2 statues were clearly better than those in the mountain, and they wore less armor. In their hands they held long spears. The tips of the spears were pointed downwards but were still about 10 feet off the ground, and these spears were 20-something feet long. All those who wanted to go up the mountain needed to walk past the tips of the spears. Su Ming walked closer to these 2 statues, and once he sized them up, he walked past the tips and stepped on the staircase leading up the mountain. He did not continue going up the mountain when he arrived at the first branching path, but walked on this path leading to the right, then stood before the first statue standing erect there. This was a statue whose appearance could not be seen clearly, and who held a battle axe in his hand. He was about Su Ming's height, and there was a primeval air spreading out it. At the same time, there was also the imposing presence of a powerful warrior surrounding this statue. After a moment of thought, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the instant he was about to place it on the statue, just like what the other people did, the entire mountain suddenly shuddered. A strong ray of light also burst forth from the path, and as that ray of light began shining and the mountain shuddered, most of the people in the mountain looked towards that direction. Right when Su Ming focused his attention on that spot, he saw a statue from which the light was coming from. That light spread to an area of 100,000 feet, and ripples along with distortions also came from his body. Gradually, the statue started giving off a feeling as if he was a melting block of ice, and he was revived. Green light shone on his armor, and he lifted his helmet-clad head slowly. The green light was also shining in his eyes. Standing right before the statue was a female shaman. The woman looked really excited, and once she wrapped her fist in her palm and bowed towards the statue, the warrior lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground, shooting straight up into the sky, and he pointed the scimitar in his hand towards the woman. She flew up swiftly and floated in midair to stand beside the revived statue. The statue shone a few times, and his body shrank abruptly, turning into a green ray of light that charged towards the woman. Eventually, he landed on the back of her right hand and turned into a golden mark. The woman did not stay any longer. With an excited look on her face, she turned around and charged towards the vortex at the bottom of the mountain. When the woman left, the mountain stilled. The gazes filled with complicated feelings and envy were gone. and the mountain slowly regained its silence. Su Ming looked in the direction the woman had left, took a deep breath, then turned his head around to look at the statue beside him. Anticipation appeared in his eyes. During that instant, he had clearly felt a presence that was equivalent to time moves from the revived statue, and judging by the presence, the statue was definitely a latter shaman. And in terms of the Berserker tribe, that would be saying that the statue was as powerful as someone in the Berserker soul realm. So, this is the spirit of Nine Yin. But Nan Gonghen mentioned before that the spirits of Nine Yin cannot leave this world. If that wasn't the case, then with the amount of spirits here, it doesn't matter whether it's shamans or berserkers, no one could fight against them. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath, shocked. Just what sort of secret is contained in the world of Nine Yin? It has the candle dragon's carcass, the burial ground of spirit mediums, and the altar for thought soothsayers. And this is just within 1 million lis of this area. As for the area beyond that distance, there must an endless amount of mysteries there. Just what sort of existence is the world of Nine Yin? An ancient ruin, huh? Su Ming remained silent for a while, then looked at the statue before him and placed his right hand on it. The instant he did so, he immediately felt waves stirring in his head, and it was soon followed by a serene voice echoing inside his mind. There are 2 types of offerings I receive. 1, I want 1,000 nascent stones per day, which are also known as shaman crystals, berserker stones, and also spirit stones. I only want high-quality stones, not subpar ones. 2, I want a scattering dust pill once every 7 days. The voice echoed in Su Ming's head, eventually turning into a lingering echo and gradually disappeared. Su Ming lifted his right hand. His eyes might look calm, but there was already a huge storm raging in his heart. Scattering dust? Su Ming's breathing quickened, and he only recovered after a long while. He lifted his head and looked at the statue. Slowly, his eyes were filled with confusion. Scattering dust was the first medicinal pill he had created in that strange dimension. He had never heard of that pill from anyone else before, and only when he created Spirit Plunder did he understand that his herb-quenching methods were somewhat related to the shamans. In fact, his Spirit Plunder was also known as Soul Catcher Stone, and could only be created after much effort from end soul catchers. Su Ming also believed that the method these end soul catchers used to create this Spirit Plunder was completely different from his. Soul catchers originate from the world of Nine Yin. Then is it possible that the end soul catchers also obtained the method to create their Spirit Plunder here? Then, could it be that my herb-quenching methods also come from this place? Su Ming was shocked. He had never been able to puzzle through the origins of the black stone fragment. In fact, he had even theorized before that this item was a part of Di Tian's plan. He stared at the statue for a long time, then moved to the next statue. Once he placed his hand on it, a voice spoke in his head. Besides a different request for its first offering, the voice still requested scattering dust for its second offering. After Su Ming tested several dozens of statues, he noticed that all of the statues in the first mountain should be the same. They all requested different things for their first offering, but the second offering was always the same. Most of the requests for the first offering are different for each statue, and some of them are really weird. By the looks of it, Nangong is right. The spirits of Nine Yin here are all the natives of this world, and they once helped the shaman tribe gain footing in this place. Then, if that's the case, these statues are the same as me. They are all alive and not dead. They are all alive. As long as I fulfill their requests, they will become my guards. If that's the case, then perhaps they only helped the shamans gain footing here after the shamans paid a huge price for them. But just what are they? Su Ming took a few steps back. When he was observing these statues, 2 more were revived and rose into the air, then left with someone. There was a variety of emotions on Su Ming's face. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, and his gaze fell on the second mountain, the third, the fourth, and right up to the indistinct end of the sky. If that is the case, I won't bother about the origins of the spirits of Nine Yin first. Perhaps I can rent the strongest guard here. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and they shone brilliantly. Chapter 435, Dark-Yin Warrior. Nan Gonghen was standing on the 4th mountain in the sky, right before a gigantic, dark silver statue of 300-something feet, and he had hesitation etched on his face. The presence exuded by the statue far exceeded all of its kind in the first mountain. His body was not just much stronger than his contemporaries, but he was filled with an air that struck fear in people's hearts. There were many scars on his body, and there was a feeling of age coming from them. He held a gigantic battle axe in his hand, and it was about 100 feet big. The murderous aura around it made Nan not dare to get closer to it. This is the dark bronze spirit of 9 and he is the strongest existence in the fourth mountain. Very few people have been able to rent it. From what I know, he has only ventured out 8 times. Once I go to the 5th layer, there will only be platinum spirits of 9 there. But while the platinum spirits of 9 are stronger than dark bronzes, they are only at the base level of the 5th layer. Compared to the strongest dark bronze here, the difference between them isn't really that great. But the price this statue gave, it's just too ridiculous. It's even more expensive than the 5th layer. Nan remained incredibly indecisive. Before he came to this place, his original plan was to reach the 5th layer, but once he saw the dark bronze statue, he wavered in his decision once again. Just as he was hesitating, Nan cast a look at the land beneath the mountain. From this place, he could see the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st mountains vaguely. Oh well, I might as well go to the 5th mountain and take a look before I make a decision. Nan gritted his teeth and left the statue reluctantly, then moved to the top of the mountain. The amount of money we have in our hands is different. While I'm hesitating about whether I should be choosing the 4th or 5th mountain, Imosu should only be at most be able to make offerings to the spirits of 9 in the 2nd mountain. After all, without ample preparation, it would be difficult for anyone to start making offerings in the 3rd mountain and above. Nan mumbled under his breath, and he felt a little pleased in his heart, and that feeling dissipated some of the dejectedness he felt just now. Once I rent my spirit of 9 then at the very least, I would be able to turn tables on him. Nan smiled faintly, and his spirits lifted. At that moment, Su Ming was walking calmly up the stairs of the 2nd mountain. There were fewer statues in the 2nd mountain compared to the 1st. There were only about 100 or so, and their armor was more complete. They also had more varied weapons. The pressure of the powerful from their bodies was also stronger than those in the 1st mountain. By the looks of it, while they might not be in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm, they should be at least at the peak of the initial stage of that realm. There were less than 10 shamans in the 2nd mountain, and all of them had dark expressions on their faces as they wandered about the statues, as if they were uncertain about which one they should choose. Su Ming casually chose a statue and pressed his right hand against it. After a moment, when he lifted his right hand, and a glint appeared in his eyes. 5,000 superior shaman crystals per day. Then if I stay here for a month, I would need 150,000 shaman crystals, and if I stay here for several months, I would need several hundreds of thousands of shaman crystals. This sort of price is unthinkable for a person in a small tribe. Even a person from a middle-sized tribe would need to tighten his belt to rent this. They also added more scattering dusts. They want 3 pills once every 3 days. Su Ming remembered that the Shaman Crystal Vein, White Bull Tribe, and Black Crane Tribe were fighting for had less than 20,000 shaman crystals, and those that could be considered superior quality should be rare and in between. Even if he extracted all of these and brought them here, he might not even be able to get this spirit of 9 to follow him for 4 days. No wonder the person who found the 9 Abyss flower didn't come and rent a spirit of 9. The price is too high. But in other words, scattering dusts are hard to get even if someone offers to buy one for several tens of thousands of shaman crystals. If I just bring out one, while the price for it may be great, but if I can bring 3 out in one go, then the price will blow up exponentially. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest, and he walked to the top of the 2nd mountain. He did not stop any longer. Once he reached the top of the mountain, he stepped into the relocation rune in this place, and with a flash, he disappeared from this place. When he reappeared, he was already at the much higher 3rd mountain. There were already less than 100 statues in the 3rd mountain, only about a few dozen. The armor these statues wore practically covered them from head to toe, and most of them were decked in complete sets. They were also about 200 feet tall, looking like tiny hills. The pressure they exuded made Su Ming's breathing quicken. The strength of that pressure was much greater than what he felt from Tai Mu. In fact, it was much stronger than the Berserker now turned poison corpse he had met, who was in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul realm. Could it be that these statues are already in existence equivalent to those in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm? If that's truly the case, then those in the 4th mountain would be at the peak of the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm, and those in the 5th mountain would be in the latter stage of the Berserker Soul realm? If that's the case, then what sort of power do those in the 6th, 7th, and up to the 9th have? Su Ming walked around in the 3rd mountain. Not counting him, there were 6 shamans standing beside different statues, as if they were communicating with them. When Su Ming had only traveled 100 feet into the third mountain, suddenly, the mountain trembled. He immediately saw a gigantic statue reviving, and once the warrior opened his eyes, he lifted his head and roared towards the sky. His roars shook the sky and earth, causing the space around the area to distort. Soon after, the statue flew up and swung the gigantic, long halberd in midair. The presence he exuded instantly made Su Ming feel an immense pressure. As the statue flew up, a tall and lean, long-haired man dressed in a blue robe laughed and jumped up to stand on the statue's shoulder. The statue did not seem to mind, turning into a long arc and charging to the exit with the man. Su Ming's expectations grew stronger. He took a few brisk steps, and once he arrived at the top of the third mountain, he stepped into the relocation rune, disappearing into it. All those in the third mountain could see the rune flashing. 3 of the few remaining people lifted their heads to look over, but their expressions were calm, and there were not many changes on their faces. After all, there were some people who could not offer more money, but would still try to go to a higher level to have a look before they left. They had seen many of such people before. When Su Ming appeared at the 4th mountain, Nan Gonghen was in the 5th mountain looking at a statue that was 400 feet tall and was no longer black, but so white it was like silver. There were some fine runic symbols on his armor, and he looked incredibly gorgeous and extraordinary. His appearance alone was already far better than the statues in the 4th layer. 25,000 shaman crystals per day, and I must pay for 90 days in a go, or I can offer some items that are rare even in the world of 9. This price is still a little reasonable. It's far less than the guy from the 4th layer. That one from the 4th layer actually asked for 30,000 shaman crystals, the nerve. And I even have to pay for at least 108 days in a go. Nan Gonghen automatically ignored the other rental alternatives the statue offered besides the shaman crystals. To him, shaman crystals were the main focus. When he was observing these statues, he had also noticed the relocation light from the 3rd mountain. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the area underneath before ignoring it. Instead, he walked to the next statue. He wanted to choose a statue that was the cheapest in the area but whose strength was not that much different from the others. It's a pity that these spirits of 9 are all so prideful, and each of them increasingly so. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. If I tried to haggle, I wouldn't hear any sort of answer. It'd be as if they were ignoring me. Nan Gonghen shook his head. Including Su Ming, there were only 3 people in the 4th mountain choosing their spirits of 9. There was one who was standing by the mountainside, and there was one who stood at the 300-something feet tall dark bronze statue covered in scars where Nan Gonghen had lingered around earlier while struggling in uncertainty. That person also looked undecided. It was an old man. By the looks of it, he had arrived at the peak of a medial shaman and was only a step away from becoming a ladder shaman. He stared at the statue and sighed. As Su Ming walked on the 4th mountain and looked at these statues that were much higher than those in the 3rd mountain, he found that there were less than 50 of them in this place. As he continued walking forward, Su Ming's gaze was immediately attracted by a scar-ridden statue at the mountainside. The statue was the one Nan Gonghen had been observing earlier, and he was also the cause of the old man's sighing. Su Ming walked towards the statue slowly, and he looked over calmly. There was nothing around the statue, neither was there any other of his kind in his vicinity. He stood there alone, and his armor was filled with scratches. It was plain that he had gone through much battle throughout his life. The murderous aura spreading out from that gigantic battle axe made Su Ming's pupils shrink. The old man cast Su Ming a glance, then ignored him. Instead, he continued wavering in his decision, and the struggle in his eyes became stronger. Once Su Ming walked closer, he lifted his right hand and pressed it on the statue. The instant he did so, a hoarse voice immediately echoed in his mind. 30,000 shaman crystals per day? If you want my protection, then you need to pay for 180 days in one go. If you agree to it, then I will protect you from all danger within my power, but not anything beyond. The voice only said those words, and once he finished, his words lingered in the air before dispersing. Su Ming was stunned. This was the first spirit of 9 he had met that only stated the amount of shaman crystals he wanted, but did not mention the equivalent amount of medicinal pills as an alternative. As Su Ming was caught in a daze, the old man by his side seemed to have made his decision. He had thought about it for a long time. After all, this was a hefty sum. If it was 30,000 per day, then it would be about 5 million superior shaman crystals for 180 days. Even to big tribes, this was an incredible fortune. No one would offer this amount of money easily. Once the old man made his decision, he no longer bothered with Su Ming. He pressed his right hand on the statue, as if he was communicating with the spirit of Nine Yin. After a moment, light immediately started shining in the statue's eyes. A powerful presence instantly spread out from his body, and his presence swept through the area like a vortex, causing his body to rapidly reawaken. I am the best warrior of this layer. Choosing me is better for you than choosing those tribe members of mine in the 5th layer. Humming sounds traveled out of the statue's mouth. This was the first time Su Ming had seen one of these statues speaking, and a sharp glint instantly shone in his eyes. As the old man's face was lit with excitement, Su Ming suddenly sent a trail of his divine sense into the reviving statue. If it's scattering dusts, what is your price? Chapter 436, Old Man. The voice Su Ming delivered through his divine sense could only be heard by the spirit of Nine Yin. The old man by the side could not hear it. Once the reviving gigantic warrior statue heard Su Ming's words, he turned his head around swiftly and stared at him. At the same time, his body stopped regaining life. The old man was stunned. You have scattering dusts. Su Ming took a few steps back and looked at the statue, whose voice was reverberating like thunder in his head. Sir, if I want your protection, how many scattering dusts do you require? Su Ming sent his divine sense out with a calm look. However, the old man was not stupid. He saw the statue looking at Su Ming at that moment, and knew that the unexpected occurrence was due to him. But this place banned fights, and they were not the ones who chose the spirits of Nine Yin. They were chosen based on the will of the spirits of Nine Yin. At that moment, he stared at Su Ming coldly, and while there was aloofness in his eyes, there was also a freezing glare, along with contempt. After all, the amount of shaman crystals required to obtain the protection of this spirit of Nine Yin was too great. He did not believe that this person would be able to produce this amount of shaman crystals. I want 10 scattering dusts every 7 days. Even if you only have 10, I will still protect you for 7 days. If you only have 5, then I will protect you for 3 days and a half. If you only have 1, then I will protect you for 1 day. As the voice of the spirit of Nine Yin echoed in Su Ming's head, he started calculating how many scattering dusts he had in his disposal. He only had less than 200 of these pills right now, but as long as he had enough materials, then he could immediately start making them. And he was incredibly familiar with the procedures of making this pill, so even if he would end up wasting some, he would only waste about 1/10 of materials. Would you accept South Asunders? Su Ming mulled over his thoughts for a moment before he sent his divine sense into the statue once again to test waters. South Asunder. You have South Asunder. Strong light immediately began shining in the gigantic statue's eyes. Even the voice that was reverberating in Su Ming's head had become agitated. His body started trembling slightly, and the halted revival was activated once again. However, his eyes were fixed on Su Ming, and he no longer paid any attention to the old man. Sir, you're going overboard. Leave immediately, if you continue fighting over him with me. The old man immediately became nervous and growled threateningly at Su Ming. But before he could finish speaking, the gigantic statue suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the old man. As the old man cried out in surprise, the statue tossed him down the mountain. Get lost. Don't bother me when I'm making a deal. That old man's body immediately turned into a long arc, and he was tossed down the 4th mountain. It doesn't matter whether it's South Asunder or Mountain Spirit. If you bring 5 of either, I will offer you 7 days of protection. The statue's voice buzzed in Su Ming's head. He was incredibly excited by the mention of South Asunder. After all, he had been here for many years, and while he had met people who brought out scattering dusts before, most of the time, the number was incredibly small, and the effects of the pills were weak, making it painfully obvious that they had obtained it from some spot in the world of Nine Yin. However, Su Ming gave him the feeling that he had quite the number of this pill, and he had even mentioned South Asunder. This made the spirit of Nine Yin excited. Looks like you found a pill storage. How about this? If you have better medicinal pills like spirit plunders, then with just 1, I will protect you for 60 days. If you think that my power can't satisfy your requirements, then I know an old man in the 5th mountain who should originally have been in the 6th layer. But if you shamans want to get up there, you would need to be at least a ladder shaman, or else it'll be difficult for you to get in there. That's why the old man came down to the 5th layer. 1 spirit plunder, and he will protect you for 10 days. I'll go and talk to him. Perhaps we can increase the time he can protect you. But the condition is, you have to give me south sunders and scattering dusts. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately asked, that old man you speak of, what is his level of cultivation? By your standards, he's an shaman. The gigantic statue immediately said, and an expectant look appeared on his face. Su Ming's heart pounded in his chest. He wanted to go to many places in the world of Nine. That candle dragon's corpse alone was already a place he wanted to go to. Then there was the burial ground of spirit mediums, which might be of help for awakening the seventh head in Han Mountain Bell and allow him to obtain the 100 million souls devouring heaven art. Then there was the deal about the thought soothsayers as well. If that altar could make thought soothsayers appear, then if it was possible, Su Ming would like to go and see the birthplace of thought soothsayers. Also, his main purpose was the Nine Abyss flower. This flower could increase the chances of surviving through a life-threatening crisis when one was entering the Berserker Soul realm once they attained great completion in the Bone Sacrifice realm. This was an item that Su Ming had to get no matter what. Also, he had to think about the problem of his identity possibly getting exposed. If that happened, then if he could obtain the protection of a spirit of 9 at the level of an shaman, then he could be like fish in water in this place. In fact, it would even be possible for him to go and explore the area 1 million leagues away. All right. Once he thought about it, Su Ming nodded and brought out a small bottle from his bosom, then threw it at the spirit of 9 that had completely regained its life. That spirit of 9 grabbed that small bottle, and with a method from which Su Ming could not even feel any ripples with his divine sense, laughter came from under the spirit of 9 Yin's helmet. My name is Li Huo. According to the treaty made between my tribe and the Shaman tribe, I am willing to serve you. As Li Huo laughed, he took a step forward, and once he stood before Su Ming, he lifted the gigantic battle axe, and the action caused howling sounds to reverberate in the air. A violent gust of wind swept through the area. Li Huo's huge body rapidly shrank in that wind and turned into a dark silver light that charged towards Su Ming's left hand. He suddenly lifted his right hand and received that dark light with that hand. The dark light hesitated for a moment, then turned into a mark on the back of Su Ming's right hand. It flashed a few times. Boy, let's go to the 5th layer. I'll tell you where that old man is, or else it'll be very difficult for you to find him. Li Huo's voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming dipped his head down and looked at the mark on the back of his hand, then lifted his head before moving briskly towards the top of this mountain. He was not afraid of this Li Huo causing any problems. He had still one chance to use the power of the god of berserkers, and there was enough power in it acting as a deterrent even if he did not use that one last chance. Even if that person had the power equivalent to an shaman, Su Ming could still intimidate him. After a moment, Su Ming arrived at the top of the mountain, and as the light from the relocation rune shone, he disappeared within. When he reappeared, he was already on the 5th mountain. Besides him, only Nan Gong Hen was in this mountain. Nan Gong Hen was moving about the mountain, occasionally coming to a stop in search of a silver statue that he thought would be more reasonable. He had seen the light from the relocation rune in the 4th mountain, but did not pay too much attention to it. He simply continued browsing through the few statues in the mountain. It was only when he was at the mountainside that his footsteps come to a halt, and he looked towards the mountain staircase in the distance with a strange look. He saw Su Ming slowly walking up the stairs. He blinked. Then Nan Gong Hen let out a dry cough and gave Su Ming a smile. When I saw the light from the 4th mountain's relocation rune, I was wondering who it was. I didn't expect it would be you, Brother Amo. Since you're here, why don't we take a look around together? When Su Ming saw Nan Gong Hen, he wrapped his fist in his palm and greeted him with a smile with his usual calm look on his face. I was expecting to meet you here, Brother Nan Gong. You mentioned before that you were going to choose a spirit of 9 here. Brother Amo, it seems like I've made a fool of myself before you. All of the spirits of 9 here need several millions of shaman crystals before we can tempt them. In truth, if I had not made preparations for this, I wouldn't choose any of the spirits here, Nan Gong Hen said with a smile, and there was a slightly pleased expression on his face. After all, the amount of shaman crystals he had to spend to choose a spirit in the 5th layer was enough to render anyone speechless. Nan Gong Hen pointed at a statue and started providing explanations to Su Ming. Come, Brother Amo, let me introduce you to this place. Look at this spirit of 9. His armor is giving off pressure, but his weapon is a scimitar. This spirit should be one specializing in defense, but his battle prowess is slightly weaker than the other spirits of 9 in here. When Su Ming looked over, he heard Li Hua snorting coldly in his ear. Your companion didn't reveal much. Taka's scimitar is so sharp that if I ran into him, I would feel my skin crawl. His armor, however, is rather mediocre. Nan Gonghen continued introducing the statues to him and would occasionally place his hand on the statues to find their price. Su Ming always had a smile in place and did not open his mouth to speak much. All this while, he was listening to Li Hua rebutting Nan Gonghen's views, and by the end, he was looking down on Nan Gonghen even more. Brother Imo, you might not be able to provide any offerings in the 5th, but you can look around as well to broaden your perspectives. I walked up to the 5th layer in the past as well. As Nan Gonghen spoke, he arrived at a spot where 2 statues stood erect on the other side of the mountain. One of the statues was large and the other small. The big one was 400-something feet tall, while the small one was only 200-something. That small one did not hold any weapons in his hands and looked incredibly ordinary. The big statue, on the other hand, was holding a long spear, and he looked incredibly heroic and extraordinary. Nan Gonghen placed one hand on each of the statues. After a while, a brilliant light began shining in his eyes. He looked at the statue that was 400-something feet tall, and excitement filled his face. Brother Imo, look at this spirit. His price is 32,000 shaman crystals per day, and he's the most expensive statue in this place. But don't just judge him because he's expensive. This spirit is definitely the strongest one here. Look at the spirit beside him. His price might only be 20,000 shaman crystals per day, but I definitely won't choose him. Nan Gonghen was originally still wavering about his decision, but when he saw Su Ming standing by his side, resolution immediately appeared on his face. I'll choose this one. As he spoke, he placed his palm on the statue again. Idiot, Suhan might be in the 5th layer, but he's definitely not the strongest. Your friend's an idiot. That old man beside him is the friggin' strongest monster here. That's what the old man likes. He'll use himself to set up a contrast and to serve as a comparison to scare Suhan, so that he will raise his own price. Just you watch, a large part of the offerings Suhan obtains will be given to the old man. Boy, the one I'm talking about is him. Place your hand on him. I'll talk to him. Li Hua's voice traveled into Su Ming's ears. Su Ming cast a glance at Nan Gonghen with a wry smile, because he knew that even if he advised him against it, Nan Gonghen would also not listen to him. He then walked towards the statue that was only 200-something feet tall. Chapter 437. You have a good eye? Nan Gonghen's statue shone with a strong light, and the statue started rapidly regaining life. At that moment, Su Ming pressed his right hand against the 200-something feet statue. Nan Gonghen also saw Su Ming's actions, but he did not bother himself too much with it. In his eyes, Su Ming was just checking out the statue's price. Even if the statue was not expensive, not all people were capable of making offerings to him and taking him away. I browsed through the entire mountain once, and the price for this one is the highest. The prices offered by the spirits of 9 are based on their abilities. If he dares make this price, then I will pay for it. By the looks of it, he's the strongest in the 5th layer. Nan Gonghen might be finding it painful to part with the shaman crystals, but he trusted his own judgment. As he watched the light from the statue shine in an area that spanned to 100,000 feet, as the incredibly extraordinary statue looked as if it was about to completely regain life, and as light shone in his eyes, his breathing started quickening. After a moment, once the statue was completely revived, he lifted his long spear and struck the ground. At the same time, he shot up in the sky with a whistle. Only a pair of brightly burning eyes could be seen on his face, which were covered by the helmet. He lowered his head and cast Nan Gonghen a glance. That gaze was slightly strange, as if it contained an array of complicated emotions, a deep sentiment. By the treaty formed between my tribe and the shaman tribe, I am willing to serve you until you are no longer able to fulfill the requirements of the offerings. The spirit of 9 in midair said these words slowly. His voice echoed in the area, and humming sounds could be heard, making him sound incredibly exceptional. Nan Gonghen was just about to fly up excitedly when the statue on which Su Ming had placed his right hand immediately started shining by his side. The light was incredibly dim, but the statue was rapidly regaining life. An ancient gaze gradually appeared where his eyes were. Nan Gonghen was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes swiftly. Brother Imo, you rented him? Nan Gonghen sucked in a deep breath, and his face was filled with disbelief. Once he saw Su Ming nodding his head, Nangonghen's expression immediately became strange, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But after a moment of hesitation, he cast Su Ming a compassionate glance. While Nangonghen might find himself in a sort of disbelieving state in regards to Su Ming's financial power, but the truth was right before him. The other must have some sort of means and methods to obtain money, which no one else knew about. However, Nangonghen thought that Su Ming's choice was kind of not worth it, or perhaps more accurately, it was extremely not worth it. Ah, Brother Amo, you should have told me sooner. There are plenty of spirits of Nine here that are. Oh well, since you've already made your choice, then I won't say anything. Nangonghen shook his head with a wry smile, and his compassion grew stronger. There was a strange look on Su Ming's face, covered by the mask. When he saw the pitying look on Nangonghen's face, the same look appeared in his eyes. The statue beside Su Ming had already completely resuscitated. He moved his body for a while, and cracking sounds came from within him, as if he could not bear with moving. This made Nangonghen pity Su Ming even more. It was especially so when the spirit of Nine started slowly shrinking as he moved until he stood there like a normal person with a bent back. This was clearly a hunchbacked, old spirit of Nine. His armor might be silver, but it was dark and dull. When he wore it on his body, he looked rather sloppy. When Nangonghen saw this, he sighed in his heart. He could already understand just how good of a judge of character Su Ming was. In his mind, this was no longer a problem with being a bad judge of character. This was a problem of his intelligence going down the drain. Lad, choosing me is your fortune. Oh well, I'll protect you all the way on behalf of your spirit plunders, but we're doing it according to the deal we made. I will not calculate the price by days, but with each 3 times I attack, you have to give me a spirit plunder. The old man's voice echoed in Su Ming's head. He looked at the hunchbacked old man before him. This old man might be wearing a helmet and was decked in armor, but he looked incredibly strange in this appearance. However, Su Ming was very respectful towards him. He wrapped his fist in his palm to salute the old man. I will do my best to fulfill your requirements, senior. The old man was quite satisfied with Su Ming's show of respect, so he took off his helmet, held it under his armpit, revealing a very unique countenance. His dark skin looked like wood, and when set against his long silver hair, it made the hair incredibly eye-catching. Once Su Ming saw the old man's face, his pupils shrank. This person's appearance was highly similar to the gigantic head that was placed high on top the stone pillar in Shaman City. Clearly, they were from the same tribe. The old man's face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes were unfocused. After a yawn, he swept his gaze past Nangonghen, and his lips curled up in a smile. In Su Ming's eyes, that smile looked quite nasty. The old man grinned and said in a raspy voice, "You boy, this man is a heroic and exceptional one. You did well to choose the best lad in my tribe. Not bad indeed. You have a good eye." Nangonghen's sympathy towards Su Ming increased once again. Just as he was about to open his mouth and say something, he suddenly widened his eyes and saw the old man lifting his head to look at the spirit of Nine he had rented, then said something that stunned him in place. "Hey, dummy, where's my share?" The old man glared and looked at Nangonghen's spirit of Nine standing in midair. At that moment, Su Han, the spirit, brought out a ball of glittering light from his bosom obediently and handed it to the old man respectfully. The old man shook the ball with his hand, then nodded his head, satisfied. He quickly put it away into his own bosom, all while not forgetting to address the stunned Nangonghen in the process. "Boy, you have a really good eye. Don't worry, if that dummy is disobedient, then I'll teach him a lesson afterwards. Don't you worry, all the tribesmen I introduce are absolutely free of problems. Hey, how about we go now? It's been a long time since I went out. I wonder how many things have changed in the outside world." The old man turned his head around and looked at Su Ming, urging him on. Su Ming cast Nangonghen a compassionate glance, then let out a fake cough before he walked forward. The old man had his hands placed behind his back, following behind him with a swagger, even humming a little tune, all while looking incredibly smug. Nangonghen only recovered after a long while. He looked at the old man, leaving into the distance before he lifted his head and looked at the spirit of Nine called Su Han. He suddenly felt that this originally heroic and extraordinary spirit looked like a rather rigid person. In fact, he seemed kind of silly. His mind kept going back to the moment the old man had demanded his reward and his acts of praising Nangonghen himself. He shuddered, then slapped his own head before he started laughing wryly. This is the first time I heard about the spirits of 9 conning people. Just like that, Nangong Hen brought with him regret and dispiritedness, along with the spirit of 9 that had turned into a mark on the back of his hand, then left the dimension through the vortex in the air with Su Ming and the old man who made him grit his teeth, but whom he did not dare offend. The instant the old man walked out, he lifted his head and looked at the gigantic head lifted up high on the stone pillar. A complicated look along with nostalgia appeared in his eyes. The complication quickly disappeared, and he averted his gaze to look at the shackled skeleton in the palace behind the vortex. The instant he saw him, the old man sighed. "Lad, I'm going to meet an old friend of mine. As long as you are in the city, I'll be able to detect you. When you want to leave, I'll appear. If you need me to attack, then call out the name I told you, and I will naturally attack," the old man said with a flat tone, then took a step forward. His body instantly disappeared. When the old man left, Nangong Hen wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming with a wry smile. "Brother Imoa, I'll cut myself off here. I'd like to go back and clear my mind in the inn, then communicate with my spirit of 9. Once the treasure gambling even starts, I'll come out. Are you coming with me, or do you want to go explore Shaman City?" Su Ming felt some degree of pity towards Nangong Hen, but just when he was about to speak, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, because he saw a person looking at him while standing at the foot of the palace's stairs. "Brother Nangong, please go back first. I'll be exploring the area here." Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm to bid farewell. Nangong Hen, who was feeling incredibly dispirited, did not have any mood to say anything anymore. He shook his head and left the place quickly. Once Nangong Hen left, Su Ming looked towards the person standing at the bottom of the stairs, and their gazes met. His lips curled up into a smile under the mask, and he walked down the stairs. As he got closer to the person who was observing him, the thin young man who was dressed in black robes and had various small braids decorating his hair started, his pupils shrinking, but he continued standing there without moving. When Su Ming walked down that long staircase and arrived right before the person, the young man suddenly smiled. His shrunken pupils dilated. He looked at Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm, giving him a small bow. "It's a great joy in life to be able to meet an old friend in foreign land. I was wondering why I thought you were familiar. Now I remember. Brother Su, you still look as graceful as when we parted ways," the young man said with a smile. He was Wu Duo, the person who Su Ming had met when he was heading to Sky Mist City, and the person who had a mysterious background and seemed like a thought soothsayer from the shamans. "Brother Su, you don't have to argue with me. I'm very certain of this. We're not strangers, since I waited for you here and could identify you. Then it proves that I'm not that sort of despicable person, or else there would be no need for me to do this. Brother Su, your disguise is really great. It doesn't matter whether it's your presence or the general air you give off. No one would be able to find any clues about you. Even if I used any of Thought's soothsayer spells to look into you, I wouldn't be able to find any answers. However, ever since I was young, I possessed a talent no one else had. I'm very sensitive to smells. Brother Su, you can change everything, but you neglected to change your smell." Wu Duo spoke with a faint smile, and his words were filled with sincerity. "My name is Imo Su." Su Ming looked at Wu Duo. "My name is Zhongyi. Brother Imo, it's a great pleasure to meet you for the first time. Would you mind finding a place with me so that we can sit?" Wu Duo cast a glance at the mark of the spirit of 9 on the back of Su Ming's right hand, then spoke in a whisper. "You must have come here for the treasure gambling event as well. I know quite a lot about this. Perhaps we can even work together." Su Ming mulled over it for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 438, Crimson Stone. The Shaman City belonging in the world of 9 was built a very long time ago. Even now, besides the city giving off an ancient feeling to others, it did not give off too much of a feeling of decline. Instead, as time went by, the city was continuously improved, causing it to be incredibly prosperous. It was especially so each time the world of 9 was opened up and a large amount of shamans surged in, which would cause the city to bustle with activity, and there were numerous shops which would still be visited even at night. It was a bit past noon. In a two-story inn located in the west of the city were Wu Duo and Su Ming, who were sitting at a table while looking at a river running through the entire Shaman City. Sounds of running water echoed in their ears, adding another sort of taste to the wine they drank. The person who fought against the latter shaman from Eastern Goosefoot tribe yesterday must have been you then, Brother Imo. When I saw you walking out from the place of the spirits of 9 with Nangong Hen by your side, I could already guess. Wu Duo smiled, and there were all sorts of emotions in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. I didn't expect that in a few years since the last time we met, your level of cultivation would have went up by leaps and bounds. It's indeed impressive. Su Ming shook his head and said slowly, being able to fight against Senior Tai Mu was just pure luck on my part. Oh, Brother Mo, you don't have to be humble. I might not have seen it, but when I heard about it from others, I could tell that you definitely did not manage to survive by pure luck. Wu Duo smiled and took a sip of wine. When he heard Wu Duo phrasing it as such, Su Ming smiled faintly and no longer spoke about that. Instead, he looked at Wu Duo and said calmly, Brother Zhong, what are the details of the treasure gambling event you mentioned? I don't know much about it, so I hope you would be able to tell me. Brother Mo, you must obtain a sufficient amount of shaman crystals before the treasure gambling event. Only then will it be possible to reap any sort of rewards from the event. Of course, if you're only going there to take a look and not to join it, then you won't need to do this. Wu Duo took a sip of wine, cast Su Ming a look, then said with a smile, this treasure gambling event is actually a unique thing that only appears in the world of 9. It is divided into 2 parts. All people who have more than 100,000 shaman crystals can join the first part of the event. Only those who have become ladder shamans can gain from the second part. Most people whose level of cultivation is not high enough would not choose to enter the second part, unless they have great luck. If not, most of them would end up really badly. Wu Duo spoke in great detail. He knew that Su Ming might have gained some knowledge about the event, but since he was not a shaman, there must still be some details that he was not entirely clear about. Oh, please, I would like to hear it. Su Ming brought the wine cup to his lips and took a sip. Wu Duo gathered his thoughts for a while, then looked around before he asked in a whisper, Brother Mo, do you know why this place is called the World of 9, and do you know how this name came to be? Su Ming looked at Wu Duo. He did not speak. He knew that Wu Duo did not require any answer from him. Besides the Yin spirit tribe telling the name to the shaman's ancestors in the past, it originated from a stone monument that was once erected at a spot somewhere in this place. There were only 4 words on the stone monument, and they were World of 9. As for the Yin spirit tribe, it's this. Wu Duo said, then lifted his left hand to reveal the glowing mark on the back of his hand. In the past, when the shaman's ancestors arrived in the World of 9, they somehow got into contact with Yin spirit tribe, allowing them to be able to get their help to occupy an area of 1 million lease in this place in one go, though it was over a period of many years. They also managed to get their help to build Shaman City. The treasure gambling event is actually largely connected to the spot where Shaman City is built. Wu Duo's voice was soft. It did not spread too far, and only Su Ming could hear it clearly. They chose to build Shaman City on the ground right underneath our feet because there is a gigantic secret in this area. It was very difficult for outsiders to learn about this secret, and it was not until many years later when an Yin shaman who participated in building the city told his descendants of this secret before he died that more shamans learned about this through a series of complicated events. Haha, Brother Mo, it's definitely difficult for you to guess this. Before we built Shaman City over this land, this place was a giant pit. There were many crimson-colored stones stored in it. There was nothing strange about those stones, but we could not send our senses and perceptions into them. When we cracked them open gently, we found some strange herbs inside. The famous 9 Abyss flower is one of them. In fact, there are still plenty of herbs that are not recorded by the shamans, and even those from 9 Li tribe cannot recognize them. They should be treasures of immeasurable worth that were rare even during ancient times, and have long since become extinct. However, a brilliant flash passed through Wu Duo's eyes. Most of the crimson stones have nothing inside. Well, actually, they might have had something inside before, but because they had been around for too long, those things gradually dissipated. Only few among the crimson stones contain herbs, and even so, most of them have already turned into fossils. There are no longer any sort of medicinal properties within them. And even if some herbs still contain medicinal properties, there won't be much of it left anyway. However, there is no absolute in this world. Some of these crimson stones that have been cracked open before were found to contain herbs that still contain 7/10 of their medicinal properties. In fact, from what I know, there were 9 times over the years where complete, undamaged herbs that still retained all of their medicinal properties were found in these crimson stones. These herbs are all incredibly old. and each of them could be called a priceless treasure. But it all depends on luck. If you're lucky, perhaps the herb's original value itself is already high to begin with. If you're not lucky, then it would be an ordinary leaf. Even if it was still fresh, it would still be. Wu Duo sighed deeply with feeling. As Su Ming listened to Wu Duo's words, his eyes began sparkling. We calculate the value of the herbs based on two things. One of them is the quality of the herb itself, and the other is the medicinal properties the herb contains compared to other herbs with the same effects. Herbs are not the only things contained in crimson stones either. There are also ancient enchanted vessels and some skill manuals. All of these are things you might find in there. It just depends on whether you can find them and whether the item you get can still be used. Due to its mysteriousness, and because even shamans will have difficulties in finding any sort of clue from these stones, this luck-based cracking of crimson stones has gradually turned into the treasure gambling event. This sort of heart-pounding excitement is something many people cannot resist. The crimson stones that can only be bought with a large amount of shaman crystals can be said to be able to make a person rise to great heights in an instant, and it can also make a person lose everything in an instant as well. Wu Duo licked his lips. Clearly, he was very passionate about this treasure gambling event. These crimson stones are valuable, even if it is incredibly rare for herbs and treasures to appear within them. With the god of Shaman's temple's power and influence, there's absolutely no need for them to hold this treasure gambling event. They could just crack open all the stones on their own. By doing so, they wouldn't have to lose anything. Su Ming frowned. Brother Imo, you might not know about this, but that's what the god of Shaman's temple did in the beginning. But as time passed by, and the secret of this place spread through the entire shaman tribe. The god of Shaman's temple's influence might be great, but the big tribes in the land of the shamans would absolutely not let it monopolize the chance of obtaining priceless treasures. Even those middle-sized tribes have set their sights on this event. It's only under the pressure of all the tribes in the land of the shamans that the god of Shaman's temple brings out a portion of the crimson stones every single time they open up this place and host this treasure gambling event. Wu Duo explained. Su Ming pondered over this for a moment before he voiced his thoughts. Even so, the big tribes must have also joined the team of people who developed this place. It's impossible that they didn't know about this. If that's the case, what you're saying is a little far-fetched. Besides, how could there still be crimson stones in this place after such a long time? And by the looks of it, they still have quite a lot of these things left. This is something I don't understand as well. Wu Duo hesitated for a while before he said with a lack of confidence. Perhaps there are some reasons that I don't know of regarding the former matter you speak of, but no matter what they may be, the god of Shaman's temple has been hosting this treasure gambling event involving all shaman tribes for many years. There is in no way you can fake this, and there have been people who have indeed been able to find valuable herbs in these stones. The 9 times I spoke of are examples. As for the second, well, Brother Imo, you still don't really understand this world of 9. The amount of crimson stones in this world is incredibly large, but we can't extract too many of them in one go. We can only get them out slowly. That is how the god of Shaman's temple is able to bring out these crimson stones every single time they open up the place. Legend has it that there are several huge tunnels underneath Shaman City. These tunnels were all dug out through the years, during the process of mining for these crimson stones. But it's true that the number of crimson stones that are brought out is smaller with each treasure gambling event. I didn't come here when this place was open to public the last time, but I heard later that they only brought out about 10,000 of these stones. It's a little fewer than the previous times. Su Ming thought about it quietly for a while. There might be some things he still did not understand about this, but Wu Duo did not seem to know everything either, which could only mean that these things were not privy to a medial shaman. Brother Zhong, is the second part of the treasure gambling event you speak of a small-scale event that is limited to only certain people who have certain levels of cultivation, and is held in another place that is like a trading zone, in a manner almost like an auction? Wrong guess. There is indeed small-scale auctions like these during the treasure gambling event, but those are held in private. They are not considered as the second part of the event. The second part of the event is incredibly bloody, and people frequently die in this part. Its name is also known as Stone Looting Event. The Inn Shaman who is protecting Shaman City will definitely not take action. This is a contest between ladder shamans, and the location is in one of the 3 small crimson stone veins that are usually closed off to public. They are all located within these 1 million lease. Some crimson stones will gush out of these small crimson stone veins once in a while. After some preparations, the god of Shaman's temple will be able to make these veins gush out a large amount of crimson stones for a short period of time. It depends on the person's abilities on how many they are able to loot. When the time comes, a relocation rune will be activated. The original rule states that everyone with any sort of level of cultivation can enter it, but few medial shamans go. But since there's that catastrophe of the eastern wastelands, the pressure of the threat of death from this disaster will drive those who want to survive through it mad. The number of those who will risk their lives in this event will be a lot higher compared to previous times. What I want to discuss with you is the second part. If you're willing to help me, then I will give you some of the crimson stones I'll obtain. I can promise you, if everything goes smoothly, then we will get a large amount of crimson stones. Wu Duo looked at Su Ming with an expectant look. Chapter 439, Selling Items. Su Ming did not immediately speak. Instead, a pensive look appeared on his face. After some time, he asked unhurriedly, Brother Zhong, what method do you have to be able to obtain a large amount of crimson stones from under the noses of numerous ladder shamans during the second part of the treasure gambling event? This is... Wu Duo hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He continued, Please forgive me for this, Brother Imo. If you're willing to work with me, then I will tell you in detail. The only thing I can say is that for this to work, I've already enlisted 3 of my shaman friends for help. Our likeliness to succeed is 6 out of 10, but if you join us, then we will have 7 or even 8. Once he finished speaking, Wu Duo looked at Su Ming with eyes filled with sincerity. After a moment, Su Ming shook his head and replied in a hushed voice, I need to think about this. I can't give you an answer at the moment. He could understand why Wu Duo could not tell him in detail. After all, if Su Ming was the one making the deal, he would react like this most of the time as well. However, this was too much of a risk, and if he was just to place his judgment based on the rewards itself, then unless the rewards were truly great, he was otherwise not the type to take risks for something unknown, which in this case were the Crimson Stones, whose existences were already a gamble on their own. All right, I hope you'll think about it carefully. I hope to be able to work with you again, Brother Imo. Wu Duo was not expecting that Su Ming would immediately agree to this either. After all, trying to fight over the Crimson Stones against ladder shamans would end in their deaths if they were even the slightest bit careless. The fact that Su Ming did not reject him right from the get-go was already a good thing in Wu Duo's books. He knew that Su Ming was a cautious person. It was something he had learned when they had met and worked together before. He also knew that if Su Ming said that he would think about it, then he would definitely do so instead of using it as an excuse. That was why he did not continue trying to persuade him. After all, even if he truly wanted Su Ming to join him, if he said too much, it would just end up backfiring on him. Wu Duo talked to Su Ming a little more about the legends in the world of Nine, and when dusk was about to arrive, the two of them left the place. Su Ming did not immediately return to the inn, but started taking a stroll around Shaman City. There were quite a large number of shops there, and they were selling a lot of items Su Ming had never seen or heard of before. In fact, there were also some herbs that were usually rare in the world outside being sold in large quantities here. In Shaman City itself, Su Ming could already find about 7 to 8 of the herbs drawn on the bamboo slip he had, which had a large amount of medicinal herbs listed on it. This made him incredibly excited. After all, while Su Ming was still reluctant to use the spirit plunders, he had to open the next door in that strange dimension. But as time passed by, there would come a day where he would still need to create the medicinal pills that came after spirit plunder. Even if he did not know what the next medicinal pill was called, and neither did he know what sort of herbs he needed, but if he bought some of every type of herb he could find, he would still be able to get some that were useful to him. In his excitement, Su Ming spent almost all of his time the next few days in search of herbs in Shaman City. Not only did he manage to find a large number of medicinal herbs listed on the bamboo slip, he also found all the materials required to make scattering dust, south asunder, mountain spirit, and even spirit plunder. All of these materials were sold separately and in small amounts. In fact, there were quite a number of these herbs that were used in other manners, but in Su Ming's eyes, these herbs were all treasures. However, the number of shaman crystals Su Ming had was incredibly limited. While the price for these herbs was not high, if Su Ming wanted to buy all of them, then he would still need to spend quite a lot of shaman crystals. Besides, Wu Duo had also mentioned that if he wanted to try his luck during the treasure gambling event, he would need to prepare a large amount of shaman crystals. Nonetheless, Su Ming did not have too much of an interest towards this treasure gambling event. To him, The percentage of being able to win was simply too low in this sort of treasure gambles. He did not have too many shaman crystals for him to gamble anyway. The disparity between the effort and reward was simply too great. I can choose not to enter the treasure gambling event, but I'm almost running out of shaman crystals to buy these herbs. This is a little troublesome. Half a month later, Ming stood by the window in his room at the inn, caught in a mix of joy and gloom. He was happy because he had browsed through almost all of the shops in Shaman City and bought a large amount of medicinal herbs, causing him to be confident in being able to create more medicinal pills. He could even create about 10 spirit plunders from the herbs he had at hand, though it was still a problem for him to get living dead people. But he was feeling dejected because he was running low on shaman crystals. When he saw that there were some medicinal herbs that he could not buy, he was worried that once he missed this chance, there would be required an unknown amount of time before he could come to the world of Undying again. Oh well, I'll have to sell medicinal pills. Thank goodness I've been asking around in secret when I was buying herbs, so I know quite a bit about this. While the selling and trading of medicinal herbs is incredibly rare here, but there are still people who do it. A glint flashed through Ming's eyes, and he made his decision. He had been asking about by beating around the bush during the past few days to know whether medicinal pills such as scattering dust could be sold. Once he walked almost the entire Shaman City, he had actually managed to find a shop with 2 scattering dusts, though there were barely any medicinal properties left in them. However, the smell of the pill allowed Ming to recognize that its method of creation should be identical to his own scattering dust, even though there were still some details that were different about them. Ming lifted his right hand. Then once he turned it over, 3 scattering dusts immediately appeared on his palm. The color of the 3 scattering dusts was radiant, and they were letting off wisps of refreshing medicinal fragrance, making them incredibly exceptional. He stared at the 3 scattering dusts in his hand, then put them away. Once he did so, he sat down cross-legged on the bed in his room and started meditating with his eyes closed. During the past half a month, he did not have time to bother with Lon Lon and Ahu, but he had left the brand of his divine sense on them. If the 2 of them got into any sort of danger, then Ming would rush over just like he did half a month ago. Ming had made a promise. If he had not agreed to the Patriarch's request from White Bull Tribe, he could have ignored them, but since he made a promise, then he would fulfill his promise to the best of his abilities. Outsiders would only be able to see and think about the rewards he would gain based on the importance he placed on fulfilling promises, but in truth, in his heart, he did not want to break any more promises to anyone else. That was why even though it did not seem like Ming was placing a lot of attention towards Lon Lon and Ahu, that was not the case in reality. Night went by. When the next morning arrived, Ming opened his eyes, and a glint appeared within them. He got up and left the room. Nan Gonghen was still in isolation, having not left his room during the past half a month. Ming swept his gaze past Nan Gonghen's room, then looked away and left the inn. After a brief stroll through Shaman City, he changed his appearance without anyone noticing him. His mask was no longer on his face, and he wore a straw hat on his head. He looked a little more built than he originally was. Outsiders would not be able to see the details on the extra mass he gained. But in truth, Ji Yunhai's black beetles had already stuck themselves on Ming's body under his clone's will, causing his body to become taller and buffer by 1 whole size. Once he was done changing his appearance, Ming appeared outside a large shop in a rather lively street. It was a 6-story shop, and there were only about 10 of such shops in Shaman City. There was a stone monument stuck right in front of the shop, and there were 3 huge words carved with a flourish on it: 9 Shaman Pavilion. Ming came to this 9 Shaman Pavilion twice during the past half a month, purchasing a large amount of herbs each time. He knew that this was a place with nearly all types of herbs, and besides herbs, this pavilion sold almost everything else. It did not matter whether it was enchanted vessels, weapons, unique items belonging to the world of Undying, or even some information not privy to others. The things they sold were quite all round. Ming averted his gaze. He was wearing a bamboo hat at the moment, and had his divine sense enveloping his entire body, which also had the power of his nascent soul fused within, causing his aura to be incredibly mixed up, but also looking quite balanced. He walked into 9 Shaman Pavilion. The ground floor of the pavilion was huge and looked incredibly spacious. There were 3 big, broad stone walls that were several dozens of feet tall right at the center of the building. On these stone walls, there were some glowing words, and there were some shamans who were reading them at the moment. Occasionally, they would walk hastily towards the shop attendants dressed in uniforms waiting on both sides of the stone walls. Usually, after a brief, hushed exchange, the attendants would guide them to enter one of the dozens of closed-off chambers located around the hall on the ground floor. Ming had come to this place twice before, so this was his third time here. He was already familiar with the place. He knew that the glowing words on the 3 stone walls were the items that were for sale, and if people were interested, they could go to the shop attendants to make a deal. Right at the back of the hall on the ground floor was a relocation rune that was several dozens of feet big. This rune would only relocate a person to one place, and it was the first floor, and besides this relocation rune, there was no other way to enter the first floor. Ming swept his gaze across the hall. No one was able to see his appearance, since it was covered by the straw hat, but that messy but balanced aura had captured the shop attendant's attention. One of them, a middle-aged man, immediately took a few steps forward to stand in front of Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards him. "My friend, how may I serve you?" The middle-aged man was a medial shaman, and he did not seem too weak. He looked at Ming with a smile on his face. "I'm here to sell things," Ming said flatly, and his words were few. "Oh, sir, what are you selling?" 9 Shaman Pavilion will offer a satisfactory price for any and all sorts of treasures in the world based on the price they should have. As the man smiled, he sent his perception, 1, outward, and when it gathered on Ming, a great wave of power immediately bounced off him, causing the man's expression to change, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Since when did 9 Shaman Pavilion started being so oblivious to the rules? Ming's raspy voice came from underneath the bamboo hate. His voice was incredibly ghastly and sounded as if it was a terrifyingly biting, cold chill. When the middle-aged man was bounced off by Ming's divine sense, he felt as if there was thunder booming in his head. The strength of that divine sense was so great that even latter shamans would feel fear towards it, much less this male medial shaman. The man's face immediately turned pale, and just as he was about to speak, Ming let out a cold harumph and flung his right hand outward, immediately tossing out a small white bottle. "Bring this to your manager. I will only wait for the time of the burning of an incense stick on whether you will accept this or not." Ming's voice echoed in the air in an aloof manner. The middle-aged man instinctively caught the small white bottle, and while he was shocked and terrified by Ming's power, he opened the bottle and sniffed it after lowering his head. He frowned. There was a medicinal fragrance within that small bottle that smelled rather extraordinary, but the bottle was empty. There was only some of that fragrance lingering inside. Out of caution, once the man wrapped his fist in his palm towards Ming and bowed, he walked towards the relocation rune, then disappeared with a flash. Ming stood in the hall, and his expression remained as calm as ever under the straw hat. However, before half the time required for an incense stick to burn after the man disappeared, the relocation rune shone once again, and the man walked out with a look of shock on his face. Behind him was an old man. *****. Translator's notes. I realized that I should make an explanation about this. You lot are familiar with divine sense, which is Shinshur. The shamans use Ganji, which is perception. Why not senses? Because from what I understand, Ganjur isn't used to sense something, but to perceive something, hence perception. Chapter 440, Ming's shock. There were not many changes on Ming's face while he remained hidden under the straw hat. However, he did focus his attention and sized up the old man. He looked to be a medial shaman as well. But Ming noticed that while the relocation rune shone and the middle-aged man with Ming's bottle was the first one to walk out, he instinctively slowed down a little, causing the old man to be able to overtake him and making the middle-aged man to be the one following. When this minor detail fell into Ming's eyes, it allowed him to find some clues. There was still shock on the middle-aged man's face. When the old man looked towards Ming, he took a few quick steps forward and stopped 10 feet away from Ming. "I am Ming. Sir, this way, please." The old man turned all his attention towards Ming and was very polite towards him. He even wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. Ming gave him a slight nod, then walked forward in a relaxed manner. The old man followed behind him. When the both of them walked past the spot where the middle-aged man was, the man immediately lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Ming did not bother with the man. He walked straight towards the relocation rune with the old man beside him. Then, as the relocation rune shone, they disappeared. Only when Ming left the place did the middle-aged man let out a breath of relief. The memory of him bringing the small bottle to the first floor resurfaced in his mind. The manager of the first floor had originally been displeased about it, But when he took the small bottle over and sniffed it, his expression immediately changed drastically, and he quickly went to the second floor. By this point, the man already had no idea which floor manager was in possession of that small bottle. However, by the looks of it, that small bottle was definitely not any common item, but the man simply could not wrap his mind around just what made that bottle so extraordinary. The light from the relocation rune made Su Ming's vision blur slightly. A slight medicinal fragrance wafted into his nostrils. That scent was very odd, but when he tried to get a detailed sniff, it was gone. Besides that medicinal scent, the first thing Su Ming saw was a man sitting by a desk made of purple wood, positioned right ahead of him. That man wore a white, long robe, and his face was as fair as a piece of jade. The man was incredibly handsome, and while he was a little old, the thin beard on his face made him seem even more striking. He had his head lowered as he sat by the desk, and he was holding Su Ming's bottle in his hand. There was a slight crease between his brows, making it seem as if he was frowning. Occasionally, he would take a sniff from it, and then he would close his eyes slightly. "Grandmaster Yu, I brought him here." Once the old man by Su Ming's side bowed to the white-robed man respectfully, he took a few steps back into the relocation rune. This man might not have given him even the slightest bit of attention, but he did not mind. The rune shone once again, and he disappeared. At that moment, only Su Ming and the white-robed man remained at this floor of the pavilion. Su Ming remained calm. He could not really gauge this man's level of cultivation. When his divine sense fell on the person, a gentle power bounced it away, but that power was not alive. It actually felt quite rigid. Clearly, this person did not have a power that far surpassed Su Ming's own, but instead had some treasure that made it hard for others to examine him using divine sense. If Su Ming truly wanted to check this man's power, then he would need to force his way through. While he had the confidence that he would be able to break this power that bounced him off, there was no need for him to do so. The white-robed man did not speak, and neither did Su Ming. He swept his gaze across the floor. This was a room that absolutely could not compare to the size of the ground floor. It was only about a third of it. There were a dozen something illusionary, glowing objects floating around, causing this floor to be brightly illuminated. There were black stone boards spread on the floor, and even some sculptures that protruded off the walls around them. These sculptures were not of birds, but were an endless amount of plants and flowers that looked alive. It was a pity that they did not have color, or else there was a possibility that a person would feel confused as to where he was when he cast his first glance into the room. Right before Su Ming, and behind the white-robed man sitting by the long purple wooden table, was a window. Sunlight shone through it, making the room seem like a fantasy. When Su Ming was about to look away from the window, his gaze suddenly focused, and he cast a scrutinizing look at the sky outside the window, and then he felt his heart quiver. What he saw was an endless mass of sky. He could not see the ground. This isn't the first floor. If it was, then I would be able to see the ground. Judging by the height, this floor is at least the third floor. Su Ming no longer looked at the window, but cast his gaze at the center of the floor. There were 3 incense burners of the same size there. They were all about half the height of a person, and it would take 2 men to fully encircle them. Wisps of green smoke floated up from them, turning into layers of smoke rings that spread in all directions. The incense burners were not of a single color, but were instead of a variety of them. They looked incredibly pretty, but Su Ming only let his gaze stay on them for a moment before he looked at the thing placed at the center of these 3 incense burners. It was an oval-shaped stone. It was dark red and did not look smooth. It actually looked very ugly. There were even a lot of holes decked on it, and judging by the looks of these holes, they did not seem as if they were formed naturally, but were made by man. That stone was very big and surpassed the height of those incense burners. It was 20-something feet tall, and it was about the size of several of these incense burners. It was placed at the center of this floor and stood out like a sore thumb. As the wisps of smoke rising from the 3 incense burners turned into smoke rings in midair and started spreading out, some of them were absorbed by the small holes on the stone. Later, they would seep out from another hole. There had to be some sort of unique changes made within the stone that caused the smoke that seeped out of the stone to turn into smoke butterflies that looked as if they were dancing in midair. Even though they disappeared quickly, new smoke butterflies would reappear. The cycle repeated, and it could be even said that the sight could not be compared with anything else in the world. Su Ming took a few steps forward and stood before the big stone to look at the wisps of smoke surrounding that stone before turning into pairs of butterflies that danced with each other. Suddenly, The faint medicinal fragrance that he'd sensed before spread out faintly once again. The origin of it was between the stone and the 3 incense burners. Ming could smell it straight away, but when he tried searching for it, the smell was already gone again. As he looked at the stone, Ming's eyes sparkled. He extended his divine sense to the stone, but the instant his divine sense touched it, it was immediately absorbed by a powerful suction force. It was like a piece of stone sinking into the ocean. Unless he withdrew his divine sense right when he touched the stone, perhaps a large amount of his divine sense would be devoured. Ming's expression changed under the straw hat. He stared at the stone, and a surprised glint appeared in his eyes. Right at that moment, the faint and indistinct medicinal fragrance reached him once again. This time, even though the fragrance was still as faint as ever, but it was a little thicker than before. When Ming smelled it, while his expression remained as usual under the straw hat, he was already shocked to the core. Because right at that instant, he felt a faint ripple spreading out from the storage bag in his bosom. That ripple might only have lasted for an instant, and everything returned to normal right at the next moment. But Ming knew that he was not imagining things. Besides his clone and the poison corpse, there seemed to be nothing else that could send out ripples from his storage bag. But the thing that made Ming shocked was not the clone, neither was it the poison corpse. Naturally, it was not the strange snake either. It was instead a material Ming had obtained a long time ago to create medicine. It was a small, black, humanoid creature contained within a gigantic mountain rock, as if it was sealed within. Ming had obtained that rock from the auction hosted by Western Sea Clan outside Freezing Sky Clan. It was one of the main ingredients to make the welcoming of deities. Those ripples came from the mountain rock, or more accurately speaking, they came from the small black humanoid that looked as if it was dead. This item had once caused a small stir in the past, and after that, due to the Battle of Sky Mist, Ming hadn't had the time to ask around about what happened to the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe. In fact, he had already forgotten about this. When he saw the ripples from the mountain rock, Ming was shocked. He might have only seen this stone once, but through the discussions he had with Wu Duo, if he still could not recognize that this was the crimson stone that was used in the treasure gambling event, then he was no longer Ming. A small number of these crimson stones used for the treasure gambling event contain either completely fossilized, partially fossilized, or herbs that are not fossilized at all. This is incredibly alike to the small black humanoid contained in my mountain rock. However, one of them contains herbs, and the other a humanoid thing. Wu Duo also said before that there are not just herbs contained within these crimson stones. There are many other things contained inside as well. Booming sounds were going off in Ming's head. He had never linked these two items together before, but the mountain rock's ripples had lifted a corner of the fog's mystery. Could it be that the mountain rock containing this black humanoid actually came from this place? Ming was in shock as he looked at the stone before him. He was absolutely certain that the fragrance did not come from the incense burners' smoke from that stone. After all, the smoke from the incense burners was constantly around, and was unlike the medicinal fragrance, which was always faint and indistinct. Ming stood there for a moment before he took a few steps forward and got closer to the stone. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, the medicinal fragrance appeared once again. He sucked in a huge breath, and as he breathed in, a large amount of that medicinal fragrance entered through his nostrils and surged right into his mind. At that instant, he placed his divine sense on his storage bag to observe the black humanoid sealed in the mountain rock. It was right at that instant that Ming felt the small black humanoid shuddering a little, and he felt those ripples clearly. More ripples spread out, and if it was not in the storage bag and Ming didn't have his divine sense hiding it, then the people around him would have definitely been able to sense it as plain as day. Soon after, Ming's divine sense immediately saw black light flickering on the mountain rock in the storage bag and the small black humanoid shivering. Then, right in the midst of it all, a faint and blurry picture appeared at the center of its brows. That picture was of an herb with 7 leaves, and each tip of these leaves was sharp, looking like that of a poisonous snake's head. In fact, there was even one of the poisonous snakehead-like leaves that would occasionally hiss with its forked tongue out of its mouth, and it looked as if it was alive. However, that was the only leaf that acted in that manner. The other leaves were dull, as if they were void of life, and only contained the shape of a poisonous snake's head. Sir, you have been watching this crimson stone for a long time. Could it be that you've seen it before? As Ming's heart was filled with shock, a gentle voice reached in his ears. Sir, You have been watching the small bottle for a long time as well. Could it be that you've smelled that medicinal scent before too? Ming asked flatly, having turned around and quelled the shock in his heart. Chapter 441, Dragon Leaf. I bought this crimson stone many years ago at a treasure gambling event. But even after digging out all those holes to explore the stone, I didn't manage to find anything. Breaking it would be a waste, so I wrote a method and turned it into a decoration to generate these dancing butterflies. The white-robed man smiled faintly. He lowered his head and looked at the bottle in his hand, and faint sentiment appeared on his face. As for this medicinal fragrance, not only have I smelled it before, I have even seen the treasure. Judging by the medicinal fragrance remaining in this bottle, there should have been many scattering dusts contained inside before, and it has been less than 3 days since they were taken out. The white-robed man lifted his head and looked towards Ming. Sir, how many scattering dusts do you have? We of 9 Shaman Pavilion want all of them. How much will you offer? Ming's expression was calm when he asked languidly. It doesn't matter whether you want enchanted vessels, shaman crystals, information, medicinal herbs, or anything else. Choose one of them, and I will give you a satisfactory answer, the white-robed man said firmly. Shaman crystals, Ming said calmly. I will give you 20,000 superior shaman crystals for 1 scattering dust. The more you have, the more I will offer you. The white-robed man smiled faintly. If Ming had mentioned anything else, he might not have been able to offer such a deal. However, since he asked for shaman crystals, and since 9 Shaman Pavilion had prepared a large amount of shaman crystals for the treasure gambling event, offering this amount was not a loss for them in his eyes. I don't quite understand. Why is this scattering dust so valuable? Ming asked. Haha, sir, why do you ask even though you already know the answer? These scattering dusts can help us obtain the protection of the spirits of 9, and since they are rare, it would be an incredibly fortuitous event for us if we were able to find any. So it is only natural that the price for them is high. The white-robed man smiled, then said with a shake of his head, If you have 3, I can give you 30,000 shaman crystals for each. If you have 9, I can give you 50,000 shaman crystals for each. If you have more than 9, then I will add 5,000 shaman crystals to each additional scattering dust. Sir, how many do you have? A light crease appeared between Ming's brows, though it was hidden by the straw hat. The price this man offered was filled with temptation, and based on his reaction, he was certain that these scattering dusts were not just for him to obtain those spirits of 9. There was a high possibility that he had another use for these medicinal pills. Ming mulled over it for a moment, but since he needed a large quantity of shaman crystals at the moment, he decided to simply force down his doubts. He said slowly, The price of one for 30,000 isn't high. That's not enough for us to split among ourselves. Oh, sir, so you know the value of these scattering dusts as well? We of 9 Shaman Pavilion. The white-robed man's face was calm, but a thought had bloomed in his head. The we in Ming's words had caught his attention. Clearly, this person was not acting alone, but was a member of a group. When this thought appeared in his head, the white-robed man shook his head with a smile, and as he spoke, his words were cut off by Ming, who interrupted with a low voice. There were only 3 scattering dusts in the bottle, he stated flatly. The moment these words came out, the white-robed man's pupils shrank and his expression immediately changed. He brought up the small bottle and took a sniff once more before he closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened them and looked towards Ming. From what I deduced, there should have been at least 7 to 8 of these pills in this bottle. But since you're certain that there were only 3, then it's clear that their quality is much higher than of those I've met before. The white-robed man remained silent for a moment before he said, If that's the case, and if your scattering dusts are indeed of high quality, then I will buy each of them for 50,000 shaman crystals. However, I must take a look before I can make my final decision. Ming lifted his right hand, and as he flipped it over, he flicked his hand towards the white-robed man. Immediately, a ray of green light containing a medicinal pill within shone and charged to the man. The instant the man lifted his hand to grab it, the pill suddenly sped up, causing the man to grab at air, and during that moment, the medicinal pill closed in on the center of his brows. As the man's expression changed, the pill came to a halt 3 inches away from the center of his brows and stayed there, remaining still while floating in the air. The man's pupils shrank. He hesitated for a moment, then lifted his hand slowly and grabbed that scattering dust. A hint of wariness appeared in his gaze when he looked towards Ming. To him, if the stranger could throw that scattering dust to him so confidently, then it simply went to show just how confident this person was in his heart. Unless, of course, he was a moron. If he was not, then if this person could do such a thing without any hesitation, then it meant that he was very confident and was completely not bothered by the possibility of the white-robed man doing anything that could bring harm to him. But if that was all Su Ming did, the white-robed man would have still continued making assumptions. But when that scattering dust flew towards him, the sudden change of speed actually gave him no chance to dodge. The blatant intimidation forced the white-robed man to believe in his own assumptions. He brought that scattering dust to his eye and looked at it carefully, then sniffed it. His expression changed constantly. He was first stunned, then surprised, and his face gradually settled on disbelief. Eventually, he sighed. He tapped his bosom with his left hand, and when he lifted his hand, there was a green medicinal pill on his palm. It did not matter whether it was the size or the color. The medicinal pill he had was incredibly similar to Su Ming's scattering dust, but the feeling these two pills gave to others was this. One was dull, and the other was overflowing with life. The difference of quality between the two was instantly determined. Once the white-robed man finished comparing both pills, he put away his scattering dust, then brought out another item from his bosom with his left hand. It was a brocade box. Once he placed that box on the purple wooden desk by the side, he opened it cautiously right before Su Ming. Su Ming looked over at the box, and his eyes immediately shrank. There was a 3-leafed herb inside. 2 of the 3 leaves seemed to have withered, and the one that was not withered was sharp like a poisonous snake's head. However, while it might not have withered, it looked rather listless, as if it no longer had much life left inside. The white-robed man cautiously brought Su Ming's scattering dust towards the living leaf with 2 of his fingers pinching that pill, but right the instant he brought that scattering dust close to the leaf that looked like a poisonous snake's head suddenly lifted itself, and even hissed, while sticking out a tiny forked tongue with hints of green in it, just like a real poisonous snake. It charged straight towards that scattering dust. The white-robed man swiftly pulled his right hand back and brought his left hand to the lid of the box, slamming it shut with a bang. His lips curled up into a smile. There's no wrong about this. If it can make the dragon leaf grass so excited, then it's definitely scattering dust. You actually have scattering dusts that have perfect quality? We of 9 Shaman Pavilion will buy all 3 of your pills for 70,000 Shaman crystals each. If you have more, I can add to the price. The white-robed man looked towards Su Ming, waiting for his answer. I only have 3. I'm fine with 70,000 for each, but I want that stone. Su Ming stated calmly, pointing towards the crimson stone at the center of the incense burners. The white-robed man hesitated for a moment. About that. While that stone is a useless stone, but when I bought it, I spent a lot of shaman crystals to get it. If you can sell 1 more scattering dust to us, then we might be able to make a deal for it. I only have 3. When Su Ming saw that the man still couldn't make his decision, he turned around and walked towards the relocation rune. Brother, wait. All right, I'll just treat this as a gift for a friend. I'll give the stone to you, the white-robed man immediately said. Chapter 442. Same. Su Ming stopped moving, then turned his head around to look at the white-haired man. The man lifted his left hand and brought out a storage bag from his bosom. Once he briefly sorted and counted the things inside, he threw it towards Su Ming, and that bag immediately charged towards him. Once he caught it, Su Ming turned his attention towards it. There were exactly 210,000 shaman crystals in there. This large sum of money was perhaps nothing to the people in the world of 9, but to Su Ming, this was the largest amount of shaman crystals he had ever possessed. However, compared to these shaman crystals, Su Ming was more concerned about the crimson stone placed in the middle of the room. He took a few steps forward, and right under the white-robed man's eyes, he walked up to it, then lifted his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the gigantic crimson stone disappeared into his storage bag. However, Su Ming was very cautious. He did not place the stone in the same bag as the black humanoid, but in another bag. Once he placed the crimson stone away, Su Ming brought out the remaining scattering dust from his bosom and flicked his wrist at the white-robed man. Immediately, those scattering dusts flew out. Once the man caught them, Su Ming turned around and walked towards the relocation rune. The relocation rune shone. When Su Ming disappeared, the white-robed man lifted his head and a dark expression appeared on his face. He looked as if he was hesitating about something, but at that moment, ripples suddenly appeared behind him, and an old man wearing a long black robe walked out with a snakehead cane in his hand. The white-robed man immediately lowered his head and bowed towards him. He looked incredibly respectful. Once the old man walked out, he looked at the relocation rune, which Su Ming had used to leave, and spoke in a hoarse voice. This person's power is very diverse. I can feel a sort of threat coming from him. Don't think about anything else. The white-robed man lifted his head and asked hesitantly. He could make you feel threatened, my liege? Could it be? This person is an end shaman. The old man remained silent for a moment before he asked unhurriedly. There's that possibility. Just what is the deal with your crimson stone? And how many scattering dusts do we still need? My liege, I obtained this crimson stone by chance in the past. It was one of the stones used during the past treasure gambling events. I originally wanted to examine it, but it was empty. It's a useless stone. As for the amount of scattering dusts we still need, with the 3 good quality pills we obtained today, we will still need 2 more, and we'll be all ready, the white-robed man immediately said. 2 more. The old man fell into a moment of pensive silence before he turned around and disappeared into the distorted ripples. As for Su Ming, once he walked out of 9 Shaman Pavilion, he did not immediately return to the inn, but started taking a stroll around Shaman City. He had his divine sense spread outwards, and once he was certain no one was following him, he returned to his original appearance and put on the black mask. When evening arrived, he had already gone to a large number of shops in Shaman City and spent almost 100,000 shaman crystals to buy all the medicinal herbs he needed before he returned to the inn with a calm expression. Once he returned to his room, it was already slightly dark outside. Su Ming sat down cross-legged and filled the entire area with his divine sense, causing the place to be within his control. Then, he took a deep breath and brought out the mountain rock he had bought from the auction hosted outside Freezing Sky Clan from his storage bag. As he looked at the small, black humanoid sitting cross-legged inside, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Just what is this thing? I only know that its finger is one of the main components I need to create the welcoming of deities. He mumbled, and he sized up that small black humanoid. There were certain properties within this mountain rock that were similar to a crimson stone's, but it was difficult to use divine sense to perform a complete check. Su Ming had not linked the both of them together before, but at that moment, as he looked at this rock, he began to find an increasing amount of similarities between them. After a moment, Su Ming averted his gaze and lifted his right hand to slap his storage bag. Immediately, as a dark red light shone, that gigantic crimson stone appeared before him. The instant that crimson stone appeared, Su Ming immediately saw the small black humanoid in the mountain rock shuddering as if it was struggling to open its eyes. The picture at the center of its brows began flashing, and the 7 poisonous, snakehead-shaped leaves appeared once again. The small black humanoid began trembling more furiously with each passing moment. Waves of black mist began spreading outwards from its body as if a drop of ink had fallen into water and was spreading outwards through that transparent mountain rock. At that moment, Su Ming's pupils shrank. A sense of danger suddenly formed in his heart, and it was one that arrived incredibly abruptly. Give it to me. Give it to me. Suddenly, a hoarse and hate-filled voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. When that voice spoke, Su Ming's divine sense, which was hanging around in the room, immediately sensed a cold chill. That voice seemed to have come from ages ago, and his words were filled with longing and age. It could make the people who heard it feel as if they were rotting away. Give it to me. I promise you a life of riches. I will give you a life where you are given the highest form of respect. Give it to me. There was a strange power contained in the voice. As it spread around the room, it stirred up Su Ming's divine sense, causing an endless amount of distortions to appear around him, and all the things that contained physical form in the room looked so indistinct that they even lost their general form. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. As his divine sense was shaken and sent into a state of agitation, he let out a cold harumph and cut off that voice that was spreading outwards. With a wave of his arm, he immediately put away that mountain rock containing the small black humanoid into his storage bag and placed a seal outside the bag rapidly with his divine sense. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. The voice in the storage bag started fading away only after a long while. It grew increasingly weaker, and eventually, under Su Ming's observing eyes, the small black humanoid slowly calmed down. The black mist that had spread out also started flowing backwards, little by little, returning to the small humanoid's body. As the black mist disappeared, that sense of danger Su Ming had felt also went away. His eyes sparkled, and when he turned his head back to look at his surroundings, his pupils shrank. All the things in the room had turned to dust. When Su Ming looked at them, that dust was disappearing into the ground. The entire room was now empty. Only the crimson stone remained a quiet existence before Su Ming. Not a hint of change could be seen on it. Su Ming remained silent for a long while, and a frown could be seen constantly between his brows. This was the first time Su Ming had heard that small, black, humanoid's voice. He had originally thought that it was a dead thing, but now, it did not seem so. Just what is that small, black, humanoid thing? Why did such a change happen to it when it saw that crimson stone? And could it be that the flashing picture at the center of its brows is actually the thing contained within the crimson stone? Su Ming looked at the crimson stone, and a look of resolution appeared briefly in his eyes. I can put aside the matter of what that small black humanoid is for now. As for the crimson stone, if it is empty, then nothing will change. But if there really is a medicinal herb in there that no one could find, and that medicinal herb is really the picture at the center of the small humanoid's brows, then Su Ming stood up and moved beside the crimson stone. After casting it a few glances, he lifted his right hand and pressed it on the ground. With that, the crimson stone immediately started trembling and chips fell off. Su Ming frowned. The power of that one palm strike just now was enough for him to split apart mountains and break stones, but when it fell on that crimson stone, only a small part of its outer layer was crushed. He looked towards the numerous small holes on the crimson stone, took a few steps back, then green light shone at the center of his brows. The small sword immediately flew out, and with a sword whistle, green light began shining brilliantly. The small sword charged towards the stone and sliced down on it. With that one slash, rumbling sounds immediately rang out. If Su Ming had not sealed his surroundings with his divine sense, that sound would have immediately spread through the entire inn. Once those rumbling sounds died down, the small sword was lifted up. A crack that was about 3 inches deep appeared on the outer layer of the crimson stone that was positioned before Su Ming. When he saw this, Su Ming's expression changed. What a sturdy rock! Su Ming remained in pensive silence for a moment, then lifted his right hand and pointed at the small sword. It immediately closed in on the crimson stone with a whistle again. This time, the sword did not try cutting down the stone. Instead, Su Ming plunged the sword into the stone with the intention of piercing it through. With a bang, the small sword was buried deep into the stone, straight up to its hilt. This scene made Su Ming's eye sparkle. After a moment, the small sword flew out, changed position, then stabbed the stone again. He repeated the process multiple times, right until the holes that the sword had created after stabbing into the stone and subsequently pulled out formed a straight line that split the crimson stone right down from the center. This stone is really strange. If I try cutting it down, I can only cut 3 inches into it, but it's easier if I pierce through it with the tip of a sword. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and after one seal, he pointed at the small sword. It immediately rose into midair, and as it shone, the sword swiftly grew larger. Once it turned into a sword that was nearly 10 feet long, it cut straight down at the crimson stone beneath it, right at its center, where the straight line formed by the numerous amount of sword holes was. With that one slash, rumbling sounds mixed with cracking sounds rang out, formed as the spaces between the small holes shattered and these holes connected together. As the rumbling sounds disappeared, due to the sharpness of that large fluorescent sword, when Su Ming lifted it, the crimson stone before him shuddered, crumbled, and split into 2 halves right from the center. The center of each half of this big stone was empty. If they were connected together, they would create a spherical empty space. By the looks of it, someone had used some sort of method to separate that part from the stone. Su Ming took a few steps forward and stared at the 2 halves of the big stone. Eventually, his eyes fell on the right half of the stone. The faint medicinal fragrance he had detected came from this half. After a moment of pensive silence, Su Ming controlled the small fluorescent sword and cut down on that half of the stone, just like he had done before. When he had split that half of the stone into 8 pieces, Su Ming picked up one of them. This was an uneven stone piece that was about the size of 2 palms. As Su Ming held it, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. The source of that scent was indeed from this stone piece. In fact, Su Ming could even see the broken part of a leaf at the spot he was looking at right then. The leaf had already fused together with the stone piece, but if he took a closer look, he could still that it truly existed. It was a leaf, but when Su Ming had cut the stone down, he had cut off a corner of that leaf. Holding the stone in one hand, he used the other to strike the piece repeatedly. His actions were very gentle. A large amount of chips fell off, and gradually, the stone piece became smaller. After 2 hours, there was only a half of that stone piece remaining in Su Ming's hands. He stared at it blankly, but gradually, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes, because the stone piece in his hand was no longer dark red, but transparent. That transparency was the exact same as the mountain rocks containing the small black humanoid. Within that transparent stone was a medicinal herb with 7 leaves. 6 of them no longer had any signs of life, and one of them had even lost a corner as it had extended to the surface of the stone. However, there was a long leaf with a tip that looked like a snake. Although it was sealed within the stone, it still looked as if it was alive. Chapter 443, World of 9 Sanctities? If Su Ming compared the mountain rock with the small black humanoid with the stone in his hand, he would find that the level of transparency of both stones was the same, and by the looks of it, even the components of both stones were the exact same. The only things different were that one was big and the other small, and one of them contained a medicinal herb, while the other a small, black humanoid. The small, black humanoid came from here, and here I was wondering why the materials for the welcoming of deities were so hard to find. Besides obtaining the 9th leg of the spider, which I obtained from Han Mountain City by complete coincidence, I'm positive that the black humanoid will only appear in this place. If that's the case, then that tail scale from the python should be an item that can only be found here as well. Perhaps I can gather all the materials required for the welcoming of deities from the world of 9. Su Ming stared at the transparent rock in his hand and at the 7-leafed medicinal herb inside. The herb's form was incredibly similar to the herb he saw in 9 Shaman Pavilion earlier in the day. The only difference between them was that his herb had 7 leaves, while the white-robed man's had only 3. Even if he compared the living leaves, the white-robed man's herb was already very obviously withered, but the herb in Su Ming's hand was overflowing with life, though something caught his attention as he observed that herb, something that made him narrow his eyes. Because he saw that the remaining 6 leaves showed clear signs that they were bitten and torn off. Those bite marks seemed to be left behind by a poisonous snake. As Su Ming looked at the lively leaf, a picture formed in his head. In that picture, he saw that once this dragon leaf grass was sealed inside the crimson stone, it bit down on one of the leaves by its side and absorbed its life to survive through the endless passage of time. After an unknown amount of time went by, it bit down on another leaf. Once it bit down on all the leaves by its side, it managed to persevere and survive. If that's the case, I can understand why it managed to survive, but perhaps it's not like this, Su Ming mumbled. The herb might be in that transparent piece of stone, but he could still feel a presence akin to that of a ferocious beast coming from inside. But this was clearly a medicinal herb. It was this brutal presence belonging to a ferocious beast that made Su Ming feel that perhaps during the instant the herb was sealed, this leaf had swiftly killed the other leaves and absorbed their essence. It also made sure that no other leaves could share the nutrients from the roots with it. By doing so, it had greatly increased the chances of its own survival. Su Ming could not determine the value of the herb in his hand, and neither did he know of the effects of this medicinal herb. He only knew that the white-robed man had used this herb to test whether his scattering dust was real. Judging by the white-robed man's cautious attitude when he handled the herb, this thing should be extremely valuable. If that was truth, then Su Ming had reason to believe that the herb in his hand was even rarer. After a moment of pensive silence, he put away the transparent stone into his storage bag and returned to his sitting position in the empty room. His eyes sparkled with an introspective light. I was originally uninterested in the treasure gambling event, but, by the looks of it, I must join this event, and not just that. I'm going to use the small black humanoid's unique ability to reap the greatest rewards possible. As for attracting attention and bringing trouble to myself, I now have the warrior spirit's protection and the chances of having the spirit of 9 equivalent of an end shaman attack for me. If that is the case, I might as well be flashy in the world of 9. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was a cautious person, but there was also a resolute being lying within that cautious man. As long as he believed that there was something beneficial for him, he would take action without any hesitation. If the treasure gambling event only relied on luck, he would not have entered. He would not have wanted to waste his time on these sort of things that gave him no certainty of success. However, the situation now was completely different. Once Su Ming learned of the strangeness of the small black humanoid, he felt his heart start beating in excitement. Even if he put aside the value of the medicinal herbs, there were other items in the crimson stones, and once he added all of these things together, this was practically a fortuitous event and serendipity to him. There was in no way Su Ming would give up on a chance like this. Looks like I will change my decision regarding Wu Duo's offer. I hesitated before because I didn't want to join, but now, joining that thing is not of a problem to me. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Once he understood that he was going to bring up a storm due to this serendipity, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in his meditation. Since he was most certainly going to join this treasure gambling event, most definitely going to be the center of attention during the event, and absolutely going to cause great bloodshed, then right now, he chose to isolate himself during the remaining 2 weeks he had left till the event. He chose to use this amount of time to make sure that he was in peak condition, so that he could be ready for the surprise he would bring to these people. As the treasure gambling event slowly crept in on the people, more shamans arrived to Shaman City from all directions every single day. These people who managed to rush over were either lucky that they were relocated not too far away from Shaman City, or they had extraordinary power, which was why they could eventually reach Shaman City from anywhere within those 1 million lease. Shaman City was incredibly lively at the moment. Every day, numerous intense trades were made, and these trades did not decline in number even when nighttime arrived. Even so, there were still very few people who went to the Spirits of Nine. After all, the prices for renting these Spirits of Nine were too high. Besides those from middle-sized tribes or larger tribes who could afford them, most of the others could only sigh in envy. Half a month gradually passed by with the bustle of activity in the city every single day. Lon Lon and Ahu also stopped wandering about Shaman City after the first few days and chose to stay inside. After all, the situation in Shaman City was a little complicated by then. There were too many people in the city, and these 2 children, who were not even fledgling shamans and who came from small tribes, were nothing but ants to these people. If they did not have Su Ming's protection, forget surviving in Shaman City. They might not have even been able to see the walls of Shaman City and would have died on their way there. The last night before the treasure gambling event was the quietest night in the entire Shaman City during the past few days. Almost every single one of the shops had closed and stopped operations early in the day. Most of the shamans had also returned to their lodgings to meditate in silence, so that they could be in the best possible condition to participate in the shaman tribe's great treasure gambling event hosted in the world of Nine. This would be a festival, a competition between their financial abilities, a clash of luck, and most of all, a test filled with bloodshed. There was a pavilion located northeast in Shaman City. This was not an inn, neither was it a shop. It was instead the permanent lodgings of Autumn Sea Tribe in this place. At that moment, there was a woman standing under the moonlight in a room at the top floor of the pavilion. The woman's hair floated in air, and she was dressed in a pink robe. Moonlight fell on her face, revealing a beautiful countenance that would make people's hearts race. She was so beautiful that not a single flaw could be found on her face, besides her frowning brows and the faint dash of gloominess between them. The wind was not strong, but it managed to lift up the woman's black locks to float them in the air. She had been standing there for a long time. When the wind gradually became stronger, she lifted her right hand and caught her windblown hair. Under the moonlight, when she lifted her arm, the mark of a crimson dragon could be seen on her snowy white arm. Wan Xiao, the sacred lady of Autumn Sea Tribe. In another direction in Shaman City was a very extravagantly decorated shop, and in that shop was a woman in white. There were several people standing respectfully before her. All of them were incredibly nervous and were talking to the woman in hushed whispers. However, while the woman was listening to their words, the occasional dazed and exhausted look gave people the feeling of her having lost her soul. The woman's beauty could not compare to Wan Xiao, but there was something ethereal about her. The profound eyes and the gracefulness that radiated off her allowed others to be able to tell that this woman was not from the shaman tribe. She was from the immortal tribe. She was a celestial maiden. In another direction in Shaman City was another pavilion located not too far away from where Su Ming was. Inside it, there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. He was a skinny man, filled with a dignified air, without any anger on his face, the air of a leader. Sitting before him properly were 2 women. These 2 women were almost identical in appearance, but one of them had a gentle look and the other aloof. Their clothes were also different. The 2 of them sat in the room with their eyes closed, and they were both exercising their breathing. Ming I will have the both of you by my side during this trip. But it is up to your serendipity this time as to who I will choose to take up my mantle and inherit my legacy. After a long time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with profundity when he spoke with a hoarse voice. If Su Ming was there and heard the man's voice, he would definitely find it familiar. If he listened to it carefully and thought about it, then it was highly likely that he would remember that this voice only belonged to one person, and that was Sky Mist's ancestor. One of the two women was Tianlan Ming, and the other was Tianlan Yu. When Sky Mist's ancestor spoke, the two women opened their eyes at the same time. A resolute look appeared in Tianlan Yu's eyes, and as for Tianlan Ming, she lowered her head and sighed in her heart. Once the treasure gambling event ends, your trials will start. Sky Mist's ancestor swept his gaze past Tianlan Ming, and a light crease formed between his brows, but he did not say anything. Time slowly passed by. The 9 moons in the sky faded away, and dawn gradually approached, causing the world to be plunged into darkness. In that darkness, Shaman City turned into a large shadow, and if anyone looked from the distance at the city, it would look as if it was a ferocious beast hiding in the dark. At that moment, on a mountain nearby stood a person dressed in black robes. He looked at Shaman City, and a glint appeared in his eyes. I don't know why my master's projection disappeared after his fight with Hong Luo. Now I can't contact him for a short period of time, but I'm still here, so that means that Hong Luo must be gone. Then destiny is not a problem to fear. Destiny, do you think you can escape from my gaze? Before Master's second projection descends upon me, I will restore order and use this chance to land a great achievement. An aloof voice fell from the person's mouth. That person was Di Tian's servant, an immortal that existed solely for Su Ming in the land of the Berserkers. The only thing I have to pay attention to is the end shaman in this place, and the frightening legend of the world of 9 sanctities. The person mumbled to himself and walked towards Shaman City. Light gradually appeared in the sky at dawn. The darkness on the ground was like a black veil that covered the land and was slowly lifted by an invisible hand, causing the earth to gradually brighten up. A new day arrived. The treasure gambling event was about to start. Chapter 444, Great Treasure Gambling Event. When sunlight shone through the window into Su Ming's room, he opened his eyes for the first time since he isolated himself half a month ago in meditation. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He had already reached the peak of his condition. As sunlight brightened up the entire room, and Su Ming brought out a small blue bottle from his storage bag at a moderate pace. Once he uncorked the bottle, he took a sniff from it. See, Marrow, this thing can allow me to recover rapidly. Perhaps I will be able to use it here. Su Ming put away the small blue bottle and stood up. Once he smoothed out his robes, he pushed open the door and walked out. When he walked out, a door nearby also flew open, and Nan Gonghen walked out of his room full of confidence and spirit. Once he saw Su Ming, he let out a boisterous laugh and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Brother Imo, it's been a month since we last met, and you look even more refined than before. Su Ming smiled faintly, and when he cast a glance at Nan Gonghen, he was slightly shocked. Brother Nangong, your power seems to have become considerably greater. Looks like you didn't just fuse with the spirit of 9-yin, you also had a serendipitous event happen to you. Haha, this improvement is nothing. But my communication with Sir Han was quite successful, Nan Gonghen said with a smile, and walked down the stairs with Su Ming. When the both of them walked down, Lan Lan, Ahu, and Shidong also walked out of their rooms and bowed respectfully to greet them. Su Ming looked at Ahu and Lan Lan. The boy and girl were filled with excitement and eagerness. Clearly, they also knew that this was the day of the Shaman tribe's great treasure gambling event. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he looked towards Nan Gonghen. Brother Nangong, I have a request. Nan Gonghen swept his gaze past Lan Lan and Ahu, smiled, and asked, Is it related to these 2 children? That's right. By the looks of it, they really want to see this treasure gambling event. Once we go there, I hope that you would be willing to take care of them in my place and let them return safely. There might be some changes on my side, and I might be stalled. Su Ming gathered his thoughts for a while, then wrapped his fist in his palm to Nan Gonghen. That's easy. Brother Imo, you don't have to worry. If I can't even protect a pair of children, then I would be too embarrassed to face you. Nan Gonghen spoke solemnly, with a stern expression on his face. Thank you very much. Su Ming nodded. Brother Imo, let's not talk anymore. We should be heading to the treasure gambling event. Whether or not we can reap any rewards will entirely depend on our luck. Nan Gonghen said quickly, and once Su Ming agreed, the two of them brought the three youths and left the inn. Nan Gonghen led the way with familiar ease, and the group moved further into the distance as they charged down the streets. Almost all the people in Shaman City had left their own lodgings and were rushing at full speed towards the center of the city, the spot where the treasure gambling event was hosted. At that moment, there were 1,000-something crimson stones of various sizes floating in the sky above the center of Shaman City. The larger ones were about 100 feet tall, and the small ones were about the size of a human head. They were densely packed, and while there were only 1,000-something of those stones, when people looked over, these stones looked as if they had covered the entire sky. When the crowd looked over, the sight was a shock to their eyes, and it made them feel as if there was a strong pressure on them. Those stones shone with a crimson light that looked as if it had dyed half of the sky red. It made people's breathing quicken. The area under those crimson stones in the sky was divided into 8 parts, and there was a platform elevated off the ground. At that moment, there were countless people on that platform. There was a densely packed crowd around this platform. They did not have the right to be on the platform, but they still had the right to buy crimson stones. That was why, even though they were standing on the ground, they were still very excited. There were 8 halls floating in the sky right at the center of the floating crimson stones, and the platform on the ground. Each of these halls were shining brilliantly, and the people inside were clearly of incredibly high status. There were nearly 100 strange enchanted vessels floating around the 8 big halls. These enchanted vessels sparkled and were shaped in the form of a ring, and it looked as if there were numerous rays of light crisscrossing against each other. As they shone, they also let off a sharp feeling. These enchanted vessels were all slowly spinning around. Each time 2 of these light rings crossed paths, there would be a sizzling sound. These sounds were incredibly piercing to the ears, and they spread in all directions. Further down, more people were rushing towards the place from all around Shaman City. Su Ming was among them. If they did not have Nan Gonghen around, they would only be able to join the treasure gambling event with the crowd standing at the outer ring around the platform. However, with Nan Gonghen's status, he could bring Su Ming and the others through the crowd and charge straight towards the platform, and they actually found reserved spots near the front. The people around them were talking to each other animatedly, and their voices rose into a clamor of noise. Almost all of the people's gazes were focused on the floating crimson stones in the sky. Those gazes were filled with eagerness, yearning, excitement, and hope. It's about to start. Brother Mo, this is the first batch of crimson stones that will be sold. Once we start, everyone will fly into midair and examine those crimson stones. The stones have numbers right before them, and if you like any of them, remember the number, for there will be held an auction for these crimson stones after that. The one who offers the highest bid gets the stone. Eagerness appeared in Nan Gonghen's eyes, and he began providing explanations to Su Ming. Su Ming, sitting in his seat, lifted his head to look at the crimson stones in the sky. His eyes were sparkling. There were far too many people here, and there were quite a lot of powerful warriors among them as well. It was not convenient for Su Ming to spread his divine sense outward, so he could not locate Wu Duo for the time being. However, based on his own judgment, even if he did not go and find Wu Duo would think of a way to find him. He listened to the commotion in the place. The voices had now fused together to turn into a buzzing that reverberated through the area, causing the treasure gambling event to already be incredibly lively, even though it had not even started. This time, I'll definitely find a medicinal herb. I already prepared a large amount of shaman crystals for this treasure event before I came here. This treasure gambling event is a mere gamble for us to reach extreme ecstasy for one instant, and for that instant of excitement when we place everything on the line. There's no way I won't get it this time. I'll buy 10 stones this round. Haha, compared to buying crimson stones, I'm more interested in others opening the stones once they buy them. Their expressions when they find that the crimson stones they bought are completely worthless after they spend a large amount of shaman crystals to buy them are so very exciting. The buzzing filled the air, and time trickled by. Once another incense stick finished burning, the 1,000-something crimson stones floating in the sky suddenly started shining brilliantly. Once that light dyed the entire sky crimson, a hoarse and ancient voice traveled towards the crowd slowly. Everyone, most of you came here to gamble for treasure. As that ancient voice reverberated in the air, the people gradually fell silent, and right before their gazes, the sky distorted, and a person walked out slowly from within. That person appeared indistinct and his face could not be seen clearly. The crowd could only see that he had a head full of white hair. He looked like an old man, but when he stood there, the pressure he exuded was almost comparable to the pressure of the 1,000-something crimson stones gathered together, causing the people's gazes to be attracted towards him. He's the great elder of the god of Shaman's temple. It's said that he's already halfway through to becoming an end shaman. Nan Gonghen said in a hushed voice. Su Ming already had his eyes opened, and at that moment, he looked at the indistinct person in the sky, nodding his head. Since most of you came to gamble for treasure, then I won't waste my breath here. The god of Shaman's temple prepared 10 batches of crimson stones for the treasure gambling event this time. Each batch contains 1,000 crimson stones. We have already numbered each of these crimson stones based on the rules. You may all now go and choose. We have also prepared enchanted vessels that are specifically used to open these crimson stones. If you use these enchanted vessels to crack open your stones, you can let everyone see what is inside your stone even more clearly. The indistinct old man lifted his hand and pointed at the ring-shaped enchanted vessels floating in midair. However, I will have to remind all of you once again. I don't care about the crimson stones you gained through other means, but all the crimson stones you bought during the treasure gambling event must be cracked opened on the spot, and you can't just cut it slightly. You must use this enchanted vessel to completely shatter it. Once we are certain that there are truly no medicinal herbs or anything else inside, we will consider the process of cracking that particular stone open finished. If there are any of you who refuse to follow the rules, then don't blame me for turning against you. When the old man said the final few sentences, his voice became incredibly sullen. Now, the treasure gambling event starts. Once the old man finished speaking, he waved his arm forward and flew towards one of the floating halls to sit down cross-legged within it. Then, with brightly flashing eyes, he looked downwards. When Su Ming heard the old man's words, he frowned, but quickly stopped doing so. It was clear that this god of Shaman's temple was worried about some people managing to find treasures without their knowledge, which was why they decided to enforce these kind of rules. By doing so, they could practically control everything in their hands. By the looks of it, while the people around him might be displeased with this, but most of them had already accepted it, so it was obvious that this rule did not just appear in this event for the first time, but had always been around. No wonder Nan Gonghen knew about the number of rare medicinal herbs that were found during the treasure gambling event. This sort of treasure gambling event then can't really be considered as such anymore. As Su Ming sank into his thoughts, some people flew up into the sky, straight towards the 1,000 crimson stones in the sky. Soon after, more people flew up. Long arcs charged into the sky with loud howls, and in an instant, those crimson stones in the sky were surrounded by a large number of people. The buzzing of discussions rose up once again, breaking the silence just now, causing the atmosphere to become lively as well. Nan Gonghen wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming and got up, then charged towards the sky. Su Ming remained on his seat for a while in silence before he stood up and walked towards the sky as well. As for the youths who could not fly up, they could only watch from the ground in the midst of their excitement. There were far too many stones in the sky, and most of them were surrounded by a large number of people. These people would either be staring at the stones with sparkling eyes, discussing amongst themselves in hushed tones, or examining the stones while circling around. However, there were seals placed around these crimson stones, so people could only look at them but not touch. Else there would be quite a large number of those who would touch them personally to test whether there were truly treasures contained within. Su Ming walked over slowly and moved past the crowd. He swept his gaze past every single one of these crimson stones and kept a close eye on the small black humanoid in his storage bag with his divine sense. Chapter 445, Unusual Light. This stone doesn't look too bad. Look at the pattern. This is a horizontal pattern. I'm certain that there is an enchanted vessel in this stone. I did an analysis about this before. Vertical patterns are mostly medicinal herbs. Enchanted vessels will only appear in those with horizontal patterns. The light shining from this crimson stone is the strongest. From my years of experience, there is a 7 out of 10 chance that this stone isn't empty. As Su Ming walked past the people in the air, sounds of discussion fell into his ears. His gaze continuously swept past the crimson stones, and when it moved forward, he would also get closer to those stones. However, even after he had walked past 100-something of the crimson stones, he did not smell a single hint of any medicinal fragrance. There was also not a single hint of change in the small black humanoid in his storage bag. With a calm expression, Ming continued walking forward. Time passed by, and when he had walked past 500-something crimson stones, he still had not smelled any medicinal fragrance. The small black humanoid was also as it was originally. Could it be that the small black humanoid only notices dragon leaf grass? Ming frowned. He continued walking forward, and when he walked past another 100-something crimson stones, he came to a sudden halt. He might not have detected any medicinal fragrance, but the small black humanoid in his storage bag had started trembling furiously. As it trembled, a picture started flashing rapidly at the center of his brows. Ming focused his gaze on a crimson stone that was slightly taller than a person. Besides its size, the stone was no different from the other ones. Ming got closer to it, and when came close to that crimson stone, the small black humanoid in his storage bag started trembling even more furiously. Soon after, the flashing picture at the center of his brows gathered together and manifested itself. It was a black flower, and it only had 3 petals. Each of the petals wore the ferocious-looking face of a ghost. However, the 3 petals looked rather withered, though there was still some life remaining at its roots. A barely noticeable glint flashed past Ming's eyes, and he remembered the stone's number, 697. He did not linger around that crimson stone, and without batting an eyelid, he walked to the next stone. When he had seen every single one of the crimson stones, a bitter smile appeared on Ming's lips, which was hidden under the mask. Looks like the small black humanoid is only sensitive towards medicinal herbs. Or else why would all 3 of the stones that made excited it consist of only herbs? But this is good as well. Among the 3 of them, there is one that actually has a purple venomous wasp in it. Ming focused his gaze on the stone, numbered 949. That stone was not big and was only about half the height of a normal person. The medicinal herb in it had completely withered away and was fossilized. However, Ming saw a purple poisonous wasp at its stamen. The poisonous wasp looked as if it was deep in sleep and remained still. However, while its life was faint and weak, there was still a hint of it, which meant that it wasn't yet dead. When Ming returned from midair, he waited for a little while longer. More people came back, and all of them harbored their own thoughts in their hearts as they looked at the crimson stones in the sky. Time's up. Everyone, please move back. We will first auction off 100 crimson stones, and once we finish cutting them, we will continue with the auction. The indistinct old man sitting in one of the halls belonging to the god of Shaman's temple spoke slowly. His voice was like thunder rumbling that shook the air, causing the few remaining people who were still lingering around the crimson stones to move back to the ground reluctantly, with various changes in their expressions. Crimson stone number 1. Based on its size, the starting bid is 100,000 shaman crystals. The minimum increase in bid is 20,000. You may begin, the old man with the indistinct figure stated calmly. The crimson stones continued floating in the sky, but all the people who had examined them, they were already incredibly familiar with the numbers on them. Crimson stone number 1 was a gigantic rock that was 30 feet tall. There was nothing strange about its appearance, besides the slight difference that its patterns were horizontal, not vertical. Once the old man finished speaking, someone from the crowd immediately shouted, 120,000. There might be plenty of people joining the treasure gambling event hosted by the god of Shaman's temple, but seldom would there be people who would place their bids carelessly. If they did not have the power to buy, then they would end up having made a fool of the god of Shaman's temple and made a fool of all the shamans in the place. This sort of person would not be able to walk out of the world of 9 alive. 180,000, 260,000, 320,000, 400,000. The voices that called for the bids rose continuously, and it was clear that there were quite a lot of people who had noticed the uniqueness of this crimson stone. Ming sat there and looked at crimson stone number 1. He only knew that there should not be any medicinal herbs in that stone. As to whether there was anything else, he could only guess. This is a horizontal pattern. Horizontal patterns are rare, and I remember that during the few times they appeared, most of them contained items inside. Nan Gonghen mumbled in his seat, and a glint appeared in his eyes. 500,000. Once he shouted that bid, Ming smiled wryly and shook his head. He only had about 100,000 shaman crystals on his person at this moment. Compared to these people, he was really low on funds. However, since he already chose to come here, he had naturally made some preparations for this event. To prevent incidents where the people did not have enough shaman crystals, they could exchange their items for shaman crystals, and the god of Shaman's temple were not the only people who would buy them. There were also quite a lot of people who would use the chance to buy them. Once Nangong Hen shouted his bid, while the people around them continued talking among themselves, no one continued placing any bids. The old man who was now sitting at the roof of the hall in the sky swept a glance towards Nangong Hen, and without even announcing to whom that stone belonged to, he started the auction for Crimson Stone number 2 leisurely. This was something that sparked Su Ming's curiosity. He had attended Western Sea Clan's auction outside Freezing Sky Clan before, and in terms of extravagance, Western Sea Clan's auction was incredibly gorgeous. But if placed in comparison with the Shaman tribe's auction, the Shaman's auction was more straightforward and was also larger. In fact, even the auctioneer's attitudes were completely different. The auctioneer from Western Sea Clan would mostly introduce the items to buyers, doing so with the idea of tempting them to buy those things. However, the Shaman tribe was clearly holding on to an attitude that said they did not care whether these people bought these stones or not. However, the more they acted this way, the better the results were. In fact, Su Ming could even feel most of the shamans around him fighting over the stones. But soon, he thought of Wu Duo's words and remembered that the god of Shaman's temple was clearly forced into this and was resigned to it, which was why they hosted this treasure gambling event. With that in mind, the people's attitude right then was understandable. The auction went on quickly. Besides Nangong Hen buying Crimson Stone number 1 for 500,000, most of the other Crimson Stones numbered 1 to 100 were sold for 100,000 something Shaman crystals, or several hundreds of thousands of Shaman crystals. When the first 100 were auctioned off, Su Ming paid attention to the people cutting the stones. He wanted to see just how they would cut those Crimson Stones open. Nangong Hen flew up nervously, and the other 99 people joined him, moving to those enchanted light rings in midair. The first 100 Crimson Stones descended automatically from the sky and charged towards the 100 people, and by some unknown method, they flew straight to their respective buyers. Su Ming gave them a few more scrutinizing looks and understood a little about what was going on. The stones went to their respective buyers because the enchanted vessels also had numbers on them, and Nangong Hen was naturally standing right before the ring numbered 1, which meant that Crimson Stone number 1 was not flying towards him, but that enchanted vessel number 1. As the people stood beside the enchanted vessels and the Crimson Stones descended on them, their expressions became different. Most of them looked rather nervous, but they were also expectant. Compared to them, the crowd of shamans underneath were even more excited. All of them looked towards them, and the sounds of their discussions continuously rose into the air. Su Ming turned his attention towards the people in the sky. The buzzing sounds rang incessantly by his ears. He saw Nangong Hen taking a deep breath, then lifting his right hand to seize the Crimson Stone in the air. The Crimson Stone immediately floated towards him slowly, and when it got closer to the light ring, the enchanted vessel immediately let out a buzzing noise and grew larger in an instant. Once it enveloped the Crimson Stone within, it started spinning about rapidly. As it spun, a large amount of chips fell from midair. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at those enchanted vessels. This enchanted vessel was spinning incredibly quickly, which was how it could make that Crimson Stone become smaller slowly. These enchanted vessels are used specifically to cut Crimson Stones. As Su Ming watched, he saw Nangong Hen lifting his right hand rapidly and pointing towards the enchanted vessel. At that instant, sizzling sounds spread out, and the enchanted vessel that was spinning at high speed slowly stopped. Most of the Crimson Stone was already chipped away by then. Nangong Hen walked over in his anxiety and looked at it for a long moment before pointing at the enchanted vessel again. Immediately, as the enchanted vessel shone, a sharp needle appeared. That needle charged towards the Crimson Stone, and as it hummed in the air, it shot straight through the stone. This repeated many times, and eventually, Nangong Hen sighed. As the people saw this, sounds of discussions rose into the air once again. He bought it for 500,000, but it looks like there's nothing in there. That's right. There wasn't any unusual light shining just now when he was chipping it away, so it's clear that this Crimson Stone isn't pure. Even if there's any unusual light, it's still useless. There has been plenty of stones that shone with those lights before, but all of them only contained fossilized objects. The ones that are truly useful are rare and in between. Oh well, just break it. It's just a worthless stone. Nangong Hen was rather unwilling to give up. He glared at the stone, then with gritted teeth, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the enchanted vessel once again. Immediately, That enchanted vessel shot through the crimson stone in multiple places in succession. Suddenly, when the needle shot through the crimson stone one final time, a powerful red light shone through a small hole violently. When that light appeared, cries of surprise immediately erupted from the people underneath. Ming, too, immediately focused his attention on that light. Cries of surprise and shock rose all around him and rang in his ears. It's the unusual light. That light has appeared. This is the light that will only appear when there is indeed something contained within a crimson stone. Nan Gonghen's face was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to continue, a voice suddenly came from one of the 8 halls around him. Nan Gonghen, sell that stone to me. I'll buy it for 800,000 shaman crystals. Nan Gonghen hesitated for a moment. His eyes were a little bloodshot as he stared at the unusual light coming from the crimson stone. Without another word, he lifted his right hand once again and pointed forward. Immediately, the light ring started spinning rapidly. The crimson stone grew smaller, and eventually, when the light ring stopped, what appeared before Nan Gonghen was a transparent stone that was the size of a fist. There was nothing in the stone. However, one of its corners was cracked, and there was a sign that it had been pierced through. Nan Gonghen was momentarily stunned. Then his expression started changing, eventually settling on a bitter smile. There was indeed an item contained within the stone, but as time passed by, and because you did not cut through the stone correctly, the item has dissolved into wind. It's a pity, a true pity, the old man sitting cross-legged on the hall remarked slowly. Chapter 446, Shadow. After Nan Gonghen, the other people started cutting away at their crimson stones with the enchanted light rings. Occasionally, that unusual light would appear, and each time it happened, it would attract the crowd's attention. However, every single time they cut the stones open, every single person would bring out a storage bag and place it on the enchanted light ring. Only then would they be able to let this enchanted vessel operate properly. Once Ming observed several people opening the stones. He averted his gaze to Nan Gonghen, who came back dejected. Brother Mo, my luck is a little too rotten this time in the world of Nine, isn't it? When I went to rent my spirit of Nine, I was conned by that old man. And the crimson stone I fancied did indeed have something in it, but I broke it. Nan Gonghen laughed bitterly as he watched the shamans cutting through the crimson stones in the sky and listened to the commotion and discussions from the people around them, then sighed. Ming originally wanted to comfort him, but when he was about to open his mouth, he found himself not knowing how to console him. In fact, he even had a feeling that Nan Gonghen did indeed have rotten luck. Uncle Nan Gong, it's all right. It's just a broken stone. You can buy more afterwards. You'll definitely be able to get a treasure. Lon blinked, then started consoling him. It's 500,000. 500,000. Nan Gonghen lifted his head and looked at the floating crimson stones in the sky. A refusal to admit defeat rose in his eyes. Ahem. I think if we aren't too confident, then it's better not to continue with this sort of gamble. Just now, I truly experienced what the people said by being overcome by extreme ecstasy for an instant and falling into despair in an instant. Ming cast Nan Gonghen a glance, and when he saw that refusal in his eyes, he knew that all forms of persuasion and words of comfort were useless. He sighed and no longer spoke. He still could not understand just why these people could be so passionate about this treasure gambling, especially when they were clearly relying on their luck. As he was immersed in his thoughts, an intense uproar suddenly broke out among the people around them. A dual-colored light. It's a dual-colored light. There's no wrong about that. A dual-colored light actually appeared? Damn it. I remember that crimson stone number 87. I knew that stone was promising since the start. He sure got himself a good deal. That person spent less than 200,000, and now that the unusual light appeared, the stone's price will instantly increase by several fold. Now that the rare dual-colored light appeared, the value of the stone will reach 1 million. As cries of surprise rose in the large area, Ming lifted his head and looked over. With just one glance, he saw one crimson stone among the many enchanted light rings shining red and blue. These two rays of light crisscrossed and illuminated an entire area of 100-something feet. There was an old man standing beside the enchanted light ring. That old man was now filled with excitement and ecstasy and started laughing heartily on the spot. His eyes shone brilliantly, and with his right hand, he pointed at the enchanted vessel through the air. Immediately, the spinning enchanted light ring started slowing down, and when it finally stopped, The dual-colored light shone incredibly distinctly before the crowd. Continue cutting. By the looks of it, you just need to pierce a hole in there, and perhaps a shadow will appear. The moment the shadow appears, the price of the stone will become even higher. I don't think so. The dual-colored light is already rare enough. The chances of a shadow appearing are not high. As the old man stopped cutting the stone, the people around started discussing among themselves once again, and some of them even tried cajoling him at the top of their voices. Jealousy, envy, and all sorts of complicated emotions were shown clearly in their words. Owner of Crimson Stone number 87, you don't need to continue cutting. We of Deity Ensnaring Tribe will buy that stone for 1 million Shaman crystals, a calm voice said from one of the 8 halls in the sky. You want to buy a dual-colored light stone with just 1 million? That stone has 2 colors, which means that there is definitely something in there. Owner of Crimson Stone number 87, I am Tai Mu from Eastern Goosefoot Tribe. I'll give you 1,300,000 Shaman crystals. Sell it to me. A voice Su Ming was familiar with spoke from another hall. That voice naturally belonged to the latter shaman, Tai Mu. A hesitant look appeared on the face of the Crimson Stone's owner. He looked at the Crimson Stone, then looked at the 2 halls the voices had come from. Clearly, the lesson Nangong Hen had just received was now clearly making him unable to make up his mind. Cut it. Continue cutting into it. Damn it. Why are you tempted with just these words? I tossed in 500,000 for mine, and I still finished cutting through the entire stone. Nangong Hen gritted his teeth and glared at the sky while standing beside Su Ming. More blood capillaries showed up in his eyes. Brother Nangong, what is the deal with this dual light? Su Ming might have considerable knowledge about the treasure gambling event, but compared to the people who came to this event every single time, there were still certain things he did not know of. When he saw those red and blue lights, he asked Nangong Hen. Nangong Hen sighed and started explaining to Su Ming. Brother Amo, you might not know about this, but before we cut into these crimson stones, there is no way for us of knowing what is inside no matter what sort of method we use. But when we cut them open, there are patterns for it. That unusual light is one of the patterns. If there is a ray of light, then it means that the stone is not empty. Perhaps there is a treasure inside, but it could also be a fossilized item, which makes it useless. However, if 2 rays of light appear, then it means that even if it is a fossilized item, it can still be used somewhat. We base this on past experiences. In the history of the treasure gambling event, the highest amount of lights that shone in one go was 7 in total, and a rare treasure was found. As for the shadow they mentioned, it is also one of the patterns we found. However, the chances of a shadow appearing are less than of those unusual lights. The principle is that the item contained within the Crimson Stone was originally sealed off from the world, and the instant it comes in contact with the world outside, a strange shadow appears for an instant. If those unusual lights appear, then it means that there are items contained in the stone. If a shadow appears, then it proves that the item inside is definitely not an ordinary object. However, not all cases are like this, or else I wouldn't have needed to hesitate when I found an unusual light when I was cracking open my stone. In the past, there have been stones that looked promising during the treasure gambling event. They shone with those unusual lights, and some of them even had shadows, but when they were eventually cracked open, they were all empty. That is why these so-called patterns in the treasure gambling event are all what has been figured out by the goers after groping about for some sort of pattern while observing these stones. They can be said to be true, but they can also be considered false as well. As the both of them spoke to each other, the old man who bought Crimson Stone number 87 seemed to have made his decision. Just as he lifted his right hand with the intention to do something, suddenly, a woman's voice came from one of the 8 halls. If you cut it down, then perhaps a shadow will appear, but that is if you cut open the entire stone, or else you will still only find a dual-colored light. The stone's price will not increase. In fact, there is a possibility that its price will drop. There is even the possibility of you spoiling whatever is inside. If I were you, I would sell it now. No matter what, you would still earn a profit. We of Autumn Sea Tribe are willing to buy that stone for 1,500,000. The instant that voice spoke, a barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. He could tell that the voice belonged to the sacred lady of Autumn Sea Tribe, Wan Xiao. An expression of struggle appeared on the owner of Crimson Stone number 87 as he stood in the sky. After a long while, he sighed and wrapped his fist in his palm to bow towards the hall from had come the voice of Autumn Sea Tribe's sacred lady. If the great tribe of Autumn Sea likes this stone, then I am willing to sell it. Once the old man said those words, a long arc immediately flew out from the great hall. There was an old man in the long arc. His hair was gray and he wore a blue robe. When he walked out, the ripples showing his power appeared faintly. He was a powerful ladder shaman. He walked towards the old man slowly and threw a storage bag by his feet. Without sparing the old man even a glance, he stared at the crimson stone in the light ring, and after a long while, he frowned. "Why aren't you leaving?" The old man quickly retreated, and as he moved back reluctantly, he kept on turning his head to look at the crimson stone. However, before he even returned to the ground, the enchanted light ring was immediately activated. Buzzing sounds reverberated in the air, and the crimson stone instantly shrank. The ladder shaman from Autumn Sea Tribe controlled that light ring several times to continue cutting away. He then took a step forward, and with a growl, lifted his right hand and slammed his hand on the stone. With that one slap, the crimson stone that had shrank down immensely and had large amounts of small holes instantly cracked, and the crack connected all the small holes that had pierced through the stone together. With a bang, the stone fell into pieces, and a transparent mountain rock about the size of a head floated into the old man's palm. The mountain rock was crystal clear, and within it was an iron piece. That iron piece was covered in rust and looked incredibly normal, but there was a faint murderous aura that was spreading out from inside it. It's an enchanted treasure. It's definitely an enchanted treasure. It's an enchanted treasure from the world of Nine, one that has came from ages ago. Autumn Sea Tribe really got themselves a good haul this time. They managed to buy an enchanted treasure with 1,500,000 shaman crystals and without a single risk taken. Heh, it's hard to determine the value of that item. Ming stared at the transparent mountain rock in the old ladder shaman's hand, and a glint appeared in his eyes. By his side, Hen looked incredibly dejected, and it was clear that he was plagued by what had happened to him. The old man who sold the stone for 1,500,000 shaman crystals was momentarily stunned. Then a variety of emotions flitted through his face. The complicated feeling in his heart would not lose to Hen's. He had sold that stone away because he could not bear the thought of 1,500,000 shaman crystals disappearing from his hands within an instant. The old ladder shaman from Autumn Sea Tribe smiled as he stood in the sky. Then with a flip of his right hand, the mountain rock immediately disappeared. He turned around and walked towards Autumn Sea Tribe's hall. The grand elder of the god of Shaman's temple, who was sitting and meditating at the roof of another temple, remained expressionless. But if anyone took a closer look, they would find that his pupils had shrank the moment he saw the mountain rock being excavated. We will now continue with the auction of crimson stones, number 101 to number 200. When the first 100 crimson stones were all cracked open, the atmosphere in the area had reached its peak, and the crowd became even more enthusiastic in buying the second batch of stones. 200,000, 300,000, 350,000, 500,000, 600,000. As the crimson stones were auctioned off, the bids continued without stop. Before long, all the stones were bought by the people in a manner as if they were fighting against each other for them. Hen had wanted to place a bid several times, but forced down his urge. As for Ming, he simply continued watching and did not join in the bid. He was waiting for crimson stones number 697, 901, and 949. Ming was absolutely certain about these 3 stones, and as for the others, he would not gamble for them. Time trickled away, and the second batch of crimson stones was cut down. 2 of them had shone with that unusual light, but in the end, when they were both cut open, one of them was empty inside, and several hundreds of thousands of shaman crystals were gone down the drain just like that. While there was an item in the other stone, when it was cracked open, the item contained within was already completely fossilized. It crumbled into dust from the slightest touch, disappearing into the air. Chapter 447, 697. Ming waited patiently and continued watching as the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th batches of crimson stones were sold off, then subsequently cracked open by their buyers right before all the shamans. The whole time, besides waiting, Ming also observed how the people control those light rings, as well as the strangeness of that enchanted light ring, especially the act of placing a storage bag on it before it could be activated. These observations allowed Ming to figure out that the amount of shaman crystals those people had bought the stones for should be contained within those storage bags. Ming was also observing the almost crazed shamans who had their emotions completely ignited around him. Ming had made some brief calculations. Among the opened 500 crimson stones, there were 12 that had shone with that unusual light, but only 5 of them had contained anything inside, and the rest of them were empty. Yet even so, only 2 of the 5 stones that contained physical items made the crowd burst into commotion. One of them was the piece bought by Autumn Sea Tribe, and the other was the rock containing a lock of black hair inside. The lock of hair inside that palm-sized transparent mountain rock looked alive, as if it still contained ample amounts of life force. It seemed that if anyone crushed that mountain rock, they would be able to extract it in its complete form. Even the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple was visibly taken by this item, and he bought it at an exorbitant price. Time continued passing by. It was not midnight. However, under the illumination of the numerous lights from the crimson stones in the sky, the entire land looked no different than it was during the day. During the time, Nan Gonghen gritted and bought another crimson stone, but, "Brother Imo, I'm not going to continue anymore. I'll just watch. I'm just not fated with these 1,000 crimson stones. Brother Imo, aren't you going to buy some?" Nan Gonghen looked as if he had submitted to his fate and sighed beside Su Ming. The 3 youths beside them were already stunned by what they'd seen. Their faces were filled with shock. The intense atmosphere could easily affect the emotions of all the people in the area, and their self-control would be whittled down to the extreme. Su Ming nodded. At the moment, the voice of the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple spread through the land languidly. "The treasure gambling event will not stop until we have sold off all the 1,000 crimson stones. If there are any of you who are unwilling to continue, you may leave at any time you please. Now, we will begin the auction for crimson stones number 601 to 700. The old man swept his gaze across the land with a calm expression as he spoke. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He had been waiting for an entire day for this moment. 230,000, 370,000, 420,000. It might already be midnight, but the liveliness in the place did not diminish. Instead, it only became even more intense. The bids these people placed had only become higher. Su Ming kept his silence. He was still waiting, and when crimson stone number 696 was bought by someone else for 420,000, the auction for crimson stone number 697 started. The crimson stone that was slightly taller than a person looked no different from the other stones, and it did not have a flashy appearance. However, only Su Ming knew that there was a 3-petaled flower contained inside. Although 2 of these petals had already withered away, the last remaining petal was alive. 150,000. The instant the auction for this crimson stone started, someone immediately shouted his bid. This was not because the person who placed the bid had discovered the uniqueness of this stone, but because this was simply what happened once all the crimson stones were placed on bid. 180,000, 200,000, 230,000. The people continued placing their bids non-stop. Su Ming's expression remained calm, and once someone called out a bid of 230,000, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he placed his first bid ever since he came to the treasure gambling event. 300,000. When Nan Gonghen heard Su Ming's loud voice, he immediately looked towards him. The 3 youths also became incredibly excited. 350,000. Another person from the crowd placed a bid. There were too many people in the area, and it was impossible for Su Ming to know who had placed that bid if he did not spread his divine sense. However, since the God of Shaman's temple hosted this event, it was rare for anyone to place a fake bid. If they did such a thing, then they would need to understand the consequences of their actions. 400,000. Su Ming called out without any hesitation. 400,000 was the average price for the crimson stones brought out during the latter half of the auction. If they offered a higher price, then if they failed, they would have to suffer the huge pain of such a great loss. Unless they were really confident, the people would usually stop placing bids at this moment. After all, there were still many crimson stones after this, and there was no need for them to concentrate on that one piece. 420,000. At the moment most people would stop placing bids, someone placed another bid. 450,000. Su Ming stated calmly with a calm expression on his face. Several breaths passed by, and when no one else continued placing bids, the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple started the auction for crimson stone number 698. After a moment, once the crimson stones for this batch were all sold off, the people who bought the crimson stones flew up with excitement, calmness, or eagerness, straight up towards the 100 enchanted light rings. "Brother Imo, good luck." Nan Gonghen wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, who gave him a nod, sucked in a deep breath, and with one single move, charged towards the sky. This was the first time he appeared before the eyes of the shamans to buy his own crimson stone in a treasure gambling event. This was also the first time he would cut open his crimson stone before the crowd. This, too, would be the start of Su Ming's parade. The 100 long arcs rushed to their respective enchanted light rings. Su Ming had bought crimson stone number 697, and his designated enchanted light ring was the 97th ring. While he stood there, he looked at the flashing enchanted vessel calmly. He watched as the light ring slowly turned about in its place while a sizzling sounded when the lights crisscrossed with each other. After a moment, the crimson stones numbered 601 to 700 charged towards their buyers. When they appeared before the crowd, Su Ming looked at the crimson stone. It was indeed the one he had seen previously. In fact, he could even smell that faint and indistinct medicinal fragrance once again. Most of the people around him brought out bags containing their shaman crystals with different expressions on their faces, but the expectant look was on all of them. They placed their bags on their respective enchanted light rings, and strong light shone from the enchanted vessels, as if they had just been ignited. The crowd also started breathing quicker, standing underneath. Their gazes were fixed on the people in the sky. They wanted to know whether there would be any light coming from the crimson stones, and whether any treasure would be found. When 99 of the enchanted light rings in the sky had been lit up, and these people could start cutting their stones, only Su Ming's enchanted vessel was not lit, and that created an incredibly obvious spectacle in the sky. This sort of thing had never appeared today. The people's gazes underneath were instantly gathered on Su Ming, and at the same time, they became attracted to the mask on his face. They also recognized him. It's him. He reached a tie against Tai Mu, Eastern Goosefoot tribe's ladder shaman. His name is Mo Su. Unless he hid his true level of cultivation, then this person is definitely the strongest among all medial shamans. I saw him fighting against Senior Tai Mu that day. The might of that battle is something no medial shaman could fight against. At the same time, the instant Su Ming became the center of attention, the expressions of the people in 4 of the 8 halls in the sky changed as they became affected by different emotions. Tai Mu sat inside his hall, and there were other members of his tribe sitting around him. The woman was among them, and as she stared at Su Ming, hatred shone briefly in her eyes. It's him. Tai Mu stared Su Ming. While he had come into some conflict with Su Ming, but due to the other's politeness, he had become slightly fond of him. When he saw Su Ming, he remained expressionless, and the killing intent he had harbored some time ago was no longer there. Autumn Sea Tribe's sacred lady Wan Xiu stood on the stairs in the other hall as she looked at Su Ming standing in the dark sky and under the illumination of the flashing crimson light in the dark. She frowned. Their bodies are similar, but the presence this person gives off seems to be slightly different from his. As Wan Xiu became immersed in her thoughts, the red mark of the dragon on her right arm shone faintly. While Sky Mist's ancestor remained seated calmly in the third hall, Tianlan Ming and Tianlan Yu, who were sitting before him, looked at the world outside. Tianlan Ming's gaze was focused on Su Ming's body, and there was uncertainty in her eyes. In the fourth hall was a long-haired woman in white. She stared at Su Ming blankly, and there was confusion along with a mix of complicated emotions in her eyes. If she was not the celestial maiden and could still sense the presence coming from that body, which albeit faint, still existed, she would not have been able to recognize that the person she was looking at right now was him. Why did you appear here? Do you know just what sort of danger you just brought on yourself by appearing here? The long-haired woman mumbled in a voice only she could hear, and the confusion in her eyes disappeared to be replaced by a hint of anxiety. At the same time, there was a person in black robes standing among the crowd on the ground. He lifted his head slightly, and a cold sneer appeared on his lips as he stared at Su Ming with a freezing glint in his eyes. Owner of Crimson Stone number 697, bring out the sufficient amount of shaman crystals and light up your enchanted vessel. When the people's gazes were focused on Su Ming, the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple looked at him and spoke in a low voice. I don't have enough shaman crystals. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as usual when he looked towards the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple. The Grand Elder was already halfway through to becoming an end shaman, and he no longer showed his emotions on his face. At that moment, he looked at Su Ming with his usual calm look on his face and stated unhurriedly, I will give you the span of 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, if you still can't bring out something of equal value to the required shaman crystals, then I will kill you on the spot. Naturally, Su Ming was prepared for this since a long time ago. Without another word, he brought out a storage bag he had prepared and threw it towards the Grand Elder. The storage bag came to a stop before the old man. He cast Su Ming a cold glance, then lifted his hand to take it. After sweeping a look through the contents, while remaining expressionless, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the enchanted light ring before Su Ming. The enchanted vessel was immediately lit up, and it was ready to be used at any time. While the old man might look as calm as ever, his heart was in shock, because he saw 5 scattering dusts in the storage bag. He had seen scattering dusts before and had even consumed one of them. When he saw them, the unique feeling of the scattering dust allowed him to be able to recognize the authenticity of these items with just one glance. The quality of the scattering dust in the storage bag was also much higher than the quality of the one he had taken. Chapter 448, Ghost Spirit Flower. Only Su Ming and the old man knew about what Su Ming gave to him. Although the people had seen the transaction, it was impossible for them to know the details. That was also why the old man from the god of Shaman's temple had remained silent, but lit up Su Ming's enchanted vessel after he saw the 5 scattering dusts. Since no one knew what Su Ming had given him, he just needed to bring out an item to replace the contents after this, and these 5 scattering dusts that were clearly of much higher quality would become his own personal belongings. This sort of trade that seemed obvious to all but was actually very secretive was something the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple had no reason to decline. In fact, he was very happy with the results, and there was a slight difference in the manner he looked at Su Ming. Besides, he believed that even if he wanted to learn about the origins of these scattering dusts, he could do so with ease. This person has a lot of experience under his belt and is also a wise one. Once the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple put away the storage bag and cast Su Ming a glance, he no longer bothered himself with him. Due to this matter, the number of gazes fixed on Su Ming was much greater compared to the other people. However, as the sizzling sound spread out and the others began to nervously cut into their crimson stones, the gazes gathered on his person gradually spread out. Su Ming did not look at the others. He simply stared at the enchanted light ring before him and lifted his right hand to place it on the ring. When he closed his eyes, he immediately had a feeling as if he had become one with the enchanted vessel, and he felt that he could control the ring to do all sorts of things when cutting the stone. He had only watched other people doing so previously. Now that it was his turn to control it, he experienced the feeling for a moment before he lifted his left hand and pointed at the crimson stone. Instantly, the stone charged towards the light ring. Once it was swiftly enveloped by the light ring, the enchanted vessel started spinning slowly, and each time it spun, a large amount of chips would fall off. As the light ring spun, Su Ming kept his eyes closed and spread his divine sense in his storage bag to gather on the small black humanoid. After a moment, when Su Ming detected that faint medicinal fragrance once again, he saw the small black humanoid shuddering. The center of its brows flashed, and the strange black flower with the 3 petals floated above its head once again. Compared to Su Ming's slow speed, there were already quite a few people who had cut open their crimson stones in disappointment, causing the shaman crystals they spent to instantly go down the drain. As time passed by, more of these people who were cutting into their crimson stones left with long sighs and disappointed looks on their faces, returning to the crowd with nothing to gain when their crimson stones were shattered completely by those light rings. At that moment, there were only a dozen-something people left in the sky who were still cutting into their crimson stones. After some time, rumbling sounds echoed, and 7 more people's crimson stones shattered completely to reveal absolutely nothing within. These people left with bitter smiles on their faces. Right then, there were only 4 people left in the air who were still cutting into their crimson stones, including Su Ming. Su Ming still had his eyes closed and did not bother about these people. He continued spinning that light ring slowly, causing the crimson stone to gradually shrink. He occasionally adjusted the enchanted vessel's angle, while keeping his divine sense focused on the small black humanoid to observe the picture flashing at the center of its brows. Several breaths went by once again, and once another crimson stone shattered, only 3 people were left in the sky cutting into their stones. However, right at that moment, the crimson stone belonging to the shaman, who looked like a young teenage boy among the 3 people left, suddenly shone with a strong red light. The instant that red light spread out, an ecstatic look appeared on the boy's face. "It's a light. Haha, I just got myself a light." The people underneath also looked over, and the instant they saw the ray of unusual light, their spirits were lifted. However, as the boy's laughter echoed in the sky and he was filled with excitement, another crimson stone shone with that same piercing red light as well. It shone with that unusual light as well. The owner of that crimson stone was a middle-aged man. He was built tall and large, which was a clear indicator that he was a battle shaman. He licked his lips and laughed. He was right next to Su Ming. Su Ming was number 97, and he was number 96. Two of the three remaining crimson stones shone with that unusual light. This immediately caught an immense amount of attention from the crowd underneath. Uproars and sounds of discussion rose all around the area. Two rays of light appeared at the same time. Their luck is really... Damn it, I remember that number. So he's the one who offered 50,000 more than me just now. This is... As discussions rang in the area, Nangonghen cast a glance at Su Ming and shook his head. For some unknown reason, he felt a little better. As the two people who found those rays of unusual light continued scraping off their crimson stones excitedly and even controlled those sharp needles to pierce through the stones, Su Ming continued changing the crimson stone's position with his eyes closed and made the light ring spin as he scraped off the external layers of the stone. Moments later, under the crowd's expectant gazes, the boy who had found that ray of unusual light gritted his teeth in his excitement and had a sharp needle from the light ring pierce through. After repeating the action several times, and as the light ring continued with its operations rapidly, the crimson stone split into two with a bang. It was empty. The boy was momentarily stunned, and just like Nangonghen, he continued cutting at it, refusing to accept the truth. When the crimson stone had completely shattered, a transparent mountain rock the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand, but there was still nothing contained within it. The boy turned pale. The sudden drop to disappointment from his ecstasy came too fast and was too great. It was rather difficult for him to handle it. When the crowd underneath saw this, they sighed, and as their sighs echoed in the air, someone suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Dual color. That's a dual-colored light. The dual-colored light has appeared again. It's really dual-colored. Two dual-colored lights actually appeared among these 1,000 stones today. As the cries of surprise rang in the air, all the people's gazes were lured towards the middle-aged man beside Su Ming. At that moment, the middle-aged man was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The crimson stone before him was shining in blue and red light. Amid the buzzing commotion, someone immediately yelled a price to buy that stone. At that moment, Su Ming was immersed in the picture at the center of the small black humanoid's brows in his storage room. He could tell that the picture was not immobile. Instead, as he continued scraping his crimson stone, it would change. In fact, when he adjusted the position of the stone, the flower would also start turning. Su Ming was very careful with his actions. Right then, he opened his eyes swiftly, and with a sparkle in his eyes, he pointed at the enchanted vessel with his right hand. Immediately, a sharp needle appeared on the spinning light ring. Without any hesitation, Su Ming controlled that sharp needle to pierce through one of the sides of the crimson stone. Once he repeated the action several times, and as the light ring increased its speed as it spun, a bang rang from within the stone, and a small part of Su Ming's crimson stone was split off. As the light ring slowly stopped, Su Ming stood there and sank into his thoughts for a moment. At that time, the man beside him began laughing. He did not bother with the prices being thrown at him. He first cast a smug look at Su Ming, then turned his head around and controlled the light ring to slice down at the stone. At the same time he slashed down, a resolute look appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he pointed at the enchanted vessel. The enchanted vessel spun and cut down another small portion of the crimson stone before him. He had completed his action almost at the same time as the man, and once the two completed the cuts, the dual-colored light coming from the crimson stone before the man started shining furiously, and it looked as if it was even stronger than before. That was enough to make all the people around the area to be visibly taken by it. Even the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple focused his gaze on that stone. At the same time, as the dual-colored light shone furiously, the sky near Su Ming, behind the man's crimson stone suddenly distorted, and as those distorted ripples appeared, a gigantic picture showed up. Within that picture was a black flower. The flower contained 3 petals, and each of the petals contained the face of a skeletal ghost. They looked incredibly hideous, causing the black flower to appear terrifying. However, the picture was incredibly blurry, and the onlookers could only see the overall shape of the flower. The instant the illusionary shadow of the flower appeared, The strongest and most intense cries of surprise, as well as uproars, rose in this treasure gambling event. There was even an unknown amount of people who had stood up. In fact, some of them had almost flown into the sky instinctively. A shadow. That's a shadow. A shadow actually appeared? What flower is that? A ghost spirit flower. That's a ghost spirit flower. It's a 3-petaled ghost spirit flower. Dual colors and a shadow. Damn it, that battle shaman really made a killing this time. We just need to see how far his flower has fossilized. If the fossilization is only of a 7 portions of the whole thing, and it still contains a 3/10 of its medicinal properties, then he will definitely get a price higher than the hair that was sold just now. For the first time, the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple could not hide the brief instance of shock that shook him. He stood up and stared at the illusionary picture of the 3-petaled ghost spirit flower with desire shining in his eyes. He was not the only one. At that moment, almost every single person within the 8 halls in the area were staring fixedly at the picture. Ghost spirit flower. This flower cannot be made into medicine, but it can give birth to a ghost spirit, which is its biggest use. This ghost spirit can go anywhere it likes, and it is practically impossible for all seals in the world to try and stop it. Once it hides itself away, it will be incredibly difficult to find that ghost spirit. Legend has it that if someone obtained the 5-petaled ghost spirit flower, then the 5 ghost spell might appear. The 5 ghost spell can be fused into the caster's body, and once it is done, the caster will turn into a spirit that cannot be seen even if heaven decided to open its eyes. That battle shaman really has insane luck. He actually managed to find the ghost spirit flower. Wait, something's not right. Nangong Hen was stunned in his place, and as he mumbled to himself, he suddenly widened his eyes. The battle shaman was laughing maniacally in the sky at the moment. He looked so worked up that it seemed like his blood vessels were about to burst. He shivered, and the only thing lacking in his whole bout of excitement was him lifting his head and roaring at the sky. However, gradually, his expression changed to one of disbelief, and he whipped his head around to look at Su Ming. At the same time, more people had also begun to tell that something was off. What a scam. The man didn't get that shadow. It's the person beside him who got it. The man still has that dual-colored light, but that Mo-Su beside him was the one who got that shadow of the ghost spirit flower just now. The noise from the uproars became more intense, and the numerous pairs of eyes straight up ignored the middle-aged man to focus on Su Ming. Their discussions shook the sky and earth. Su Ming's expression remained calm, but he was also beginning to feel a little nervous. He did not expect that a shadow would appear for him. My boy Mo-Su, sell that crimson stone to me. Haha, we can negotiate the price. Tai Mu's voice immediately traveled forth from within the 8 halls. At the same time, Tai Mu even walked out of his hall and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming as he chuckled. Chapter 449. I wonder, how much will you offer now? Sir, if you sell that stone to the great tribe of Sky World, then we are willing to pay 3 million shaman crystals for it. Another person walked out rapidly from another hall and wrapped his fist in his palm with a smile towards Su Ming. It was a middle-aged scholar who was dressed very elegantly. However, there was also a unique temperament within him. We, of Autumn Sea Tribe, are willing to buy that stone for 4 million shaman crystals. Once Tai Mu and the person from the great tribe of Sky World walked out, Wan Xiu's gentle voice came from the 3rd hall. When she spoke up, she walked out in all her tall and slim glory, with her hair spilling down her shoulders and dancing in the wind, causing her to be filled with so much beauty that she could cause hearts to race. She looked at Su Ming, and there was a scrutinizing look in her gaze, as if she wanted to see through the mask at his true appearance. You're thinking of buying that ghost spirit flower with just 4 million shaman crystals? Even though you can't turn that flower into medicine, but once you are able to hide yourself successfully with it, it will be practically impossible to find you in the world. We're buying that flower with 5 million. Once Wan Xiu spoke, a cold harumph traveled through the air. That cold harumph belonged to a woman that walked out from another hall. Her white robes, profound gaze, and the graceful presence made it clear that she was the celestial maiden from the Immortals' hidden dragon sect. She had no idea why herself, but when she saw the sacred lady from Autumn Sea Tribe, she despised her, especially when she saw the scrutiny in her eyes when she looked at Su Ming. She detested that look. Wan Xiu frowned and looked towards the celestial maiden dressed in white. The gazes of these two outstanding and beautiful women clashed in midair. I'll offer 6 million. When the two women's gazes clashed with each other, a gentle voice traveled forth slowly from the hall to the side. That voice was very gentle and even sounded slightly fragile, and with the voice came a woman with long hair. While she was not breathtakingly beautiful, she was a woman that gave others a feeling that she was a very gentle person. That woman was Ming. When she walked out, there was a smile on her face. She ignored Wan Xiao and the celestial maiden in white turning to look at her, choosing instead to look at Su Ming as she spoke softly. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. He looked at Wan Xiao, then at the celestial maiden in white, then finally at Ming, who was walking. He suddenly felt a slight headache pounding against his head. "Elder sister, you look quite unfamiliar. Where did you come from?" The celestial maiden in white immediately looked towards Ming. That gentle temperament of hers also displeased her. "Elder sister, you must be joking. Compared to you, I wouldn't dare call myself your elder sister. As to where I come from, I believe I am not obliged to tell you. However, compared to us, the sacred lady from Autumn Sea Tribe must have the clearest background." Ming let out a gentle chuckle. Her voice was feathery soft, but her words were incredibly sharp. Wan Xiao frowned, and once she swept her gaze past the celestial maiden in white and Ming, she looked towards Su Ming. Once she did so, the celestial maiden in white immediately did the same thing and looked towards Su Ming. Even Ming did the same thing and looked towards him with a gentle gaze and with natural ease. Su Ming was not the only stunned by the sudden appearance of the three women. Even Tai Mu was momentarily taken aback. He cast an odd look towards Su Ming, then at the three women, and suddenly started laughing. "The god of Shaman's temple will be taking this item." At that moment, the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple spoke unhurriedly. His voice was not loud, but the moment it traveled forth, it stirred up a ripple in the area. As that ripple spread out, all the people felt as if a clap of thunder had just struck beside their ears, and it actually managed to cause the loud discussions in the area to fall silent in an instant. The domineering presence in that voice made Su Ming feel that if he chose to disobey, then his only outcome would be death. It was a straight-up disregard for his existence. Su Ming frowned under the mask. "I wonder, how much is the god of Shaman's temple offering?" Su Ming looked towards the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple. A shadow might have appeared, but we can't be certain whether there is truly something within the stone. 1,000,000 shaman crystals, the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple stated calmly. If the man beside Su Ming who had found that dual-colored light had done so at any other time, he would definitely be the center of attention. However, he could only become a decoration, standing there with incredible disgruntlement. While the rays of unusual light were rare, but there would be some that would shine with that unusual light among the 100 of the crimson stones. It had already appeared twice, but this was the first time a shadow had formed. Su Ming's lips curled up in a cold smile. He wanted to buy his crimson stone with just 1,000,000? That could not even be considered a price. Without another word, he lifted his right hand and pointed towards the enchanted light ring. It immediately started spinning swiftly before slicing down on the crimson stone once again. The resolution he showed as he cut down on the stone shocked and scared all those who saw it. After all, if he did not cut down on that stone carefully, then he would destroy the treasure inside. However, with that one slash, not only did Su Ming not destroy that stone, he even made the crowd underneath erupt forth with intense cries of surprise in the midst of their silence. "It's the light. The light has appeared." A red light shone from the cut in Su Ming's crimson stone. Adding together with the shadow that showed up just now, the appearance of the light exponentially increased the possibility that there was a medicinal herb in the stone. Nan Gonghen was incredibly excited and agitated. When he saw Su Ming's actions in midair, he also felt his heart stop in fear and shock. However, just as he, along with many others, thought that Su Ming would stop, he cast the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple a glance. "Now, how much will you offer?" Once he finished asking, Su Ming pointed at the enchanted vessel. As that enchanted light ring buzzed, it sliced down on the stone once again, and with a bang, another corner of the crimson stone was cut off, and the second ray of light appeared. The two glowing rays caused the uproars in the crowd underneath to become so intense, it looked as if those sounds could not be forced down. Dual-colored lights and a shadow. The ghost spirit flower is definitely in that stone. That Imosu sure is resolute. He didn't even look at the stone and cut down twice. That's way too risky. Su Ming looked at the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple and asked languidly, "Now, how much will you offer?" 3 million. The Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple glared at Su Ming, and his expression gradually turned freezing cold. Su Ming smiled. Then as he lifted his right hand, he decided to stop using the enchanted light ring to continue cutting into the stone and seized at the air. Immediately, the crimson stone that was now only half the height of a normal person floated towards him. With a flash of green in his hand, the small sword shot out and pierced through the crimson stone. Once it made several holes, Su Ming slammed his hand onto the stone. Fine cracks appeared, and a small part of it crumbled with a bang. When that small part of the stone shattered, distorted ripples appeared in the air above the crimson stone once again, and gradually, a second shadow appeared. The picture was still that of the ghost spirit flower, but it was no longer as blurred out as before. Instead, it was now much clearer. Dual colors and dual shadows. I'm completely certain that there is a ghost spirit flower in this stone, and the rate of its fossilization will not be more than 7/10 of the entire flower. Over the numerous treasure gambling events organized, the dual colors and dual shadows have only appeared 15 times. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this sight with my own eyes today. As the crowd underneath were engaged in intense discussions, Su Ming looked at the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple once again. I wonder, how much will you offer now? Chapter 450, The Arrival of God's Seal. The Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple glared at Su Ming coldly. To him, while this person had been a little smart just now, but clearly, he was not tactful. Even if he could fight against a latter shaman, under the Grand Elder's immense power, this person would only be able to crumble like a leaf torn apart by furious wind, and he would not be able to resist. To him, this price was already enough. In the past, the highest price that had been offered by the God of Shaman's temple ever had been 5 million. With that price in comparison, if this person did not agree to 3 million, then there was no longer any need for the Grand Elder to seek his approval for the price. Su Ming cast the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple a glance. If he had not made precise preparations beforehand, then, as of now, his only way would be to sell the stone. However, since Su Ming had the courage to stand there and had even dared to say such words to the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple, then naturally, he already knew what was going to happen next. At that moment, he chose not to speak any longer. Instead, he lifted his right hand, and with a flash of green, he cut down on the crimson stone. As rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, Su Ming continued cutting the stone while referring to the picture on the center of the small, black humanoid's brows. After some time, right under numerous pairs of eyes, the crimson stone shattered with a bang, and as a large amount of stone chips fell off and scattered away, a transparent mountain rock about the size of a head appeared in Su Ming's palm. The mountain rock was translucent and glittered with crystalline sparkles, making it seem as if it contained light. There was a black flower sealed within. 2 of its petals had fossilized, but there was one petal that was still overflowing with life. The face of the malicious ghost on the black petal looked as if it was smiling savagely. The instant the ghost spirit flower was excavated and revealed before the people's gazes, a shocking uproar broke out along with it. Some of the pairs of eyes that were focused on the flower were filled with jealousy, some with envy, some with madness, some with complicated feelings, along with all sorts of other emotions. All of human expressions could be found in the crowd on the ground. It's truly the ghost's spirit flower, and one of the petals is still very much alive. That petal is already fully grown and has lived for many years. As long as the method is correct, this person can produce his very first ghost. Damn it, I placed a bid for this stone in the start, but why didn't I continue fighting for it? As the people's voices around the area turned into buzzing, Nangong Hen widened his eyes and his breathing quickened. He stared at Su Ming, and a brilliant shine gradually appeared in his eyes. Brother Mo's luck is seriously insane. He just offhandedly bought a crimson stone and managed to get a ghost spirit flower. The fossilization of the whole flower is over a 6/10, but if we look at just that one petal, then this is a complete flower that is not at all affected by the fossilization. The value of that flower is at least 7 million. Su Ming looked at the mountain rock floating above his palm, and with a flip of his hand, it immediately disappeared. Then, without even looking at the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple, he turned around and walked towards the crowd underneath. The people who had walked out of the 8 halls just now simply cast their gazes at Su Ming, but did not stop him. After all, the price given by the god of Shaman's temple was simply too low, and if any of them were in Su Ming's place, they would not accept it either. The Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple was also looking at Su Ming's back as he walked to the ground. His expression was still as sullen as ever, but he did not speak. In his mind, while the ghost spirit flower was a good item, it was still not valuable enough for him to snatch it right before the people. As long as Su Ming was in the world of Nine, then everything was possible. He did not need to rush into things for now. As for the man who was beside Su Ming and had managed to obtain the dual-colored light, when he saw the strange atmosphere around him, he hesitated for a moment before he decided to simply grit his teeth and continue cutting into his stone. As he continued, and as the dual-colored light shone, the people's gazes gradually gathered on him. Su Ming returned to the ground and back to his seat. The three youths immediately gathered around him excitedly, and the shamans around the area too wrapped their fists in their palms to greet him. They originally wanted to approach him, but Nan Gonghen glared at all of them and pushed them all away with a cold harumph, completely not bothering with the boisterous and friendly personality he displayed before the people previously. Towards Su Ming, Nan Gonghen was filled with non-malicious envy that could not be concealed. He looked at Su Ming, then thought about himself, and as he laughed wryly, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Brother Amo, I'm impressed. I'm absolutely impressed. In Nan Gonghen's eyes, Su Ming was a man filled with astonishing wonders. He could bring Nan Gonghen through a foreign world filled with threats and arrive at Shaman City safely while avoiding all dangers. He could fight against Tai Mu with just his power as a medial shaman. More importantly, after that fight, his relationship with Tai Mu had turned into one as if they had never tried to kill each other. From Tai Mu's words, he seemed to have somewhat acknowledged Su Ming. When they were in the land of the spirits of Nine, Su Ming had also shocked Nan Gonghen because he had absolutely not expected that Su Ming would rent that shameless guardian spirit of Nine. And just when he had thought Su Ming had to be a pitiful man, he found out that he himself was the pitiful one. It was as if there was a mysterious layer of fog surrounding Su Ming. The more you wanted to see through him and the more you wanted to get into his mind, the more you would be lost trying to figure him out. Now, when Nan Gonghen witnessed Su Ming buying that crimson stone offhandedly and causing such a huge stir when he extracted that ghost spirit flower, he came to a sudden realization. There must be some mysterious power in Mo Su. That power is invisible and doesn't have form. It cannot be seen, cannot be touched, but its existence will cause others to be unable to figure him out. Yup, if I stay beside a person with this sort of power, then perhaps I will also get some of that power. Nan Gonghen's eyes shone brilliantly. He giggled as he looked at Su Ming, but soon changed his expression and whispered softly, Brother Mo, we have to be careful of the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple. That person's power is incredibly great, and he's brutal. My father is also in a constant state of isolation as well, so he's not as intimidating as before. I might not be able to use his name to keep this person down. With a face as if Su Ming was an accomplice of his, Nan Gonghen talked to him with a frown. At that moment, the crimson stones numbered 701 to 800 were in auction. Perhaps it was because Su Ming had managed to find the ghost spirit flower. As of then, the subsequent crimson stones that were being auctioned had reached a rather heated state. Brother Mo, you also have to pay attention. If we take a fancy to any other crimson stone and enter the bidding, the people around us will also begin bidding for it in a mad craze. As Nan Gonghen spoke, the intention to work with Su Ming truly rose within him, and he began addressing Su Ming and himself as we. Brother Nan Gong, you don't have to worry about that. While I do have some crimson stones I like, I'm lacking in shaman crystals. I won't place any more bids. Su Ming shook his head. I have. Brother Mo, don't worry. You just have to place your bids. We're definitely going to make a huge profit this time. I prepared a lot of shaman crystals for the treasure gambling event this time. By that time, we brothers can. We can talk about how we'll split up our profits later. Nan Gonghen's whole entire face was lit up with a smile, and there was an eager look in his eyes. He had come to a great revelation. He must follow Su Ming closely and fight together with him. If he did that, then no matter how bad it would be, he would still not be as pitiful as he was when he was conned to use several millions of shaman crystals to rent a spirit of Nine, or when all 500,000 of his shaman crystals went flying out of his hands in an instant, or when all his other misfortunes happened to him. Is that so? Su Ming cast Nan Gonghen a glance. Brother Mo, You don't have to hesitate anymore. It's fine. We managed to hit it off right from the start. These materialistic things are nothing compared to our friendship. If you need them, then take it. I will not even frown. Nan Gonghen patted his chest. All right. Su Ming had no reason to decline. Once he finished speaking, he immediately shouted his bid towards the crimson stone in auction at the moment. Crimson stone number 836. 500,000. Nan Gonghen was momentarily stunned. He had originally thought that Su Ming would still remain reserved, and then he would persuade him a little more, and eventually, both of them would reach a consensus while beating around the bush due to their own needs. However, Su Ming had stopped being courteous and immediately jumped right into the auction. In all honesty, Nan Gonghen was still a little worried in his heart. After all, his shaman crystals did not fall from the sky into his hands. He had in fact obtained them through much effort. When Su Ming offhandedly placed a bid of 500,000, his heart immediately clenched in pain, but he had to look completely not bothered. In fact, he had to even smile and nod towards Su Ming to show that he was being generous. Brother Imo, how is the quality of that crimson stone? Nan Gonghen stared at the crimson stone in the sky. No matter what, it did not seem any different from the other stones. The previous highest bid for this stone was 430,000, but when Su Ming placed his bid of 500,000, it was as if a stone had been thrown at the surface of the water that was the crowd around them, and it immediately caught an immense amount of attention from all the people. It was just as Nan Gonghen had expected. In truth, many people were paying attention to Su Ming's side and were already prepared to follow his footsteps the moment he placed a bid to buy another crimson stone. When they heard Su Ming calling out his bid of 500,000, many people instantly felt fired up and started shouting their bids. 550,000, 600,000, 640,000, 660,000. When Su Ming saw that the price for the crimson stone was getting higher, he turned his head around to cast Nan Gonghen a glance, who was carefully hiding his anxiety underneath his calm attitude. Brother Nangong, how many shaman crystals do you have? I still have 2 million something, I think. Nan Gonghen's heart lurched into his throat. 750,000. Once Su Ming heard his answer, he yelled out his bid once again. When his voice fell into Nan Gonghen's ears, it made his heart constrict, and he felt conflicted, but he still had to force out a smile, all while looking approving of Su Ming's actions. Brother Imo, how is the quality of the stone? Nan Gonghen's heart was already racing in his chest as he instinctively asked. I don't know. Su Ming's words almost made Nan Gonghen's vision turn completely black. 800,000. Once Su Ming shouted his bid, someone else immediately placed another bid. Clearly, he was fully intent on snatching away the crimson stone Su Ming had taken an interest to. There was already red in Nan Gonghen's eyes. He glared at the spot where the voice that placed that bid came from and whispered to Su Ming, Should we add? Forget it. We'll place our bids for our next stone. Su Ming shook his head. That crimson stone was eventually bought by someone with the high price of 800,000 shaman crystals. Chapter 452. Nan Gonghen's heart was convulsing wildly in his heart when he heard Su Ming's words. If Nan Gonghen himself was using his own shaman crystals to buy that crimson stone, he would not feel this way. But when he was looking at someone else using his shaman crystals to place bids, the feeling was completely different. He had been completely willing to do so and had even made this proposal to Su Ming. But even so, when he truly came face to face with this reality, he still could not help but feel his heart clench in pain. When crimson stone number 837 was to be auctioned off, Su Ming placed a bid once again, and with each subsequent stone, he would do the same thing. With each bid he placed, Nan Gonghen's heart would surge intensely, and he was already a mess of nerves from hearing Su Ming continuously placing those bids. In fact, there were some times when Su Ming would place his bid in such a resolute manner that he gave the others a feeling that he absolutely wanted to get it. Based on this, the crowd started competing for that particular stone even more intensely. However, there were still many people who had seen that there was something off with Su Ming's actions, but since this was a gamble in the first place, they could not say anything about it. Gradually, Nan Gonghen also saw the meaning behind Su Ming's actions as he placed those bids, but just as he was feeling delighted about it, Su Ming started bidding at a pace that made Nan Gonghen's heart lurch in fear. 800,000. 900,000. 1 million. Brother Imo, this. Nan Gonghen was just about to speak when Su Ming stood up. 1,500,000. He placed that bid without any hesitation and swept his gaze across the crowd. putting on a look that he was definitely going to get that stone. When Nan Gonghen saw Su Ming's look, he became slightly excited in the midst of his anxiety. With bloodshot eyes, he also glared at the people around them, making it seem like if there was anyone else who placed another bid, then he would become his mortal enemy. 1,600,000. A low voice suddenly shot out from among the crowd, and the person who placed that bid was the man who had obtained the dual-colored light beside Su Ming. The man gritted his teeth, and his eyes were similarly bloodshot. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, and when he gritted his teeth and shouted, 1,800,000. Nan Gonghen's anxiety had reached its peak, and his breathing had even began to quicken. 1,900,000. The man lifted his head and stared at Crimson Stone number 897, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was similar to Crimson Stone number 697. Besides, he had been continuously observing Su Ming, and Su Ming had been the most persistent when he placed his bids for this stone. That was why he had gritted his teeth to place such a gamble. 2 million. Yet after the man placed his bid, another voice immediately roared. But this time, it was not Su Ming who had shouted, it was Nan Gonghen, who screamed at the top of his voice. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. 2,100,000. The man was already close to the brink of asphyxiation as he shouted madly. Nan Gonghen widened his eyes, and just as he was about to continue, Su Ming let out a fake cough and pulled Nan Gonghen's arm. We're giving up. Okay. Huh. Nan Gonghen instinctively nodded, then was immediately stunned, though realization dawned on him soon after. He looked at Su Ming with a wry smile as he mumbled in his heart that he was not a dumb idiot. He was just influenced by the atmosphere in the area. Once he understood the meaning behind Su Ming's actions, he could do nothing but laugh wryly. Damn it, it's only because these aren't his shaman crystals. If I was in his place, I would also have the guts to do the same thing. Nan Gonghen grumbled in his heart, but still had to force a smile on his face while looking generous. These shaman crystals are nothing. If you like this crimson stone, then we'll fight for it. Nan Gonghen said in a rather bold tone. As he looked at Nan Gonghen, Su Ming blinked. In truth, when the man shouted that bid of 1,800,000, he had already given up. After all, he was placing his bids at random so that no one would be able to tell what he wanted to truly buy. That was why Nan Gonghen's shout had made even Su Ming nervous. Each time he placed a bid for crimson stones numbered 830 to 900, he would leave some space for himself to retreat by doing so cautiously. Besides, this batch of crimson stones had to be cracked open at the same time, and there were always other lucky people around. By doing so, he had dug a hole for many people to fall into. When these 100 crimson stones were cracked open, the atmosphere grew so intense that it had become even more heated up than before. After all, most of these buyers had spent a much larger amount of money, and had even snatched them away from Su Ming's hands, especially that crimson stone sold for 2,100,000. That was the stone that was sold for the highest price in this auction. However, as the crimson stones were cracked open and as they rumbled in the air before they shattered, the shouts from the crowd became even stronger, but all those voices were filled with disappointment. Nan Gonghen looked at the 100 people in the sky returning with pale and dejected faces, and a smug look appeared on his face. It was especially so for person with the crimson stone that was bought for 2,100,000. When it completely shattered under the crowd's nervous gazes, the man stood stunned in the air for a moment before coughing out a mouthful of blood and staggering back. The cutting of this batch was then over. It was strange as well. Among the 100 crimson stone, only one of them shone with a faint ray of unusual light, but it was no different from others. It was empty. Once the cracking was over and the last batch of crimson stones to be auctioned off from the 1,000 stones arrived, the crowd had obviously become wary of Su Ming. The thought of following in his footsteps had become much weaker, which was why Su Ming only needed to spend 400,000 to buy crimson stone number 901. Once that short auction was over, Su Ming had bought 4 crimson stones. Besides numbers 901 and 949, there were another 2 which had fallen into Su Ming's hands because there was no one else who was willing to continue placing bids. Nan Gonghen had spent nearly 2 million shaman crystals when the final sum came out. It made his heart clench in pain, but he was most anxious that he might be just wasting all his money. He had looked over at Su Ming multiple times, but since the other's expression could not be seen due to his mask, it made Nan Gonghen even more anxious. When the time came for these stones to be cut open, Su Ming flew into the midair. His appearance immediately attracted numerous pairs of gazes, especially Nangong Hen's, who was incessantly longing for a miracle to happen. It'll definitely work. It'll absolutely work. Nangong Hen gulped. As of then, Su Ming was the only thing that existed in his world. When Su Ming stood beside the enchanted light rings, not only was the crowd on the ground looking at him, the people from the 8 halls around also looked over, including that grand elder from the god of Shaman's temple. With a calm expression, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed at the enchanted vessel. Immediately, that enchanted vessel expanded and enveloped crimson stone number 901 within. Sizzling reverberated in the air, and even the other people who were supposed to be cracking open their stones decided to first look at Su Ming. Su Ming closed his eyes and focused his divine sense on the small black humanoid in his storage bag. Gradually, as the small humanoid shuddered, a picture slowly appeared at the center of his brows. Within that picture was a 4-leaf dragon leaf grass. Su Ming had known about the existence of that dragon leaf grass beforehand. 2 of its leaves had already fossilized and withered away. While there were still 2 that were alive, they did not have enough life force within them and looked rather wilted. It could not compare to the 7-leaf dragon leaf grass Su Ming had. In fact, it was rather similar to the one the white-robed man from 9 Shaman Pavilion had brought out. With skillful movements, Su Ming opened his eyes right under the people's gazes, and the light ring he controlled started spinning rapidly. With a boom, it split that crimson stone in half, and once it was split apart, a dual-colored light immediately appeared. But that was not all. As Su Ming turned the crimson stone around and cut down once again, a golden light was added to that dual-colored light. Red, blue, and gold intertwined with each other and immediately began shining in the crow's sight. This time, even the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple could not keep his cool. His expression visibly changed, and he was filled with shock. If even he was reacting this way, then it was much more so for the other people. After a short period of silence, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar that caused such a powerful wave of sound that it surged into the sky. Nangong Hen was the most worked up and excited among them. He stood there and laughed heartily towards the sky. That excited look was akin to the sort of uncontrollable excitement that would only be experienced by gamblers who saw the light of victory during the instant that determined their win or loss after placing most of their money as a gambling chip. 3-colored light. Just where did this Imosu come from? How? How could he have such insane luck? He was the one who found that ghost spirit flower previously, and now, he got himself a 3-colored light for his second stone. My boy Imo, why don't you sell that crimson stone to me? I'll give you 1,500,000 for it. Taimu immediately rushed to speak. Su Ming turned around and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Taimu, then lifted his right hand and pointed at the enchanted vessel again. With one slash, a large part of the crimson stone was cut off once again. At the same time, the light ring spun rapidly, and as dust scattered into the air, the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple stared ahead with a grim face. He was not looking at that crimson stone, but at Su Ming. He refused to believe that there would be such a lucky person in the world. Sir, why don't you sell that stone to our tribe? We're willing to pay 1,800,000 for it. As the light ring spun, another person quickly shouted his price. Su Ming did not bother himself with the person. He continued controlling the light ring to cut into the stone, and after some time, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his right hand swiftly to tap the wrecked stone. With that one tap, the stone crumbled with a bang, and what appeared in Su Ming's palm was a small transparent mountain rock. The dragon leaf grass could be seen clearly. Dragon leaf grass. That's a 4-leaf dragon leaf grass. 2 of them are still alive. That herb might not be as valuable as ghost spirit flower, but it's still a rare item. I heard that it can cure all the poison in the world, and this is an effect that is unique to this herb. We of Wave Gatherer Tribe are willing to pay 2,700,000 shaman crystals for dragon leaf grass. You want to buy that dragon leaf grass with just 2,700,000? We of 9 Shaman Pavilion are willing to pay 3,200,000 for it. Nangong Hen's heart thundered against his chest. He had never felt this sort of excitement ever since he entered the world of 9 As he listened to the voices making those offerings, his breathing became increasingly quicker. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. The herb he had was obviously of a much higher quality than the one in his hand. He dipped his head down and cast a glance at Nangong Hen, then threw the transparent mountain rock in his hand to him. Brother Nangong, You should decide on how you will deal with this stone. Nan Gonghen laughed heartily towards the sky, then charged into midair with one leap. Once he caught that transparent mountain rock, he grinned at the people around him. The Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's Temple frowned. Chapter 453. The Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's Temple did not bother himself with how Nan Gonghen would deal with that dragon leaf grass. Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized the air, then the second stone flew towards him. Once he placed that mountain rock into the enchanted vessel, Su Ming immediately pointed at the ring, and buzzing sounds reverberated in the air. He had bought this crimson stone at random and had absolutely no idea what was in there. At that moment, as the enchanted vessel started spinning around rapidly, the crimson stone became smaller, and eventually, it crumbled, and there was nothing inside. When the onlookers saw Su Ming's failure, they felt a little bit better about themselves. If Su Ming had found another item, then it would be difficult for them to believe that this was still luck. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. He did not feel too much pain at his loss. He seized the third crimson stone through the air, and once he placed it in the enchanted vessel, he cut down into it without any hesitation. Su Ming had originally not thought about managing to find anything, but right after he cut into that stone, suddenly, a ray of unusual light shone from the cut. The appearance of that light immediately caught the attention of numerous pairs of gazes. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, and while there was not much change on his face, his heart began racing. This was different from when he cut open those crimson stones when he was confident that there was something inside. This sort of feeling towards the unknown, this sort of feeling where his heart shook with excitement, this sort of feeling where he did not know what was contained inside the crimson stone made Su Ming understand for the first time why these people were so enthusiastic about the treasure gambling event. Su Ming's heartbeat quickened slightly. With his eyes fixed on the crimson stone, he controlled the light ring and started scraping its surface rapidly. As he did so, the crimson stone became smaller. After a moment, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. A sharp needle immediately appeared from the light ring and pierced through the crimson stone. After repeating the same action several times, he had the light ring cut the stone once again, and immediately, only a small part of the crimson stone was left. However, there was only one ray of unusual light on that small half of the crimson stone, but even though there was only one ray, that light was incredibly eye-catching. Su Ming's heart raced even quicker. This was something he had never felt before. Just as he was hesitating on how he should cut into the stone once again, the people who had finished trading with Nan Gonghen looked towards him. Ahem, my boy Mo, since the dragon leaf grass has been sold to 9 Shaman Pavilion, why don't you sell that stone to me? I'll pay you 1,500,000 for it. I'll pay 1,700,000 for it. Wan Xiu said calmly at that moment. Right up to that moment, she had her eyes fixed on Su Ming to continue observing him. Once she spoke, the celestial maiden in white also named her price, and Tian Lan Meng followed suit. When he saw Tian Lan Meng, Su Ming's heart surged, but this was not the moment for them to get acquainted with each other. Besides, Su Ming, who had left the land of the berserkers, also felt a little complicated towards Tian Lan Meng. When he saw the 3 women speaking all together again, he fell into pensive silence for a moment. He was a little reluctant to sell the stone just like this, which was why he decided that he might as well cut into it once again. As he cut into the stone, and as those rumbling sounds echoed in the air, when the crimson stone was fully cracked open, the ray of unusual light disappeared. When Su Ming saw that the stone was empty, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He had finally come to understand this heart-pounding feeling, and had also come to understand how exactly Nan Gonghen felt when he smiled this way. I could have sold it for 1 million something shaman crystals, but now, Su Ming sighed deeply. This sort of feeling that came from treasure gambling could indeed stir up a person's desires. The 2 consecutive failures made the gazes gathered on Su Ming become much more normal. In most people's eyes, Su Ming perhaps really possessed a certain amount of luck. Even the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's tribe had shifted his gaze away from Su Ming. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Once he had experienced the excitement that came from gambling, he still felt that being completely certain that he would gain something was what he preferred the most. He lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, crimson stone number 949 floated slowly towards him. As he stared at this crimson stone, Su Ming hesitated. He was pretty certain that the item contained within this crimson stone would perhaps cause an even greater stir than when he extracted that ghost spirit flower. Even though the herb in there had withered, But at its roots, which also did not have a lot of life force left, there was a venomous wasp sleeping inside. That wasp was clearly an ancient being that came from ages ago. It was difficult to predict whether it was strong or weak, but based on what Su Ming had heard from Wu Duo and Nan Gonghen about these Crimson Stones, people had been extracting medicinal herbs, enchanted treasures, and all sorts of other things, just not living beings. It was just like the small black humanoid. While it could be considered as a living being, compared to the venomous wasp in the Crimson Stone before him, the wasp was truly alive. Living beings are even rarer than every other type of objects. Once I crack this stone open, then I will definitely cause a stir in this place. Su Ming swept his gaze past the crowd underneath, then the people in the 8 halls, and even the sullen grand elder of the god of Shaman's temple before he averted his gaze and looked at his Crimson Stone. Well, I'd like to see just how you would dare to steal my things. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He, who had come to an agreement with the old spirit of 9 that could fight against an end shaman, now had the right to say these words. He calmed his breathing and started getting prepared for the madness that might come from the item he was going to extract. Once he spent a moment to get ready, he slowly lifted his hand and pressed it on the enchanted light ring. Immediately, the lights from the light ring crisscrossed each other and started scraping at the stone. Su Ming's stern look gradually made the people who were watching him from underneath to become serious as well. At that moment, Su Ming had his eyes closed. The small, black humanoid did not tremble too harshly under his divine sense, and it proved Su Ming's assumptions regarding him true. It would only react strongly towards medicinal herbs. Right now, most of the medicinal herb in the Crimson Stone had withered, and only the roots had any form of life remaining. That was why its stimulation towards the small humanoid was much weaker. Just as Su Ming was about to start cutting into the stone according to the picture at the center of the small humanoid's brows which he saw through his divine sense, he was suddenly stunned, because he saw the small black humanoid in his storage bag shrinking slightly. This shrinking meant that it was flinching back. It was not trembling. Su Ming was certain that it was not a figment of his imagination. Uncertainty appeared in his heart. However, his expression remained as usual as he controlled the light ring to continue scraping at the stone. As the speed with which the ring scraped away at the stone increased, and as more of the stone dissipated into dust, Su Ming discovered to his shock that the small black humanoid in his storage bag flinched away once again. It was flinching away in a manner that was filled with fear. There was even an expression of pain and fear on his face at the moment. Su Ming looked at the change, and bewilderment rose in his heart. Before the Crimson Stone was scraped away, the small, black humanoid still looked normal, but as it shrank and the thing inside was gradually revealed, the small, black humanoid started showing obvious changes in his expression. Su Ming opened his eyes and frowned, but did not stop controlling that light ring. He only became even more cautious. Slowly but certainly, once most of the Crimson Stone was gone, that small black humanoid of his was already utterly horrified. A glint appeared in Su Ming's gaze, and he decided to simply control the light ring and slice down at that Crimson Stone. That one cut immediately caused the mountain rock to lose another huge chunk of itself. Right at that moment, distorted ripples appeared in the sky above the Crimson Stone. Soon after, an indistinct picture formed between the sky and earth. That picture was that of an incredibly ordinary-looking green plant. It had quite a lot of leaves and was entirely green. If someone absolutely had to mention something different about it, then they would mention that there was a golden line within each of its leaves. Although the picture was indistinct, the golden lines were very clear. The instant the shadow appeared, the crowd underneath burst into an uproar once again. However, the commotion this time only lasted for a moment before it fell into dead silence the next instant. The reason for that dead silence was the grand elder of the god of Shaman's temple, who had flown into the sky from the hall for the first time. His hair moved without wind, and there was an expression on his face. It was so stern, like nothing seen on his face before. In fact, the onlookers could even see his excitement faintly, one so great that he could not control. To an old monster who had walked down the path of cultivation for many years and was already halfway into becoming an end shaman, there were very few things in the world that would cause him to be so excited. However, right at that moment, the old man could no longer control his own emotions. All of this was due to the shadow that appeared in the sky. God string. That's the God string leaf, Nan Gonghen mumbled. Then his expression changed, and he cried out his last few words in surprise. As his voice reached others, Taimu also recognized the medicinal herb which he had once seen in an illustrated book. Could this truly be the godstring leaf? One of the legendary 9 mysterious treasures in the world of Nine, the auxiliary leaf of the god Ascension flower. Wanqiu was filled with disbelief. She stared at the indistinct medicinal herb in that illusionary picture, and her breathing quickened. The celestial maiden in white shuddered. She looked at the illusionary picture, then at Su Ming, and her face turned pale. Tian Lanming frowned. But before she had time to think, a hoarse voice spoke behind her. As it did, Sky Mist's ancestor walked out of the hall for the first time. The 9 mysterious treasures of the world of Nine were pictures carved into the back of the stone monument erected in this place in the past. One of them has the name of the god Ascension flower. There is a unique characteristic to this flower, and when it blooms, its auxiliary leaf, the golden string leaf, would appear around it. They are also known as the godstring leaf. This godstring leaf has no use, but its appearance means that the 9 mysterious treasures are not legends. They are real. The voice of Sky Mist's ancestor echoed in Tian Lanming's ears. She could hear just how worked up her ancestor was from his voice. God Ascension flower. God Ascension flower. Legend has it that the flower's nectar contains the power of the world plane. Just drinking a sip of it would cause your appearance to never change, for your power to instantly increase exponentially, and so quickly that it could turn a mortal into an immortal. It can make us cultivators surpass our current realms and improve by leaps and bounds. It can also let us sense the power of the world plane. This crimson stone, or perhaps even the crimson stones after this, will have that god Ascension flower, or else the golden string leaf wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. My fellow tribesman, Nen Gonghen of the god of Shaman's temple was the one who bought this stone. If anyone dares to snatch the stone away from me, then don't blame me for turning against you and killing you. Guards of the god of Shamans, where are you? Once the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple saw that illusionary picture, he took a huge step forward, and a monstrous presence surged out from his entire body as he walked towards Su Ming, though he absolutely paid no heed about Su Ming. He cared only about the other people from the big tribes. As for Su Ming, he was only in existence akin to an ant before him. At the moment his words reached the crowd, several hundreds of presences instantly burst forth from within Shaman City. They turned into long arcs and charged forth towards this place from all over Shaman City. Chapter 451. Appearance of the Spirit of Nine. All the people within those hundreds of long arcs were like arrows that had been fired off their bows. As they charged forth, they brought with them powerful presences as if they were coming together from all directions to become one, as if they wanted to tear through air. These people were one of the backbones of the god of Shaman's temple, which they had developed over numerous years. They were stationed in the world of Nine at all times and would not easily leave. They came from all sorts of tribes, but at that moment, they were no longer thinking about glory or their sense of belonging towards their own families, but only about the god of Shaman's temple. Each of them had gone through bloody hardships, experienced the biting, cold brutality of life and death trails. In fact, none of them had names anymore. They only had the battle titles left behind by their predecessors. Most of them had yet to become ladder shamans, but even the weakest among them was a medial shaman. As they charged forth, a monstrous, murderous aura spread out from their bodies, causing a large vortex formed by murderous aura to appear and start spinning in the air slowly. The guards of the god of Shamans would not easily leave, but now that they had appeared, it could be seen that their arrival signaled that the god of Shaman's temple would stop at nothing to get Su Ming's crimson stone. Taimu's expression changed. Once he swept his gaze past the vortex that was formed from the murderous aura coming from the charging long arcs, he looked at Su Ming's crimson stone. Then with a dark face, he took a few steps backwards, but he did not return to his hall with his tribe members as a signal of giving up on the stone. He was waiting to see what the other tribes would choose. The middle-aged man from one of the big tribes in the land of the Shamans, the great tribe of Sky World, had once offered a price to Su Ming when the ghost spirit flower appeared but stopped when the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple spoke. At that moment, his expression had also turned dark, but in the world of Nine, it was difficult for any big tribes to go against the god of Shaman's temple, because the number of people from the god of Shaman's temple who had taken up permanent residence in this place far surpassed the number of all those from big tribes. Wanqiu was looking at Su Ming with a slightly complicated look on her face, as if she was hesitating about something. The celestial maiden in white bit her lip. She knew about some of the secrets in the world of 9 and she also knew that once her sect members learned about this crimson stone, they would definitely not give up on it, since it might perhaps truly contain the God-sealing flower, and she would not be able to stop them. All she could do was to take one step forward. You can take that crimson stone, but I ask that the god of Shaman's temple does not injure this person. As the celestial maiden's words were spoken, the grand elder who was walking towards Su Ming came to a brief pause. He turned his head around and cast the woman a flat look. A faint glint flashed through his eyes, and he nodded. He was not bothered by the woman, but he was indeed mindful of her status and background, the immortal tribe's hidden dragon sect. After all, the relationship between the god of Shaman's temple and hidden dragon sect was rather delicate at the moment. If the woman had demanded that the god of Shaman's temple did not take that stone, then the old man could just ignore her. After all, not only did that stone belong to the god of Shaman's temple, it would also be highly valued by hidden dragon sect. But she only asked that they did not hurt that little junior, who was really just an ant to him. It was only natural that he did not reject such a small thing. Tian Lanmeng lowered her head. Even up to that point, she did not speak, and no one would be able to know what she was thinking about. The crowd underneath had already fallen completely silent. Their gazes were focused on the people in the sky, especially on Su Ming. Most of the people were focused on him. Some of those gazes were filled with sentiment, some with satisfaction, some with pleasure over Su Ming's misfortune, and some with pity. The development of everything that had transpired had decided Su Ming's fate. He looked as if he had no power to fight against these people and could only be controlled by other people. After all, power was the deciding factor for everything in this place. How could a puny medial shaman hope to fight against the god of Shaman's temple? Even if he could fight against a ladder shaman, he was still just an ant to the old man who was already halfway through to becoming an end shaman. Nan Gonghen's face turned pale. He did not expect that the cutting of stones would develop this way. If the old man from the god of Shaman's temple had been alone, he would not have been afraid. In fact, he would even help Su Ming fight against him. After all, his father was still around. Nan Gonghen knew that the old man could not do much towards him. At most, he would teach him a lesson. However, the sudden setback right before his eyes caught him completely by surprise. This was no longer a matter of just the Grand Elder. The guards of the god of Shamans had made their move. The appearance of the god string leaf had caused the intensity of this issue to reach incredible heights. This crimson stone was no longer what the Grand Elder wanted, but what the god of Shaman's temple wanted. How should he choose? Nan Gonghen's face turned even paler. On one hand, this was the god of Shaman's temple which he had grown up in since he was young, and to which he was intimately connected, and on the other hand was a friend he had just gotten to know not too long ago. However, this friend had saved his life. This friend gave him a feeling that they had managed to hit it off incredibly well, even though they had just recently gotten to know each other. This friend had only agreed to buy that crimson stone under his request. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. Almost the instant the old man said those words, he stopped cutting and slapped his right hand against the crimson stone containing that god string leaf. Immediately, he put away that stone into his storage bag and looked at the development of the situation calmly. He watched the old man from the god of Shaman's temple saying those overbearing words and performing those domineering actions simply because he had a high level of cultivation. He saw the aloof guards of the god of Shamans in those long arcs around him. He caught Taimu shrinking back. He perceived Wan Xiu's hesitation. Similarly, he also saw Tian Lanmeng, who had lowered her head, and along with her, Sky Mist's ancestor, whose familiar presence made Su Ming's pupils shrink when he walked out. He also saw that celestial maiden in white being the one and only person who spoke for him in this place. Su Ming could sense her concern from her words, but it was difficult to tell whether the source of that concern was because he was that destiny in her mind, or whether it was because of something else. But no matter what, Su Ming remembered what the woman in white did. Everything in the world is a cause. If there are no intense changes, and if there is nothing that would turn the tides of the world, then it would be difficult for us to see the real nature of people who are affected by the things in the world. I understand what the elder meant now. Su Ming's face remained calm, and a faint smile even appeared at the corners of his lips. He looked at the grand elder of the god of Shaman's temple walking towards him, looked at the different sorts of gazes from the crowd underneath who were looking at him, looked at Nan Gonghen, who was struggling in his mind, and Su Ming smiled even more brilliantly. At that moment, he was the center of attention, But this sort of attention was not what he wanted in his heart. An epiphany emerged in his heart, and at the same time, Su Ming felt a hint of loneliness. He was alone, standing before several tens of thousands of people. This is the law of the jungle, a path that would never change no matter how much time passes. Su Ming sighed softly. With one single move, an illusionary shadow immediately flashed beside him, and his nascent soul clone appeared. The instant his clone appeared, Su Ming's presence instantly increased by several fold, making him feel as if he was a medial shaman who had reached the peak. As his clone appeared, a faint commotion broke out among the crowd underneath. However, among all the people who were watching Su Ming in the sky, the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple who was walking towards him with an expressionless face was still completely not bothered by it. To the Grand Elder, Su Ming was still an ant. Nascent soul. The celestial maiden was stunned and her eyes went wide. Sky Mist's ancestor, who had been watching the entire thing unfold while immersed in his thoughts, narrowed his eyes. Almost the instant the clone appeared, Su Ming lifted his left hand and swung it behind him. In a moment, a black layer of fog suddenly spread out and filled the area. As it tumbled about beside Su Ming, the poison corpse appeared. As the poison corpse walked out, its poison-shrouded appearance and dull eyes caused Su Ming to give others a feeling that he had surpassed being a medial shaman who had reached the peak. The clone, the poison corpse, and his own self seemed to have gathered together to turn into one full, complete body. A faint glint appeared in the Grand Elder's eyes, but he was still calm. At that moment, he was less than 1,000 feet away from Su Ming. His footsteps were slow, and with each step that fell on empty air, low rumbling sounds would spread out. In fact, the air was also trembling, as if the old man's feet were not stepping on air, but on a physical entity. Warrior spirit of Nine. With a solemn look on his face, Su Ming swung his right arm before him, and immediately, as the mark of the spirit of Nine shone furiously, a bloodthirsty laughter rang through the air, and the mark disappeared from the back of Su Ming's hand. In the boundless sky, a red bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and descended with a boom. That bolt of lightning came from the ends of the world, and the instant it descended, a thunderous boom reverberated in the air, and it was followed suit by another 8 thunderous claps. Then, right before Su Ming, a tall figure swiftly revealed himself from within the bolt of lightning. That person was 300 feet tall and looked like a giant. He had an incredibly strong build, and as he stood there, he looked like a tall mountain standing erect on the ground. His dark silver armor, crimson hair, healed over scars, and the monstrous murderous aura and battle will cause the spirit of Nine Su Ming summoned to look as if he was the god of war himself. It's been many years since I've killed a person outside. Today, perhaps I'll be able to kill till I'm satisfied. The spirit of Nine, covered entirely in armor, spoke with a booming voice that spread to all 8 corners of the earth. The instant he appeared, the old man's face finally changed. He came to a halt, and he was not the only one who did so. All the other people around him did the same thing. The eyes of Sky Mist's ancestor sparkled, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. As for the crowd underneath, the instant that spirit of Nine appeared, a buzzing noise immediately stirred from among them. I was wondering why he was so fearless. So it's because he rented a spirit of Nine. I remember that spirit of Nine. He's a spirit from the 4th layer, but the price for his protection is too great. I can't believe that someone managed to bring him out. By the looks of it, he has the power of a ladder shaman. I wonder who would win if he fought against the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple. Almost the instant the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple froze, a freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His clone lifted his right hand swiftly, and the virescent light sword charged forth with a flash, while a large amount of the black beetles on his body spread out to cover the sky. The poison corpse opened his mouth and let out a muffled roar. Black veins popped up all over his body, and a vast amount of poison mist gushed out from his pores. Even his fingernails on both of his hands instantly grew longer and started shining with a sharp glint. At the same time, Su Ming took a deep breath and lifted his left hand to point at the sky. This was the first of the 3 styles of wind separation, the starting move of Sun Genesis. If you want what belongs to me, then you must bear the consequences. Even if you are the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple, it is still the same. Protector spirit of Nine, come, fight with me against this person. The moment Su Ming's voice spread, the spirit of nine e'en before him let out a roar towards the skies. He lifted his right hand, and a gigantic battle axe that was about the same height as he was appeared. Chapter 452, Fight. Are we all allowed to impose our will on others because our power is greater than theirs? Su Ming's voice was bone-chilling. In his memories, this had always happened. It was like this when he was in Dark Mountain. Bai Tu's strength had made him think that he could disregard everything. When he was in Han Mountain, the guest that had chased down He Feng was the same. The depth of his level of cultivation was a form of oppression towards the weak. It was an oppression that felt as if there was no way anyone would be able to go against him for all their lives. When he went up against Di Tian, Su Ming once again felt that sense of powerlessness. Everything about him had been controlled. His fate was not in his own hands. And that was all because Di Tian's strength had forced all those who were not on par with him to follow his will. Is this the law of the jungle? If this is the law of the world, then I absolutely refuse to be a weakling. I want to become powerful, because only then will I have the right to crush this detestable law. The colossal spirit of nine e'en before Su Ming lifted his battle axe with a roar and swung it against the grand elder of the god of Shaman's temple. As the battle axe fell down, the sky and earth roared, and the air was torn, revealing a gigantic crack. The old man's face changed, and as he retreated, he lifted his right index finger and pointed swiftly at the incoming battle axe. With that one point, the Grand Elder's right index finger instantly turned black. Black mist gushed out from his finger and turned into a vengeful soul right before him. There were 8 different heads on that soul, and they had the faces of men and women, the old and the young. Each of these faces were filled with heinous, murderous aura. They screamed shrilly, and like a shooting star with a very long tail, that soul charged towards the battle axe. Malevolent soul. As expected of a spirit medium who is already halfway through to becoming an end shaman, he actually managed to create a malevolent soul. Someone from the crowd on the ground immediately recognized what it was when they saw it. Once the 8-headed malevolent soul flew out, its body grew once it came into contact with the wind. In an instant, it grew to be around 100 feet, and it crashed into the battle axe, swinging downwards. The impact turned into a wave of shocking booms, and as they reverberated in the air, Su Ming's voice traveled forth indifferently. Are we all allowed to take away what belongs to others because our power is greater than theirs? The instant the battle axe belonging to the spirit of nine e'en crashed into the malevolent soul, Su Ming's clone rushed out swiftly. Before he even closed in on the old man, the black beetles swept out. Buzzing sounds reverberated in the air, and they turned into a huge black hand in midair to seize the Grand Elder. At the same time, Su Ming's nascent soul clone let out a low roar. 9 transformations, 10 transfigurations, 1 voice. As he spoke, Su Ming's clone pointed at the old man with his right hand. With that one point, a ray of black light flashed on his index finger, and it instantly turned black. At the same time, wisps of black mist flew out from his finger to turn into the exact same 8-headed malevolent soul the old man had summoned from his spell just now. The instant that malevolent soul appeared, all the faces of the people who were watching instantly changed. The old man from the god of Shaman's temple, too, experienced a change in expression. 9 transformations, change again. Dark light shone in the clone's eyes. Immediately, a single black horn appeared on all 8 of the heads on the soul before him. As they roared, the soul charged out and rushed towards the Grand Elder with the huge hand formed by the black beetles. At the same time, as Su Ming's main battle force, the spirit of nine e'en laughed savagely even though his battle axe was bounced off by the impact just now. As it was sent reeling back, he rushed forward. With his body as his strength and his arms as the bridge, he endured the power of the rebound. And at the same time, an even greater power burst out from his body. It allowed him to endure the power of the rebound through raw power, and he swung the battle axe in his right hand down once again. Immediately after, a string of ancient chants fell off the lips of the spirit of nine e'en. As those words tumbled off his mouth, rings that looked like those on a tree appeared on his body. Those rings covered the man's body densely, causing a humongous illusionary shadow to appear in the sky as he roared and swung his axe. That illusion was a big tree that covered the entire sky. At that moment, the tree was sinking swiftly, like a seal aiming to suppress something, as it charged towards the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple. The Grand Elder's expression changed, and he was forced to retreat once again. To him, this was humiliation. As the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple and a powerful shaman who was already halfway through to becoming an end shaman, he was forced to retreat twice. And even though the spirit of 9 before him was indeed powerful, this to him was a humiliation, especially when he was forced to do so before several tens of thousands of people. If you have the spirit of 9 fighting for you, then it is fine for me to kill you. Killing intent flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, and he spread his palms wide open before flicking them forward. Immediately, all 10 of his fingers turned black, and as if they were melting, they turned into a large amount of black mist. The black mist gathered together to form a black ripple before the old man that swiftly spread forward to crash into all the divine abilities that were charging towards him. "Touch the emptiness, spirit medium," the old man growled, and with an indescribable speed, the black ripple shot out, and its very first touch landed on the huge hand formed by the black beetles. The instant that hand touched the black ripple, it immediately collapsed with a bang, and the black beetles inside were immediately sent tumbling back. At the same time, the 8-headed malevolent soul formed through the clone's 9 transformations art crashed into the ripple with a piercing roar. Instantly, 7 of its head crumbled into dust, but there was 1 head remaining. Perhaps it was because this was a malevolent soul formed through Su Ming's 9 transformations art, which made it similar to the old man's malevolent soul, hence it was able to pass through that ripple and charge towards the old man ferociously. As for the spirit of 9, when his battle axe came into contact with the ripple, a violent bang shook the sky furiously, and the spirit roared. His body was pushed backwards, and madness appeared in his eyes. A singular incantation tumbled out of his mouth, and the instant that sound appeared, he rammed his head on the battle axe before him, causing the battle axe to tremble and shatter. As the battle axe shattered, an immense wave of power erupted it, and it crashed into that black ripple violently. The booming sounds reverberated in the air, and the man once again took a few steps back, coughing out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes under his helmet burned with an even stronger battle spirit. With the price of the spirit shattering his battle axe, the black ripple became distorted. It flashed a few times, then abruptly collapsed, turning into a large amount of black mist that rolled backwards. Yet the fight was not over. The huge illusionary tree in the sky had closed in with the intention to crash into the old man. The Grand Elder swung his arm forward and rammed into the tree in the air. Booming sounds rang out once again, and as they reverberated in the air, the huge illusionary tree shattered, inch by inch, and completely crumbled before the old man. However, the old man was clearly not in good shape as well, because his face turned a little pale. Once he dispersed that giant illusionary tree, he bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. As that blood gushed out of his mouth, it closed in on the 1-headed malevolent soul that was already less than 10 feet away from him. Are we all allowed to treat others like ants as if it is something natural because our power is greater than theirs? Su Ming's voice traveled through the air. By his side, gray light shone in the poisoned corpse's eyes, and the corpse took a swift step forward, towards where the Grand Elder was. As the poisoned corpse walked forward, the presence of his power in the Berserker soul realm spread out without any reservation. Poisonous fog surrounded him, and with a roar akin to that of a wild beast, he charged forth. Su Ming's clone also started forming seals with both his hands. The small virescent sword grew several times in size, and once it turned into a huge sword, Su Ming's clone breathed out a breath of his nascent soul's chi, and at the same time, an endless amount of cyclones stirred up around the big virescent sword. With a light that shone in an area of 10,000 feet, the sword slashed down on the Grand Elder. Right behind the poisoned corpse and clone, the spirit of 9 took off his helmet and revealed his face. His skin was brown and filled with cracks, which made him look like a tree. At that moment, as he let out a low growl, the spirit threw away his helmet. Then he roared towards the sky. The growth rings on his body increased, and his body grew several times in size instantly. In the blink of an eye, he had already grown up to be 1,000 feet tall, and from the distance, he looked as if he had turned into a big tree. His hair swiftly grew longer, and it looked like the branches of a drooping willow. Once his body grew larger, the spirit took a huge step forward and rammed a fist against the Grand Elder. That one punch made his fist look like the branch of a tree. It exuded an ancient presence, and there was even an abundance of life force contained within his arm. Su Ming stood in the distance and watched the scene coldly. The old man's face had now turned sullen. as the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple. If he still needed someone to help him when he was attacking another person, then this would be the greatest form of humiliation among all other humiliations he had to suffer this day. This was the reason why he did not even consider having the guards of the God of Shaman's attack. Instead, the instant Su Ming's clone, his poison corpse, and the spirit of Nine Yin closed in on him, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He seized at the air with his right hand, and immediately, a black leaf appeared in his hand. Right at the instant he placed it in his mouth and crushed it, his body immediately started distorting, causing the sword in the clone's hands to miss its strike, and the old man instantaneously walked out right behind Su Ming, who was standing in the distance. Almost the moment he walked out, Su Ming took a step forward, and with a speed incredibly quick, he was already several hundreds of feet away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he waved his right arm towards the sky. With that one wave, a gust of wind was stirred up. Wind comes when I wave my arms. Su Ming muttered softly. The provenance of wind in his body circulated rapidly, and because of it, suddenly, a moaning sound came from the sky, and that sound was the voice of wind. With Su Ming as its center, a large amount of wind suddenly rushed from a circular area of several hundreds of lis. That wind charged forth from all directions, and as it spun around, it turned into a whirlwind that blew against the sky and world, and this was the rise of a tempest. Once the tempest arrives, the sea of clouds will appear, and wind will descend. Speaking in a low voice, Su Ming clenched his right fist in the direction of the sky. At that moment, the sky in an area of several hundreds of lis turned into a large sea of clouds in that whirlwind. The sea of clouds spun along with the wind, and when the crowd looked over, it was as if the sky had turned into a gigantic vortex made of a sea of clouds. The instant Su Ming clenched his fist, that vortex charged towards him with a shocking speed. There's not enough wind. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Chapter 453, Peerless. There was indeed not enough wind. Su Ming might have mastered one of the 3 styles of wind separation, Sun Genesis. But that did not mean that he could bring out a power equivalent to the divine General Wind Berserker's shocking power. After all, his level of cultivation was still too low. This level of rising and descending of wind could not bring about any form of shock when used to fight against an ordinary ladder shaman. However, when used to fight against divine abilities, it would still be able to perform normally. Right then, as he fought against the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple who was already halfway through to becoming an end shaman, who even the spirit of Nine Yin could not injure, Su Ming knew that this amount of wind was not enough. The main principle behind Sun Genesis lay within how much wind was sent out, and the amount of wind delivered would be returned several-fold. The more wind was delivered, the more wind would be returned, and its might would also be stronger. That was why, as a glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, he activated that extreme speed of his, but not to fall back or to move forward. He flew up instead like a shooting star, charging forth to the sky. Since he could not generate enough wind by waving his arm, then Su Ming would use his own body to execute his fastest speed and stir up the strongest wind he could muster. As Su Ming charged into the sky at a speed that could barely be detected with the naked eye, gusts of violent wind blew around him. As he became faster, and the instant he charged into the sky, that violent gust of wind that he had stirred up blew into the sky with a crash. With this, Su Ming finished the wind-propelling stage for Sun Genesis. The instant the wind swept from all directions and rushed to the sky, the sea of clouds roared and spread violently through the area. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to an area of 1,000 lis compared to its previous several hundreds of lis. The sea of clouds turned into a huge vortex that was spinning with booming noises. All of this happened within an instant. When Su Ming arrived in the sky, he clenched his fist once again. A sight that was difficult to forget for all who saw it formed in such an astonishing manner it would shock the sky. The gigantic sea of clouds charged towards Su Ming's fist from all directions, as if time was turning back. Right at the instant Su Ming completed the act of clenching his fist, it gathered in his fist, making it seem as if he was holding onto the vortex of clouds and wind in the sky just now. The blue sky within 1,000 lis no longer had a shred of wind or clouds. This was the vital part in the second level of Sun Genesis, wind borrowing. Freezing light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He clenched his right fist and hurled it forward at the old man from the God of Shaman's temple beneath him. That one punch did not seem to contain much strength, but the movement stirred an indescribable gust of wind, and it erupted forth from Su Ming's punch. That wind let out a piercing cry and moan that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, making all those who heard it to be unable to help themselves, but be afraid. It was as if a shocking clap of thunder had boomed in the quiet dawn, as if a storm had erupted forth on a tranquil sea, as if a gigantic bang had resounded on a flat land. As Su Ming hurled his fist towards the old man, a wind dragon manifested. That wind dragon was several thousands of feet long. It looked incredibly ferocious, and its body was semi-transparent. The moaning sound of the wind was its howl, and the piercing whistle as the wind traveled forth was its roar. Sun Genesis, Su Ming mumbled. The wind dragon instantly closed in on the old man, whose face had turned incredibly serious. His white hair danced madly in the air, and at that moment, a bump appeared on his throat. It swelled rapidly like a tumor, and eventually, the instant that wind dragon closed in on him, that tumor cracked open to reveal a head inside. At that moment, the old man looked incredibly terrifying. He had two heads, and the newborn head was that of a teenager. However, he looked savage. The moment the head appeared, the old man seized at the air with his right hand, and immediately, two gigantic conch shell horns appeared in his hand. He held a shell in each hand and placed them in his mouth. Moaning sounds rose into the air in a shocking manner. As those sounds echoed in the air, his body distorted, and shrill howls rose into the air. During that time, the distortions shattered, and an endless amount of vengeful souls rushed out from the torn air. From the distance, they looked like a long black arc filled with vengeful souls, and that arc was rushing towards the wind dragon. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions. The wind dragon shattered, but a large half of the grudge-filled long arc from the old man also dissipated. Only a small amount of it was left, and it charged towards Su Ming. Though it was as it looked, in truth, when the wind dragon crumbled, the old man's face also turned a little paler in an instant. However, he soon recovered, and it would be difficult for anyone to be able to see anything off about him. At that moment, his heart was in incredible shock. After all, the difference between his level of cultivation and Su Ming's was incredibly great, but even with that disparity between them, the wind dragon had managed to make his chi freeze for a moment, and it had even showed signs of flowing backwards and scattering away. From that alone, it was enough to tell that this spell was so strong that it was definitely not some common spell. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell a few steps backwards. Han Mountain Bell manifested with a boom, and as those bell chimes echoed in the air, he began forming seals with both his hands before pointing at the bell with a finger. Instantly, that bell began shining, and the illusionary shadow of the nine-headed dragon swiftly formed in the sky. A glint appeared in the eyes of the sixth head among the nine, and it sucked in a deep breath in the direction of the long river made of vengeful souls. With that one inhale, the long arc of vengeful souls that was charging towards Su Ming instantly changed direction, and a large number of them were devoured by the sixth head of the Han Mountain Bell. I originally wanted to spare you out of respect for someone else, but since you're such an ungrateful wretch, I will send you to hell. The old man's expression was already incredibly dark. At that moment, almost no one, not the two people fighting, and almost none of the people in the area noticed that the mark of the dragon on Wan Xiu's arm was flashing as she stood outside the hall in the distance. When the old man from the god of Shaman's temple said those words, 5 tumors appeared on his throat, and once they emerged, they burst at the same moment, and 5 different heads crawled out from within. By doing so, the old man from the god of Shaman's temple now looked like a monster, but as the 5 heads appeared, a presence that could shake the sky manifested swiftly on his body. There were 7 heads on his body at that moment, and they came in all forms, man and woman, old and young. All of their faces were filled with forlornness, and they all cried out at Su Ming ferociously, causing the old man to look just like the malevolent soul he had summoned in the beginning. Spirit Medium Ultimate Move, Mark of Heaven Seal. Numerous bumps rose on the old man's body, and they were all twisting about, causing him to look incredibly horrifying. At the same time, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the spirit of Nine. Not a single ripple that came from the execution of divine abilities could be seen from that one point. The onlookers could only hear the 6 heads on the old man's body roaring together, and those roars seemed to contain some sort of chant within. The Spirit Medium Tribe's Eternal Seal. The expression of the spirit of Nine changed drastically. He lifted his hands swiftly and rapidly tapped a few spots on his body. With each tap, a large amount of growth rings would appear on his body, and numerous growth rings also appeared in the form of illusions around him, as if he was fighting against something. At the same time, he took a huge step forward to charge towards the old man. Seal. The old man's lips curled up in a cold sneer. With a low growl, 3 of his heads instantly shrank and withered away. At the instant they disappeared without a trace, a screen of light immediately appeared around the spirit of 9 Yin's body. That screen of light glowed and turned into a gigantic seal. Pain immediately appeared on the spirit's face when he was sealed within. At the same time, the old man pointed at Su Ming's clone. He disappeared swiftly into the air, but the instant he disappeared, he was forced out from the space. Pain also appeared on his face. The light screen had appeared near his body and had turned into a seal. Su Ming's poison corpse could not escape from this fate as well. The instant the old man pointed towards him, the seal flashed next to his body, and he was sealed in midair. This was an incredibly overbearing divine ability that allowed absolutely no form of resistance or struggle. Once the old man finished doing all this, the 6 heads on his body disappeared without a trace. He stared at Su Ming, and with a gaze filled with killing intent, as well as a look that stated he was looking at an ant, he moved towards him. You no longer have the protector spirit of 9 Yin and the 2 puppets. You are alone. Now, I will make you suffer a slow death. Su Ming remained calm as he watched the old man from the god of Shaman's temple walking towards him. He had completely lost this battle. Even the spirit of 9 Yin had been sealed by that mysterious divine ability of the old man who was already halfway to becoming an end shaman. Su Ming let out a soft sigh. If you are powerful, then you can prey on the weak. If you are powerful, then you can replace everything with your will. If you are powerful, then you can snatch away other people's things on a whim. If you are powerful, then you can decide whether a person lives or dies. If that is the case, then if the power I reveal is stronger than yours, then I can turn you into my prey. I can have my will replace your soul. I can also decide whether you live or die. Su Ming looked at the old man walking towards him. That's right. If you have the power of an end shaman, then forget taking away the crimson stone. You can do things that are even worse than this, and you can perform these acts as you please. The old man from the god of Shaman's temple walked towards him, and as he spoke in a dark voice, he was already less than several hundreds of feet away from Su Ming. With a cold harumph, he swung his arm forward, and an illusionary hand rushed through the air to seize Su Ming. This farce has ended. It has indeed ended. Zheilong Shun. Su Ming's gaze fell on the mark on his left hand. That mark did not seem like the mark of a spirit of 9 Yin. It was incredibly indistinct, but Su Ming could sense its presence. The instant the words Zheilong Shun tumbled out of his mouth, the old man's gigantic illusionary hand that was rushing to catch Su Ming was already less than 30 feet away from him. However, right at that moment, suddenly, the space before Su Ming distorted and a finger extended out from that space. The finger's appearance was incredibly sudden, and it tapped at the old man's palm. With that one tap, the old man from the god of Shaman's temple let out a shrill scream of pain. His entire right arm was abruptly torn to bloody pieces, and as he fell back, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, a furious dragon roar spread forth abruptly from Wan Qiu's body, who was standing in the distance. The appearance of that dragon roar left even Wan Qiu stunned, and soon after, the mark of the dragon on her arm shot forth with a red light that surged to the skies before it swiftly turned into a gigantic crimson dragon. It roared once it came into sight, and right after it manifested, with one single move, it appeared right under Su Ming's feet. At that moment, Su Ming stood in the air as if he was standing on the crimson dragon's body. His long hair danced in the wind, his black robes covered his entire body, and he looked peerless. Chapter 454, Reckless? The whiskers on the crimson dragon's gigantic head danced in the wind along with Su Ming's long hair. As it roared, its crimson-red body and ferocious eyes caused Su Ming, with his existence alone, to render all the people in all directions dead silent. A powerful wave of pressure erupted from the crimson dragon's body. The dragon was roaring at the moment, and the pressure from its gigantic body caused all the people's breathing to freeze. Wan Qiu was stunned. She knew clearly in her heart that she had absolutely not summoned that powerful crimson dragon. That dragon had flown out on its own. As she looked at the crimson dragon roaring, looked at it submissively floating under Imo Su's feet, looked at the serenity in his eyes through the mask covering his face. The uncertainties and doubts in Wan Qiu's heart instantly became clear in an instant. Tianlan Ming stared at Su Ming with a dazed look. As she watched him stand on the crimson dragon that had brought fear to her heart, her mind turned blank. Behind her, Sky Mist's ancestor widened his eyes, and disbelief could be seen within them. Taimu was in the same state. He sucked in a sharp breath and looked at Su Ming, then at the crimson dragon under his body. He also saw the side of the Grand Elder tumbling backwards with a shrill screech while his right arm was crushed. In fact, with his current level of cultivation, he could not even see how that incident happened clearly. The shock in his heart was akin to a raging storm. He suddenly felt that he could no longer see through this Imo Su, especially when he remembered they had fought against each other a month ago, and he felt somewhat happy and lucky that he had not insisted on killing him at that time. Or else, a hint of wariness and respect rose in Taimu's eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Nan Gonghen looked at a loss as he stood among the crowd on the ground. Things had changed far too quickly, and he could not find himself able to react to it. At that moment, as he stared at the Crimson Dragon and Su Ming standing on tit, Nan Gonghen found himself somewhat unable to differentiate what was reality and what was fantasy. If it was real, he found it hard to believe what he saw. If it was a fantasy, then why was the sight of the torn and bloodied right arm of the Grand Elder, his pale face, and his shocked expression so real? Then, the instant that Crimson Dragon appeared and roared as it came charging under Su Ming's feet, Nan Gonghen looked at Su Ming, and the sight right before his eyes overlapped with certain rumors in the past. Su Ming's back began to resemble the back he had once seen. His breathing quickened. His eyes misted in confusion, but in the midst of that perplexity, excitement rose. At the edge of the crowd, located far into the distance, was a gaze among all the other pairs of eyes looking at the sky. That gaze was burning with raging hate, and the owner of that gaze was a woman who was as cold as ice. It's really you, but you are now much weaker than before. Nan Gongshan clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. However, she still understood that even if that person was weaker than he was in the past, he was still not someone she could fight against, especially when he had used an unknown divine ability just now to crush that Grand Elder's right arm, the man who was already halfway through to becoming an End Shaman. Only those with the power of an End Shaman would be able to do this. Su Ming lowered his head in the sky. An ancient voice was echoing in his ears. That voice could not be heard by anyone else, only him alone. You still have 2 more chances before you have to give me a spirit plunder. If you want me to kill someone, then you have to give me a spirit plunder for each person I kill. With a calm expression, Su Ming cast a look at the Crimson Dragon under his feet. He was familiar with this creature. In Hong Luo's memories, he had used earthen aura to create this dragon and gave it life. Later on, because Hong Luo wanted to leave this world and he could not bring it with him, he gave it as a gift to Wan Qiu. Su Ming was not entirely surprised by its appearance. In truth, when he was fighting against the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple, he had already sensed the Crimson Dragon's faint but angry roars from Autumn Sea Tribe. It was created by Hong Luo, and Hong Luo was sealed in Su Ming's body. He might be dead, but due to the path to life, he had technically given his entire legacy to Su Ming. That was why the Crimson Dragon had felt that while Su Ming was not its master, Hong Luo, he was practically the same as master. The moment it sensed that Su Ming was in danger, it broke through its seal and revealed its true form. Su Ming averted his gaze from the Crimson Dragon and looked at the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple, who was then standing 1,000 feet away from him with a deathly pale face that still had remnants of shock and fear lingering on it. Su Ming had summoned the old man from the 5th layer who had the power equivalent to an End Shaman during the shocking blow they exchanged moments ago. This powerful warrior who could fight on equal grounds against End Shamans had just used one finger and forced the Grand Elder back. He had even caused his right arm to be crushed and torn into bloody pieces. The appearance of that one finger caused distortions to stir up in the area. That was why besides Su Ming and the Grand Elder, no one else saw what had happened clearly. They had only seen Su Ming mumbling one sentence, and then the Grand Elder, who was trying to seize him, screamed shrilly in pain before his right arm exploded and he fell back in terror. Due to Su Ming being an unknown, due to his mysteriousness, due to the Crimson Dragon that appeared with a roar, he now gave the people a feeling that he was an abyss that could not be seen through. That was why in almost everyone's eyes, Su Ming was now filled with intimidating might. Now, I am stronger. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the pale grand elder of the god of Shaman's temple, speaking in a calm voice. The old man's expression changed. His heart was still trembling. During the instant just now, he felt a strong threat of death looming over his head. It had been his fortune that the finger had only landed on his palm. If it had landed at the center of his brows, then he believed wholeheartedly that he would have definitely died, and even his soul would have been unable to escape death. Because that one tap was simply too terrifying. Do you still want to take my crimson stone? Su Ming asked unhurriedly. The Grand Elder's was green from fear and red from anger. He looked at Su Ming and sucked in a deep breath to quell the terror and shock in his heart. Ignoring his torn and bloodied arm, he demanded in a low voice, "Just who are you?" "Mo Su." There was not a hint of change on Su Ming's face. At that moment, the silence from the people around him and the gazes trained on his person made him see how people changed in all sorts of ways as this incident unfolded. "I was reckless today, regarding this matter." The Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple spoke with much difficulty. These sort of words sounded incredibly awkward in his mouth, because he could not quite remember just when was the last time he had said such words himself. Reckless. A chilling glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He stepped lightly on the crimson dragon beneath his feet and sent a thought to it. This was the first time he controlled this crimson dragon, and his actions were rather rusty. All he knew was that in his memories, Hong Luo had sent his thoughts into the dragon this way for it to carry out his commands. By just saying that you're reckless, you can come and snatch my stone so brazenly? The instant Su Ming sent his thoughts beneath him, the gigantic crimson dragon let out an even stronger roar. It curled its tail swiftly and charged towards the ground, sweeping past the spirit of Nine, Su Ming's clone, and the poison corpse. Its control over its power was ingenious. Once it swept past these three people, it made the seals around their bodies vibrate violently, and then they shattered. The three were absolutely not touched by the blows or injured by them. By just saying that you're reckless, you can decide whether I live or die with your power? Booming sounds echoed in the air as Su Ming asked those two questions. Then, as if the voice and the booming sounds had fused together, Su Ming's voice seemed to have turned into thunder. As it boomed in the air, the spirit of Nine regained his mobility and walked to Su Ming's side. Once he did so, there was shock in his gaze as he looked at him. He was not shocked because that old man from his tribe had attacked, but because of the crimson dragon under Su Ming's body. That crimson dragon gave him a feeling that it was incredibly powerful, and that level of strength even surpassed his power in his current realm. With a single warp, the clone came to stand behind Su Ming. The poison corpse also appeared beside him with a flash. Since this is recklessness, then I will be reckless as well today. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed towards the Grand Elder of the god of Shaman's temple. With that one point, the crimson dragon roared and charged forth with Su Ming towards the old man at an incredible speed. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically. He wanted to explain himself, but he did not have time to even open his mouth. He quickly retreated, but no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the crimson dragon. In an instant, a huge power rammed into the Grand Elder and made all his clothes flutter. Yet at that very moment, an indistinct sigh that did not even seem to exist suddenly echoed between the sky and earth. At the same time, a piercing light abruptly shone before the crimson dragon and the Grand Elder, right in the middle of the remaining space of 100 feet between the human and dragon. Then, from within that light, came a person. That person's face and age could not be seen. Once he appeared, he lifted his right hand, and immediately, that piercing light surrounding his body gathered into his right hand as if it was flowing backwards to that spot, causing him to seem as if he was holding a sun in his right hand and making it look as if day had arrived, even though it was still dawn in the world. That person's right hand moved in a manner that seemed slow, but in reality, had swept forth incredibly fast to press on the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon roared, and its entire body shone with a red light. In an instant, it crashed into the person's right hand. Loud, booming noises reverberated in all directions, and when the noise shook the sky and earth, Su Ming's body lurched forward. The crimson dragon under his feet had been forced to come to a halt. However, the person from the light had clearly used all his power during that strike just now. He might have caused the crimson dragon to stop, but he staggered a few steps backwards, and the light around his body was dispelled to reveal a middle-aged man with fair skin. His most distinct characteristic would most definitely be a pair of long and narrow eyes that were like those of a phoenix. The middle-aged man smiled wryly and said in a soft voice, "Brother Imo, would you mind not attacking for the moment and allowing me to say one word?" Once he appeared, the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. Then, with an incredibly respectful face, he bowed towards this person. "Greetings, Temple Lord of Earth and Temple. I might have only gotten to know of your name today, but your existence truly impresses me. You challenged our powerful shamans, sealed Zhongzhe of Autumn Sea, and made it so that no one in the shaman tribe did not know about you. It's a pity that you did not appear again after that time. It is a great fortune for me to be able to see you today, Brother Imo." The middle-aged man looked at Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 455, Departure. The instant the middle-aged man appeared, a few from the crowd underneath immediately recognized him. They did not dare discuss among themselves loudly, but low buzzing sounds could still be heard traveling through the air faintly. The end shaman who is in charge of defending the world of Nine in this time is Sir Imo Bai One, the Lord of the Earthen Temple of the God of Shaman's Temple. No wonder the other big tribes were so plainly hesitating just now. So this is the reason. Sir Imo Bai is addressing Imo Su as Brother Imo, and that Crimson Dragon. Could it be that he's the person in the legends? Su Ming's expression was calm as he looked at the man standing before the Grand Elder. Through the Grand Elder's respect and his words, along with the ripples that came from this person's level of cultivation, it was not difficult for him to guess that this person was the end shaman who was defending Shaman City. This was the second end shaman he had ever met. This person gave him a different feeling than Zhongzhe, who had clearly exuded an incredible feeling of power when Su Ming looked at him. This person looked incredibly gentle, and most of his aura was also kept within himself. People would only feel that this person seemed to be different from others at first glance, but they would not be able to sense the pressure of an end shaman coming from him. If he could do this, then it was clear that he had come to understand his realm better than Zhongzhe. When his words fell into Su Ming's ears, doubt immediately appeared in Su Ming's heart. Ever since he used the power of the God of Berserkers and dispelled Di Tian's projection before leaving through that gate to the void, he had been plagued by a thought. Since everything from the moment he fought against Di Tian to the moment Hong Luo disappeared had happened inside and near that sacred mountain of the shaman tribe. Rumors said that the location of the God of Shaman's temple was in that sacred mountain. Then, the God of Shaman's temple must have witnessed that battle. But now, the words and expressions of this earthen temple lord of the God of Shaman's temple and that Grand Elder made it seem as if they did not know about the battle at their sacred mountain. However, this was not the moment for Su Ming to be immersed in his own thoughts. He stood on his crimson dragon and narrowed his eyes, not speaking a word. "We are at fault for what happened today. Brother Imo, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this, so I hope that you would not continue pursuing this matter. After all, you have been missing for many years and your level of cultivation has fallen. I doubt that you are here to fight against the God of Shaman's temple now that you appeared here in the world of Nine. There must be something more important for you to do," the middle-aged man said with a smile. His voice was slow, but when he mentioned Su Ming's power decreasing, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Clearly, even he had been unable to see that finger just now, and even if the Grand Elder had seen it, he was unable to differentiate clearly whether that finger was a product of Su Ming's divine ability or it was because of someone else. Besides, you have a protector spirit of Nine with you, so you must have also gone to the 9th layer, the middle-aged man said with a smile. "How are you going to explain this?" Su Ming asked calmly. Since the other thought that he was Hong Luo and believed that his current level of cultivation was not high because he had been injured in an accident, then Su Ming would naturally not explain anything. He, of course, had also heard the faint hints of a threat within the man's words when he spoke about his protector spirit of Nine. The underlying meaning of his words was a warning to Su Ming that the God of Shaman's temple also had protector spirits of Nine in the world of Nine. If he continued fighting against them, then neither one would have a good outcome. The middle-aged man gathered his thoughts for a moment and then spoke slowly. "Brother Imo, since you joined the treasure gambling event, then I can make a decision about this. You may choose 500 stones that you like from the crimson stones we were going to auction next. You don't need to pay any shaman crystals for them, and you can bring them away. You don't need to open them here. I will also give you a top-secret map of the world of 9 belonging to the god of Shaman's temple. Only ladder shamans are allowed to have this map, and it is very detailed. Also, while there are many limitations to outsiders who want to enter the places we of the god of Shaman's temple have developed in the world of 9, you may come and go to these places as you please, including Shaman City. Once he finished speaking, he seized at the air with his right hand, and immediately, 2 pieces of black wood appeared in his hand. He pushed them forward, and they floated towards Su Ming. Su Ming cast the middle-aged man a glance. He did not touch the 2 wooden pieces, but had his poison corpse take a few steps forward, swing his arm to sweep the black wooden pieces into his sleeve before he returned to his place. "Thank you for the crimson stones," Su Ming said flatly. When the temple lord saw Su Ming's puppet putting away the wooden slips, he too breathed out a sigh of relief. Even if Su Ming gave him a feeling that he was so weak that he would die with just a single blow, the Grand Elder's torn and bloodied right arm terrified him from the bottom of his heart. Clearly, even if this Mo Su's power had largely fallen, he still had incredible killing moves. More importantly, the rumors about him made the temple lord unwilling to attack rashly. In his mind, he believed that this Mo Su came here to search for herbs to cure his wounds. If that was the case, then there was really no need for him to offend such a powerful existence. Even if he could indeed summon the spirits of 9, this Mo Su lived up to his fame. If he went all out and fought back, then the price the god of Shaman's temple would have to pay would be too great. He also remembered how the great patriarch had personally issued the order when this person disappeared from the land of the shamans to have none of them offend him if any of the members of the god of Shaman's temple ever ran into him again. With just a lift of his arm, he sealed Zhongzhe. With a flip of his hand, he sealed the entire Autumn Sea tribe. Even if his level of cultivation has fallen to such a state, I still shouldn't become enemies with such a person. Mo Bai's resolve became firm. As he smiled, he cast the Grand Elder standing behind him a glance. The old man's face was rather bloodless at that moment. Ever since he learned of Su Ming's identity, he no longer felt the humiliation from moments before. He had heard of far too many rumors regarding this person, and even some of his close friends had seen him before. Once the old man bowed towards Su Ming with respect, he waved his right arm in the sky, and with that, dazzling light immediately filled the sky. Within that dazzling light were 9,000 crimson stones of various sizes packed densely. They all appeared in the sky in a grand fashion. These crimson stones shone with a red glare, and that light instantly illuminated the entire world, causing this endless area to be dyed completely in crimson. "Brother Mo, please, go on ahead," Mo Bai said and smiled. Su Ming did not bother with acting modest. The crimson dragon under his feet moved and brought him charging into the sky above. They appeared beside the 9,000 crimson stones, and right before the crowd's eyes underneath, he started walking past them. Every single time Su Ming chose a crimson stone, he would immediately put it away. When dawn was over, when the 9 moons hid themselves away, and when the morning sun lifted its head, Su Ming finished walking past all 9,000 crimson stones. In all that time, the small, black humanoid in his storage bag had only sensed 9. To confuse the people, Su Ming put away the other 491 crimson stones in the same manner. By doing so, it would be difficult for anyone to be able to figure out any clues from his actions. The price for 500 crimson stones was incredibly high. From that, it could be seen that the god of Shaman's temple truly wanted to resolve this matter in peace. Once Su Ming put away all the stones, he stood on the crimson dragon and cast the temple lord a glance. The crimson dragon let out a roar and charged towards the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Nan Gonghen. Nan Gonghen's face was pale at the moment, and he was staring at Su Ming with a dazed expression. "Brother Nan Gong, the shaman crystals you obtained by selling that dragon leaf grass has canceled the deal we made with each other. You don't have to give me any of the shaman crystals." Su Ming nodded at Nan Gonghen, then looked towards Lon Lon and Ahu. Lon Lon blinked, then immediately dragged the slightly stupefied Ahu, who was standing by the side, to climb on the crimson dragon. Once they were on, she grabbed the crimson dragon's whiskers, and her gaze as she looked at Su Ming was filled with idolization. Ahu only at that moment snapped out of his stupor and also looked at Su Ming with a zealous gaze. To these 2 children, the incident today had surpassed Su Ming's battle with Eastern Goosefoot tribe. In their eyes, Su Ming was their sky. Once Lon Lon and Ahu climbed onto the crimson dragon, Su Ming sent his thoughts to the dragon, and it immediately rose into the sky with a roar. Just as he was about to leave, a thought suddenly bloomed in his heart, and his lips curled up into a smile under the mask. Brother Bai, I have a request. I hope you will help me fulfill it. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he spoke slowly. Oh, Brother Imo, please, go on, said Imo Bai. It's still the most convenient to use this type of enchanted vessels to cut into crimson stones. Su Ming's gaze fell on the 100 enchanted vessels floating in midair. We didn't make a lot of these enchanted vessels and seldom give them to other people, but if you need one, then it'll be another matter. Imo Bai smiled. Then with a wave of his arm, one of the enchanted light rings immediately flew towards Su Ming and stopped before him. Su Ming's clone immediately took one step forward from behind him and put away the enchanted vessel into his storage bag. Once he did so, Su Ming swept his gaze across the land. All the people on the ground entered his vision, along with the people standing outside the 8 halls. Wan Xiao, Tai Mu, Tianlan Ming, and Sky Mist's ancestor, whose presence had made Su Ming's pupils shrink. Finally, Su Ming's gaze fell on the celestial maiden in white. The woman was also looking at him at the moment, and the delighted surprise on her face was genuine. Su Ming turned his head away and averted his gaze. The crimson dragon under his body let out a roar to the skies. Then, no longer bothering itself with Wan Xiao, it brought Su Ming to charge into the sky. Its roar was filled with happiness. Clearly, meeting Su Ming was much dearer to it compared to it following beside Wan Xiao. Senior, where are we going? Lan Lan held on to the crimson dragon's whiskers and shouted at Su Ming loudly while the wind blew against her face. I'll bring you both to activate your path as soul catchers. But before that, we'll be searching for a cave abode outside Shaman City. I want to open these crimson stones. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest as he traveled among the clouds in the sky. He touched the storage bag hanging over his chest with his right hand. Over there was the crimson stone that had caused all the ruckus just now, and it filled Su Ming with anticipation. He had heard most of the crowd's words clearly just now with his powerful divine sense. This crimson stone doesn't have the god Ascension flower, but there is a venomous wasp in there, and perhaps some of the nectar of the god Ascension flower is contained within the venomous wasp's body. If it's truly there, then if I drink it down, my level of cultivation will. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with a brilliant flash. However, even if he had spread out his divine sense, he did not notice a person in black robes following closely behind him after he left Shaman City. The other's body was so indistinct that he seemed almost invisible. That person had a frown on his face, and he did not dare to get too close, even as he was following Su Ming. It was as if he was hesitating about something. Damn it, is Hong Luo dead or not? Is he Hong Luo or Destiny? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Imo Bai is written as Wabar, Imo 2 by 4, different from Bai Chong Zai, Bai Su, Bai Ling, whose Bai is written as Bath, which means white. Imo Bai's Mo means grinding, though in this case what would be a surname, and Bai means worship. Not the same thing, please keep that in mind. Also, the Bai for Bai Ling, Bai Su and Bai Chong Zai is pronounced as Bai 2, which sounds something like Bai, and Imo Bai's Bai is pronounced as Bai 4, which sounds something like Bai. Chapter 456, Burial Ground of Bones. Right now, my best choice is to search for a quiet place and meditate with my mind cleared. After that, I'll extract the poisonous wasp's nectar and raise my power, or perhaps I'll crack open the crimson stones instead. But I don't know whether there is any nectar in the poisonous wasp's body. I might think that there is, but there's also the possibility that there isn't any nectar. If there is, then once I consume it, I'll have to isolate myself for some time. It would have been fine if I was alone, but now, I'm bringing Lan Lan and Ahu along. Su Ming stood on the crimson dragon, and as the dragon charged forward at a rapid speed, he turned his head around to look at the nervous but excited teenagers. Oh well, I know now that the process of activating the path of a soul catcher isn't that dangerous. It's just that it'll take some time. Su Ming had already made a decision. He flipped his right hand in the air, and immediately, 2 wooden slips with maps carved on them appeared on his hand. One of these maps came from Nangong Hen, and the other came from Imo Bai. If he compared the both of them, he would find that the latter map was more complete, and a simple outline of the area beyond those 1 million lis was also provided. On the map, near the edge of the 1 million lis to the northeast of Shaman City was a region that was about several tens of millions of lis. There was a gigantic beast bone drawn on that spot. That bone looked like that of a snake's, and even though only a simple outline of the skeleton was provided, it was still a rather terrifying sight to behold. That's the burial ground of the Candle Dragon. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He put away both maps, then sat down cross-legged on the Crimson Dragon's head and closed his eyes, exercising his breathing. The journey to activate the path of a soul catcher was actually very simple. A person with the constitution of a soul catcher just needed to get close to the dragon's burial ground and sense the Candle Dragon's will, which had yet to disappear. If the person could sense the dragon's will stronger, then it would be of a much greater help to his or her training in the future. This was just like the Berserker tribe's Berserker's initiation. However, the Berserker tribe had been passing down their legacy for their cultivation methods for a very long time, which had allowed them to be able to pass down their legacies independently. That was also the reason why the elders of Berserker tribes could help the others activate their cultivation. However, since the legacy of the soul catchers, spirit mediums, and thought soothsayers of the Shaman tribe came from the world of Nine, that was why no one could take the place of those particular spots in helping these people activate their cultivation. They could only come to those places personally and experience it themselves to be able to get it. The Crimson Dragon shot through the sky, and it did not stop as it charged forward. Since it was a life created from earth and aura, it could be said that the dragon was a creature existing between the state of an illusion and a physical entity. Its perception was incredibly sensitive, and it could detect all sorts of dangers, which was why it had been able to change its direction 3 times as they went forth without Su Ming even needing to warn it. It would either circle around the area or avoid it. There was a gentle screen of light around Lon and Ahu's bodies. That screen of light allowed them to not feel the powerful high wind, and they would occasionally look down as they sat on the dragon's back. As time passed by, the excitement on their faces gradually diminished. On the other hand, their anxiety grew stronger. They knew that what they would be facing next would be the main reason for why they came to this place, to obtain the acknowledgement of the Candle Dragon's will and to activate the path of the soul catcher. Before they came here, their patriarch had already told them that in the history of the shamans, not all those with the constitution of soul catchers could get the acknowledgement of the Candle Dragon's will. For some unknown reason, there were quite a few who could not obtain the dragon's acknowledgement and could not activate the path of a soul catcher. These people ended up either practicing other cultivation methods or living mediocre lives. There might only be a few of such people, but they existed, which was why Lon and Ahu's anxiety became even stronger as they got closer to the Candle Dragon's burial ground. Several days later, when most of the shamans were still in Shaman City, participating in the treasure gambling, a ray of crimson red light flashed in the clouds near the edge of the 1 million lease region northeast of Shaman City. That flash turned into a 10,000 feet long crimson dragon that lingered about in the sky. Su Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes at that moment. His gaze was as bright as lightning as he looked at the ground underneath. The entire land was shrouded in fog. There was a mountain range that formed a ring around the area that surrounded the entire region. The fog in the mountain range did not remain stagnant, but was tumbling about slowly, continuously rising into the sky or sinking into the ground as if it could never remain still. From the sky, it could be seen clearly that this particular region was darker than the area beyond. The thick clouds there gave off a heavy feeling to the people watching. Soon after Su Ming began observing this region, a gust of freezing wind blew towards him, sweeping up the fog on the ground and causing them to tumble about violently. The instant that wind blew into Su Ming's face, his pupils shrank. He saw droplets of rain falling from the clouds in the sky above this region as that freezing wind started blowing. The rain was not heavy, but as it fell down, it turned into ice-cold water, causing the freezing air in the area to become even more bone-chilling. This was a mysterious region that covered several tens of thousands of lease. Besides the sound of rain and fog, there was no other sound. The area was in a state that was almost akin to dead silence. However, in the midst of this silence, suddenly, a faint voice floated from within the fog where Su Ming was looking. "Heat is the father." That voice was ancient and sounded as if it came from a long time ago. The voice seemed like it was mumbling, as if it was talking in whispers. As it echoed in the air, it caused the fog to spread slightly outwards. The instant Su Ming heard that voice, he sensed the strange snake in his body shivering in Han Mountain Bell. Su Ming's expression changed. Then he swiftly looked towards the thick fog from where the voice had come. Not a single person could be seen there. As rain fell, each droplet dispelled some of the fog. However, as the fog scattered away, more of it would seep out from other places, causing the fog in the area to remain a constant existence. After a long while, Su Ming averted his gaze and looked towards Lan Lan and Ahu. The both of them seemed to be ignoring that voice, which made it clear that they did not hear it. In fact, even the Crimson Dragon only continued pacing about in the air. It had its eyes fixed on the fog in the region, but besides this particular action, it did not have any other reaction. It was as if Su Ming was the only one who heard that voice. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After staring at the fog for some time, he spread his divine sense into the region, but like a stone sinking into the ocean, his divine sense disappeared without a trace. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he moved off of the Crimson Dragon. The moment he left it, the Crimson Dragon turned into a red mark and branded itself on Su Ming's arm. As for Lan Lan and Ahu, they were brought by Su Ming to the ground in the form of a long arc when he waved his arm towards them. Su Ming did not choose to fly in midair. In the birthplace of the Shaman tribe's famous soul catchers, he decided to be extremely careful with his actions. When the three of them descended on the ground, Lan Lan and Ahu's faces turned a little pale. They looked a little scared as they followed closely behind Su Ming. The three of them moved forward in this silent region quietly, with Su Ming walking in front and the two teenagers at the back. Not a single word was exchanged between them. They stepped on the mountain region's rocks while having the freezing wind blowing against their bodies. The wind brought with them a few droplets of icy rain, and when those droplets fell on their bodies, it left them drenched, and the freezing wind felt as if it could seep into their bones. Strangely, though, there was a wave of heat from the ground. When they stepped on the soil, the heat from the earth would seep through the bottom of their shoes and surge into their bodies through their soles. Because of that, waves of heat and cold clashed in everyone's bodies. Lan Lan and Ahu's faces turned stark white, and they followed Su Ming, shivering. Before long, they arrived at the top of a mountain range. When they stood there, the freezing wind blew even stronger. Right beneath them was the fog-covered region. It was also the burial ground of the Candle Dragon, which covered an area of several tens of thousands of lis. Are you ready? Su Ming stood on the mountain, at the edge of where the fog started rolling about on the ground. He did not turn his head back, simply looked at the rolling fog as he uttered his very first sentence ever since he came to this place. I'm ready, Senior. Ahu gritted his teeth. His body might be shivering, but his face was filled with determination. I'm ready as well. Lan Lan bit her lip and nodded. Su Ming no longer spoke. He simply took a step forward and walked straight into the fog. Lan Lan and Ahu quickly followed behind him. At the start, their backs could still be seen in the fog, but gradually, as they continued moving forward, the fog surged towards them and submerged the three of them within like a giant mouth. The instant Su Ming stepped into the fog, he froze for a moment. That ancient voice reached his ears once again. That voice sounded as if it was mumbling and whispering, just like before. It echoed in the air all around him, causing the fog to move like the waves on the surface of a sea, rising and falling as they tumbled about in the air. Cold is the mother. The instant Su Ming heard those words, the strange snake suddenly lifted its head, shivering in Han Mountain Bell, and let out a whine. That whine was filled with dreariness and sounded like a mournful whimper. It was as if the snake had sensed something. That whine was akin to that of an infant abandoned by his mother who was crying out helplessly and in distress when night arrived and he could not find that familiar person by his side. However, that whine only echoed inside Han Mountain Bell and did not spread outwards. Su Ming's heart shook. He had begun making guesses about that strange snake's origin since a long time ago, especially when the in-soul catcher Zhong Zhe had cried out about sensing the Candle Dragon when he sensed its presence during the time Su Ming ran into Autumn Sea Tribe. Yet he still remained uncertain about its origins. However, when Su Ming saw the strange snake's trembling body and heard the desolate cry, all his uncertainties vanished. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that even if this strange snake was not a Candle Dragon, it was definitely directly connected to it. Lan Lan and Ahu still could not hear anything. They could only see Su Ming's back in the fog. Everything else was shrouded in fog, and they could not see anything else. It was precisely because of this that the fear and anxiety in their hearts became stronger as they moved deeper into the fog. This is Yin and Yang. The sky is the father, and the earth is the mother. This is Yin and Yang. As the three of them continued onward, The voice that only Su Ming could hear suddenly echoed in the air once again. This time, the whines from Han Mountain Bell became even more sorrowful and miserable. About an hour after Su Ming and the other two teenagers vanished into the fog, the space outside the fog on the mountain range distorted, and out came a person in black robes. Hesitation shone in his eyes, but soon, as a glint appeared in his eyes, that person stepped into the fog and disappeared. Chapter 457. Carcass of the Candle Dragon. Su Ming's eyes sparkled and his face was filled with caution. Once he took a few steps forward, he suddenly saw a white shadow flashing past in the fog in the distance. That white shadow traveled incredibly quickly and disappeared without a trace in an instant. It only left behind the fog rolling about in the area, and not a single sound traveled forth. Su Ming came to a stop. He was not the only one who saw that white shadow. Lon Lon and Ahu had also seen it. The two of them immediately became even more anxious. They did not dare be too far apart from each other and followed behind Su Ming closely. "Senior, what is that?" Lon Lon asked in a whisper. "I think that's a woman." Ahu clenched his fist and kept his gaze fixed at the spot where the white shadow had appeared. A glint flashed through Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand swiftly and swung his arm before him. Immediately, there was a muffled low growl. Then, the 300-something feet spirit of 9 appeared before Su Ming. Once the spirit came into being, he seized at the air with his right hand, and red light flashed instantly out of nowhere to gather into a red battle axe. That battle axe looked exactly the same as the battle axe that had shattered when he fought against the Grand Elder of the God of Shaman's temple. With that battle axe in hand, he turned around and cast Su Ming a glance. "Your duty is to protect these two children," Su Ming said slowly. The man nodded. Once he swept his gaze past Lon Lon and Ahu, he surveyed his surroundings. The group continued moving forward towards the center of the fog. There, at the center, would be the carcass of the Candle Dragon. Once they were there, Lon Lon and Ahu could approach that skeleton and sense its remaining will. If they were acknowledged, then they would have completed their test. Su Ming had come to understand from Nan Gong Hen that the test was not actually very difficult. In fact, they were not the first batch of people to be there. Every single time the world of 9 was opened, a large number of people with the constitutions of soul catchers would come here. There were no dangers lurking in the fog. In truth, the biggest threat in this test lay in the journey and their companions. However, Su Ming had arrived to this place early, at a time when other people were still participating in the treasure gambling event in Shaman City. There should not be too many dangers in this place. However, the strangeness in the forest a month ago and the many dangers he ran into after that had shown that the world of 9 now was different compared to the past. Life-threatening crises had appeared in originally safe places. If that was the case, then there was no guarantee that this place would not suffer the same fate. About 2 hours since Su Ming and the group had moved into the fog, the white shadow that had appeared before suddenly flashed before them once again, and just like before, it disappeared into the distance in an instant. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not give chase. However, Lon Lon and Ahu became even more scared. The two of them held hands, and they could feel the cold sweat on the other's palm. At that moment, green light suddenly shone at the center of Su Ming's brows. The small virescent sword manifested instantly and charged behind Lon Lon and Ahu, slashing downwards. When it cut down, the fog behind the boy and girl suddenly tumbled about, and a beast claw made of fog stretched out to crash into the small virescent sword. As a muffled boom echoed in the air and the beast claw was cut apart by the sword, it turned back into fog. The spirit of 9 laughed savagely and threw his battle axe away. That battle axe turned into a long red arc and instantly charged into the fog, and a shrill cry of pain traveled forth, but it soon disappeared in the distance. That scene happened too quickly, so quickly that Lon Lon and Ahu did not even have time to react to it. Su Ming's expression was dark as he walked in the fog. He first looked into the distance, and then cast his gaze at the ground. With a swing of his arm, a small area of fog was instantly swept away to reveal a mass of flesh about the size of a palm on the black ground. A rotten stench spread out, and it was enough to make everyone nauseous. Su Ming stared at that mass of flesh and frowned. Suddenly, he heard that ancient voice from the fog once again. This time, that voice was much clearer, and it sounded as if it was coming from a spot much closer than before. The left eye of the descendants of the Candle Dragon are the day, and their right eye is the sun. When they close their eyes, the sky will turn dark, and when they open their eyes, the sky will turn bright. As that voice spoke, the whines from the strange snake in Han Mountain Bell grew even stronger, but Su Ming stayed silent. Let's go. He turned around and ignored the mass of flesh on the ground, bringing Lon Lon and Ahu further in the fog with the spirit of 9-in behind them. Time gradually passed by. As they continued onward, they ran into attacks just like the one before several times. Fortunately for them, the spirit of 9-in was around. With his strength, he prevented the creatures hiding in the fog from killing them. Su Ming could not tell whether it was still day or night outside, but judging by the fact that they had been traveling for several hours, it should be nighttime outside. Su Ming was walking forward with Lon Lon and Ahu, and slowly, a gigantic dark shadow appeared in the fog before him. That shadow looked like it was 10,000 feet tall, and it remained hidden in the fog, still and unmoving. At first glance, it looked like a building, and an indescribable feeling spread through the entire area. That feeling could make a person feel depressed. Su Ming looked at the shadow, and right at the instant he focused his gaze at the thing, Lon Lon suddenly let out a cry of surprise. When she cried out, Su Ming immediately turned around and looked over. He could not spread his divine sense too far, only a few dozens of feet away, which was why he could detect the attacks from the beasts in the fog, but if he wanted to look further ahead, he would have to rely on his eyes. At that moment, he cast his gaze in the direction where Lon Lon was looking in fear, and straightaway, he saw a faint figure in white about 100-something feet behind them, hidden in the fog where they had just passed through. That figure seemed to be sitting on a rock with the back turned towards them as it cried silently. Sobbing sounds echoed in the quiet fog. At the moment those sobs traveled forth, Lon Lan's eyes grew glazed. Ahu was in the same situation, looking as if he had lost his soul. Su Ming's expression turned even darker. Just as he was about to take action, the sobbing sounds suddenly increased in number, and the additional crying voice came from Su Ming's right side. When he looked over, he immediately saw another white figure crying several hundreds of feet away to his right. That thing had its back turned towards him, and he could only see its long hair. Those sobbing sounds only served to make Su Ming annoyed. He let out a cold harumph and took a step forward, charging straight at the white figure to his right. As for the spirit of 9-in, he immediately stomped on the ground after Su Ming sent a single thought to him, and a screen of light swiftly appeared around Lon Lon and Ahu to protect them. Then, he took a step forward and rapidly closed in on the white figure that had appeared behind them with his battle axe in hand. With a flash, Su Ming's clone appeared to his left, and his poisoned corpse manifested on his right. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on the white figure, and the sobbing sounds became even clearer. However, right at the instant they got closer, the white figure suddenly turned around to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face that would make hearts pound. Yet a sharp screech suddenly came from the woman's mouth, and with a hum, that screech turned into a wave, and just like how a wave of sound would, it rushed towards Su Ming. At the same time, the white-robed woman's body abruptly swelled up and was torn apart from within, turning into a mass of black flesh and blood that charged towards Su Ming while a rotten stench spread through the air. The instant that flesh and blood appeared, Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized at the air with his fingers. Immediately, a whirlwind gathered in his palm, drawing in the fog from all around him before he rammed his palm on that mass of flesh and blood. Immediately after, green light shone on his clone, and the small sword grew into a big sword that sliced horizontally through that mass of flesh. The clone also started forming multiple seals, and once he formed the final seal, he jabbed at that mass of flesh. The poison corpse's actions were the most straightforward. He did not do anything except open his mouth and breathe out a puff of poisonous fog that seemed no different from the fog around them. As if it contained life, that fog turned into 9 small snakes once it left the poisoned corpse's mouth and charged out ferociously. All of these divine abilities were executed within an instant, and they all charged towards that mass of flesh. However, right at the instant they were about to crash into each other, the mass of flesh gathered together in midair and turned into a woman's face. That face was filled with murderous intent, and before Su Ming's divine abilities could touch it, it started burning on its own. It was reduced to smoke in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming's pupils shrank, and when he whipped his head back, he found that there was only fog behind and all around him. There was no spirit of 9-in, no Lon Lon, no Ahu. The area was not silent. Sobbing sounds echoed around him as if they had surrounded him. Those crying voices increased in number, and in the span of a few breaths, it sounded as if there were several of these women hiding in the fog. Petty tricks. Su Ming let out a cold harumph and forced down the annoyance in his heart. Once he calmed his mind, he lifted his right hand, and with a flash on his palm, a spiked club immediately appeared in his hand. Once Su Ming held it, he immediately lifted it up. As buzzing sounds echoed in the air, the spiked club's length swiftly increased, and in the blink of an eye, it became 100-something feet long and several dozens of feet wide. Su Ming leaped up, and with a low roar, swung the spiked club upwards in the shape of a fan before he slammed it down on the ground. Move! When Su Ming spoke, the spiked club grew several times in size once again while falling downwards. The instant the club crashed into the ground, it was already nearly 1,000 feet long and several dozens of feet wide. Veins had popped up on Su Ming's arms as he held that spiked club, and the berserker bones in his body shone with a golden light. The gigantic spiked club crashed into the land with a huge bang, causing the ground to tremble and the sea like fog to look as if it had been ripped apart by two hands. With the spiked club as its center, the fog rolled backwards in both sides. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer any fog within a circular area of several thousands of feet. In the distance, Su Ming saw the spirit of Nine shuddering due to its struggles to break free. There was an eyeball of several hundreds of feet before him. The eyeball seemed to contain the power of a soul catcher, and its center was torn apart like a mouth. It was luring the spirit of Nine to move towards it slowly. Behind the spirit of Nine was a screen of light that was on the verge of shattering, and there were several figures in white crying shrilly behind it as they continuously rammed their bodies against the screen. Inside were Lon Lon and Ahu, whose faces were pale with fear and despair. As the fog continued rolling back, Su Ming saw clearly further down that area of several thousands of feet a gigantic skeleton of 10,000 feet. That skeleton looked like the tail of a gigantic python. Most of its carcass had already decayed, and only some scales were left. When Su Ming looked over, the tail of the skeleton was so long that he could not see its end, and if the tail itself was already such a shocking scene, then the whole body might be an unimaginable sight. Candle Dragon. Su Ming's pupils shrank, and within Han Mountain Bell, the strange snake let out its strongest cry. Chapter 458, Descendants of the Candle Dragon. The situation was perilous. The screen of light protecting Lon Lon and Ahu was shining furiously, looking as if it was about to shatter. It would only be able to persevere for a few more breaths before it disappeared completely. Once it disappeared, then the fragile boy and girl, who were not even fledgling shamans, would shatter with just a touch. Similarly, the spirit of Nine was also caught in a life-threatening crisis. He was actually struggling due to that strange giant eyeball, even though he had the power of a ladder shaman. By the looks of it, he was in a considerable amount of pain as he was continuously pulled near the tear in the eyeball, and the eyeball looked as if it wanted to devour him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and without any hesitation, he charged towards Lon Lon and Ahu like a bolt of lightning. His clone and puppet followed closely behind him. At the same time, the mark of the crimson dragon on Su Ming's arm shone, and as a low roar echoed in the air, the dragon appeared. With a swing of its huge head, it rushed towards the spirit of Nine who was being dragged towards that eyeball and swept its head across the land. Su Ming's speed had reached its peak, but right at the instant he was about to close in on Lon Lon and Ahu, the screen of light shattered with a bang under the impact of those white figures and their shrill cries, turning into a large amount of fragments that scattered everywhere. The white figures pounced on the children. Su Ming's face turned dark. His clone let out a low growl beside him, and his body disappeared in an instant, only to reappear right when the screen of light shattered and the white figures pounced on the children. As Lon Lan's face was filled with despair, the area before her distorted, and Su Ming's clone walked out, and when he did so, he formed a seal with his right hand and patted the air before him. With that one pat, the fog around the area immediately started churning rapidly, as if there was a great force bursting forth and pushing outwards from the clone's palm, like a vase full of water shattering with an explosive bang. The pouncing white figures let out piercing screeches, and once the impact crashed into their bodies, they froze for a moment in midair before tumbling backwards. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ming's clone waved his arm, using the force from the motion to immediately bring Lon Lon and Ahu away from the spot and back to his side. The remaining white figures let out piercing shrieks, and just as they were about to rush over, due to the clone's impeccable aid, Ming managed to arrive at the most crucial moment. Almost at the instant the clone brought Lan and Ahu away, Ming himself came charging and arrived swiftly like a violent gust of wind. The poison corpse came with him, with murderous intent burning on his face. The moment Ming closed in, he clenched his left hand into a fist and hurled it straight at one of the white figures. His fist traveled so quickly that the white figure did not even have time to dodge before the fist rammed into its body. That figure was immediately ripped into pieces, but when those pieces turned into a layer of fog that spread backwards, it gathered together once again. The same thing happened over at the poison corpse's side. A vengeful spirit? Ming let out a cold harumph, then flipped his left hand over. Immediately, dark light started flickering around him, and Han Mountain Bell swiftly manifested. Once that bell appeared, Ming formed a seal with his hands and pointed towards it. The nine-headed dragon's illusion instantly formed outside the bell, and the dragon roared right when it appeared. As it roared, the white figures froze up and did not dare come forward. Instead, they moved swiftly away, as if they wanted to escape into the fog. But with murderous intent raging on his face, Ming formed several seals with his hands, and the sixth head of the nine-headed dragon opened its eyes, widened its mouth, and sucked in a deep breath in the direction of those white figures. Those white figures immediately shivered and turned into wisps of fog, and as if they could not control themselves, they were all sucked into the sixth head's mouth and were devoured. That sixth head even chewed a few times, looking as if it had just had a tasty meal. During that time, the spirit of Nine was on the verge of being devoured by the giant eyeball with a dazed look mixed with a hint of struggle on his face. However, the crimson dragon's head rammed straight into the spirit's body with a huge force, and from the distance, he looked as if he was swept away by the crimson dragon's head, causing his entire person to be forced out from the eyeball's strange soul-catching abilities. At the same time as the spirit of Nine was knocked away, the crimson dragon let out a low roar. It lifted its claw and swiped it at the eyeball, but right at the instant its claw was about to touch it, gray fog filled the inside of the eyeball, and it disappeared without a trace, causing the crimson dragon's claw to swipe at air before falling on the ground, which made it tremble. All of this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, only several dozens of breaths had passed since the moment Ming and the group were ambushed. When the white figures were devoured by the nine-headed dragon and the giant eyeball disappeared, everything returned to silence around them. The fog that was blasted away by Ming's club also came rolling back from all directions, as if it wanted to submerge the entire area once again. The spirit of Nine crawled up from the ground and pulled off his helmet from his head. His expression was dark, and his eyes were burning in anger, but at the same time, there was also wariness within them. The spirit of Nine cast Ming a glance before he spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. You shamans didn't keep to your promise. You must have gone past the edge of the seal. That is why the seals are being continuously broken, and now abnormalities have appeared on the sacred Nine-Yin skeleton here. That eyeball just now doesn't possess incredibly powerful divine abilities, but its soul-catching abilities aren't something an ordinary person would possess. That is the sacred Nine-Yin's second eye. I was the one who rented you with scattering dusts, and I was also the one who saved your life just now, Ming pointed out calmly. The spirit of Nine fell silent, and after some time, he began to laugh wryly. Did you just mention the sacred Nine? Ming put away the spiked club and turned his head around to look towards the pale Lan and Ahu, then swept his gaze around the area before finally landing on the gigantic carcass 1,000 feet away. The dead body you see now is the sacred Nine-Yin's carcass, which is also known as Candle Dragon among you shamans. I was thinking that there was something off about this place just now. By the looks of it, those white figures are the vengeful spirits belonging to the enemies who were killed by the sacred Nine-Yin in the past. The beast claw in the fog we met previously is formed through the sacred Nine-Yin's decayed flesh. When you shamans broke the seal here all those years ago, you caused the sacred Nine-Yin's will to scatter. You people had even thought about taking the carcass away, but once you found that you could not, you had your descendants come here to sense its will so that your so-called soul catchers could be born. Then you came to our tribe so that you could work together with us to seal up this place along with a few other spots. But while those seals look sturdy, they are actually very fragile. Once ripples of power that are equivalent to those of end shamans come from the outside world, then the seals will shatter. That one doesn't count among those that would shatter the seal, the spirit of Nine said, casting a glance at the crimson dragon. Ming looked at the gigantic carcass. Most of its carcass had already rotted away, but not a hint of the smell of decay could be detected from its body. After a moment of pensive silence, Ming walked towards it. Lan and Ahu quickly followed behind him. The spirit of Nine cast an incredibly wary look at his surroundings before he too followed behind them. The crimson dragon floated at a low altitude. Its eyes sparkled as it surveyed its surroundings cautiously. The air here made it uncomfortable, and that gigantic carcass especially filled the place with an oppressive air. As the crowd moved closer, the fog from all around them slowly seeped closer, causing the area around them to gradually turn foggy once again. Then, when Ming arrived beside the gigantic carcass, he stopped. He stared at the candle dragon's carcass for a moment before he spoke unhurriedly towards Lan and Ahu. Get closer to the carcass here and sense the candle dragon's will. Now, whether or not you will be able to activate the path to become soul catchers will depend entirely on your own serendipity. The pair of teenagers might be afraid, but they nodded their heads resolutely. Then, while holding hands, the both of them sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes, silently circulating the blood in their bodies which held that weak bloodline connecting them to the soul catchers according to the method their patriarch had taught them. Ming did not know how long the boy and girl would take. Once he ordered the spirit of Nine to protect them, and had the crimson dragon keep a close eye on the area along with fighting off all threats as well, he leaped up into the air and charged into the fog in the sky to appear on the gigantic candle dragon's carcass. When he stood there, Ming could see the dark shadow of the candle dragon's carcass under his feet stretching endlessly into the fog, and he had no idea just where the end was. In fact, when he looked at the shadow, he had a feeling as if the candle dragon's carcass was a path that led to an unknown destination. Only when he stood up there did he manage to smell a faint and indistinct foul stench spreading out from the carcass. Ming's heart shook slightly. This was the biggest creature he had ever seen, and with just its physical body alone, this beast could already startle a person. He could not imagine just what sort of power could bring about this beast's death, except that it had finished walking through the course of its life and reached the end. Perhaps it had indeed walked through the course of its life and chosen this place to die. Ming looked at the distance that stretched down endlessly and once again felt that there were simply too many forms of power and materials he did not know of. When he put himself in comparison to these things, a feeling that he was insignificant blossomed in his chest. Ming sighed. Just as he was about to leave and return to Lan and Ahu's side, his footsteps suddenly froze, because right beside his ears, that ancient voice echoed once again. The Candle Dragon's tribe will never die and be destroyed. Even if the world crumbles, we will not. Even if the heavens rot away, we will not. In my long life, I have devoured 97 worlds and more than 100 billion lives. When I open my eyes, I can see the skies from all worlds, because I am day itself. When I close my eyes, I can let the darkness I see cover the heaven of my world. In my life, I have devoured 3 of the descendants of my tribe, so that my life will lengthen. They did so willingly. This is how the Candle Dragon's tribe grows. My child, you will be. As that voice echoed in Ming's head, the strange snake in Han Mountain Bell let out a piercing cry. The grief in that cry made Ming's heart clench in pain. The grief in that voice gave others the impression of an indescribable sorrow of a wanderer who was devoured alive by his own kin after finding his family, after a long period of time spent unable to find home. The strange snake lay within Han Mountain Bell, shaking as it continued crying incessantly. A freezing glint appeared in Ming's eyes. In silence, he leaped down and descended from the Candle Dragon's carcass to land on the fog-covered ground. Chapter 459, Fulfilling the Promise. Time passed by slowly as Ming sat cross-legged before Lan and Ahu. The spirit of Nine might also be sitting beside them, but his gigantic stature made him look like a small hill. The crimson dragon floated in midair and remained cautious as it surveyed its surroundings. Ming had his eyes closed. His expression might be calm, but his heart remained uncertain, and that uncertainty stemmed from the strange snake's current dejected look and the continuous forlorn cries. The snake's emotions had transitioned slowly from the excitement it felt in the beginning to its current sorrow. This gradual transformation made the snake look incredibly pitiful. Have the Candle Dragon's tribe always devoured their kin to grow since the beginning of time? After an unknown amount of time, Ming opened his eyes and stared at the Candle Dragon's carcass with a chilling glare in his eyes. If that is the case, then this Candle Dragon that died a long time ago and only has a hint of its will left clearly wants to devour my snake so that it could use its life to revive itself. But since the members of the Candle Dragon's tribe have always devoured their own kind, then perhaps my snake can also devour this Candle Dragon. As Ming mulled over his thoughts, he looked towards the spirit of Nine Yin. You mentioned that the giant eyeball we saw just now was the Candle Dragon's second eye. How many eyes does this Candle Dragon have then? The spirit of Nine Yin opened his eyes and replied in a whisper, "It has 4. The Candle Dragon has 2 heads. One of them is a python's head, and the other is a hidden head that is similar to mine. Each of these heads has 2 eyes, which is why it has 4 eyes. That giant eyeball just now is one of the python head's eyes. We have detailed descriptions of the sacred Nine Yin in the legends passed down among my people. Once it dies, it must be sealed, or else its blood and flesh will turn into ominous fog. Its grudge will turn into spirit tears, its bones will turn into the bone fiend, and its eyes will turn into the Yin funeral. That I just now clearly woke up because the seal has weakened. Once it fixes it's on something, then with my current level of cultivation, it will be difficult for me to escape, and I will need someone to save me." The spirit of Nine Yin's voice echoed in the fog and fell in Ming's ears. Ming narrowed his eyes. "If you are eaten by the crack in the pupil of the eye of Yin funeral, then will you turn into a soul catcher's puppet?" he suddenly asked. "Puppet?" The spirit of Nine Yin shuddered when he remembered what nearly happened just now, then shook his head. "You won't turn into a puppet, but all your flesh, blood, and essence will be sucked away, and you will turn into a dried corpse. But that's not all. Your mind will be captured, and you will enter the undying and imperishable world created by an adult Candle Dragon. You will live a life akin to being sealed up for eternity over there. You will never be able to escape, and you can only fight continuously against the numerous living souls that have been killed by the Candle Dragon when it was alive. You have to fight endlessly, and even if you die, you will be revived shortly. And it will only stop when your will crumbles and you submit to the Candle Dragon. It will only stop when you become part of the undying and imperishable world. Your corpse will stay in the Candle Dragon's body and turn into his flesh and blood. This is a fate more terrifying than death. Compared to that, it is much better to die in battle," the spirit of Nine Yin said in a low voice, and Ming could feel the fear in his voice clearly. Ming remained silent for a moment before he asked, "What if I don't submit to it? Is it possible to walk out of the undying and imperishable world?" "Walk out." The spirit of Nine Yin cast a deep look at Ming. "When a Candle Dragon is alive, it will need to receive offerings from all sorts of tribes and races. The more offerings it receives from the living, the stronger it will become. This is one of its inborn abilities. Look at your soul catchers. You should be able to imagine just how strong that ability is just by seeing how its dead will is able to create soul catchers in your tribe. The soul catchers are equivalent to the worshippers of the Candle Dragon. However, since there aren't many soul catchers among you shamans, that is why my people allowed you here. When it is necessary, the Candle Dragon will devour a certain race. But similarly, the races who offer themselves to it will obtain a privilege, and that privilege is to enter the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world." The spirit of Nine Yin's voice became lower. "A privilege." A glint appeared in Ming's eyes. "That's right. Training in the undying and imperishable world and going through all endless cycles of life and death will allow you to understand the origins of battle and forge you into the strongest warrior. Each of the races who make offerings to the Candle Dragon will choose their best to receive this privilege. He or she might not be able to increase his or her level of cultivation much, but that person's brutality and decisiveness in battle is something no one else will be able to compare to, because they have simply gone through too many cycles of life and death. However, this will only happen when the Candle Dragon is alive. It can release the people it captured at will. That is why it is considered a privilege. But once it dies, then this will no longer be a privilege. This is a cage that is even more terrifying than death. Perhaps there are people who have indeed managed to walk out of the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world, but no one from my race has ever been recorded to have done so." Ming fell silent. The spirit of Nine Yin stopped speaking as well. When approximately 2 hours passed by, suddenly, the Crimson Dragon let out a low growl in midair. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He saw the white figures appearing once again in the fog in the distance, and they did not come alone. There were 8 of them, and they were drifting about in the fog while letting out wailing sobs. When those wails fell into Su Ming's ears, they annoyed him again. But that was not all. Besides those white figures, another roar would occasionally echo from within the fog, and Su Ming could somewhat see bodies covered in scales as the fog tumbled about around them. Apart from these creatures, Su Ming also saw a gigantic dark shadow in the fog. That dark shadow was 100-something feet tall, and it was floating in the fog. When Su Ming saw it, he immediately had the feeling as if his gaze was stuck to it. That dark shadow was clearly the giant eyeball that had disappeared just now, the Candle Dragon's second eye. Don't move. The spirit of Nine Yin's eyes flashed, and he stared fixedly at the creatures in the fog as he whispered, "By right, they won't come near. After all, they're born from the Candle Dragon, and they only attacked us just now because we didn't have the dead Candle Dragon's will on us. Right now, those 2 people of yours are sensing its will and area about to turn into its worshippers. Since they're doing this, they won't attack. Once those 2 have been acknowledged, then with them around, we will be able to walk out. We shouldn't be attacked anymore." As the spirit of Nine Yin spoke, he swept his gaze across the area. Su Ming did not act recklessly. As time passed, he found that the spirits in the fog were just as the spirit of Nine Yin said. They were only lingering around and did not come too close. When he saw this, Su Ming sent a thought to the Crimson Dragon to placate it slightly, but he continued remaining on guard. When another hour passed by, Su Ming's pupils shrank. He saw the number of white figures in the fog increasing, and there were now about several dozens of them around. Similarly, the ferocious beasts hidden in the fog had also increased. They stood close to each other and numbered to hundreds. Low growls and sobs fused together to turn into waves of sound. Apart from that, as Su Ming and the spirit of Nine Yin remained alert, sharp howls came from within the fog. They seemed to have come from a distance when they first sounded, but closed in within an instant. A dozen-something rays of white light shot out rapidly from the fog and turned into arcs that impaled the ground hundreds of feet away from Su Ming and the group. The dozen-something rays of white light were gray bones. Once those bones impaled the ground, they immediately melted to turn into small gray humanoids that were filled with murderous aura. The moment those small humanoids appeared, Su Ming fell into shock, because he realized that the appearance of these humanoids was incredibly similar to the small humanoids sealed within the mountain rock. However, when he took a closer look, he found that they were slightly different. These small humanoids were all gray and not black. Their appearances were also indistinct, and they did not have detailed facial features. There was a crack where their eyes should be, and another crack where their mouths should be. The bone fiends have also appeared. Looks like the seal hasn't weakened, but has been damaged. The spirit of Nine Yin's expression immediately changed. Su Ming's expression turned dark. Without a single word, he stared at the creatures in the fog. When he looked over, another dozen-something white figures had come. Clearly, as time passed by, the amount of spirits in the fog would increase. At that moment, Ahu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly started trembling violently. Pain twisted his features, but gradually, that pain turned into determination. However, in the midst of determination, Su Ming saw a hint of respect as well. Acknowledgement. By what the spirit of Nine Yin said, to obtain the right to practice the ways of the soul catcher, they must first acknowledge the Candle Dragon as their master. Su Ming remained silent. This was something concerning only White Bull tribe. He had no reason to interfere. After a moment, pain also appeared on Lan Lan's face. She looked as if she was struggling, but those struggles did not last too long before they turned into an expression of respect that was similar to Ahu's. Soon after, the 2 of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously. A dark light appeared in their eyes before it disappeared slowly, and in Su Ming's eyes, the 2 children already looked slightly different from before. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Ahu stood up and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming as a form of gratitude. Lan Lan did the same thing by his side. Once they thanked Su Ming, they looked towards the creatures in the fog. "This is a deal made between your patriarch and me. You don't need to thank me. Once I send you back to Shaman City, I will have fulfilled my end of the deal." Su Ming stood up and swept his gaze across the creatures in the fog. "Senior, don't worry. I can sense that they harbor no ill will towards Lan Lan and me. We can leave without any problems," Ahu said quickly. When he walked forward, the creatures in the fog did indeed move away to reveal a path for them. However, when Su Ming moved closer, the creatures in the fog immediately let out a shocking roar. The white figures shrieked and the fog beasts growled. The bone fiends howled, and the giant eyeball in the distance floated out from the fog and stared at Su Ming. "Take the two of them back to Shaman City," Su Ming stated after a moment of silence. Chapter 460, Breaking In Alone. The spirit of Nine cast Su Ming a glance and looked as if he wanted to say something but was hesitating. In the end, he did not say anything and only nodded his head. "You saved my life, and you are also my employer. Once I send them back safely to Shaman City, I will rush back here. If you still haven't walked out by then, I will wait for you here for 10 years. The spirit wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, then walked towards Lon Lon and Ahu. The boy and girl turned their heads back to look at Su Ming. They had complicated expressions on their faces but did not say anything. Instead, they turned around and walked quickly towards the fog with the man. When they saw that Su Ming did not move, the creatures in the fog spread out and opened up a path for them to leave before they sealed off the place once again. A freezing glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Just when he was about to send out his thoughts, that ancient voice appeared in his ears once again. This time, that voice sounded as if it was right beside him, and it echoed incessantly, seemingly without end. "You will be the fourth of my kind that I will devour. Come, let me eat you. This is the fate of our race. You will disappear, and I will wake up once again. The candle dragon's essence, the brilliance of the sky, and the light of the earth will give us the long life that belongs to us candle dragons." When the ancient voice uttered those words, a strong desire could be heard in them. This was the first time any hint of emotion was revealed in that voice. The instant that voice spoke, the strange snake let out its loudest cry in Su Ming's Han Mountain Bell. Its body trembled, and blood capillaries appeared all over its scales, making it seem as if it was about to shatter to pieces. It rose, and the instant it crashed into Han Mountain Bell, its body turned into an illusion, and it left Han Mountain Bell to appear before Su Ming. Su Ming had never seen this sort of ability from it before, but he did not have time to think about it. The snake that was about the size of his finger let out a strong screech towards the sky in the air. As it cried out, the wails of the white figures around him also reached a piercing volume. The roars of the fog beasts shook the skies. The bone fiends also started howling louder. Even the fog around the giant eyeball had started tumbling about viciously. It was as if all sounds were pandering to the strange snake's screeches. Struggle appeared in the snake's eyes. It turned its head back and cast a glance at Su Ming in midair. There was an unwillingness to part in its eyes, along with sadness and attachment. When Su Ming saw the small snake's eyes, his heart trembled. As the snake cried out, the beasts in the fog that were blocking Su Ming's way spread out and opened up a path for Su Ming. If he continued down this path, then he could leave the burial grounds of this candle dragon without any danger. This was clearly the path left behind by the snake for Su Ming. There were still blood capillaries spreading out from the snake's body. It turned away, and with a grief-stricken cry, the struggle on its face growing even stronger, it charged straight towards the candle dragon's carcass. Its body was no longer under its control, and it crawled in the body, whose exact length was unknown, then rushed straight towards its head. Su Ming's eyes gradually turned red. He could leave right now, but he would not. This snake had stayed with him for many years, and when he had returned to that cave abode after disappearing, he had sensed the snake's joy. Right now, he absolutely could not just watch the snake disappear into the candle dragon's body and wait for its own kind to devour it, so that the dragon could turn it into its life and resurrect itself. Su Ming lifted his left hand swiftly and waved it at the air. Zilong Shun. With one wave of his arm, the mark of the spirit of Nine on his left hand immediately started flashing with a brilliant light. Then, with a sigh, the old spirit of Nine slowly manifested before Su Ming. "Please enter the candle dragon's body and stop it from devouring my snake." Su Ming looked towards the old man. The old spirit looked at the candle dragon's carcass and said in a low voice, "I can't help you. We worshipped this sacred Nine when it was alive. Its will is still remaining as of now, and there is a sort of madness in that will. I can't fight against it." The old man averted his gaze and looked towards Su Ming apologetically. Su Ming's heart fluttered with anxiety as he said immediately, "I'll give you more spirit plunders. It doesn't matter how many spirit plunders you give me. With this will around, it is difficult for anyone to enter its body. But since that snake belonged to you before, then perhaps you can go in, but I can't." As the old man spoke, he took a step forward and appeared before a damaged part on the candle dragon's carcass. The moment he was about to enter, a huge rebounding force suddenly surged out from the candle dragon's body. When that impact crashed into his body, the old spirit was forced several steps back, and he turned to look at Su Ming with a bitter smile. Su Ming stared at the candle dragon's carcass. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he made his decision. Sometimes, there was no such thing as what you should do and what you shouldn't do when it came to how you should act in certain matters. In those occasions, you only need to feel what you must do it, and that was what you should do. Su Ming took a step forward, then lifted his right hand to point at the crimson dragon in the sky. The dragon instantly turned into a red light and charged towards him. Once it turned into the mark of a dragon on Su Ming's arm, he rushed straight towards the candle dragon's carcass. Right behind him were his clone and the poison corpse. However, right when Su Ming got closer to the candle dragon's carcass and was about to crawl in through that damaged area, a strong rebounding force surged out from the skeleton and swept through Su Ming's body in an instant. When that power swept through him, Su Ming trembled, and a strong repelling force along with a nearly crazed will spread through his entire body. The strength of that will was so great that it caused Su Ming to feel as if he was plunged into a raging sea. It was as if he was a boat trapped in a roaring sea, and he was incapable of resistance. Go away. There was a roar contained within that well. That roar surged straight into Su Ming's mind, causing his body to tremble, and the mark of the dragon was forced out of his body. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and once he was pushed back hundreds of feet, he coughed out blood once again. He lifted his head and stared at the candle dragon's carcass with an incredibly dark face. The old spirit of Nine sighed and shook his head beside him. He was just about to say something when he saw a glint flashing past Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the crimson dragon. Immediately, the crimson dragon that was forced out of his body turned into a mark on his arm once again. At the same time, Su Ming cast a glance at the old spirit of Nine and sent his thoughts to him. The old man sighed. His body gradually dissipated to eventually turn into the faint mark on the back of Su Ming's left hand. Once he finished doing all these, Su Ming put away the poison corpse and his clone, wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips, then took a deep breath and had his divine sense surge into the black stone fragment hanging on his neck. The dark light on the stone fragment instantly shone brilliantly, and the moment it covered Su Ming's entire body, the snake's presence appeared around him. The presence felt incredibly real, almost as if he was the snake itself. The instant that presence took form, Su Ming executed his absolute speed, and he shot through so quickly that he closed in on the candle dragon's carcass within an instant. At the same time, the rebounding force disappeared right when it touched Su Ming, and he heard a faint gasp of surprise from the will that descended on him. Su Ming knew that he could only deceive it for a moment. Very soon, the dragon's remaining will would figure it out, and then, no matter what, it would be difficult for him to try and enter the candle dragon's carcass again. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged forward, straight into the candle dragon's body. Yet at the very instant he was about to enter the candle dragon's carcass, the mark of the crimson dragon on his arm was separated from his body once again, along with the marks on his left and right hand. The poison corpse and the clone in his storage bag were also pushed out from his body as if they had been screened. They were all blocked out of the candle dragon's body. Only Su Ming himself and his nascent soul could enter the candle dragon's body. Apart from them, everything else was blocked out. Su Ming's face was as dark as night. He took off his mask. At that moment, he was on a dried-up path of flesh and blood. Everything around him was dark, and a rotten stench filled the air. This was the candle dragon's tail. Stepping on this road felt like stepping on mud. It was a revolting feeling. Su Ming looked around him. His nascent soul returned to his body, and with a brilliant shine in his eyes, he spread his divine sense around, but it was immediately absorbed by the flesh walls around him. He could only spread his divine sense to an area of 100 feet. Not only did this place block his divine sense, it also cut off his connection with his puppets, the Crimson Dragon, and the spirits of Nine. Fortunately, though, since he and the snake were in the candle dragon's body, his connection with it still remained. He charged forward without a word, rushing onward with the connection as his guide. Su Ming's poison corpse sat near the tail of the gigantic candle dragon's carcass with a blank expression on his face. where Su Ming had crawled into and disappeared. He sat there cross-legged, still and unmoving. Ji and Hai's corpse fell to the side. The black beetles that filled his entire body also remained motionless. The crimson dragon was letting out low roars, and it paced around the area as it growled. There was anxiety on its face because it could no longer sense Su Ming's presence. After a long while, it chose to shrink its body and turn into a small dragon, landing right on the spot Su Ming had disappeared to wait for him. The old spirit of Nine Yin was frowning and sighing repeatedly at the moment. It was not that he did not want to help, but he truly could not enter the candle dragon's body. He was a little curious as to how Su Ming managed to do it, though. Perhaps he truly had some of the candle dragon's presence remaining on him, which was why he could enter. The change of presence in Su Ming's body just now had surprised the old spirit greatly. This child has great fortune. That small snake is clearly a descendant of the candle dragon. It is incredibly difficult to meet such a ferocious beast now. Oh well, I'll wait here for some time. If he manages to come out, then I can continue fulfilling my end of the deal with him. But if he doesn't, then I'll just have to treat it as a loss. The old man sighed and sat down by the side. Chapter 461, Endless. Su Ming continued dashing forward through that dark path of flesh and blood. The rotten stench in the air was nauseating, and if he breathed in that stench for an extended period of time, he would begin to feel lightheaded. Su Ming bit the tip of his tongue so that he could remain awake. At the same time, he increased his speed. After all, this candle dragon was dead, and it was now a far cry from when it was still alive, which meant that it was far less dangerous than before. However, Su Ming still remained vigilant. If he had not watched his snake being devoured, he would definitely not step foot in a dangerous place like this. As he charged forward, Su Ming could even see rotten corpses around him that had stayed in the dragon for an unknown amount of years. These corpses were the same as this candle dragon. They had not completely decayed, and their horrifying state made all those who saw them to be unable to help themselves but be afraid. From how these corpses were strewn about in the place, it seemed like they had never moved. When Su Ming remembered just how difficult it was to enter this candle dragon, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Could it be that once this candle dragon died, no one has been able to get into it? It was quiet all around. Besides Su Ming's footsteps, there were no other sounds, not even wind. No matter how quickly he went, it was still difficult for him to stir up even the faintest wind. This strange condition made Su Ming even more cautious, and because this place was sweltering, he gradually began to sweat. In truth, there was quite a large amount of cold stored in his body because he had stayed in the glacier for a long period of time. Because of this cold, it had been quite a while since Su Ming last sweat. However, in this place, that cold in his body was continuously dispersing, and sweat was also trickling out of his skin. As Su Ming continued onward, besides these rotting corpses, he also saw quite the number of skeletons. Most of these skeletons had already melted away, and what remained in their places were masses of black goo. Judging by their skeletal frames, these skeletons did not belong to people but to ferocious beasts. In fact, Su Ming had even seen some items that looked like enchanted vessels scattered everywhere in the dragon's body. However, since he was in a hurry, he did not have time to inspect them. Nonetheless, he did grab all the enchanted vessels he encountered on the way. Just how long has it been since this candle dragon died? As Su Ming continued charging forward, he kept his mind open to sense his snake's location while beginning to form guesses in his head. As he traveled forth, a sudden sense of danger abruptly rose in his heart. He forced his body to immediately move back a few steps, and almost the instant he began moving back, a bone abruptly shot out from the wall of flesh before him. That bone was entirely gray in color, and once it appeared, it let out a bang that caused the floor made of flesh to surge before that bone turned into a small gray humanoid that was the height of up to Su Ming's knees. The small humanoid was naturally the creature Su Ming had seen outside, the bone fiend that was formed from the candle dragon's bones. The bone fiend opened its mouth towards Su Ming and let out a low growl. Dark light shone in its eyes, and it charged at him. At the same time, faces started protruding from the wall of flesh around Su Ming. Those faces all looked incredibly hideous, and once they appeared, they let out piercing screeches, as if they wanted to rush towards Su Ming and devour him. These faces did not belong to humans, but to strange-looking ferocious beasts. They were all formed by the candle dragon's flesh and blood, and they were the beasts in the fog Su Ming had seen outside previously. Similarly, Sharp spikes started shooting out from the wall of flesh before Su Ming, and they all turned into bone fiends. From further down ahead, wailing sounds started traveling towards him swiftly, and the white, vengeful spirits appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a low murmuring sound faintly came from behind Su Ming, and thousands of feet behind him the giant eyeball gained physical form. The edges of that eyeball were white, and right at the center was a vertical, dark yellow pupil. There seemed to be a crack in the pupil, and that crack was slowly opening up. A strange suction force appeared behind Su Ming, and the mumbling voice seemed to be summoning him. Su Ming's heart lurched, and a false desire of wanting to turn his head back rose in his heart. However, right at that moment, he bit his tongue. His mind immediately snapped awake, and he told himself to absolutely not look back. In truth, even if he did not look back, he could still guess that the thing that appeared there was the Candle Dragon's second eye. As of then, there was no one else in the Candle Dragon's body, so Su Ming did not have to bother about exposing his identity as a berserker. When those gray humanoids charged towards him, a chilling glare appeared in his eyes. The 4 berserker bones in his body, along with the 5th berserker bone that was transformed due to the Wind Berserker's legacy, let out a mighty power at the same time. That power instantly filled every single spot of Su Ming's body, and the incredible strength in his physical body was something he had been dreaming of for a long time. Ever since he came to the land of the shamans, besides the time when he was at the glacier, he had never executed the full power of the berserkers. Right then, as it burst forth, banging sounds immediately spread through Su Ming's mind. At the same time, his berserker mark, Dark Mountain, appeared on his face. Under his clothes, Dark Mountain Tribe emerged on his chest. The full execution of the power of the berserkers caused his berserker mark to also fully manifest on his body. Get lost! Su Ming roared and clenched his right hand into a fist, then hurled a punch straight at the gray humanoids pouncing on him. The 5 berserker bones on Su Ming's spine shone with a piercing golden light. It spread through his entire body, and if anyone looked at Su Ming's back right then, they would be able to see golden light seeping through his spine. When the power of berserker bones was fully brought out, that power surged through Su Ming's fist and traveled outwards. A loud boom reverberated in the air, and banging sounds rang once again in Su Ming's body. The gray humanoids shuddered and were forced back a few steps before exploding, turning into bones that fell backwards. However, the bones shone with a gray light in midair and turned into the gray humanoids once again to continue lunging forward. Su Ming had suppressed his power of a berserker for a very long time. At that moment, as he let all of it explode from his body and transferred it into his punch, he suddenly had the feeling that this was not all. It was as if he still had energy to spare, and he could bring it all out without a problem. A glint appeared in his eyes. The mumbling sounds behind him were getting closer. He did not have time to think. He took a huge step and rushed forward swiftly. The numerous gray humanoids charged towards him, howling. The large number of white figures closed in, crying out in piercing screeches, and the endless amount of fog beasts that had crawled out of the wall of flesh rushed towards Su Ming from all directions. With a low growl, Su Ming's divine general armor manifested in the form of an illusion. It had been a long time since he brought this armor out. At that moment, the mist from the armor arranged itself into various runes, causing the illusionary armor to obtain a certain level of hardness. At the same time, as Su Ming continued charging forward, his nascent soul opened his eyes and his body and flew straight out of the top of his skull to float above his head. Rivers of light flowed out of the nascent soul's body. When he appeared, he opened his mouth and let out a thunderous cry. The small virescent sword manifested itself and swept horizontally across the area. When Su Ming's nascent soul began forming seals with his hands, he breathed out a breath of nascent soul and pushed it forward swiftly. That breath turned into a fist that rushed outwards. When 2 adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win. Su Ming did not take a single step back. He could not move back. In fact, he had a feeling as if he had returned to the battlefield between the shamans and berserkers once again. While moving forward, he lifted his right hand and drew a line swiftly at the incoming beasts transformed from the Candle Dragon's carcass. With that one line, the area seemed to have turned silent, and berserker obliteration appeared once again. That one line swept through the area, and rumbling sounds reverberated in the air. The fog beasts in front of Su Ming immediately let out shrill cries of pain before they turned into a large mass of decaying flesh that spilled over the floor. The fog beasts were not powerful. Each of them was just about the level of a medial shaman, but their numbers were endless, and they were continuously springing out of the wall of flesh around Su Ming. The bone fiends were not very strong either. However, they were undying, and even if they crumbled under Berserker Obliteration's attack, they would soon gather together and reappear. The truly strong ones were the white figures, the crying spirit tears. Each of the spirit tears had the power equivalent to that of a medial shaman who had arrived at the peak. However, compared to the candle dragon's eye behind Su Ming, they were still nothing. After all, the candle dragon was already dead, and only some of its will remained. However, as Su Ming started to attack these creatures, he made a shocking discovery. He found that the creatures were slightly stronger when in the candle dragon's body than in the fog. The white figures had more substance, and their cries were shriller. The bone fiends all had a small tail behind them. In fact, there were several of these bone fiends who had longer tails, and they were much stronger than the others. The fog beast claws were much sharper, and their bodies were larger than those Su Ming had met in the fog. The seals are broken. The candle dragon's carcass will start giving birth to these ferocious creatures. You shamans had once broken the seal. Then you came to our tribe so that you could work together with us to seal up this place again. But the seals are very fragile. The spirit of Nine Yin's words echoed in Su Ming's head. Suddenly, he understood why the creatures transformed from the candle dragon's carcass were not that powerful. These creatures were just born. That's why they aren't incredibly strong. But as time passes, they will become stronger, and it will happen over a short period of time. When that time comes, they will truly be ferocious beasts born from the candle dragon's carcass. As one of the bone fiends collapsed and gathered together once again, its originally short tail grew much longer, and the bone fiend now had to drag the tail on the ground. It lifted its head and let out a roar. The presence exuded from its body was equivalent to those of the white figures. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The suction force behind him was becoming more distinct. Clearly, that eyeball was rapidly getting closer, and perhaps the eyeball was also rapidly growing as well. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ming immediately brought out a small bottle from his storage bag. The sea marrow that allowed him to instantly recover his power was contained within it. Once Su Ming drank one drop, the sea marrow turned into a large wave of heat, as if it had exploded. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly. He swiftly rushed forward, executing that extreme speed that allowed him to travel like light itself. The speed from the art he created himself after Berserker Obliteration. There was no wind in this place, but Su Ming had the provenance of wind in his body, and it was circulating rapidly at the moment, causing his speed to reach the level as when he was outside. He charged forward, and Han Mountain Bell also formed around him. With the sturdiness of the bell and the firmness of divine general armor, Su Ming forced his way through and charged ahead as quickly as he could. Chapter 462. 6th, 7th. The sea marrow exploded in Su Ming's body, turning into a wave of heat that felt like magma wrecking within him. It abruptly burst apart and turned into a great force that surged straight into the 5 berserker bones. Once it was rapidly sucked away by them, what was left swelled outwards. The swelling of that heat was like that of an endless body of water in a long river abruptly turning into several thousands of streams. They filled every single corner of Su Ming's body in an instant, causing him to feel as if there was an unending stream of power at his disposal. The might of the sea marrow caused Su Ming's eyes to sparkle. As he took a step forward, he executed his fastest speed, and when he traveled at that speed, there was no need for him to cast any sort of divine abilities. His divine general armor, Han Mountain Bell, his body, and the small virescent sword before him were his best weapons. He was like the tip of an arrow. He only needed to deliver a strong impact with his speed, and then he could destroy everything in his path. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the air as he ran, and all the bone fiends that tried to block his path were forced back by Su Ming's furious and brute impact. Their bodies shattered, and before they even had time to gather together once again, Su Ming had already passed through them. Even the fog beasts turned into masses of decayed flesh and splattered all over the place as they let out shrill screams of pain. The crying white figures still lunged on Su Ming with their piercing wails. They vanished into smoke amidst the rumbling sounds, and with his extreme speed, Su Ming had already crossed a distance of several thousands of feet in that tunnel within the span of a breath. He had crossed through those thousands of feet with just one breath, and that one breath was all the power contained within the sea marrow in his body. Once he had rushed over that distance, his face turned pale and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. Han Mountain Bell had shrunk considerably around him, and his divine general armor had shattered numerous times. Clearly, the impact was quite a large burden on him. His nascent soul's eyes were sparkling as he remained above his head and controlled the small virescent sword to slash through the area. The tunnel in front of Su Ming in the Candle Dragon's body was still filled with dense, ferocious beasts packed so close to each other it was impossible to count them. They were being born continuously, manifesting without stop, looking as if there would be no end to them. This sort of feeling was enough to crush a person's mind, and they would begin to feel as if they would never be able to break through no matter how hard they tried. After gasping for a few breaths, Su Ming immediately brought out the small bottle containing the sea marrow and drank another drop without any hesitation. Once that drop entered his mouth, that feeling as if his body was about to explode rose once again. Veins popped out on his face, and there was a feeling in him as if his body was swelling endlessly, but he looked normal on the outside. It was as if that feeling of swelling was just a figment of his imagination. With a low growl, red appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he charged forward swiftly. In the span of a breath, he charged through another few thousands of feet. The ferocious beasts that had tried to block his path were all destroyed. However, once that drop of sea marrow disappeared from Su Ming's body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Han Mountain Bell shrank back into his body, and divine general armor was greatly damaged. Su Ming's face was pale, but his gaze remained steadfast. The more you use these beasts born out of your carcass to try and stop me, the more telling it is that you are afraid. You, who are already dead and only have a shred of your will left, are afraid of my pursuit. If that is the case, then it means that you are currently very weak, so weak that your will might disappear once someone touches it. As Su Ming gasped for breath, he spoke with a grin. He knew that the Candle Dragon's remaining will had heard his words. The ancient voice did not answer him. The only things that appeared were those ferocious beasts, who continuously pounced on Su Ming with increasingly maddening movements. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. As he moved forward, he brought out the sea marrow once again. This was the third time he drank this liquid in this place. When that feeling as if his body was about to explode rose once more, Su Ming let out a low growl and forced his body to cross another several thousands of feet. As he continued charging forward, banging sounds rang in his body. Those sounds came from above the 5 berserker bones. When they sounded, suddenly, Su Ming's 7th berserker bone started shining with a golden light as well. However, the golden light from the 7th berserker bone was rather faint and could not compare to the other 5. Still, it was indeed shining. The appearance of that light made Su Ming's level of cultivation seem to break through the wall that was those 5 berserker bones, and his power increased by quite a large margin within an instant. A sharp glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Before he drank that sea marrow and called forth all his strength, he could already feel that he could bring out more power. At that time, he had to deal with the endless amount of ferocious beasts and did not have time to ponder about it in his head. As he drank the 3 drops of sea marrow, the feeling as if he could bring out more power only increased. Right then, the continuous accumulation of that feeling that he still had strength remaining in his body caused his 7th berserker bone to shine with golden light, and the appearance of that golden light meant that Su Ming's 7th berserker bone was on the verge of awakening. It was like a sudden explosion of vast power that had accumulated over time. After collecting a large amount of power through a long period of time, Su Ming's level of cultivation had received an explosive burst in the battle with the aid of the pressure in this place and the stimulation provided by the drops of sea marrow. While it still could not compare to his other 5 berserker bones, as the golden light from the 7th berserker bone gradually turned brighter, it looked as if it only needed another push before its full strength would explode forth. Su Ming brought out the small bottle and drank another drop of sea marrow. His eyes were already covered with red and his hair was dancing without wind. Loud rumbling sounds came from within his body, and golden light shot out from his spine with a piercing glare. The sea marrow seemed to be boiling in Su Ming's body. This time, once all of it surged into his berserker bones, it did not spread outwards but was instantly absorbed entirely by the 7th berserker bone. As it absorbed the sea marrow, a large amount of golden light surged forth, causing the seventh berserker bone to look no different from the other 5 within an instant. With 6 berserker bones, Su Ming's power of cultivation instantly increased by a large margin. Veins popped up on his body, and when he let out a low growl, he took a large step forward and hurled his right fist straight in front of him. The 6 berserker bones started operating fully, causing all of Su Ming's power to seem as if it had been focused on his arm. As he hurled his punch forward, a ripple appeared in thin air and spread out rapidly before him. The creatures before him were all thrown back, and many of them exploded. Su Ming panted for breath, then turned into a long arc to charge forward. However, once he crossed several thousands of feet, a large amount of hideous faces belonging to ferocious beasts protruded out of the wall of flesh before him. Fog beasts swiftly appeared, and at the same time, rows upon rows of bone spikes shot through the floor, turning into a large amount of bone fiends. Their numbers were endless. It seemed as if there would never be an end to these creatures, and Su Ming stared at the deeper parts of the tunnel in the candle dragon's body. As he looked there, determination appeared on his face. There was one berserker bone protruding off his back under his robes. That berserker bone was usually hidden under his robes, and other people could not see it. Only Su Ming could sense it. That bone was located right where his 6th berserker bone should be. At that moment, as Su Ming looked over with his inner vision, he could clearly see that the 6th berserker bone, which was located after the 5 golden berserker bones, was dark and dull. The 7th bone was flashing with golden light, but since the 6th berserker bone was dull, the 7th bone could not connect with the others to become one. Occasionally, a numbness would come from that spot, as if there was lightning crawling about in that bone. That berserker bone was naturally the remaining half of the lightning crystal of inheritance that Su Ming had shoved into his bone after cutting through his flesh in the freezing air in the glacier. That day, he had only managed to absorb the wind crystal of inheritance. As for the lightning crystal of inheritance, he had never found a suitable time to refine it. After all, just the wind berserker's legacy alone had already taken up much of his energy. As of then, the wind crystal of inheritance had melted and fused with Su Ming's 5th berserker bone to become one. Su Ming had originally decided to clear his mind and slowly refine the lightning crystal of inheritance, but the crisis of an endless amount of ferocious beasts in the candle dragon's body loomed right above his head right at that moment. Su Ming gritted his teeth. The instant the ferocious beasts that just appeared lunged at him, he lifted his right hand and slammed it right on the protruding 6th berserker bone. Intense pain shot through his entire body. At the same time, the remaining half of the lightning crystal of inheritance hidden under his flesh and in his 6th berserker bone instantly stabbed into his spine. A strong surge of lightning exploded abruptly in Su Ming's spine. That lightning charged downwards and connected with his feet. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and a large amount of lightning sparks appeared out of thin air around Su Ming. Soon after, his origin berserker vessel which he had created when he awakened woke up and caused the lightning in the world to instantly go into a frenzy. They charged straight towards Su Ming's 6th berserker bone and fused with it in the blink of an eye. Sharp pain spread through Su Ming's entire body, causing his pain to twist from it. With that extreme method, the lightning crystal of inheritance forcefully fused with his berserker bone when he let out a roar. As lightning sparkled and thunder rumbled, as the 6th berserker bone gradually started shining with a golden light, the 7th berserker bone connected with the other berserker bones on Su Ming's spine, causing him to swiftly lift his head and abruptly charge forward. Outside the world of Nine, in the outer region of the land of the shamans, was a vast expanse of black sea. Far into the distance of that sea was a gigantic continent whose end could not be seen, and it was traveling forth at an extreme speed towards the land of South Morning. The waves that were formed due to the movement of the continent surged wildly, and they moved so quickly that they were letting out continuous loud bangs that spread in all directions. On that continent was a mountain, and there were always 9 bolts of lightning raining down from the sky all year round, causing the mountain to always be surrounded by endless bolts of lightning. There was an old crimson-haired man sitting cross-legged on that mountain. He had a hawkish nose, and his expression was dark. Almost the instant Su Ming forcefully fused with that lightning crystal of inheritance, the old man opened his eyes, and his gaze was sinister. There was a monstrous murderous intent and anger burning in his eyes, along with a hint of wariness. He was naturally Chi Lei Tian from the eastern wastelands, the true scion of the lightning berserker. However, There was only half of the lightning crystal of inheritance remaining in his body. The other half was the source of his anger and madness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. Shi Lei Tian, the guy who swore to kill Su Ming after having half his crystal of inheritance ripped off his body by the deity statue of bone sacrifice. Chapter 463, one sentence. In the world of Nine Yin, as Su Ming remained in the candle dragon's carcass, lightning swam through his entire body. The power from the 7 berserker bones burst forth fully, causing him to become even faster and his power of cultivation to also increase by a large margin. When he crossed another several thousands of feet, he drank the 4th drop of sea marrow. He originally did not have that many drops, but when he was in Shaman City, he had discovered them on sale while on his shopping spree for medicinal herbs. Although there were not many on sale, he still bought them with some shaman crystals. By doing so, he managed to charge through around 7,000 feet without a single stop. Carnage rained down behind him, and there was only a wreckage remaining where he passed through. Yet he also had to pay a heavy price. The pouring of blood from his mouth, the shattering of his divine general armor, the return of Han Mountain Bell into his body, and the tumbling of his chi all over his body caused Su Ming's face to turn pale, but he did not stop. Instead, once the power of the drop of sea marrow disappeared, his nascent soul let out a piercing howl. Light began flashing on his nascent soul's body as he howled. Once that light enveloped Su Ming's entire body, he took a swift charge forward, and they both immediately disappeared. His nascent soul had warped, bringing Su Ming with him to appear at a spot nearly 1,000 feet away from where they originally were. When they reappeared, the nascent soul let out another piercing howl, and they warped again. They did this 7 times, causing Su Ming to cross another 7,000-something feet in the tunnel. There were no longer any ferocious beasts being born from the candle dragon, but there was an endless supply of those creatures behind him, and they were all charging towards him. Su Ming was gasping for breath. His nascent soul had already become quite dull and had returned to his Dantian region. Su Ming gritted his teeth and charged forward, drawing out a long arc with his movements. His speed as he traveled through the candle dragon became increasingly faster, and after a moment, the roars from the ferocious beasts behind him grew faint. Clearly, Su Ming had widened the distance between them quite considerably. However, he did not let down his guard, because that suction force behind him did not disappear, but had instead become much stronger. Mumbling echoed beside his ears, and the words within it baited Su Ming time and again, making him want to turn his head back to look. However, the words from the spirit of Nine Yin remained as a constant reminder to him. He was to not look into the candle dragon's eye no matter what. Su Ming did not turn his head back. He only continued charging forth, even drinking 1 drop of sea marrow on the way, causing his power to instantly recover. His speed had also arrived at a state where it could not be described with words. As he continuously charged into the deeper parts of the candle dragon's carcass and got closer to its head, gradually, the heat around Su Ming reached its most intense state. Even the act of breathing itself sent waves of burning and painful heat in his body. Even the walls of flesh around him had turned a crimson red. There was also a large amount of liquid dripping down the walls of flesh. When it trailed down and fell on the floor, sizzling sounds could be heard. The liquid clearly contained powerful corrosive properties. The heat and the suffocating sensation that made Su Ming feel as if he could not breathe quickened his breathing and filled his heart with irritation. A large amount of sweat seeped out of Su Ming's body, and it instantly turned into steam the moment it appeared, causing Su Ming to look as if he was surrounded by a white, misty layer of fog as he pressed onward. If anyone else was in his place, perhaps they would have found this situation difficult to bear. This had very little to do with the power of cultivation and was more related to an individual's ability to resist heat. Although it was difficult for Su Ming to bear through the heat, he continued maintaining that extreme speed, because this was not the first time he had such an experience. When he was still a teenager, this sort of earth and fire had already been lying part of the cave abode he had made for himself. In fact, he had even gone into the deeper parts of the cave and seen the wings of the moon along with the rolling magma. He had even practiced the Fire Berserker's art and had in fact never given up on practicing the Fire Berserker's moon-worshipping art. That in itself was already enough to let Su Ming's control over fire be much stronger compared to other people. That was why he could charge forth like the wind without slowing down even the slightest bit in the candle dragon's body despite the heat. Time trickled by. He did not know how long it had been, but in Su Ming's mind, his connection with the small snake always remained. He could sense that the small snake was flying forward in the distance. He had called to it many times, but the small snake always ignored him. However, Su Ming could sense through the connection he had with the small snake that there was an unfamiliar power in the snake's body controlling its mind. With that connection, Su Ming never stopped moving and continued chasing after the snake until he reached an area that even he found difficult to beat. That was an area that covered 10,000 feet, and it was a place that seemed to be able to burn everything into ashes. The instant he stepped into that area, pain shot through Su Ming's entire body, and it was a pain brought only by burns. He saw a green light shining within that region. The ground was covered in a layer of green-like substance that made it seem like a swamp. That area was empty. There was not even a single skeleton around that spot. The scorching heat came from that green swamp. Su Ming only took a few steps forward before a feeling that his whole entire body was about to be burned to ashes rose strongly in him. If he did not take any preventive measures and just walked into the area like this, he believed that his feet would burn up before he could even take 3 steps forward, and when that time came, only death would await him. However, he did not have time to think too deeply into this. The suction force and the mumbling sounds behind him were becoming stronger, causing him to be unable to stop and think of a foolproof plan. During this moment of crisis, Su Ming lifted his right hand swiftly, bit the tip of his finger, then immediately swiped his finger across his eyes. The instant he smeared his blood on his eyes, the fire berserker's art activated in his body. The moon could not be seen in this place, but the instant Su Ming wiped his blood on his eyes, his blood started feeling as if it was burning up, causing him to perform the burning of blood. The instant Su Ming's blood started burning, the heat in the area instantly felt weaker. He did not hesitate any longer. He charged forward, turning into a long arc. 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. When he flew 6,000 feet, sharp pain abruptly shot up his legs, bringing a great burning sensation. As his legs burned, the flames enveloped his entire body. At that time, Su Ming had already covered a distance of 8,000 feet. When those flames covered his entire torso and charged straight to his head, he had already covered a distance of 9,000 feet. He lifted his burning right hand and performed the burning of blood once again. With a hoarse roar, Su Ming flew past those 10,000 feet in an instant to appear on the other side of the green swamp in the Candle Dragon's body. When he arrived there and was just about to charge forward as per usual, cracking sounds abruptly sprang forth from his legs. Layers of ice covered his entire body, and the process only lasted for an instant before he turned into an ice statue. Su Ming's frozen body remained in his previous act of taking a step forward, and at that moment, he was standing on the spot, unmoving. After going through the heated tunnel in the Candle Dragon's corpse, an icy stage appeared before him, and Su Ming, who had run headfirst into this freezing chill, turned into an ice sculpture. After 3 breaths, a spark of fire suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes where he was sealed in that ice. At the same time, lightning sparks spread through the layer of ice from his spine. Soon after, a whirlwind spread out from within his body with a bang, and as cracking reverberated in the air, that ice instantly shattered to pieces. Su Ming walked out of the ice, and freezing wind came crashing into his face, seeping into his body. Immediately, just like the heat from before, sharp pain spread through his entire body with each breath he took. However, compared to this pain, the suction force that remained as a constant behind him, along with the roars and howls that had begun echoing beside his ears once again, were what bothered Su Ming the most. He did think about setting up some traps to block those creatures before, but it was already difficult enough to set traps or runes in this place, and that was not counting the fact that these creatures could come and go as they pleased since they were born from the carcass. Su Ming had even seen the fog beasts moving through the Candle Dragon's flesh. The bone fiends also moved deep under the floor in the form of bones, and it was difficult for him to stop them. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he dashed forward, once again executing that extreme speed of his face with the freezing wind blowing against him. He did not know just how far he had traveled, neither did he know where exactly he was in the Candle Dragon's body. His path and his actions were all made after he sensed in his heart where the small snake was flying. As he moved forward, Su Ming suddenly stopped, and the thing that brought this about was a frozen body stuck to the cold wall of flesh to his right. It was a dried-up corpse whose appearance could no longer be seen. However, He was wearing a purple armor, and it was shining with a purple light. The glowing armor was incredibly eye-catching. There were deep scars on the walls of flesh around that corpse. Judging by the scars, it could be seen that this person had actually managed to harm the candle dragon before his death. There was one scar that looked as if a chunk of flesh had been ripped off, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. But that was not all. Ming would not have stopped if that had just been the case. The one true reason that made him pause in his charge was because the armor's appearance and presence gave him an incredible sense of familiarity at that instant. That familiarity was not because he had seen this person before, but because that armor was practically the same as his berserker armor, besides the color. Ming's armor was an illusion, and he had to get the true berserker armor from the Great Yu dynasty. It was unknown as to whether the Great Yu dynasty truly existed, but the armor before Ming's eyes right at that moment told him that the country truly existed. The instant Ming saw the armor, his heart pounded against his chest. This was the first item that actually managed to tempt him ever since he arrived inside the candle dragon's body. Right at that moment, the suction force and the mumbling sounds behind him grew stronger. The roars and howls followed swiftly, and bumps even popped out of the walls around and ahead of him before they started squirming about. Clearly, the ferocious beasts had caught up to him. Ming did not hesitate. He took a step forward, arrived beside the skeleton, and seized the purple armor. Yet the instant his hand touched the armor, the skeleton that Ming had deemed dead suddenly lifted his right hand and grabbed his wrist. At the same time, within the skeleton's eyes and his dried-up head, a faint, dark light flickered. I found the third. It was also right at that moment that an accident happened. Ming's connection with the small snake broke. At the same time, the eyes of the person in black robes who had followed Ming all the way into the fog surrounding the candle dragon's carcass began flashing as he sat at a corner in the fog, looking as if he was hesitating and uncertain about something. Yet after a moment, he lifted his right hand and flipped it over, and a green jade slip appeared in his hand. Master made this personally, and this is the last destiny talisman I have. The old man gritted his teeth and pressed the green jade slip to the center of his brows. Almost the instant he pressed the jade slip to the center of his brows, his body began trembling furiously. Fog filled the insides of his eyes, and gradually, a picture appeared within his pupils. The person in the picture was Ming, who was inside the candle dragon's body. Chapter 464, Candle Dragon, Nine-Headed Dragon. Ming's heart trembled. He had used his divine sense to check the skeleton and used his eyes to verify that it had been dead for many years. His body had also completely dried up. When his wrist was grabbed by the skeleton, a huge storm stirred up in his heart, and as he stood there completely stunned, he almost forgot about the ferocious beasts that were charging towards him with those incessant roars. This sudden accident that happened completely out of his expectations made Ming's pupils shrink. I found the third, he said. Eternal. A faint, dark light glowed in the skeleton's eyes, but before he could even finish speaking his sentence, that light immediately became dull and disappeared. The dried-up hand that held onto Ming's wrist also fell to the floor. Ming was shocked to the core, but he did not have time to think. He grabbed the skeleton's armor, and once he did so, a transparent jade slip about the size of his palm slipped off from under the armor covering the skeleton. Due to its transparency, it was difficult for anyone to discover it. Ming had also only taken notice of it when he tore that purple armor off the skeleton. Without a hint of hesitation, he swept that transparent jade slip towards himself with a sweep of his arm, then immediately charged forward into the distance the instant the squirming creatures from the walls around him started crawling out. The moment he left, the bumps in the walls around him burst open, and fog beasts that were now obviously slightly different from those Ming had seen previously rushed out with unending roars. These creatures looked like pythons, but also had indistinct human faces where their heads should be. Forked tongues protruded out of their mouths as they hissed, and there was an eerie light in their eyes. Once they slammed their tails on the floor, they immediately charged towards Ming. At the same time, the bone spikes shot through the floor and exploded, turning into small gray humanoids with long tails. Besides the cracks where their eyes and mouths should be, there was another crack at the top of their heads. That particular crack had now been ripped wide apart, making it seem as if there was a strange thing stored inside the heads, and it was trying to crawl out from their skulls. Apart from the fog beasts and bone fiends, the white figures that were floating forward while crying were also different. Their facial features were originally hidden under their hair and were rather indistinct, But as they lifted their heads, absolutely gorgeous faces could be seen, and their grace was especially breathtaking. It was enough to make a person who saw them be completely infatuated with their looks. Su Ming could see none of it. He simply continued speeding forward at his absolute fastest speed. He had already lost his connection with the small snake and was feeling extremely anxious, but he could still sense the final spot where his snake was before the connection broke. A long time passed as he continued charging forward, and the tunnel before him abruptly expanded. Then, a gigantic hole of flesh and blood, so great that it was like a field, appeared right before Su Ming. This was the spot where his connection broke with his snake. The instant Su Ming arrived at this spot, he saw a bizarre object that looked like the crown of a tree, and it was formed by several thick black tendons intertwining with each other right at the center of the gigantic hole. At the top of those black tendons was a mass of dried-up flesh nearly 10,000 feet big. That mass of flesh was filled with bumps, and it was in a dark grayish color. There was also several spots on that mass of flesh that had drooped down. Su Ming saw nearly 100 glittering crystal fragments floating above that mass of flesh. The sizes of those crystal fragments differed, but each and every one of them exuded a presence that made him feel as if his mind was about to be sucked into them. It was as if there was a world contained within each of those crystal fragments. There was a total of 97 of those crystal fragments. They floated near that mass of flesh, and if Su Ming took a closer look, he would see that there were black threads connecting those fragments to that mass of flesh. Almost the instant Su Ming arrived at the place, the humongous mass of flesh shrank before instantly swelling up slightly, and the spot where it swelled up was turned straight towards Su Ming. A crack slowly opened up on that mass of flesh, and as that crack was continuously ripped apart, Su Ming saw a head within its deeper parts. It was a woman's head. She had long, lustrous hair, but there were black tendons covering her neck. At that moment, the woman had her eyes closed and her face was pale. There was not a hint of life within her. At the center of her brows was a flashing mark, and the shape of the mark looked like a star. Su Ming's snake floated silently beside the woman's head. It did not seem to be struggling, just in a daze. There were wisps of white smoke spreading out from its body, crawling straight into the mark at the center of the woman's brows. This is the fate of all the descendants of the Candle Dragon. You cannot stop it. The instant Su Ming saw the small snake, the ancient voice that he once heard echoed by his ears once again. When he first heard it, he had been unable to discern whether voice belonged to a male or a female, but at that moment Su Ming could sense that it was an old voice clearly belonging to a woman. It only has a hint of the Candle Dragon's blood within it, but as long as it has that blood, then it is a part of our race. This is fate. The Candle Dragons are destined to devour each other. This is its predetermined fate after running into me in my current state. Before it lost its will, its only hope was for its master to leave this place safely. You are its master, as long as you do not anger me during the sacred ritual of my race. Then after I complete the ritual, I will let you leave safely. There was a wave of mercilessness in that ancient voice as it echoed in Su Ming's head. Su Ming looked at the small snake, looked at its closed eyes, looked at its unmoving body, and he clenched his right fist. His divine general armor appeared once again, and his right hand was no longer in the form of a fist, but was already holding onto the spiked club that had materialized in his right hand. His berserker mark flickered on his face, and his 7 berserker bones shone with a piercing golden light in his body, causing Su Ming to look as if he was surrounded by golden light. At the same time, his nascent soul began forming seals with both hands. Even though it did not appear outside his body, it was already ready for a fight in his Dantian region. The small virescent sword flashed before Su Ming. As green light filled its entire body, Su Ming took a step forward without wasting a single breath of his on meaningless words and charged straight towards the giant mass of flesh. I might only have a shred of my will left, but how dare an ant like you provoke me? Flesh and blood within the fog, form your body with my will. As that ancient voice echoed in the air calmly, the fog beasts with the appearances of pythons among the endless amount of ferocious beasts that were giving chase roared and exploded in an instant. Once an unknown number of those creatures exploded, their bodies turned into pieces of rotten flesh and appeared right before Su Ming out of nowhere while he rushed forward. As those pieces of flesh gathered together, they turned into a gigantic body that was 10,000 feet tall in front of Su Ming. The body reminded of a snake but had the head of a dragon. It was entirely crimson, and it looked savage. Its eyes were gray, and each of its scales were about the size of an adult's head. An indescribable presence spread forth from the odd creature's body. Murderous spirits in my bones, turn into bones and veins with my will. The ancient voice spoke once again. This time, the bone fiends behind Su Ming turned into sharp spikes and charged towards the gigantic body. Once they impaled it, the odd dragon and snake hybrid started moving, and the gray light in its eyes became stronger. Spirits formed from my soul, merged together into a single soul with my will. The instant the ancient voice said those words, the white figures behind Su Ming fused together as they cried shrilly and charged towards that dragon and snake hybrid. When they disappeared into its body, the dragon snake's eyes suddenly shone brilliantly like the sun and moon. It lifted its head and let out a roar. The gray light in its eyes flickered, and it looked as if it had been revived as it charged towards Su Ming with a howl. Su Ming swung the spiked club in his right outward, and it grew several times in size before ramming straight into the dragon snake's body. At the same time, Su Ming drew one line with his left hand, executing berserker obliteration. Immediately after, his nascent soul let out a piercing howl in his body. A large amount of ripples appeared around him. At that instant, all the divine abilities that he could cast from the array of skills he inherited from Hong Luo were executed by his nascent soul. A violent bang reverberated in the area and spread in all directions. Once that bang faded away, Su Ming's spiked club was bounced off and fell to the side. The divine abilities his nascent soul cast shattered, causing his nascent soul to instantaneously become so limp that he looked as if he was about to scatter away. The divine general armor exploded, and his berserker obliteration did nothing. Everything that he had was completely useless before this dragon snake. As that dragon snake closed in on him, Su Ming coughed out blood, and as that bang reverberated in the air, his body was forced back around 100 feet, but there was not a hint of panic in his eyes. As expected, you're indeed incredibly weakened. No matter how much will you have left remaining, you can't hide just how terrified you are. As a cold sneer appeared on Su Ming's lips, he lifted his right hand, formed a seal, then pointed in the direction before him. Immediately, his Han Mountain Bell manifested before him. This time, Su Ming did not intend to use Han Mountain Bell for defense, but summoned it to cast its strongest power, the Sixth Head's ability. If Su Ming had not seen the white figures screeching and retreating when he summoned the nine-headed dragon when he was outside, if he had not brought out the nine-headed dragon before his small snake in the past, and seen the small snake showing a guarded expression, then howling at it as if having run into its mortal enemy, it might not have left such a deep impression on his mind. If these things had not happened, then he would be uncertain as to how he should fight against this dead candle dragon's will even after he had entered its body. But that would only happen if those things had not occurred. Nine-headed dragon, Southern Emperor, absolute. Once Su Ming's Han Mountain Bell appeared, and he finished forming those seals, he pointed forward. As Su Ming muttered the string of words without even wiping away the blood at the corners of his lips, Han Mountain Bell abruptly let out an intense howl. The instant the howl reverberated through the air, a guarded expression immediately appeared on the dragon snake's face, and it even started roaring. Its current look was the exact same as the small snakes in the past, as if it had run into its greatest enemy. When I used this thing outside, you should have sensed it. You did everything that you could to stop me, even trying to kill me when I entered your dead body, because of your weakness. Perhaps I cannot fight against you, but I have here with me a creature that can frighten you. This is that creature. As Su Ming said those words, the roars within Han Mountain Bell grew stronger. At the same time, a nine-headed gigantic beast of 10,000 feet manifested above Han Mountain Bell. 6 of its heads roared at the dragon snake at the same time, and the remaining 3 heads that were still sleeping started vibrating. It did not matter whether it was the nine-headed dragon's expression or its gaze. There was also a sort of guardedness and hate within them, as if the candle dragon was also its mortal enemy. Candle dragon. Nine-headed dragon. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. Candle dragon, Jiyin, Geo 3-1, and nine-headed dragon Ying, Geo 3-1, is a play of words too. If you can tell, the pinyin for candle dragon and nine-headed dragon are almost exactly the same. And considering how prideful dragons are, they wouldn't want to share the same name with another completely different kind of dragon, suggesting that both types of dragons are mortal enemies in this book. Chapter 465, Sky and Earth, Ice and Fire. Nine-headed dragon. The ancient voice said in a low voice, its words reverberating in the air. I have always wanted to ask the Lord of all heavens why the earth must exist after the world has a sky. Why is it that when the world has fire, ice must appear? I also wanted to ask the heavens why the nine-headed dragons were born, even after there's already us candle dragons. I spent my entire life searching, but I couldn't find an answer. When ice and fire blend together, what appears is boiling water, frozen fire, and a presence that is completely different from ice and fire. When the sky and earth fuse together, what appears is a gray piece of sky, a broken void, and the power of one world. Then, what appears after the candle dragons and nine-headed dragons fuse together? What is it? What is it? What is it? At the end, the voice had practically slipped off the edge, and her roars resounded in the area. The dragon snake roared at the same time as well. With a savage expression and madness, it charged towards the nine-headed dragon. Su Ming's nine-headed dragon also roared, and without Su Ming even needing to control it, all 6 of the heads rushed towards the dragon snake. Booming sounds reverberated in all directions. The candle dragon was already dead, and this dragon snake was put together with great difficulty by its remaining will. The difference between this candle dragon and its original body was like heaven and earth. Yet similarly, Su Ming's nine-headed dragon did not have a physical body, only a spirit one. It was Han Mountain Bell's vessel spirit, and it had been asleep for many years. It also only had 6 awakened heads. That was why its strength was largely different from when it was alive. As such, the candle dragon and Su Ming's nine-headed dragon were an equal match for each other. These 2 powerful beasts that considered each other as their mortal enemy started fighting against madly. Su Ming stood there with a hint of confusion in his eyes for an instant. The source of his confusion were the words that the ancient voice had uttered just now. Those words echoed in his head, making him feel as if he had understood something, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that he had gained nothing from it. The fusion between ice and fire. The fusion between sky and earth. This sort of feeling was just like the one from when he sat on the platform outside his cave abode on the 9th summit after speaking to Tian Xiezi. Understanding those words had taken him several months, but in the end, he had obtained his own creation through an epiphany. He came to understand his very own method to clear his mind, and the exact same process of confusion followed by understanding had appeared when he drew that one line and executed his first berserker obliteration. As of then, the confusion in Su Ming's eyes grew stronger. The words from the ancient voice echoed incessantly in his head. Su Ming had a strong hunch that if he understood those words completely, then he would hold control over an unimaginable power. However, at that moment, he could only bite down on his tongue and snap himself out of it. This epiphany might be precious, but the timing was absolutely not suitable. If he continued mulling over it, then he would die. He could not think of anything else that would come out of it. That was why even though he felt that it was a pity, Su Ming had to force himself to instantly snap awake before he completely immersed himself in those words. As he regained his senses, a shocking boom traveled into his ears. The dragon snake and nine-headed dragon were fighting against each other in midair, and the fight between these 2 enemies had reached its most intense state. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he swiftly turned into a long arc. When he took a step forward, he circled around the fighting pair to charge straight towards the giant mass of flesh floating in midair. The beautiful woman's face in that mass of flesh did not change. Fine white threads of mist were still continuously seeping out of the small snake before her and being absorbed by the mark at the center of the woman's brows. Killing intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He took a step forward, and the instant he closed in on that mass of flesh, it started squirming viciously. At the same time, that ancient voice traveled forth gently. I will grant you a long life. I will let you be the same as me, that even when the sky and earth crumbles, you will not be destroyed, that even when the heavens fall to ruin, you will not die. Do you want that? I will grant you endless power. I will let your body be almost the same as mine. I can let you break the rules of the world and step into the endless emptiness so that you can see a bigger world and see the stars in the sky. Do you want that? I can even grant eternity for your soul so that you can be the brightest star under heaven. I can let all those who see you with their eyes bow down and worship you. Do you want that? I can grant you control over the power of one world. I can let you become a powerful warrior so you will be able to do whatever it is you want. Do you want that? I can grant you the power to tear through all mysteries. I can let you understand what is up ahead, above the blue sky. I can let you see what is under the ground. I can let you hold control over your own life with your own hands, and no one will be able to control it. Do you want that?" When that ancient voice spoke, Su Ming's footsteps froze for a moment when he heard those words. "You must have dreams, desires. I can help you fulfill all your wishes and let you obtain the power to fulfill those dreams and desires. You can find your dreams. You can tear away the sky that covers your eyes. You can control your own fate. You can crush all your enemies before you. I can do it. Trust me, I can really do it. I am the Candle Dragon. I am the strongest of all Candle Dragons. When I was alive, I could make darkness fall on 100 worlds in an instant. I had devoured more than 100 million souls. As long as I wake up, as long as I am resurrected, I can swear on my race's oath, I will definitely do all that I have just said. As long as you don't interrupt my race's ritual. As long as you back down now and not come closer. If you agree to this, then I will fulfill my oath." A boom went off in Su Ming's head. His breathing quickened as he stared fixedly at the woman's face. The sincerity in her words could not be doubted. He did not care for eternal life. Neither did he care about having an everlasting spirit. But he did care about what lay above the blue sky. He cared about having control over his own fate. He cared about tearing apart the mist that covered his eyes. He cared about searching for Dark Mountain, cared about understanding the true source behind destiny. All of these were the things he desired, were things he yearned for so greatly that he almost dreamed about them in his sleep. If you don't believe me, then I can acknowledge you as my master, but the process is separated into two parts. The first part is just the initial state. If we go according to what we promised, then once I am resurrected, we can complete the second step. I will definitely fulfill all that I have promised. You will only lose a snake that is only an infant, and one that doesn't have a pure bloodline to boot, but in its place will be me. Su Ming fell silent, and after a long while, he shook his head. "I don't trust you." The instant he said those words, he charged towards the woman's head in that mass of flesh. "Why don't you trust me? All that I have said is the truth. As long as I am resurrected, I will definitely do it. You are not the first person to whom I have made an oath. There was someone before you who received my oath. I don't remember his name, but the feeling of his blood is similar to yours. He called himself the third god of berserkers." Right at that moment, within the endless fog surrounding the Candle Dragon's gigantic carcass, the old man in black robes had already used his final destiny talisman as he sat in that fog. The scenes flashing in his eyes were the things that were happening to Su Ming right at that moment. With a special method, this old man in black robes had seen everything that happened after Su Ming entered the Candle Dragon's body. A glint appeared in his eyes, and a strange smile suddenly formed on his lips. The remaining will of the Candle Dragon might be strong, but it now has to devour its descendant and face destiny. Perhaps I can use it. The old man's smile grew brighter. Destiny has that crimson dragon and the old spirit of Nine. It's difficult for me to restore order and let him continue walking down his predestined path. Only when he is in the Candle Dragon's body can I avoid the Crimson Dragon. But I, too, can't enter its body. I can only use the Destiny Talisman to see him. The old man licked his lips, and Su Ming's inverted figure in his pupils twisted. But if I offer my power to the Destiny Talisman, then I can cast some divine abilities. These divine abilities might not be able to fulfill my initial plans to make destiny fall asleep once again, but I can use them to stir up the Candle Dragon's will and have it open up the undying and imperishable world so that it will turn into a cage to trap destiny. He will be forcefully made to stay there, and I will achieve the same result as in my initial plan. I will also have enough time to wait for Master's second projection. If everything goes according to plan, then I will have obtained a huge achievement. As the old man in black robes smiled, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the green jade slip at the center of his brows. It vibrated, and a black ball of thread seeped out from its edges. Those black threads were spreading quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they covered his entire face. There were especially a lot of those black threads by the corners of his eyes. They even seeped into the old man's eyes as they continued stretching outwards. They replaced the blood capillaries in his eyes, and when they turned into black threads, they covered his pupils. Su Ming's inverted figure in them also became much fainter. At the same time, the green hue on the jade slip rapidly faded away and became dull. Once it turned black, it exploded with a bang. But the instant it was reduced to powder, the old man in black robes opened his mouth and let out a puff of air. Once that breath escaped his mouth, it turned into black fog and disappeared into nothingness. Over at Su Ming's side, the instant he heard the candle dragon mentioning the third god of berserkers, his heart was shaken, but still, he did not stop. He charged deep into the mass of flesh, clenched his right fist, and had the 7 berserker bones in his body burst forth with incredibly power. Right then, just as he was about to ram his fist into the woman's head that was absorbing those white threads from the small snake's body. Right at that moment, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere at the edge of that giant mass of flesh, at a spot where Su Ming could not see. A layer of black fog appeared along with that wind and drifted lightly into the giant mass of flesh, disappearing into it. All of this happened in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it ended. Chapter 466, The 10th Moon. Su Ming did not believe in the candle dragon's words at all. However, even if he had believed them, it would still be difficult for him to watch his small snake be devoured just so that he could obtain an incredible power and great serendipity. When a man lives in the world, he should live without any regrets. I dream about becoming stronger. I dream about strength. I dream about ripping fate with my own hands. But if I give up on the snake today, just so that I can obtain these things, then tomorrow, I will give up on other things for stronger desires. Once I give those things up, then for other desires that come after that, I might give up Dark Mountain, and next will be my ideals, and then it'll be my memories. When I have given up on everything, then at that time, will I still be me? I yearn for power, I want to become strong, but the base for all this must be that I do not give up on anything. I will do what my heart dictates. Even if I turn into a murderous fiend, even if my hands are bloodied, I will not be ashamed of my decisions. Su Ming muttered in his heart. He had been searching for Dark Mountain constantly, but if he gave up on going back to Dark Mountain while in the process of searching for the path back, then he would have lost his soul. Part of his memories had awakened. The girl's faint calls occasionally rang in his head. If he was faced with the decision to give up on the voice calling for him to obtain something, then what was he to do? There were some things in the world that once they happened once, they would happen a second time, and a third. Su Ming did not falter and hurled his fist straight towards the woman's head. The instant it closed in on her, a layer of illusionary ripples suddenly appeared around that beautiful head. Soon after, a light chuckle came from within that giant mass of flesh and echoed in all directions. At the same time, the instant Su Ming's fist rammed into the head, those ripples around the head became invisible and disappeared without a trace, vanishing right before his eyes. That head was clearly not its real body, just an illusion. The goal behind it was to simply attract Su Ming's attention, and then it could buy more time to devour his snake. However, the candle dragon's remaining will had clearly not expected that Su Ming would be so decisive in his actions. He had attacked without much hesitation, causing the time it had bought to be absolutely not enough to devour the snake. Su Ming's expression remained as usual. Not a single hint of shock appeared on his face when he saw the head suddenly disappearing. In all honesty, he had long since seen that there was something off about it. After all, the head was hidden in that mass of flesh, and there was no need for it to reveal itself when Su Ming arrived. Clearly, its goal was just to attract all of his attention. That was why the instant Su Ming hurled his fist forward, he spread his divine sense outward swiftly, and it was immediately after that the lightning berserker bone on his spine sent out a strong electrical arc that spread outwards once it swam through his entire body. An endless amount of lightning seemingly exploded out of Su Ming's body the instant that electrical arc spread out. With Su Ming's divine sense, those bolts of lightning surged into the giant mass of flesh around it, sweeping past the walls of flesh like a huge wave in search for the candle dragon's remaining will. The wind berserker bone also burst forth with a powerful force of wind at that moment, causing Su Ming to stir up a cyclone out of thin air, which became stronger with each passing moment. When a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and the instant the battle between the dragon snake and the nine-headed dragon reached its most intense state, that cyclone swept through the area with a mad craze, with Su Ming as its center. It was as if there were several pairs of huge hands flipping over the mass of flesh at that moment. Thunder rumbled, wind moaned, and the mass of flesh around Su Ming immediately started moving as if it was a wisp of smoke blown apart by wind before being ripped apart by lightning. It was also during that instant that the giant mass of flesh started rapidly turning black for some unknown reason. It looked as if it was being rapidly dyed black by ink. Su Ming did not have time to bother himself with it. because as he spread his divine sense, his bolts of lightning, and his cyclone through that mass of flesh, he found the presence of his small snake at a corner within the mass of flesh. Without any hint of hesitation, he immediately charged towards the spot where he sensed the small snake's presence. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on that spot, but right at the moment he did so, a piercing howl surged right into his mind. That piercing howl came right from where Ming had sensed the small snake's presence, and it came from the woman's head floating beside it. That head had her eyes closed, and still did not open them even at that moment. However, that piercing howl from her mouth made Ming's mind shake, and an illusion even appeared before his eyes. He was incredibly insignificant in front of that illusion. Before him was an incredibly huge candle dragon that looked like a city, and its size could not be described by words. That candle dragon opened its mouth and let out a roar filled with a murderous aura and thirst for blood that surged into the skies. That scene felt like the sky was falling with the intention of destroying all lives. As Ming's mind trembled, he bit his tongue. Sharp pain shot through his body, and a faint, illusionary crack appeared on the gigantic candle dragon's body before him. The woman's beautiful head was hidden within that illusion. Her eyes were closed, but inside her open mouth were sharp, poisonous teeth. She was also hissing with her forked tongue out of her mouth as she charged towards Ming. No matter what, this candle dragon only had some remnant of its will left, and a lot of it had been lost over the years. Most of it was used on the dragon snake to fight against the nine-headed dragon at that moment, which was why when Ming regained his senses, he found some hints to break the illusion, along with the head hidden under the illusion. Ming narrowed his eyes and lifted his right hand swiftly. A large amount of lightning erupted from his lightning berserker bone, as if Ming had swept up a layer of lightning. At the same moment, the bolts of lightning that had spread through the area just now swiftly gathered on him, causing his right hand to look as if it was covered by lightning. Lightning berserker, first move. Ming roared. This was the divine ability that belonged solely to lightning berserkers, and it was what he had sensed when he had forcefully absorbed the lightning crystal of inheritance just now. As Ming's words reverberated in the air, the bolts of lightning covering his right hand increased explosively all of a sudden to turn into a long blade made of lightning. The blade was about several dozens of feet long, and there were distortions on its edges. As thunder rumbled in the air, he swung the blade down on the incoming woman's head. It was right at that instant that Ming's expression suddenly changed. The same change of expression also appeared on the woman's face. Ming saw a wisp of black fog appearing out of nowhere right where he sensed the presence of his snake, and that black fog turned into a huge hand that seized the floating snake that was slumbering behind the head, which was, to the head, her most important spot. All of this happened too quickly, and so Ming's lightning berserker movement and the woman's head still crashed into each other. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, a long string of laughter immediately spread through the area. An old man in black robes appeared along with the laughter, and he had the slumbering snake seized tightly in his hand while his eyes sparkled. "If any of you dare move, I will crush this snake to death." As the old man spoke, he increased the strength in his right hand's grip, and the small snake's body started twisting and shuddering. The moment the old man in black robes squeezed the snake, the mass of flesh that had changed its color around them suddenly froze. A piercing howl immediately shot out from the woman's mouth. Killing intent shone in Ming's eyes as he glared at the old man. This person appeared too suddenly, and he had abruptly come out when he was fighting against the candle dragon. For some unknown reason, Ming could also sense a strange feeling from him, one that screamed that he absolutely detested this old man and wanted to kill him. "This body is just a hint of my divine sense. Even if I die here, it won't have too much effect on my body. Destiny, you're very fast, but I suggest that you don't be rash. Candle dragon, you don't have much will left, and I am confident that I can kill this snake before you attack. Do you believe me?" When he heard the word destiny falling out of the old man's mouth, Ming's pupils shrank. After that piercing roar, the woman's head said in a sinister voice, "Name your request." "Candle dragon, I don't want to become your enemy. I just want you to cast the Undying and Imperishable world and seal him inside. After that, I'll immediately return this very important snake to you." The old man in black robes smiled darkly and increased the force of his right hand, causing the small snake to twist even more due to pain. A large amount of white mist spread out from its body and floated around the area. A glint appeared in the woman's eyes. With her remaining will, If she cast the undying and imperishable world, then she would fall into deep slumber, and only some of her would awaken after many years. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not want to cast that art. She would also be unable to absorb that snake if she fell into deep sleep. She could only continue with the process when she woke up. Since you refuse to yield, and since you both insist on meddling, then I will have the undying and imperishable world decide your fate. With the remnants of my will, I will curse you. The beautiful head looked towards Ming, and for the first time, she opened her eyelids, revealing a pair of gray eyes, along with 9 pupils that formed some sort of runic symbols within each of her eyes. 9 pupil eyes. I curse the both of you that your souls are separated from your bodies. I curse the both of you that your souls enter my world. I curse the both of you that you will sink into the state of not being able to die and not being able to perish. I curse the both of you that you will never be able to be reincarnated. I curse the both of you that you will lose yourselves during the endless passage of time and turn into my new warrior souls. If you fall and lose yourselves, then I will devour the snake and resurrect myself successfully. If you wake up, then I will willingly let myself be devoured by my kind, and I'll bless its new life. Undying and imperishable realm, 100 million vengeful spirits. Open. The instant that piercing voice spoke, the candle dragon's entire body shuddered abruptly, causing the fog that covered several tens of thousands of leaves to become much thicker. At the same time, its gigantic body started fossilizing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, right before the crimson dragon and the old spirit of 9 Yin's stunned expressions, the gigantic body turned into a humongous stone statue. Immediately after, the shadow of a crescent moon appeared in the sky. That shadow slowly started shining with an enchanting light as it hung high up in the dark sky. With the other 9 moons around it, the moon became the 10th crescent moon in the sky. At that moment, all shamans and berserkers within Shaman City, all spirits of 9 Yin, and all the living within and beyond those 1 million leaves saw that crescent moon. The candle dragon has turned into stone. The 10th moon. This is the sign that the sacred 9 Yin has activated the undying and imperishable world. As long as this moon doesn't disappear, then that world will forever remain, the old spirit of 9 Yin exclaimed. Chapter 467. Undying and Imperishable World. Almost the instant the 10th moon appeared in the world of 9 Yin's sky, the old man who was sitting and meditating with his body hidden under the fog beside the rapidly fossilizing candle dragon's carcass suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes swiftly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. When that blood first appeared, it was still red, but it soon turned black. When it fell on the ground before him, sizzling sounded in the air. The old man's face was pale to the point of being bloodless. There was also a spot about the size of a fingernail on his forehead, which had turned black. That black smudge was still stretching outward slowly, and a rotten stench was spreading out of that black patch. It smelled like the stench of decay. What a powerful curse! The old man mumbled to himself in a hoarse voice. By the time he finished saying those words, the black patch had spread to his entire forehead. The rotten stench became stronger, and the old man's expression changed. He lifted his right hand, formed a seal, then tapped the center of his brows. But the instant his finger touched it, his body trembled once again, and he coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession. Death turns me into an immortal. The immortals fuse time into our Tao, and time always changes. The old man said those words with much difficulty, and as he voiced them, he quickly began forming seals with his hands, then rapidly tapped various spots on his body. The black patch on his face had already spread to a wide area and covered his entire face. It was not spreading to his throat, though. As the man said those words and formed those seals, his body started rapidly withering away. Almost in the blink of an eye, his entire person turned into a dried-up corpse. That corpse looked rigid as he sat there cross-legged. Due to the disappearance of the life force, the black patch on the man's face did not continue spreading. After a moment, cracking sounds came from within the old man's dried-up corpse. Immediately after, a crack appeared at the center of his brows. That crack was abruptly torn wider, and a pair of hands stretched out from within. With a vicious rip, a crack rang through the air. That tear widened swiftly on the old man's body, and a pair of complete arms were revealed. The owner of them was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. That man was entirely naked, and he looked as if he was about to crawl out from the dried-up corpse. After widening the crack, he swiftly walked out. The middle-aged man looked incredibly similar to the old man in black robes, as if the middle-aged was him many years ago. However, in terms of their presence, the middle-aged man was clearly much weaker than the old man in black robes. Once he walked out, he panted harshly, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Destiny is now perfectly sealed within the Undying and Imperishable realm. I've finished my task. I only need to wait for my master's clone to come, and can use this to claim a huge credit. This curse might be strong, but it can't stop me, because I've already prepared for this a long time. The middle-aged man was feeling incredibly smug, but just as he was mumbling to himself, his expression suddenly changed drastically, because he could clearly feel another black patch appearing at the center of his brows. Fear appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He instinctively lifted his right hand and pressed down on the black patch at the center of his brows. He touched a viscous substance, and when he lifted his hand up, a sticky black thread was dragged out, and a rotten stench wafted into his nose. This divine ability, given to me by my master, can even help me avoid heavenly tribulation. How could the candle dragon's curse? The middle-aged man appeared frightened. He quickly sat down and cast the same divine ability once again, and his body rapidly turned into a dried-up corpse. Very soon, a tear appeared at the center of its brows. In an instant, it started spreading to the center of his body. A low growl appeared from that crack, and a man at the prime of his life crawled out. The ripples coming from the youthful man's body had become much weaker. His appearance looked much younger compared to the old man in black robes. But the instant he walked out, the black patch reappeared on his forehead, as if it had etched right into his bones. At that moment, the place was filled with a strange sight. If anyone else saw this, they would definitely be scared. Right beside the man were two dried-up corpses with two incredibly big cracks in their bodies. One of them belonged to an old man, who still remained sitting cross-legged. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would find that his body was empty, and it was literally just a human-shaped shell. As for the middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged, he was also a dried-up corpse. His body was also empty, like he was only a layer of skin. The youthful man by his side looked pale, and in his eyes were disbelief and terror that surged to the skies. Damn it, how can this be? I had already separated myself from that thread of divine sense just now. I shouldn't be so deeply affected, but... The youthful man shuddered. The black patch at the center of his brows spread wider, and it now looked to be the size of a baby's palm. I have to find a way to neutralize the curse as soon as possible. Curses. Damn it, I don't have much understanding towards this ancient and strange art. How am I supposed to neutralize it? The youthful man's face turned pale. He took a leap forward and charged into the distance. As he moved forward, he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, and the black patch on his face grew larger. At that moment, all the rotten blood and flesh within the fossilized candle dragon's body, along with its skeleton, had hardened up and turned into gray stone. It did not matter whether it was the candle dragon's eye or the ferocious beasts. All of them had turned into stone, especially the creatures at its head. It was quiet there. There were two huge stone statues there. One of them belonged to the dragon snake, and the other was Su Ming's 9-headed dragon born from his Han Mountain Bell. They remained in their last pose before they were fossilized. There were murderous looks on their faces as they were engaged in a battle to the death. Even if they had been fossilized, if anyone looked at them, they could still feel a murderous aura coming right at their faces. The giant mass of flesh that had been spreading outwards previously had also turned into a stone statue. Su Ming stood there, right by its side. His body remained still, and he had his eyes closed. He had also been petrified. Everything about him had been turned into stone, including his clothes, his hair, and everything else. He looked no different compared to a stone, and even that hint of resolution on his face had been petrified in its place. He looked almost alive. The small snake and the body formed from the old man's divine sense had also turned into a stone statue. They were all retained inside the fossilized candle dragon. The existences of these stone statues caused the place to be filled with a dead silence and a strange air. The only thing that had not been petrified was the woman's head floating in midair. Her presence had completely disappeared, and her eyes were opened. There was not a single spark of life remaining within them. But if anyone took a closer look, they would find that there was a weak vortex turning slowly in her right eye. It was the candle dragon's undying and imperishable realm. That vortex was the pride of its life. It was the source of why it could still remain proud and unyielding even though it was extremely weakened when the old man in black robes had threatened it. Candle dragons could die, but even if they died, they still could not be threatened by any ordinary folk. Even if they died, they would still choose to die being devoured by their own kind. All those who tried to control a candle dragon's thoughts would have to be struck by its powerful curse, a curse that could still terrify others even though it had died. It devoured its own kind to survive, because it believed that this was the only way for the candle dragons to live eternally. However, if fate dictated that it could not devour its own kind, then it would willingly use everything that constituted itself and bless its kind's new life. All of this was because they were of the same race. All of this was because of the unique legacy that belonged to the candle dragons. If anyone magnified that vortex in the right eye, they would be able to see numerous illusionary shadows inside, and one of them was Ming. His body drifted without direction, and he looked like a wandering soul. His eyes were gray, and there was not a hint of intelligence within them. They were eternally vacant. He did not have any will, as if his spirit was sleeping and could not wake up. He could not even be considered to have any natural instincts, and he was just drifting in that endless world. There was a large amount of wandering souls who were floating and drifting about like him. There were about thousands of them, and almost every single one of them had gray eyes. They did not have any intelligence, no natural instincts. They could only be forced to obey the piercing sound when it appeared. They could only follow the orders of that soul before them that was obviously stronger than the other vengeful souls. There was a small amount of black mist spreading out of that soul. From the distance, it looked as if there was a murderous aura that was crashing right into the wandering souls' faces. That soul's eyes might also be gray, but within those gray pupils was a shred of intelligence. With a piercing howl, the swarm of vengeful souls behind him quickly got closer to him and were sucked dry once he seized them. Once hundreds of vengeful souls were sucked dry, another piercing howl came from the distance. Immediately after, thousands of vengeful souls emerged from the spot where that other piercing sound had come. Leading those souls was a soul with an evil face, and he was shrouded entirely by black fog. A war between vengeful souls started just like that. When Ming opened his eyes, he still had not regained his will. However, a pain as if his entire body had been torn apart filled him, and he only managed to not scream by gritting his teeth tightly. That sort of pain was akin to his body turning into a leaf while he was being ripped apart, bit by bit. When he was eventually ripped to pieces, he was squeezed tightly, as if the force was trying to crush his bones into powder. If he had screamed under that pain, perhaps he would not have snapped awake. It was precisely because he had endured that intense pain, that felt as if there were numerous voices by his ears roaring and calling out to him incessantly, that it felt as if he had stirred up all his strength. It was from that strength that he had the false impression that he had opened his eyes once again, even though his eyes were open to begin with. The instant he truly opened his eyes, he saw a gray, ashen sky, a white ground, and a broken world that only became like this after having lived through an unknown amount of years. Chapter 468, Waking Up. The gray sky was like a gray piece of cloth. It was filled with wrinkles and was spread right to the end of sight. There was no sun, no moon, and no stars. There was only the gray that caused depression to rise within a person's heart. Its color exuded the air of death, causing the people to feel as if they were lost in that gray shade, and they would even begin to feel confusion boiling in their hearts. The white ground rose and fell as it stretched into the distance. There was not a single plant there, not any other color. There was only white earth that spread endlessly outwards, leaving the entire place with no boundaries. If anyone stared at the ground and the gray sky that acted as its contrast for a prolonged period of time, they would become even more lost. When Ming opened his eyes, this was what he saw. After a long time, he lowered his head and saw his own body. He could clearly see that his body had turned into an illusion. He was just a wisp formed by the white fog spreading from the ground. That fog was incredibly weak in the beginning, but soon, it gradually gathered together to turn into a person, which was him. A large amount of fog seeped out from the white ground around him. As that fog gathered together, more people appeared. These people looked as if they were newly born. Their eyes were gray, and those gray eyes gave off a feeling of despair and fatigue that stemmed right from the soul. It was as if they had died numerous times already, but still had to be newly born only to die again and again. This process would repeat endlessly, turning into a cycle. Perhaps death was not terrifying at times. What was horrifying was endlessness, an eternity of not being able to die and not being able to perish until the soul itself became numb, until all will was lost, all that made a person, turning him into an undying soul, imperishable living corpse. Not too long ago, at the spot where Su Ming woke up was a war waged between thousands of undying souls. This war might have happened several breaths ago, or it might have happened several days ago, or even several months ago. Su Ming had no idea how long it had been since then. He only knew that this was what he saw when he woke up. Su Ming might have woken up, but his heart was still at a loss. His eyes were still gray, and he still did not possess much intelligence. He did not know who he was, neither did he know how he got there. In fact, he did not even think about those things. His mind was simply blank. He stared at the gray sky blankly, and just continued looking, until his body was gradually filled up by that fog, and he turned into a complete person, and until all the other undying souls around him were formed. All the undying souls were the same as him. They stood there, staring blankly at the sky with their minds vacant. This continued for an unknown amount of time until one day, the sound of a horn came from the distance and reverberated through this boundless world. That voice was very faint, and nobody had an idea how many regions the sound of that horn had traveled through. The instant the sound of that horn reached the thousands of undying souls, they immediately shuddered and lowered their lifted heads to look before them, at what lay in the endless distance. They looked at the same direction and slowly lifted their feet before slowly floating forward. Su Ming was among these undying souls. He also heard that horn, and when that sound landed in his mind, it turned into a voice summoning him, a call that caused ripples in his soul. He also stopped looking at the sky and looked instead in the direction the sound of the horn had come from. He simply floated forward slowly with the other undying souls by his side. Su Ming had no idea just how long he floated. He had no concept of time in his mind. There was only the sound of the horn calling to him. The undying souls just drifted forward without an end to their numbers on that white ground. Gradually, some of the undying souls let out piercing howls from their mouths while drifting forward. As the howls grew in number, on that day, one of the undying souls turned around swiftly and pounced on one of his companions that still had that vacant look in his eyes. He ripped him apart, devoured him, and fused with him. After a moment, once the victim undying soul disappeared, its attacker's body gained a more corporeal form. A hint of intelligence appeared in its gray eyes. Almost the instant he devoured his companion, quite a number of other undying souls around him did the same thing. There was an undying soul who did that exact same thing right beside Su Ming. That soul looked like it belonged to an old man. As he roared, he lunged at Su Ming like a wild beast. Once he got closer, he pounced on Su Ming, then opened his mouth and sank his teeth into his body. Su Ming did not resist. There was still that dazed look in his eyes as he let the undying soul rip apart and devour him. The pain in his soul made Su Ming shudder. That sort of feeling where his body was about to be ripped apart made him suddenly remember that he had gone through the exact same type of pain when he woke up moments ago. So, I already died once. Su Ming mumbled. Half his body had already been devoured by that old man. By the looks of it, it would not take long before his entire body was devoured. At that time, everything about Su Ming would disappear without a trace, but he would not die. Instead, after some time, the fog would gather up and turn into him once again in this undying and imperishable world so that he would have to go through the same form of death again. He had to continuously experience it, and the cycle would repeat, endlessly. I went through this feeling before. I don't want to go through it again. Su Ming's will gradually faded away, but a brutality suddenly burned in his eyes, and he turned around swiftly to start devouring that old man. The two undying souls began devouring each other. This meant the world to them, but to the thousands of undying souls around them, it was nothing, and it did not incite even the slightest bit of attention from them. Time passed by slowly. Once the undying souls that clearly had a hint of intelligence on their faces ate their companions, they seemed to have become full, and their bodies clearly gained more substance. They lifted their heads to the sky and let out piercing howls. The howls reverberated incessantly through the empty land, as if the souls were using their voices to announce that they had just been born again. The number of roars increased, and by the end, there were 27 souls from among the thousands that roared non-stop to announce their new lives. As they roared, the undying souls around them started trembling and fear appeared on their faces, as if these 27 souls had surpassed them in terms of rank. It made them feel oppressed and afraid, no matter how numb they were to their surroundings. As for Su Ming and the old man, they continued devouring each other. The old man started roaring madly and continued fighting against Su Ming to win in this brutal match to devour each other. Gradually, as Su Ming ate him, the old man grew weaker slowly, and eventually, his entire soul turned into Su Ming's nutrients for him to become stronger. Once Su Ming devoured his first undying soul, he started shivering slightly. He could feel a wave of power swelling within him. This power rammed against his body until it crashed into his mind, causing a sign of struggle to appear in his eyes. A pain as if he was being ripped apart filled his mind, and it did not go away. The feeling as if he was being torn apart was too great, and Su Ming began to feel as if his mind was about to crumble. As his mind collapsed, some memories returned to his empty head. "What is my name?" Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and let out a roar towards the sky. That roar was the 28th roar of a newly born life. His roar reflected off the other roars from the 27 souls. Their roars gradually fused together and shook the sky and earth in that small area, causing the other undying souls to kneel down on the ground, trembling. The only souls that remained standing were those 28 souls, and among them was Su Ming. At first glance, all of them looked incredibly similar to each other, but as they continued eating the other souls, they would slowly begin to change and differences would appear. Gradually, they would regain all their memories. At that moment, the sound of the horn resounded once again from the world in the distance. As that mournful hoot reverberated in the air, Su Ming gradually stopped roaring. The other 27 souls also calmed down slowly, and they started floating forward at a much faster speed compared to that of normal souls. Su Ming's eyes were still gray, and when he calmed down, he also flew forward with the other 27 souls, bringing along the thousands of souls behind him, as if they were floating forward for some sort of mission. Time slowly trickled by. Su Ming had no idea how long had passed. Besides thinking about what his own name was, he did not have any other thoughts. Only the sound of the horn made him move towards its direction slowly, calling out to guide him. During that process, he devoured several other undying souls in succession. Similarly, some of the other undying souls also seemed to have regained some semblance of intelligence as they moved forward and started devouring each other. Each time Su Ming ate another soul, his body would gain more substance. When he devoured about 8 undying souls, besides his legs, his entire body was no longer in a semi-transparent state, and he now looked as if he possessed flesh and blood. His long, black hair floated behind his head. His eyes might still be gray, but there was intelligence within them, along with a hint of indifference. There were already nearly 50 undying souls like him in this swarm of souls that numbered to several thousands, and they were still moving towards the direction of the sound of the horn. Until one day, in this world where day and night could not be differentiated, Su Ming saw a swarm of other undying souls before him. When these two swarms of undying souls saw each other, the figures who were clearly much stronger than the normal souls let out shrill and biting howls. Another war started. Su Ming saw the swarm of undying souls charging towards him. The pain in his head, as if he was being ripped apart, grew stronger. He suddenly remembered. He had gone through something like this before. He remembered now. He had died in the previous war, and someone had devoured him whole. And then, he woke up again. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not want to die. He had a feeling in his heart that with each time he died, he would lose a little bit of something, and even though he did not know the details of what it was, his natural instincts were telling him that he could not die. Roaring reverberated in the air in this place. The two swarms of undying souls were closing in on each other madly. 5,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, and then 500 feet, 200 feet. Chapter 469, Press Down Seas. Right at the instant the two armies were only 100 feet away from each other and were ready to start devouring each other madly. The instant they were about to engage each other in a battle to the death. Right at the moment madness appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he forgot about everything except to kill. Suddenly, a long black arc charged through the gray sky. That long arc was about several thousands of feet long, and at the top of it was a person. He was dressed in a white robe. His expression was apathetic and his white hair floated in the air. His eyes were filled with gray, causing fear in all those who looked at him. The ripples that were spreading out before him caused the thousands of undying souls to immediately begin trembling the instant he appeared. These two swarms were only 100 feet away from each other, but no one dared to move from their spot. The white-haired old man walked over from the sky, and the instant he walked right above the thousands of undying souls, he lifted his right hand, and without even looking down, he pressed down on the ground through the air and seized it. As the old man pressed down, Ming had a distinct feeling as if the old man in white had fused together with the sky. The feeling as if the sky was pressing down with a rumble rose in him. That feeling immediately caused his body to begin crumbling, and all the other undying souls around him also started breaking down. It was especially prominent among the undying souls who did not have any form of intelligence and were just following the crowd blankly. All of these souls disintegrated right at that instant and turned into the fog that gave birth to them as it seeped out of the ground. Even the undying souls who had devoured a large number of their companions, just like Ming, and had become much stronger, were also trembling. They could not even last for a breath before their bodies exploded. Ming was the same. He watched his own body breaking down and shattering. Once he turned into fog, the white-robed old man in the sky seized at the air with his right hand. All the undying souls on the ground disintegrated with a bang and turned into a large amount of white fog that charged straight towards the sky. They were all sucked onto the old man's palm and turned into a ball of fog that was about the size of a fist. He wrapped his fingers around the ball, and it disappeared into his body. The entire process lasted less than 3 breaths. The old man did not linger for a single moment and left the place, disappearing without a trace. The place was empty. All the undying souls had dissipated, including Ming. Time continued passing by once more. Several months later, white wisps of fog started gushing out of the ground. These wisps of fog gathered together and gradually turned into the indistinct shapes of people. These people might look indistinct, but if there was anyone looking, they would be able to see that these were the undying souls that had died several months ago at this place. The term undying soul did not mean that they would not die, but that after they died, they would be revived, and this cycle would continue endlessly. There was an indistinct figure that appeared right on the spot where Ming had disintegrated that day, and that figure seemed slightly different from the other undying souls. He was moving his hand, repeatedly pressing down and seizing at the air, repeating this series of strange actions numerous times. As the fog slowly gathered up to form the bodies, and as their appearances were revealed, the face of the figure that was performing those actions could be seen, and it was Ming. However, gray had filled the entirety of this Ming's eyes, and his intelligence was showing no signs of waking. He looked at his right hand blankly as he repeated the action of pressing down and seizing at the air. He did not know his name, did not know who he was, did not know why he was here. In fact, these questions did not exist in his mind. He did not even think about them. In his eyes, nothing in the world was important. The only thing that mattered was the spot he was looking at the moment, his right hand repeatedly performing the movement of pressing down and seizing the air. He did not know why he kept doing this series of actions. It was as if all of this was due to a natural instinct. As he continued pressing down and seizing at the air, the fog around him gradually gathered together to form the other undying souls. They gradually stopped being indistinct and slowly lifted their heads to look at the vast sky. Only Ming had his head lowered and still looked at his right hand. He simply looked at it blankly and repeated the act of pressing down and seizing at the air absent-mindedly, even though he had already repeated the act countless times. Several days later, the sound of the horn rang in the sky, and as that sound came, all the undying souls shuddered and averted their gazes from the sky to look towards the direction where the sound was coming from before they started moving their bodies and walking forward. Ming did not lift his head. Even if he had heard the sound of the horn, and even if he was moving along with the other undying souls, he still had his head lowered to look at his right hand as he continued the endless cycle of pressing down and seizing at the air. It was as if everything else in the world could not stir up his interest when put in comparison with him repeating this action. Press down, seize. As Ming moved forward, he continued repeating this set of movements. His existence stood out like a sore thumb among the other undying souls around him. Slowly, as the thousands of undying souls moved forward, some of the undying souls regained their minds. They let out shrill and biting howls, and when the brutality in their eyes reached a certain extent, they started to madly devour their companions, just like what they did before. However, while some of the undying souls that woke up this time were the same souls that woke up last time, there were also different souls as well. When the undying souls around Su Ming started eating each other, he stood there with his head lowered and repeated those series of actions. There were no undying souls that had woken up beside him, so he was safe for the moment. The others who were devouring their companions did not notice Su Ming. After the umpteenth time he pressed down and seized the air, a faint wave of ripples gradually appeared before him. The ripples were faint, but they truly existed. Su Ming did not look at the ripples. He just continued watching his right hand and maintained that endless cycle of pressing down and seizing the air. A long time passed by. After some of the undying souls died, roars signifying newly born lives spread through the sky and earth. This time, 32 strong undying souls appeared. As their roars reverberated in the air, all the other undying souls trembled and fear appeared on their faces, except Su Ming. Su Ming still had his head lowered and kept repeating those series of actions without stopping or changing. The faint wave of ripples before him increased. No one took any notice of Su Ming, including the strong, undying souls. After roaring, they brought the thousands of souls and floated quickly towards the direction where the sound of the horn came from. Along the way, more undying souls woke up. Usually, after a hint of intelligence emerged in their eyes, they would immediately choose to devour their companions by their side so that they would become stronger. On the way, there was once when an undying soul beside Su Ming woke up. He growled and closed in on Su Ming in an instant, but Su Ming did not lift his head. He did not even spare that soul a glance, simply continuing with his action of pressing down and seizing the air. Yet the instant the soul closed in, Su Ming pressed down, and the undying soul that was lunging at him shivered. Fear appeared beside the little spark of intelligence in his eyes, and before he could even get closer, he immediately started disintegrating, and as he broke down, Su Ming's right hand turned to seize the air. Once he seized the air, white fog immediately appeared from the spots where the undying soul had started breaking down. That white fog charged towards Su Ming's right hand and turned into a weak ball of fog before it disappeared into his palm. The undying soul immediately retreated in terror. His body had become much weaker, and as he moved back, another awakened undying soul immediately pounced on him. As shrill howls rang through the air, the soul was devoured. Su Ming never lifted his head during that entire while. Neither did he stop performing those series of actions. However, the ripples before him were growing in number, and gradually, the area around him started distorting faintly, and it was an incredibly distinct sight. The distorted ripples caused the undying souls around him to instinctively back off. They did not dare to get closer to Su Ming. The undying souls who devoured their companions to get stronger looked towards Su Ming, and in their eyes were confusion, along with wariness. They could sense a power that terrified them surrounding Su Ming, and they did not dare get closer to him. Slowly, the swarm of undying souls moved once again. In the undying and imperishable world, besides the soul's repeated cycles of life and death, everything else also seemed to have turned into a cycle and would repeat itself when the time came. After the swarm of undying souls moved for several months, a swarm of undying souls of a similar number and who were also led by nearly 100 of strong, undying souls appeared before them on the white land. It was the same as last time. When the two swarms of undying souls saw each other, they let out shrill howls at the same time and charged towards the other madly. Su Ming did not lift his head and simply continued pressing down and seizing at the air as he moved forward. When the two swarms of undying souls ran into each other and started devouring each other madly with roars echoing in the air, both sides began a struggle for survival. Two undying souls instantly lunged towards Su Ming, but right at the moment they arrived by his side, their bodies disintegrated, turning into white fog that was absorbed into Su Ming's palm when he seized the air. Su Ming's actions became faster and the number of ripples before him increased. The distortions became more and more distinct, and after a moment, all of the undying souls that closed in on him would let out shrill screams of pain, and their bodies would break down to turn into white fog that was all absorbed into his palm. Su Ming stood there and continued doing the same actions. Slowly, as he became faster in repeating this series of actions, and as the ripples continued spreading outward, all the undying souls around him noticed the terror coming from Su Ming's spot, and the instant all of them stopped devouring each other and turned their gazes towards him. Su Ming's right hand suddenly froze, after never once having stopped for an unknown number of days. Once he stopped, His right hand slowly pressed down. Immediately, rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and with Su Ming as its center, a mighty force swept through the area. Then, all the thousands of souls in the area disintegrated right when that force touched them. After pressing down, Su Ming slowly formed his hand into a fist and seized the air, and a large amount of white fog spun around him like a lake of fog before charging straight towards his right hand. The area was silent. Su Ming stood in the midst of that large amount of fog, and his right hand absorbed that fog. He lifted his head slowly, and the gray hue in his eyes began fading away rapidly as his intelligence increased exponentially. I am Su Ming.